The night sky was filled with countless stars, a full moon hanging high above. As numerous spears descended from the heavens, each one glowing with an ethereal light. A breathtaking spectacle of celestial weaponry aimed at a single point below. A command echoed through the night: attack! Take down the demon! A figure, cloaked in darkness, moved with impossible speed, dodging the incoming barrage. A blur of motion against the night sky as the spears whizzed past, narrowly missing their target. A single spear, however, found its mark, striking the figure's shoulder with a resounding impact. A massive spear, hurled by a shadowy figure, hurtled towards the Dark Knight. But he effortlessly dodged the attack, his movements fluid and precise. The Dark Knight, despite his injuries, remained evasive, his eyes fixed on his attacker. He muttered, "An attack." He unleashed a wave of dark energy, a violent purple surge that pushed back the shadowy assailants. The force of the blast sending several of them sprawling. The Dark Knight, wounded but defiant, felt a searing pain as the dark energy coursed through his body. He gritted his teeth. Ugh. He braced himself, preparing for another onslaught. More shadowy figures emerged from the darkness. And the Dark Knight met their advance with a furious display of dark magic, the purple energy erupting around him. Surrounded and under attack, the Dark Knight channeled his dark magic, unleashing a wave of purplish-blue flames. The intense energy erupting outwards in a violent display, pushing back his attackers with overwhelming force. Despite the power of his dark magic, the knight sustained injuries during the onslaught, the raw energy visibly straining his body. Yet he remained defiant, his resolve unbroken. Having repelled the immediate threat, the Dark Knight found himself facing a new challenge. 3 colossal, ominous entities with glowing red eyes emerged from the shadows, their presence filling the night sky with an unsettling aura. The Dark Knight, wounded but resolute, unleashed a final surge of dark magic, the raw power erupting from him in a violent display of purple energy. Forcing back his attackers with a guttural huff, his body strained from the effort. He stood amidst the chaos, his breath ragged, as 3 imposing figures emerged from the shadows, their presence a chilling omen of the challenges yet to come. A single exclamation escaped his lips: exclamation point. The Dark Knight, his resolve unwavering despite his injuries, braced himself for the confrontation. A new foe, clad in shining armor, appeared before him, their sword gleaming ominously. A question hung heavy in the air: why? The armored figure pressed their advantage, their voice echoing with a chilling accusation: why did you make that decision? A woman with fiery red hair, her face contorted in anguish, cried out: why have you made a deal with the devil? The same woman, now framed from the chest up, continued her desperate plea: why did you betray us? Suddenly, the scene shifted to reveal a young man with white hair, standing defiantly before a looming Gothic structure. Above him, the words "Knox von Rienhofer" appeared in a thought bubble. The camera angle lowered, focusing on the young man's feet, revealing his dark attire and a staff in his hand, as he stood amidst the ruins of a city. The young man, Knox von Rienhofer, his face now marred with blood, looked up at 2 enormous, menacing eyes descending from the sky. A close-up on Knox's face showed his grim expression as he muttered, "Betrayal, huh?" Knox, still gazing upward at the approaching darkness, calmly stated, "Right. I guess that's what it would be to you guys." Knox von Rienhofer, amidst a flurry of dark energy, refuted the accusations of betrayal. "However, I did not betray you. Rather, it was you guys who betrayed me." The Dark Knight, wounded and weary, demanded an end to the argument. "Stop arguing. Just tell me." A defiant Knox, his face marred by injuries, smirked. The scene was charged with tension. Another of the antagonists pressed Knox, questioning when his betrayal began. "Since when were you this broken?" Knox, his expression pained, revealed the truth: the beginning was like a crash landing. Yu Chan sat at his computer, a whirlwind of crumpled papers surrounding him. He leaned back, a sigh escaping his lips as he muttered, "Phew, all right. That's not bad." He continued, pleased with his progress. He had acquired many items. and managed to complete several hidden quests. A sense of accomplishment washed over him, he felt satisfied. Except for one crucial detail. A calendar displayed prominently showed a circled date, with a note reading "Admit to hospital." The realization hit him hard, he was going to die next month. 2 years prior, a medical scan revealed a serious condition. The image showed a concerning abnormality in his brain. A doctor's voice echoed in his memory, "Patient Yu-chan, don't panic, just listen." Yu-chan sat in a doctor's office, his posture slumped, his face etched with worry. His expression was one of profound apprehension as he contemplated his impending death. Yu-chan sat on a couch, head bowed, reviewing a medical document. His expression reflected his apprehension. The stark reality of his diagnosis settling in. A doctor's voice, confirming his transfer from another hospital, echoed in his mind, "You came from XX University Hospital, right? You've already been to 2 hospitals? We've done many tests, but we've gotten the same results. We can prescribe you some pain relief meds. Take them when it gets too much." The weight of his terminal illness bore down on him, a heavy silence filling the room. Yu-chan unfolded a piece of paper, his hands trembling slightly. Revealing the contents of a prescription bottle, pills spilled onto the floor. His hands, now visibly shaking, clutched the armrest of his chair. He slumped in his chair, a calendar showing the date 2 years prior visible in the background. "It's already been 2 years," he thought, his voice barely a whisper. His gaze fell to his own hands, his body still tense with the weight of his thoughts. The room was quiet, save for the subtle sounds of his own distress. Trash bags lay near a filing cabinet, a silent testament to the passage of time and the burden he carried. He buried his face in his hands, overcome with grief and despair. Yu-chan stared at his hand, blood staining a tissue he clutched. He muttered to himself, "I really am gonna die soon, huh?" He sat on a chair, his head in his hands, overwhelmed by a wave of despair. His gaze fell upon his phone, displaying multiple appointment confirmations from the university hospital. The appointments were scheduled for Yu-chan Min. He scrolled through the confirmations, the stark reality of his situation sinking in. The screen showed a series of appointment confirmations, each one a stark reminder of his impending death. He sighed, "I have no one to talk to despite all that." Leaning back, he reflected on his isolation, noting that no one had reached out to him since his memory loss. He crumpled another bloody tissue in his hand, his despair deepening. He lamented, "There's no one for me to reach out to either. I can't go anywhere in my current state." Yu-chan stared at a pile of paperwork and his phone, his isolation and impending death weighing heavily on him. A document detailing a meeting for late-stage cancer patients is shown. The text on the page includes the question, "Do you want to do hospice together?" A close-up shows Yu-chan's hand trembling as he reads the document. Another close-up shows Yu-chan's face, his eyes filled with unshed tears. A piece of paper flies across Yu-chan's kitchen, landing on the floor. Yu-chan sits hunched over his computer, his shoulders slumped in despair. His face is buried in his hands, tears streaming down his cheeks. Close up on Yu-chan's tear-streaked face, his expression one of profound sadness and hopelessness. A game screen appears, displaying the message, "Will you start a new game?" Yes, no. Yu-chan thinks, "I guess this is all I have to do." A game prompt appeared on the screen, asking Yu-chan if he wanted to start a new game. He selected yes. Yu-chan, overwhelmed with grief, contemplated his next move in the game, questioning what kind of character he should create this time. The game presented character creation options. A loading bar appeared on the screen. The game interface displayed 2 genius traits, mana sensitivity genius and swordsmanship and combat genius. Yu-chan considered selecting both. He appeared to be deep in thought, his expression serious and troubled. A warning message appeared, selecting 2 or more genius traits would result in penalties. The game advised choosing only 1 or fewer to avoid penalties. The game then displayed additional trait options, a neutral trait and a negative trait, terminally ill. Yu-chan sat before his computer, his expression unreadable, seemingly making a difficult decision. Yu-chan, while using his computer, typed out a grim statement, "I'm terminally ill, and so is my character." He leaned back in his chair, letting out a hollow laugh. The weight of his illness and the reflection of it in his game character seemed to weigh heavily on him. A game prompt appeared. "Will you start the game with the chosen character?" Yu-chan, after a moment of contemplation, simply replied, "Well, why not?" He clicked the mouse, initiating the game. A surge of blue energy enveloped him, the vibrant light reflecting in his wide, startled eyes. The game's virtual world seemed to bleed into his reality. Yu-chan, already grappling with a terminal illness, felt a sudden, sharp pain. A disorienting wave of nausea washed over him as he gasped, "Am I?" His vision blurred, the room around him seemed to distort and shift, as if melting into something else. He wondered, "Am I dying right now?" Then, a game interface materialized before his eyes, a character creation screen appeared, and he instinctively began to create his avatar. A message flashed, character creation was successful. He thought, "I thought death was something I was used to, but I at least wanted to die the way I pleased." Another message appeared, character's name has been forcibly changed. Yu-chan awoke in a luxuriously appointed bedroom, the opulent surroundings unfamiliar yet strangely comforting. He sat up in bed, a wave of disorientation washing over him as he struggled to recall how he'd gotten there. A single word escaped his lips, a confused "huh," reflecting his bewilderment. As the initial fog of confusion began to lift, a sense of déjà vu washed over him. He realized with dawning horror that he was inside the game he had just started playing, his consciousness fully transferred into his in-game avatar. A look of dawning realization and alarm crossed his face as he looked at his reflection in a nearby mirror. He recognized the face staring back at him. It was Nox, the villainous character he had been assigned to play, a character he had always considered the worst in the game. A grim realization settled upon him. He was trapped, not just in the game, but as the game's most despised character. A text message appeared unexpectedly, leaving Yu-chan bewildered. He wondered aloud, "I don't know why that text popped up." The narrative shifted to reveal a scene depicting the Rainhafer family, known for their prowess in magic and swordsmanship. The image showed three figures locked in a tense standoff, a central figure wielding a sword. The text explained that the Rainhafer family, particularly their youngest son, held a significant connection to the notorious criminal organization, Lunatic. The Rainhafer family's history of exceptional talent in magic and swordsmanship was highlighted, contrasting sharply with the fact that Nox, the youngest son, was the only member lacking such abilities. This lack of talent led to resentment and a fateful decision. Driven by his resentment, Nox made a pact with a forbidden entity, a devil, resulting in his transformation into the game's most infamous villain. The image showed a statue of a devil, symbolizing Nox's pact and his descent into villainy. Ultimately, Nox's actions solidified his position as the most notorious villain in the inner Lunatic storyline. A speech bubble appeared before Yu-chan, stating simply, "I became Nox." Yu-chan, now in the game as Nox, clutched his head in distress, his face pale and sweaty. He was clearly overwhelmed by the sudden transformation. He looked around his surroundings, whispering, "Is this a dream?" A stat window appeared before Nox, displaying his attributes: stamina 2, mana 9, luck 7, will 10, charm 25. He muttered, "A stat window too? Geez." Nox's expression shifted to concern as he examined his stats further. "Wait, what's wrong with my stats? Only 2 in stamina?" Finally, Nox's attention was drawn to his negative traits: terminally ill, curse of the weak, frequent sickness, cold hands and feet, and possession. He muttered, "And my negative trait is?" Yu-chan stared at his character sheet, a question forming on his lips. "The character I customized earlier?" He read aloud the in-game description, revealing a grim truth: I was terminally ill in real life. And now the game reflected this reality: terminally ill, there is 1 year remaining in the player's lifespan. A wave of bitter self-awareness washed over him as he muttered, "And now I have to be terminally ill here too?" He reflected on his actions, admitting, "I don't know why I did that." But a moment of clarity followed. "But thinking back on it, I think I get it. I wanted to make a character that was like me. His reasoning became clear, a terminally ill character who was dying and didn't have anyone to depend on. He realized the unintentional consequences of his actions, of course. I didn't know that I would become the character. Yu-chan, startled by an unread message in his game, questioned its contents. The message addressed him as Nox, a name he recognized as his in-game character's name, leaving him slightly perplexed and apprehensive. He wondered how the game knew his real name, Yu-chan, a name given to him by parents whose whereabouts he doesn't remember. And he questioned whether the game knew about his forgotten past. A message appeared, stating that while he wouldn't remember, there was something important to say. A message concluded with the cryptic words "No see." Yu-chan, confused, questioned what that meant. Yu-chan stood by a window, his profile visible, a look of pensive confusion on his face. Then a single tear rolled down his cheek as a message appeared before him: "You deserve to be here." The message shifted, changing to "Welcome back." The words seemed to shimmer with an ethereal glow. A grand, ornate frame appeared, displaying the same message: "Welcome back." Yu-chan stood before it, his back to the viewer, his posture suggesting a mixture of awe and uncertainty. He stood in a lavish room, the opulence of his surroundings at odds with his simple attire. He was barefoot. A final message appeared, a question forming in his mind: "Welcome back? Me?" Yu-chan processed the cryptic messages he'd received, his internal monologue reflecting the unsettling implications. "So you're telling me that I'm no longer in my old world? And that this place is my new reality, now?" He stared out the window at the unfamiliar cityscape, a wave of disbelief washing over him. There's no way this could be real. A voice, seemingly from within the game's system, then offered an explanation: "Although there is a lot about my identity that I can't tell you about, I want to be of help to you." Yu-chan, still reeling from the revelations, could only manage a confused whisper: "Help?" A final message appeared, a clear directive: "Join the Eldian Academy." A disembodied voice instructed Yu-chan to cultivate his strength and follow the main storyline as closely as possible, promising that the complete truth would eventually be revealed. Yu-chan reacted with disbelief, exclaiming, "That's it?" He then attempted to organize his thoughts. Yu-chan reflected on the revelation that he had been reborn as the final boss of the game, inner lunatic, and considered the implications of his situation, observing his reflection in a mirror. He questioned his directive to follow the main story, realizing that regardless of his interpretation, it meant certain death. Someone addressed Yu-chan, suggesting he should now be called Nox. Yu-chan, however, reflected on the fact that inner lunatic had become his reality, and resolved to follow the main storyline, no matter the cost, recovering his lost memories along the way. He intended to figure out his purpose in this world and survive. To that end, Yu-chan declared his willingness to become a true villain. The final panel shows Yu-chan, transformed, embracing his role as a villain. Yu-chan's lips curled into a subtle smile, a contemplative expression crossing his face as he reflected: "Now that I think about it, not much has changed since my old life." A flashback sequence began, showing Yu-chan 2 years prior, sitting across from a concerned doctor in a sterile medical office. The doctor was typing on a computer, a medical file visible on the desk. On-screen text revealed a stark truth: 2 years before I lost my memories, I was terminally ill. The following panels depicted pills falling against a dark background, accompanied by text detailing his fear of impending death. Each moment spent felt like a step closer to his demise, as pills and a clock emphasized the relentless march of time. The flashback concluded with a final on-screen text: "The only thing that changed is the setting, to the world that I know best." The scene shifted to Yu-chan standing in a lavish, ornate room, his expression unchanged. Yu-chan checked the date on his system: it was February 4, 1812. He sighed, a slight smile playing on his lips. Realizing that time was short, he decided to begin his 28th attempt, a determined glint in his eyes. He stood and approached a door, his hand reaching for the handle. But a searing pain shot through his wrist as he grasped it. His bones glowed red with inflammation. The system notification appeared, trait, negative, has been activated. Due to the effects of constant sickness, you have earned wrist inflammation LV1. Please have enough rest and heal. Yu-chan, weakened by illness, found himself in a grand, opulent room. He muttered to himself, questioning his physical frailty. His frustration mounted as he struggled with even the simplest of movements, leading to an outburst of anger that resulted in shattering a nearby plate. A maid, startled by the sudden crash, rushed to his side, her concern evident in her expression. The maid's concern was palpable as she knelt beside the scattered pieces of the broken plate. A stark contrast to the opulent surroundings. The maid gasped, her eyes wide with concern as she exclaimed, "Why, young Master Knox?" Yu-chan, weakened by illness, clutched his stomach in pain, groaning, "Ow," as the maid rushed to his side. His vision blurred. Yu-chan saw a face, brown hair, light orange pupils, and whispered, "This face, is this Rona?" The maid, overcome with remorse, apologized profusely. I am sorry, forgive me for committing the crime of harming you." Later, the maid reflected, "Despite being an extra character, I was told off by the young master again." She continued, recalling, "The only thing that I remember was that she walked behind Knox's back, that's all I can remember." Tears streamed down the maid's face as she questioned, "You're telling me this behind Knox's back? Even if he is a villain?" Yu-chan smiled faintly, a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. Yu-chan, forgiving the maid for her earlier transgression, issued a stern warning, "I'll forgive you this once. However, if you ever make a mistake again." A subtle smirk played on Yu-chan's lips as he contemplated the maid's actions. The maid, overcome with remorse, wept openly, her distress palpable. She vehemently affirmed her commitment to improvement. "Yes. Of course." Later, Yu-chan, observing the quiet atmosphere, noted, "Huh? It seems pretty quiet." He was then startled by the sudden appearance of several maids and a butler, their expressions a mixture of shock and concern. One maid cried out, "Agh." Yu-chan, slightly annoyed, reflected on the maid's strange behavior, muttering, "Ugh. I forgot. I'm supposed to be crazy. No, seriously, what kind of life did you live?" As maid, still visibly shaken, hesitantly approached Yu-chan, inquiring, However, young master, where are you heading off to so early?" The scene opens with Yu-chan, his expression one of mild annoyance and curiosity. The text above him reads, "The practice hall." He is then confronted by a group of maids, one of whom is kneeling and visibly distressed. Yu-chan utters a questioning, "Huh?" Yu-chan, now smiling, tells Rona, one of the maids, to come with him. He says, "Also, Rona, come with me." Rona's face is shown in a close-up, her expression one of intense anxiety and fear. She thinks to herself, "Don't tell me, he intends to beat me." An exterior shot of a grand mansion is shown. Yu-chan and Rona walk together, heading towards the mansion. The Korean text on the panel indicates their movement. They continue walking, Rona's expression still apprehensive. The Korean text on the panel indicates their movement. Yu-chan, seemingly unconcerned by his surroundings, reflected on his current predicament. He silently affirmed to himself, "First, I need to survive." His thoughts drifted to a previous experience, a near-death encounter that had profoundly impacted him. He concluded, after experiencing what it's like to die, "I'm certain now." The memory of that harrowing experience fueled his resolve. He knew what he had to do, adapt and survive. In order to survive, he needed to get used to his new circumstances as quickly as possible. However, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. He mused, "That doesn't mean I don't have a chance though." A maid, seemingly concerned, watched him from a distance, her expression questioning. A detailed map appeared, hinting at the vastness of the world Yu-chan now inhabited. The caption read, "As a person that's played the game 27 times." A detailed map, seemingly hand-drawn, depicted a sprawling landscape of rolling hills and jagged mountains, dotted with small clusters of buildings that resembled villages. Yu-chan, reviewing the map, silently mused, I know most of the hidden aspects of this game. He then muttered to himself, status window. A spectral image materialized before him, a skeletal figure wearing a crown and wielding a large, ornate shield adorned with roses and thorns. The skeletal figure also had large, white wings. The image shimmered, revealing more detail of the skeletal figure's wings and the roses and thorns on the shield. Before fading, leaving Yu-chan alone once more. Text appeared. The special part about Inner Lunatic was the sheer number of customizations, allowing for different players to play through with different styles. A series of icons representing different weapons and combat styles floated before Yu-chan. Traits like ordinary and talented can be assigned multiple times, while in most cases, genius traits can only be assigned once. Using genius traits makes it easy to reach the top of that field. Yu-chan and the maid walked down the steps of a grand mansion. However, Yu-chan possessed two of them. In this game, there's a concept called trait penalties. When assigned a trait beyond your limits. By taking advantage of the system that tries to analyze it for you, it's possible to assign two genius traits. A game menu appeared, detailing the effects of the swordsmanship genius trait. It provides the user with exceptional sword skills, allowing them to reach the peak of swordsmanship. Meanwhile, another menu showed the effects of the mana sensitivity genius trait, increasing the user's sensitivity to magic and making spellcasting more efficient. The maid, observing Yu-chan's actions, commented that there were many more useful traits available. A description of the insight perk appeared. As a main character perk, it allows the user to view the status window of other characters. Yu-chan, pleased with his choices, expressed his satisfaction, surrounded by applauding figures in a grand hall. Another menu detailed the steel mentality trait, which helps maintain mental fortitude during battle, keeping the user calm. Yu-chan, thoughtfully considering his options, muttered to himself about the usefulness of the traits in his current situation. Yu-chan, a mischievous glint in his eyes, chuckled, "Hiya." A system message appeared, revealing a stark reality: terminally ill, there is 1 year remaining in the player lifespan. He mused, terminally ill would be the worst one, but... A list of negative traits appeared: terminally ill, curse of the weak, frequent sickness, cold hands and feet, possession. Yu-chan let out a hearty laugh, ha ha ha. Ha! He muttered to himself, I'm pretty much a walking hospital. Another system message explained the implications of the cold hands and feet trait. Unless the user has a warming skill, it's near impossible to step foot into an icy area. Yu-chan dramatically threw his hands up in exasperation, while onlookers gasped in shock. Yu-chan's maid expressed her concern, suggesting he take things one step at a time. As he walked away from her, seemingly towards the practice hall, the maid watched him go, questioning his resolve. Yu-chan continued his journey, his expression resolute, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. He approached the practice hall, his determination unwavering. The maid observed him from a distance, her worry evident. Yu-chan entered the practice hall, declaring, first, suggesting a new beginning. A grim proclamation appeared, detailing the curse of the weak. Players afflicted suffer a halved growth rate and double vulnerability to enemy debuffs. Yu-chan, shackled and kneeling on the ground, resolved to overcome this debilitating curse. Yu-chan stood before a large, imposing sword, its presence filling the room. He reached out a trembling hand, his grip tightening around the hilt as he braced himself for the weight. The cold steel felt strangely familiar. A surge of determination coursing through him as he lifted the weapon. He felt a strange power emanating from the blade. A wave of anxiety washed over him as he realized the enormity of the task ahead. His face contorted in a grimace, a weight of the world pressing down on his shoulders. He gripped the sword tighter, his knuckles white. A single thought echoed in his mind: I'm fucked. His eyes, however, burned with a fierce resolve. He would face this challenge, no matter the cost. A close-up on the hilt of a large, imposing sword. The weapon rests on the ground, its presence hinting at the power it wields. Text appears, just like reading the beginning of a story. Yu-chan, having just picked up the sword, collapses to the ground, exhausted. He is clearly struggling. The sword lies beside him, a stark contrast to his weakened state. On-screen text, that was the conclusion I arrived at after thinking it over. Yu-chan lies on the ground, a pained expression on his face. A thought bubble appears above him, can't even swing the sword more than 10 times. He reflects on his physical limitations. Another thought bubble appears, to think the curse of the weak would make things this difficult. Yu-chan, exhausted and frustrated by his physical weakness, rested on the floor of a grand hall. He observed the many weapons displayed, muttering to himself, at least there's a good number of weapons available. A nearby display showcased a legendary sword, its origins explained in a caption. That was because the origin of the Rainhafer family began with the sword. The image of the sword, adorned with the Rainhafer family crest, pulsed with ethereal energy. The caption continued, explaining the family's reputation. When it comes to the Rainhafer family, while there are plenty of sayings that describes them well, the best title would be the High House of the Blade and Darkness. The reason for this title was revealed in a final caption. The reason why they earned that title was all due to their sword skills that revolve around imbuing dark attribute magic into their blades to slash their enemies. Yu-chan stood amidst a scene of devastation, the commander's blade held firmly in his grasp. Dark, swirling energy still emanated from the weapon. The text above him confirmed the blade's power. That was all, thanks to the commander's blade. Also known as the tyrannical blade of darkness. The image focused on the sword itself, its dark, imposing presence emphasized by the chaotic energy swirling around it. More text appeared, revealing the blade's history. It had been passed down to each of the family heads. The process of passing it down from generation to generation has continued. Yu-chan, however, remained unconvinced, muttering to himself, well. What does that have to do with me? A new character, presumably a member of the Rainhafer family, appeared, explaining, excluding swordsmanship, there's a lot of benefits of being part of a noble family. He continued, emphasizing the financial advantages, most notably, money. The character then sat down, lost in thought, repeating the word money to himself. A close-up of the character showed a gleeful expression as he seemed to relish the prospect of wealth. Finally, the narration concluded with a statement about the Rainhafer family's status. The Rainhafer family is one of the greatest noble families within the story. Of course. A narrator's voice explained that the Rainhafer family was incredibly wealthy. The narrator continued, emphasizing that even the family's useless youngest son had enough money to never work a day in his life. It was implied that Nox's father, Teo, didn't care whether Nox spent his money wisely or not. A portrait of Nox, identified as the youngest son of a noble family, was shown. Yu-chan, observing Nox's portrait, commented that Nox's character archetype was clear and he would make sure to use it. Yu-chan, seemingly exhausted, stumbled and nearly fell. A maid, Rona, appeared, carrying a tray, and warned Yu-chan not to ask her to do anything weird until she was ready with what he had asked for. Yu-chan, still weak, admitted that he couldn't even run. A few minutes prior, Yu-chan stood in a large, ornate hall, observing a maid preparing something on a nearby table. The scene was peaceful, almost serene, a stark contrast to the events that were about to unfold. The maid, Rona, finished her task and informed Yu-chan that the wooden sword, towel, and water were ready. Rona's internal monologue revealed her suspicion. She wondered if Yu-chan was truly planning on exercising. Yu-chan, ensuring privacy, called Rona closer and asked her to listen carefully. His sudden, unexpected action startled Rona, who feared he might hit her. Yu-chan dismissed her concerns, asking what she was talking about. He then leaned in, instructing Rona to listen closely to his confidential request. Yu-chan leaned in close to Rona, whispering a private request. Rona, initially apprehensive, responded with a simple, okay. Rona's expression shifted as she processed Yu-chan's words. What? She exclaimed, her voice laced with disbelief. And you want to use that money when? Her frustration grew as she voiced her opinion of his plan. All those ideas you told me are just garbage. Yu-chan, undeterred, insisted, and figure it out. Rona, flustered, could only meekly reply, why yes, sir. Rona, exasperated, muttered to herself as she walked away, he hasn't changed a bit. Yu-chan looked towards a sword lying on the floor, then spoke confidently, I don't know how fast Rona will be, but I'm sure it should be here by tomorrow. Rona's tea was poured, the steam rising gently. Yu-chan, sipping the tea, reflected on his predicament. He needed a solution to his curse and dwindling stamina, the severity of which surprised even him. Suddenly, Rodwell D. Ernark, the head butler, greeted Yu-chan. Yu-chan recognized Rodwell's importance within the Rainhafer estate. He was not someone to be trifled with. Rodwell, reviewing documents, sat calmly. The text revealed Rodwell's dual role, advisor to Knox's father and head of the von Rainhafer family. Theo von Rainhafer, the family head, was shown in a regal pose. Yu-chan, still grappling with the implications of his curse and dwindling stamina, found himself leaving Rodwell's presence. A revelation hanging heavy in the air. Rodwell D. Ernark was more than just an acquaintance, he was an advisor to Knox's father and the head of the von Rainhafer family. Alone, Yu-chan's anxieties resurfaced. He reflected on the ordeal ahead, wondering if Rodwell had noticed something amiss. In most circumstances, Rodwell wouldn't have cared about him. The scene shifted to a servant attending to a tea cart. A subtle detail highlighting the rigid structure and hierarchy of the von Rainhafer household. Yu-chan, however, remained resolute. He had a plan. A quiet confidence masking his inner turmoil. His master of acting trait activated, bolstering his resolve. A servant approached Yu-chan, delivering a message. After receiving orders from him, I am here to share some news with you. Yu-chan, intrigued, questioned, news? The servant confirmed, yes. I've been told that you are ordered to participate in tonight's dinner. Yu-chan reacted with disbelief and slight anxiety, exclaiming, are you joking? I don't even know much about this family yet, and he wants to have dinner with him? Yu-chan decided to decline the invitation, instructing the servant, tell him that I can't tonight. The servant, seemingly troubled, pondered, I wonder why the master has ordered the young master to participate. The servant then revealed another piece of information, the lady of the Stilliner family has visited. Seems like she's here to receive night training. A fiery image of a red-haired woman wielding flames appeared, accompanied by the text, if you do not participate, young master. A servant, apprehensive, informed Yu-chan that the master would be angered by his refusal of the dinner invitation. Yu-chan, however, simply responded with a quiet, I understand. The scene shifted to Yu-chan standing alone in a grand hall, the weight of the master's displeasure heavy on him. The servant, observing Yu-chan from the side, noted a change in the young master's demeanor. He commented on this unusual behavior, prompting Yu-chan to pause. The servant pressed further, asking if Yu-chan had something he wished to say. The servant pointed out Yu-chan's uncharacteristic visit to the practice hall alone, and questioned the reason behind this unusual action. Yu-chan, his expression unreadable, stood alone in a dimly lit hallway. He appeared pensive, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. A servant, his face tight with disapproval, addressed him. Allow me to make this one thing clear, the servant stated firmly. Don't you dare overstep your master as a mere butler. The servant's words hung heavy in the air, a clear indication of Rodwell D. Ernark's displeasure. Yu-chan, unfazed, responded with quiet defiance. Whatever intentions I have, it is none of your concern, he retorted. I'll be the one to decide what I do. His gaze was unwavering, resolute in his newfound determination. Later, the servant, seemingly reconsidering his earlier harshness, approached Yu-chan again. Allow me to apologize, he mumbled, his demeanor noticeably softer. The scene concluded with Yu-chan walking away, leaving the servant alone in the hallway. The air remained thick with unspoken tension. A large, imposing gate, crafted from dark stone, stood before Yu-chan. The gate, secured by heavy iron bars and ringed with ornate details, hinted at the power and wealth of the Ernark family. A servant, his face etched with concern, made a mental note to report the recent events to the head of the family. The sprawling Ernark estate stretched before Yu-chan, a testament to generations of accumulated wealth and influence. The architecture was grand, hinting at a history of power and prestige. Yu Chan's hand bore the marks of his recent struggle, a reminder of the confrontation he'd just endured. Breathing heavily, Yu Chan reflected on the events that had transpired. That was rough, he thought, still catching his breath. He admitted to himself, I didn't think that an event like this would happen. The unexpected nature of the encounter left him shaken. A wave of apprehension washed over him. I wonder what would happen if possession were to activate. He mused, glancing over his shoulder. Dismissing his worries, he muttered, forget about that. Yu Chan, still slightly shaken from his recent encounter, found himself pondering the implications of his actions. His thoughts drifted to the young lady of the Stilliner family. Meanwhile, a young woman with vibrant red hair, her expression unreadable, appeared, seemingly observing something from a distance. The imposing Stilliner mansion stood under a night sky, its grandeur hinting at the power and influence within. Inside, a servant of Rodwell D. Ernark, observing Yu Chan's arrival, commented to a companion, "Hey, look, the idiot actually came? Looks like I won't get to enjoy this meal." Yu Chan sat alone, his demeanor pensive as he reviewed documents. The twin brothers, Hartz and Aline, observed Yu Chan from a distance, their expressions amused. Their presence adding another layer of intrigue to the unfolding situation. At the Stilliner mansion, Yu Chan's unexpected presence caused a stir amongst the assembled guests. One whispered, I never thought you would show your face here. I can't believe you right now. Another commented on his perceived impropriety, did you hear about how he made eye contact with the maid? Seriously, you're a lost cause. Yu Chan, seemingly unfazed by the gossip, let out a sigh of relief. Phew, I didn't even do anything, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, unseen by Yu Chan, two maids hurried past a closed door, their hushed whispers suggesting a meeting was about to commence. One of them announced, looks like you're all here. In a separate room, Theo von Rienhofer, Knox's father and head of the Rienhofer family, sat composed, his presence exuding power and authority. His arrival was subtly announced, the name Theo von Rienhofer appearing on screen. Back in the main room, Yu Chan's pensive expression deepened as he was greeted by Rona, who stated, Greetings. Talia von Stilliner, the young lady of the house, made her grand entrance, announcing, I am Talia von Stilliner. It's nice to meet you all. A flourish of dramatic effect accompanied her arrival, petals scattering around her as she gracefully settled into the scene. A servant explained to those present that Lady Stilliner had requested night practice and would be spending time at the estate. Theo von Rienhofer and another individual, seated and awaiting, listened attentively to the announcement. A servant further instructed those present to greet Talia with a warm welcome. Talia, her back to the viewer, approached someone, the word Talia appearing as a caption. Talia's face, now visible, held a subtle, knowing smile. A final panel revealed a caption identifying Yu Chan as the hero of Inner Lunatic and Knox as the character who opposes the future villain. Yu Chan, his expression unreadable, stood within the Stilliner mansion. A subtle tension hung in the air. His thoughts, however, were far from calm. A premonition of danger clouded his mind, he knew, with chilling certainty, that the woman arriving today would be the one to plunge a sword into his chest. A grand manor loomed against the twilight sky. Theo von Rienhofer, awaiting a meeting, reflected on the Stilliner lady's impending arrival. His expression was one of quiet anticipation. He mused, looks like Knox decided to make an appearance too. Theo, his face etched with worry, sat across from Talia, her fiery red hair a stark contrast to his silver locks. A palpable tension hung in the air. Talia, sensing his unease, offered a suggestion, since we're all here, let us go ahead and eat. A lavish meal was served, a momentary respite from the looming tension. Theo and Talia ate, their conversation subdued. Three young men with similar features sat around a table, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. A lavish spread of pastries and sweets before them, untouched. An older man, seemingly their superior, sat opposite them, his gaze fixed on something beyond their view. One of the younger men pondered aloud, the question hanging in the air: who will be the next person to enter Eldian Academy? The older man, his expression unreadable, simply responded, yes, his voice low and thoughtful. He continued, a hint of resolve in his tone, it is about time I made that decision. Theo von Reinhafer, the youngest son of the Reinhafer family, sat alone, a determined expression on his face. He voiced his resolve, I need to attend the academy. A panoramic view of the prestigious Eldian Academy revealed its grandeur. Theo's ambition was clear, he aimed to forge alliances within its walls. Theo continued his internal monologue, acknowledging the complexities of his plan, while maintaining the overall structure of the story. I need to gather my own allies. Addressing an unseen audience, likely his family, Theo stated, I'm sure you are all aware that Eldian Academy's admissions policy is highly restrictive. Only 3 individuals from each noble family are permitted to attend. This limitation is designed to curb the influence of the nobility. Theo's father explained the family's situation, since I have already used the first 2 on my first and second son, the Reinhafer family only has 1 more entrance ticket for the academy. A double image showed Theo, holding a book, and a mysterious figure in a dark uniform. The implication was clear, Theo's path to the academy, and his alliance building, would involve this unknown individual. Theo, with a confident smirk, concluded his internal strategy, make allies. Theo von Reinhafer, seated at a lavish table with his family, declared, that's why I've decided to follow our family traditions. His younger brother, observing him with a smirk, seemed amused by his announcement. The elder brother responded, it seems that you are suggesting a fight between us brothers. Theo, unfazed, simply replied, I didn't think you would be the first one to react. Their father, with a stern expression, stated, yes. The date will be 1 month from now. We will be deciding our next attendee through a duel in the practice hall. Theo's younger brother, addressing him, said, brother, I suggest you stay quiet before you embarrass yourself. A young woman with fiery red hair watched the scene unfold with a curious expression. Theo, taking a sip of wine, calmly retorted, you can talk about that after you win. Understood? Theo's younger brother scoffed, his words dripping with condescension, do you really think that someone like you can win against us? Theo, however, remained unfazed. He silently contemplated the upcoming duel, his thoughts revealing his inner resolve, this duel is another trial I need to face to get the entrance ticket. He took a slow sip of his wine, his expression hardening as he dismissed his brother's taunts, I have no intention of listening to his taunts. Theo's resolve only strengthened as he silently vowed to himself, I will be the one to attend Eldian Academy. Theo and his younger brother sat at a table, the brother's smug expression contrasting with Theo's determined countenance. A red-haired woman, observing from a distance, smirked, muttering, looks like. The woman's smirk deepened as she mused, the young master has some confidence? Her expression shifted to one of slight surprise as she questioned, huh? The woman's amusement grew as she watched Theo's brother's shocked reaction. Theo, meanwhile, felt a sudden chill as he realized he had attracted unwanted attention, thinking, I think I just got the attention of the person I shouldn't have. The scene shifted to a nighttime view of a building, then to a close-up of a document on a desk. A man in a suit, reviewing the document, confirmed, it seems so. A powerful, elderly man with striking violet eyes stroked his chin thoughtfully. He mused, I wonder what caused this change. A spectral figure, cloaked in darkness and possessing a skull-like face, loomed behind him. A voice, filled with apprehension, whispered, don't tell me he has been possessed by a demon? The shadowy figure's presence intensified, its dark cloak billowing slightly as if stirred by an unseen wind. The scene was ominous, hinting at a supernatural force at play. The elderly man, seemingly unfazed by the spectral apparition, responded calmly, anyway, he has gotten my attention. He then addressed someone unseen, I understand, Rodwell. Continue to keep an eye on Knox. Elsewhere, a young man with silvery hair exclaimed, the young master is at. 2 maids gossiped in hushed tones. Oh, really? There's a duel in 1 month, one exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. The other maid responded with a questioning, duel? Meanwhile, Teo, running through the grounds, pondered, but why is running the only thing he does? Teo continued his run, his pace unwavering. His thoughts drifting to the maid's conversation. Why can I pick out everything they're saying? I don't think I have a trait like that. Teo's exertion intensified. A system message appeared, your stamina stat has increased by 0.1. Teo muttered, just 0.1? He slowed to a stop, questioning himself, why am I running? Teo finally understood, that's because my biggest problem is my stamina. A text box appeared, stating the condition to use the skill swordsmanship and combat genius was to have a stamina stat of 4. Teo, a young man with silver hair, smiled wryly. The text continued, explaining that unless he was as weak as before, he should be able to use the skills immediately. Below, smaller text detailed the traits associated with the skills: swordsmanship and combat genius / unsensitivity to pain / ghost of memorization / mentally void / master of passive skills / extremely sensitive / frequent sickness / cold. Teo grimaced, thinking about his current state. It took him a month to increase his stamina by only 0.1. He realized with a sigh that he needed to put in 4 times the effort of others. The scene shifted to a spectral figure, chained and hooded, holding a skull-topped staff. A text box declared this to be the curse of the week. Another text box explained that the curse halved his growth rate. Teo, still reflecting on his progress, pointed to a tattered piece of cloth. Teo examined a tablet, his brow furrowed in frustration. Why is this so hard? He muttered, his internal monologue revealing his struggle with his limited stamina. The tablet displayed his current stats: stamina, 15, mana, 30. A further explanation clarified that his terminally ill condition limited his maximum stamina to 15, despite his efforts. A maid approached, carrying a tea trolley. Announcing, young master, I have brought all the supplies you requested yesterday. Teo, observing her efficiency, commented internally, she's faster than I thought. Teo smiled, a renewed sense of determination evident. I should be able to make some progress now. He pondered his next steps, the question how will I reach 4 stamina, hanging in the air as he surveyed the ingredients before him: poison of the 3-headed gorgon, dew of the remembering fairy, core of the golem, and a rapid stamina growth scroll. Teo confidently declared, use my knowledge to solve all of that. He picked up a vial, ready to begin. Teo, his silver hair catching the light, stood in a sun-drenched courtyard. The maid approached him, her expression a mixture of curiosity and concern. Why do you need all of this? She asked, gesturing to the various items Teo had gathered. Teo explained, the poison is hard to handle, and these are materials that people avoid. It's expensive, too. The maid, still puzzled, questioned, isn't the scroll the only useful thing here? Teo replied, it's because they don't know how to use it. The maid, intrigued, asked, how to use it? Teo, having received the necessary ingredients from the maid, prepared to consume a potent potion. He drank the liquid in one gulp. The maid gasped, that's poison. The maid, witnessing Teo's actions, gasped, I can tell it's lethal. Teo, his face etched with determination, clutched the strange substance. His eyes widening as he felt its power surge through him. A system message appeared, indicating a temporary 1.5x health boost and the start of a death counter, 959. He swallowed the substance with a determined gulp. A brief moment of contemplation followed by a muttered, wait. Teo savored the taste, a grim expression on his face as he realized what he was consuming. The maid's eyes widened in horror as another system message appeared, revealing that Teo had consumed the core of a golem, initiating a slow petrification process. Teo, his face pale but resolute, murmured, this is it. A narration box explained the golem core's original purpose, to swiftly petrify foes or rapidly construct artificial golems. The image showed a powerful golem, its stony form a testament to its creation. However, a narration box revealed that when combined with the 3-headed gorgon's poison, a special effect was triggered, diluting the poison and removing Teo's curse of the week trait. The narration box confirmed the removal of the negative trait, a significant development in Teo's condition. Teo, now free from the curse, declared, "Perfect." Meanwhile, the maid, witnessing the aftermath, expressed her relief that the curse was gone but voiced her concern that Teo might die soon from the poison's effects. The maid, eyes wide with a mixture of relief and confusion, gasped, "Ha, ha?" Teo, his face pale but his expression one of dawning relief, slowly began to regain his composure. His younger brother's concern etched on his features as he carefully buttoned his shirt. The maid gasped, exclaiming, "Young master?" Teo, still partially undressed, began to button his shirt, his expression one of quiet contemplation. The maid, eyes wide with shock and concern, watched Teo from across the room. As she nervously clutched a small bottle, Teo accepted the bottle from the maid and poured some of its contents over his head. A system message appeared: "You have used the dew of the remembering fairy." Another system message followed: "The petrification effects of the core of the golem have disappeared." Teo felt a strange sensation. A third system message appeared: "The dew of the remembering fairy is reacting to the core of the golem." Teo murmured, "It's an odd feeling." Teo, with a triumphant grin, declared, "Just as planned." The panel displayed a description of the blessing of growth, a positive trait that doubled the user's stamina growth rate until their stamina stat reached 5. He then noted that there was only one scroll left. Teo used the rapid stamina growth scroll, resulting in his stamina growth rate doubling. Teo, thoughtfully touching his chin, reflected on his accomplishment. He had eliminated the curse and, using the scroll, his growth rate would now be double that of most people. He questioned whether this meant he could increase his stamina stat faster. A maid rushed to Teo's side, exclaiming, "Young master, are you okay?" The maid caught Teo as he stumbled, clearly still recovering from the ordeal. Teo, still recovering from the effects of the curse, was being attended to by the maid. His shirt was open, revealing his bare chest. The maid, startled by his sudden undressing, exclaimed about his unexpected nudity. Teo, somewhat annoyed but understanding her concern, simply requested a towel. Her worry was evident in her tearful expression. She was clearly still shaken by the events. Teo, reflecting on the recent lifting of the curse, decided to be more gentle with the maid. He reassured her that he was fine, his smile conveying a sense of calm and relief. The maid, though still concerned, pressed him to rest and offered to call for the head butler if needed. She also expressed concern for his well-being. Teo, now fully recovered and confident, smiled reassuringly at the maid. He was ready to move forward. A thoughtful expression crossed his face as he considered his next steps. Teo, having recovered, hurried across the courtyard, the maid trailing behind him. He was focused, his mind already strategizing. His escape from the watchful eyes of both the powerful elderly man and the spectral figure. The elderly man observed Teo's departure from behind a gate, while Rodwell, ever vigilant, continued his surveillance from a distance. The elderly man pondered Teo's unexpected resilience, questioning the circumstances that led to such a seemingly weak individual accepting a challenge against his brothers. Talia, the red-haired woman, rested her chin on her hand, a thoughtful expression on her face. Her maid, Emma, approached, cautioning her against openly observing Teo, the youngest son of the Rainhafer family. Emma emphasized the rudeness of such behavior. Talia, however, retorted that it was precisely Teo's lack of swordsmanship and his rejection of training offers from other Rainhafer knights that piqued her interest. She mused on his inevitable defeat in a month's time. And yet, she found herself strangely bothered by this prospect. Confessing her inability to understand her own feelings. A concerned maid, Emma, approached Talia, her voice laced with worry, "Milady?" Talia, her red hair vibrant, responded quickly, "Emma. I'll be right back." Talia, with a determined expression, set off towards a specific location. Her brisk pace suggesting a sense of urgency. She arrived at a courtyard where Teo von Rainhafer sat alone, looking distraught, near a fallen maid. Talia approached Teo with a friendly smile. Her confident demeanor a stark contrast to Teo's distress. She announced herself, "I'm Talia." Teo, startled by her sudden appearance, reacted with surprise and confusion. His internal monologue revealed his bewilderment. Why did she come looking for me? Teo, appearing distressed, questioned Talia, what do you want? Talia, intrigued by Teo's cold demeanor, wondered, what's with his cold attitude? Talia, amused by her own thoughts, mused to herself that Teo was likely surprised by her beauty. Concluding that his reaction was simply due to her striking appearance, Talia, determined, decided to ask Teo a crucial question. Are you certain that you can beat your brothers? Teo responded curtly, and Talia pressed further, is that why you accepted the match? The maid, observing from afar, voiced her agreement with Talia's assessment of Teo's chances, stating, I agree. Offering her support, Talia declared, if you ask, I will be willing to help you. Talia, the red-haired woman, approached Teo, her expression hardening as she declared, no. I decline. I have no interest, so get lost, alright? Teo, startled by Talia's blunt rejection, looked up at her, a mixture of surprise and hurt evident on his face. As Talia's anger flared, her words sharp and accusatory, how dare you? The maid, observing the scene, gasped, young master, she exclaimed, adding, if you talk like that, girls will hate it. Talia, her anger still simmering, retorted, why you? This is how you treat me when I am offering to help. Forget it. Teo, sighing in defeat, conceded, just do it your way, then. Talia, seemingly mollified, turned and began to walk away, pulling Teo along with her, leaving the maid to observe their departure. Teo, still reluctant, muttered to himself, this just makes things complicated. A character sheet appeared, detailing Talia von Stillrainer's attributes, a 14-year-old human female with fire as her main element. Her stats showed stamina of 6, mana of 3, luck of 5, and will of 7. Her traits included hero admiration, chivalry, an upright temper, and talent in swordsmanship and combat. However, she also possessed an inferiority complex and a superiority complex. Teo continued his internal monologue, noting that even considering her age, Talia's stamina stat was incredibly high compared to most adult males. He pondered the implications of her unusual stats, considering the possibility that she might be an inner lunatic or even possess the potential to become one of the 4 great mages. 2 figures, one older and one younger, stood back to back, both wielding swords, their bodies radiating magical energy. A spectral figure, wielding a sword, performed a graceful, powerful strike, leaving a crescent-shaped trail of light in its wake. A mysterious figure, cloaked and wielding a staff, stood before a brilliant, ethereal light, hinting at immense magical power. Teo von Reinhafer reflected on Talia's potential, muttering to himself that she should be capable of slaying a couple of demons, especially given her fire attribute. He then reviewed Talia's character sheet, noting her age, species, and elemental affinity. The sheet detailed Talia's fire-based abilities, mentioning that her flames would eventually evolve into white flames, a power she would use to combat demonized Nox in the future. Teo contemplated the strategic implications, visualizing a chessboard where Talia was a key piece. He mused that if he could secure her as an ally, the future would change drastically. Teo von Reinhafer, his expression thoughtful, reflected on his predicament. He needed to navigate the unfolding events, adhering to the original storyline while somehow avoiding a fatal end. A daunting task, he mused, especially considering how he'd arrived in this world in the first place. 1 month later, Talia, a young woman with vibrant red hair, stood confidently within a grand hall, her posture radiating self-assurance. Her expression was serious, betraying a hint of determination. Talia's impressive swordsmanship skills were on full display as she effortlessly executed complex maneuvers. Her instructors, awestruck by her rapid progress, exclaimed, "Incredible! You learn so quickly." Talia, her fiery red hair a stark contrast to her somber expression, reflected on the weight of her family's legacy. The talent of the Stillrainer family, a burden and a birthright. A flashback to a moment of intense focus and determination flashed before her eyes. She stood poised, sword in hand, ready for battle. But the scene shifted, showing her on the ground, her broken sword lying nearby. A whisper of sister echoed in the silence. Talia, now alone in a grand hall, hung her head, the weight of her failure heavy on her shoulders. She picked up a small, ornate dagger from her belt, a glimmer of resolve in her eyes. Talia, her red hair cascading down her shoulder, stood by a window, lost in thought. A pensive expression settled on her face. Wondering if she could become a knight. The image of a knight, shining and noble, filled her mind. A vision accompanied by text detailing the requirements: self-sacrifice for the greater good, frugality, and mastery of swordsmanship and form. The requirements for knighthood were clearly laid out: a commitment to selflessness and rigorous training. Talia sighed, a visible exhale of doubt. She questioned her ability to overcome the challenge. Comparing herself to her brothers, who had years of rigorous training, she felt the weight of the seemingly insurmountable task. The vast, starlit sky reflected her uncertainty. She doubted her chances of success. The next day arrived, bringing with it a new dawn and a renewed sense of purpose for Talia. A young man with silver hair stood in a grand hall, his posture suggesting both confidence and apprehension. He was alone in the center of a circular stone platform, a silent audience observing from the edges. From a balcony above, several figures watched, including a woman with vibrant red hair. A woman with brown hair, seated nearby, observed the scene with a thoughtful expression. The text, Theo's first wife, Fishialia, appeared, identifying the woman with brown hair. Rodwell, a man in spectacles, was shown in a separate panel, pondering aloud, "What do you think will become of this duel?" A man with silver hair, seated in arms crossed, watched the proceedings with a serious expression. Rodwell, legs crossed, sat contemplatively in a grand hall, his posture suggesting a thoughtful assessment of the impending duel. Meanwhile, Fishialia observed the scene from a balcony, her expression betraying a keen interest in the unfolding events. An announcer, addressing a formal gathering, declared, "Please pay attention. The official duel to decide who shall gain the right to enter Eldian Academy will now begin." The silver-haired man, his apprehension evident but masked by a show of confidence, stood poised, ready to face his opponent. His eyes, sharp and focused, reflected a determination to succeed. The duel commenced, a flurry of sword clashes filling the hall as the two combatants engaged in a swift exchange of blows. From a balcony overlooking the courtyard, Fishialia observed the aftermath of the duel, her expression unreadable. She turned to Rodwell, who stood nearby, and asked for his opinion. Rodwell, a man of discerning judgment, considered the events carefully, his expression conveying his thoughtful assessment. Before finally stating his conclusion, he had anticipated this outcome. Fishialia, her gaze fixed on something beyond the immediate scene, remained silent, her thoughts obscured. Rodwell and the silver-haired man observed the scene, a question hanging in the air: does the patriarch expect something else? The silver-haired man, lost in thought, contemplated the events that had transpired. A defeated knight knelt before a superior swordsman. The silver-haired man deemed the outcome outrageous, impossible. The silver-haired man reflected on his own past, recalling his time alongside the patriarch and the nuances of swordsmanship. Observing that while the art of the blade could be ornate, sometimes simplicity reigned supreme. The length of one's training and dedication determined their skill level. Rodwell, along with the silver-haired man and Fishialia, watched as the patriarch spoke, stating that there was only one way for someone to completely overpower an opponent and force them to their knees. A feat that represented an insurmountable wall. The silver-haired man, however, remained pensive, his gaze fixed on the scene. The silver-haired man's thoughts lingered on the concept of overwhelming talent. The patriarch, a man of discerning eyes and a thoughtful demeanor, pondered aloud: was young Master Nox born with such talent? He continued his musings, acknowledging the possibility isn't zero. At least, if he was born with Rainhafer blood, there is a chance. The silver-haired man, a figure of quiet contemplation, listened intently, his expression unreadable. The young man with silver hair, his face etched with frustration, muttered to himself, "Damn it." His self-deprecating thoughts continued: why am I so unlucky? I have such. The silver-haired young master reflected on his recent duel, his internal monologue revealing a low stamina stat despite his high luck stat. He mused, is my luck actually in the negatives? A system message then appeared, indicating that his stamina stat had increased by 0.1 twice in a row, bringing his total to 3.8. He let out a relieved sigh. The young master continued walking, his maid hurrying to keep pace, breathlessly panting, huff, huff, huff. She complained, do I really have to keep running with you? The young master responded, of course, it wouldn't be fun if you. He trailed off, then added, I mean, who would take care of me if you? The maid, seemingly anticipating his words, interrupted, I think I just heard you say something else. The silver-haired man, a smirk playing on his lips, observed his maid from a distance. He mused, she must have pretty good stamina too. Should I take a look? A translucent panel appeared, displaying the maid's stats, stamina, 4.5, mana, 3, luck, 4, will, 2, charm, 16. The man's eyes widened in surprise. What? 4.5? A maid stronger than the average man. What's with the Rainhafer family? His surprise morphed into annoyance. He muttered, the stamina stat she started with is higher than mine, when I've been training my ass off for a month for this stat? How upsetting. His maid approached, stating, it's already evening. The duel is tomorrow. You should rest. The silver-haired man sighed, damn it, already. He continued to sigh, clearly frustrated. But then he abruptly turned, muttering, I don't have time. The scene opens in a grand hall, where the silver-haired man, Alan, stands poised for a duel. He faces his opponent, Knox, before a large audience. Knox questions Alan's persistence, asking, why don't you give up? Alan smiles confidently, seemingly unfazed by his opponent's challenge. Alan reveals his motivation, stating that even though he is the younger brother and a source of shame to his family, he wants to impress the daughter of the Stillreiner family and believes his victory will help him achieve this goal. Alan contemplates his strategy, expressing uncertainty about the wisdom of his approach. Alan's internal monologue reveals his concern. He discovers that Knox's stamina stat is 8, a number that seems insurmountable to him. Alan, defeated, contemplates his loss, his expression shifting to one of resignation. The duel for admission to Eldian Academy was about to begin. An official announced, we will start the duel for the admission ticket to Eldian Academy. The combatants were identified, Knox von Rainhafer and Alan von Rainhafer. The rules were made clear, the two participants must accept whatever the results may be. The atmosphere was tense, objections would not be tolerated. Alan felt nervous, he knew that everything depended on this duel. He thought, I'm nervous. Alan's thoughts turned to the stakes, it was all over if he lost. He needed to find his memories and discover who sent him the letter. He knew that after the 1-year grace period, he would die. He thought, it's all over if I lose here. I need to find my memories and find out who the person who sent me the letter was. After the 1-year grace period, I will die. Alan drew his sword, preparing for the duel. An official declared, are you both ready? Then. The silver-haired man, his nerves palpable, drew his sword in a swift, decisive motion, readying himself for the impending duel. His opponent, Knox, stood poised and ready. The clash of steel echoed through the hall as the two duelists engaged. A flurry of blows exchanged in a rapid, intense sequence. The silver-haired man, despite his nervousness, fought with surprising skill and determination. Knox pressed his attack, forcing the silver-haired man to defend himself with all his might. A powerful kick from Knox sent the silver-haired man sprawling. But he quickly recovered, his eyes blazing with defiance as he rose to his feet. With renewed vigor, the silver-haired man countered, his blade flashing as he aimed a decisive blow. The silver-haired man launched himself forward, his movements a blur of speed and precision, dodging Knox's attack with ease. He landed gracefully, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. Good defense, he exclaimed. Knox countered, his attack a whirlwind of energy. The silver-haired man parried, his thoughts focused, this is the only constant thing about this damned inner lunatic game. The silver-haired man's internal monologue continued, if I lose here, I have to give up everything. But if I can win? A system message appeared, your stamina stat has increased by 0.1. A surge of renewed energy coursed through him. A subtle change in his expression hinted at his renewed determination. A cold, calculating smile replacing his previous grin. I can have everything, he thought. The silver-haired man, confident in his victory, smirked, did I hit your head too many times? Nox, still determined, retaliated, maybe you'll feel better once I hit you some more. He lunged forward, his attack narrowly missing its mark. The silver-haired man easily evaded the blow and countered with a swift strike, leaving Nox groaning in pain. Observing from a distance, a woman chuckled, it was useless to worry about how the youngest had changed. Her expression hardened. The last child of this family to enter Eldian Academy will be my son. The silver-haired man, now visibly exhausted, slumped against a wall, his face etched with weariness. The woman's gaze lingered on him, a hint of calculation in her eyes. This family. A woman, her expression unreadable, mused to herself, will one day. Meanwhile, an older man watched the duel, commenting, I was looking forward to seeing how he changed. Is this all he can do? The silver-haired man, exhausted from the fight, questioned himself, should I stop the duel? The woman's observation continued, if they keep going on, young Master Nox will take a long time to recover. The silver-haired man, despite his exhaustion, pushed himself further, are you already tired? Alan and Hartz's talents are good, but not that good. Compared to my first son, Garen, they're lacking. The narration box described Garen's abilities, the ability to have everything under his feet and overpower his opponent with overwhelming power. Dark sort of. The silver-haired man, exhausted from battle, gasped for breath, his body heavy with fatigue. He slumped against a stone fountain, his sword lying beside him. A deep sigh escaped his lips as he pondered the legacy of the dark sword of domination, wondering who would wield it next. The man's gaze fell upon a small, dark blue gem adorning his chest, a subtle detail that hinted at a hidden power. He decided to end the fight, muttering, right. Let's stop the. Suddenly, a notification appeared before him, stamina has increased by 0.1, his stamina, depleted moments before, had inexplicably risen. A surge of energy coursed through him as he braced himself. A powerful, almost supernatural force propelling him forward. Activating a hidden trait swordsmanship and combat genius has been activated. A triumphant grin spread across the silver-haired man's face as a surge of power coursed through him. A stark contrast to the concern etched on the faces of the onlookers. Have you lost your mind? One of them questioned. The silver-haired man's eyes glowed with an intense light as a golden aura enveloped him, his body radiating power. He drew a sword, its golden blade shimmering with an ethereal glow. A hushed whisper rippled through the observing crowd. I heard somewhere that, one of them murmured. The silver-haired man stood poised, his newfound power evident in his confident stance. A final declaration appeared, a genius and the talented have different hours of the day. The silver-haired man's face filled the panel, a smirk playing on his lips as he prepared to activate his ability. He muttered, this is, a genius time. A golden aura surrounded him as time itself seemed to warp around him. The world slowed around him, his movements appearing faster than before. As he explained, a skill that slows down everything I perceive. An enemy's movements looking slower, and me moving faster are different matters. He continued, so it will be hard to fully utilize this skill, but since my trait, swordsmanship and combat genius, has been activated. The silver-haired man gripped his sword, his eyes narrowed in focus. With a decisive movement, he declared, it's over. A powerful energy surge erupted from him. The silver-haired man, empowered by Hour of the Genius, moved with impossible speed, his sword a blur as he deflected Nox's attacks. Each parry a testament to his enhanced reflexes, the clash of steel echoing through the grand hall. His expression hardened, a grim determination etched on his face as he prepared for the final blow. With a roar, he lunged forward, his blade arcing in a devastating strike, ending the duel with a decisive victory. A triumphant smirk played on his lips. "I will win this duel," he declared silently, his confidence unwavering. The silver-haired man, victorious in his duel against Nox, stood over his fallen opponent. A swirling energy pattern marked the ground beneath him, a testament to the power of his attack. Nox lay defeated, his body still, trembling from the force of the blow. He groaned in pain, his breath ragged. The silver-haired man, despite his triumph, clutched his side, wincing slightly, a subtle indication of the toll the battle had taken. A smirk played on his lips as he muttered, "This is fun." Despite his amusement, a flicker of concern crossed his features. He thought, "Even so, I can't let my guard down." A nearby hourglass shimmered, its sands slowly draining. A voice, seemingly internal to the silver-haired man, echoed, "The duration of the skill is only 5 minutes. I need to finish this within that time frame no matter what." An hourglass, surrounded by swirling clockwork imagery, dominates the panel. The sand within flows steadily, a visual representation of a time limit. The silver-haired man, victorious but weary, speaks, "I was going easy on you until now." A close-up on the man's hand reveals a sword hilt, subtly hinting at his readiness for further combat. He addresses his 2 older brothers, his tone laced with boredom, but it's just so boring. Older brothers. The silver-haired man's expression shifts to one of determination. He declares, "Let's finish this quickly as possible." He makes a bold request, his voice carrying a hint of arrogance, "Please come at me all at once." His 2 older brothers react with shock and disbelief. One of them exclaims, "What?" The silver-haired man reiterates his challenge, his confidence unwavering, "Please permit me to fight both of my brothers at the same time." The silver-haired man, slightly injured but confident, stood defiantly, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword, his gaze unwavering as he assessed his 2 older brothers. Older brother one's expression was one of shock and apprehension, mirrored by older brother two's equally surprised and worried countenance. A woman gasped, "What are you doing?" One of the brothers observed, "His vigor has changed. It seems like he has." The older brother, seemingly in charge, declared, "I will permit the 2-on-1 spar." A woman in the background whispered, "Dear." The older brother gave the command, "Begin." The silver-haired man stood ready in the center of the arena, facing his 2 older brothers, the tension palpable as the duel was about to commence. The 2 older brothers, seething with resentment, watched as their younger sibling, the silver-haired man, seemingly humiliated them before their father. The younger brother, a confident smirk playing on his lips, stood defiantly, his sword held at the ready. He challenged them to a duel, a simultaneous one at that. The older brothers, apprehensive and surprised by his audacity, prepared themselves. Drawing their swords, they braced for the inevitable clash. A whirlwind of steel ensued as the 3 engaged in a furious, chaotic duel. The clash of blades echoed through the hall, a testament to the intensity of their conflict. The impact of the blows sent shockwaves through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. The silver-haired man, outnumbered but undeterred, engaged his 2 older brothers in a furious duel. He moved with surprising speed and agility, deflecting their blows with practiced ease. One brother urged the other to attack from the younger brother's left flank, hoping to exploit an opening. But the younger brother, anticipating the strategy, retorted with a sharp rebuke. The clash of steel echoed through the training hall as the 3 dueled with a flurry of strikes and parries. The silver-haired man, despite being surrounded, maintained his composure, his eyes fixed on his opponents. Due to hour of the genius special effect, the proficiency of the low-grade swordsmanship of the Dark family has increased. A surge of power coursed through the younger brother, enhancing his swordsmanship. His proficiency had increased, a fact he noted with a grim satisfaction. One of his older brothers, noticing the shift in the younger brother's skill, remarked on his improved swordplay. The silver-haired younger brother moved with surprising speed, dodging blows from his 2 older brothers, countering with a flurry of strikes that sent one brother reeling. and leaving the other stunned by the force of his attack. With a final, decisive blow, he disarmed his remaining opponent, ending the fight. The younger brother stood victorious, his skill seemingly enhanced beyond expectation. He looked around the grand hall, a thoughtful expression on his face. Meanwhile, a red-haired woman watched from a distance, her eyes wide with shock. "And Nox?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. The younger brother, Nox, pondered the events, a question forming in his mind: just how on earth did that happen? Nox, the silver-haired man, pondered the family's humiliation. He wondered if this could truly change things. His expression was one of intense curiosity and determination. As he stood before his two older brothers, ready for a sparring match. One brother warned him not to get distracted during the spar. But Nox remained focused, his gaze unwavering. The brothers drew their swords, preparing for battle. Nox moved with surprising speed and skill, his movements a blur. He effortlessly defeated both his older brothers, leaving them stunned and speechless. Nox, the silver-haired man, moved with surprising speed and skill, his blade a blur as he deflected blows from his two older brothers. Even though this was a sparring match with high stakes, he found himself enjoying the fight. Although this is a spar with something important on the line, he thought, a slight smile playing on his lips. The sheer act of wielding the sword felt exhilarating. He found a strange joy in the dance of steel. A primal satisfaction in the power he commanded. Simply wielding the sword itself is fun, he mused, his eyes gleaming with newfound confidence. With a final, powerful strike, he sent one brother sprawling to the ground. The other followed soon after. "Is fun," he finished, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. Meanwhile, a red-haired woman and several onlookers watched in stunned silence from behind a barred gate, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. An older man with glasses, seemingly a supervisor of some kind, observed the scene with a grim, contemplative expression. Nox, the silver-haired younger brother, found himself on the defensive, his older brother's blade aimed at his chest. But with a swift, unexpected movement, he sidestepped the attack, countering with a powerful thrust that sent his opponent sprawling. "Damn it," he muttered, surprised by his own strength. The second brother, equally surprised, charged, but Nox was ready, disarming him with a precise maneuver and quickly overpowering him. He stood victorious, breathing heavily, a look of pleased surprise on his face. "Ha, ha!" he panted. The red-haired woman and the older man with glasses watched from a distance, their expressions unreadable. "It's already finished," Nox thought, a hint of disbelief in his voice. The red-haired woman and the older man with glasses watched from a balcony as the sounds of a fierce struggle echoed below. "Hearts! Alan," the woman cried out. The intensity of the conflict was palpable, even from their vantage point. They exchanged worried glances as the sounds continued. Finally, silence fell. The red-haired woman leaned forward, her voice sharp. "The victor has been decided, right?" she asked. A young man with silver hair, Nox, stood sheathed in his sword, slightly breathless but triumphant. "Oh, of course," he replied, a hint of disbelief in his tone. From the balcony, the announcement was made: the victor is young Master Nox von Reinhafer. Below, Nox stood amidst a crowd of onlookers, his sword still sheathed, a mixture of surprise and self-satisfaction evident on his face. He had defeated his older brothers. His expression shifted, a wave of self-doubt washing over him. "Damn it! Damn it," he muttered, the weight of his victory settling upon him. He sheathed his sword, the action slow and deliberate, his surprise at his own strength still lingering. The silver-haired man, Nox, spun his sword in a blur. A display of skill honed through rigorous training. His movements precise and powerful, a testament to his newfound strength. A hint of surprise, and perhaps a touch of disbelief, flickered across his face. Nox stood, a small, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips. He seemed pleased, yet also slightly doubtful of his victory. A wave of emotion washed over him, a quiet pride mingled with uncertainty about the future. He announced his intention to leave, his voice calm but resolute. Then I will take my leave now. Knox departed, his back to the viewer, walking towards a large gate. The red-haired woman watched him go, her expression unreadable, a hint of concern perhaps. Knox, the silver-haired man, walked away from the scene of his recent victory, his back to the viewer. He appeared victorious but also uncertain. Meanwhile, the red-haired woman, her expression one of intense concern, voiced her determination. I need to get a hold of Knox right now. Her face, close up, showed her alarm and urgency. Knox, breathing heavily, appeared to be outside a grand building. He seemed to be struggling. And then noticed blood on his hand. Is this blood? He wondered aloud. It looks like I used the skill. The skill, Hour of the Genius, has a significant drawback. It causes a debuff called recoil if used for too long. This debuff manifests as a reduction in the user's lifespan. Specifically, the user's lifespan is decreased by 2 days and 17 hours due to the recoil effect. Knox reflects on the severity of the debuff, noting that it's the worst possible outcome because it permanently reduces his lifespan and makes him more susceptible to illness. Knox, the silver-haired man, stands alone in a garden, visibly shaken by the revelation of his condition. He lets out a sigh of relief, relieved that the recoil effect didn't occur in public, and expresses concern that if others had witnessed it, his academy admission would have been cancelled. Knox, the silver-haired man, clutched his side, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. His expression was one of grim determination, tinged with worry. The red-haired woman, having witnessed his struggle from afar, approached cautiously. Did you get injured? She asked, her voice laced with concern. She moved with a determined stride, her gaze fixed on Knox, her intent clear, to assist him. The red-haired woman's face hardened, her eyes blazing with a fierce determination. She was clearly worried about Knox's well-being. Knox's internal monologue revealed his frustration. Damn it, he muttered, the weight of his recent ordeal settling upon him. His face tightened further, his jaw clenched in frustration and self-reproach. The consequences of his actions were becoming painfully clear. Knox, the silver-haired man, cursed under his breath. His thoughts were a torrent of self-reproach. Talia, the red-haired woman, had discovered his secret. And it was Talia, of all people, who had found him. He was still reeling from the recent battle, his body battered and bruised. Talia confronted Knox, her expression a mixture of concern and disbelief. She voiced her worry about his well-being, and her inability to let Theo, another individual, learn about the dangerous recoil effect of Knox's powers. She expressed astonishment at his victory, given his injured state. To think you won a fight between siblings with that broken body of yours? She remarked, her voice laced with disbelief. Knox was taken aback by her words, his surprise evident in his expression. He was still processing the implications of his own actions and the unexpected power he had displayed. Talia's expression softened, a wave of understanding washing over her features. I think I've misunderstood you, she admitted, her tone now gentler. The scene ended with Talia's thoughtful expression, suggesting a shift in her perception of Knox and a potential change in their dynamic. A flashback revealed Talia's recollection of Knox from a month prior. A stark contrast to his current prowess. The text box read, what she saw in the past month was that Knox never once wielded a sword. On the first day, all she saw was him swinging a wooden sword clumsily. Talia pondered the fact that such a person could win, concluding it was due to his talent. She resolved to ask him how he awakened such talent. And how he trained it. A close-up on Knox's silver hair, partially obscuring his face. Knox is shown alone, a slight injury visible on his face, his expression thoughtful and troubled. The caption reads, how he looked when he was alone. Knox stands near a fountain, clenching his fist, a look of internal struggle on his face. He looks down at his hand, a question mark appearing above him. What's happening? Talia observes Knox from a distance, her expression a mix of concern and curiosity. She thinks, why is he in such a state? Did he not overwhelm his siblings with his genius and talent? Talia's thoughts continue, Knox isn't the good-for-nothing that the rumors say. He simply worked hard so that he could win no matter what. Talia, the red-haired woman, stood pensively, her expression a mixture of concern and curiosity. A faint trail of dark smoke still lingered around her, as she observed Nox, the silver-haired man, from a distance. His form was slightly obscured by a swirling mist, hinting at the lingering effects of his recent exertion. The scene shifted to a formal garden, where Nox coughed, his face pale. Talia approached him, concern etched on her features. "Are you okay?" she asked. Nox recoiled slightly at her touch, muttering, "Don't touch me." His eyes, though, revealed a deeper turmoil. A close-up on Nox's hand showed a faint, almost imperceptible energy crackling around his fingertips. This subtle display of power was a testament to the inner struggle he was enduring. His expression hardened. He finally spoke, a hint of defiance in his voice. "Okay, I'll admit. Because I've been obsessed with gaming in the past 2 years." The final panel showed Nox's face, a mixture of frustration and self-awareness. His confession hinted at a deeper truth about his abilities and his past, leaving the reader to wonder about the connection between his gaming obsession and his newfound powers. Nox confessed that he finds it difficult to get along with others, explaining that he is, in his own words, "a character that'll kill me." Talia, listening intently, offered a simple, apologetic sorry. Her expression reflected a mixture of concern and intrigue as she processed Nox's words. Talia questioned Nox's statement, prompting him to further elaborate on his struggles with interpersonal relationships. Later, Talia revealed that she had learned of Nox's dedication to his training, attributing it to his weak constitution since birth. Nox, upon hearing this, confirmed that his rigorous training was indeed a direct consequence of his physical limitations. Talia apologized for her previous misunderstanding of Nox's behavior, acknowledging that his actions were likely a result of his circumstances. Talia, her face etched with concern, scolded herself for making such a careless mistake. Nox, his expression troubled, pondered how best to respond to Talia's apology. Nox reflected on Talia's honesty, noting its similarity to the behavior he'd observed in the game, despite her noble upbringing. He acknowledged the difficulty Talia, as the daughter of a prominent duke, must face in admitting fault. Nox, quietly, requested Talia not to reveal his injuries to others. Talia readily agreed, promising to keep his secret. Nox, relieved, felt he needn't worry about others learning of his condition. Finally, Talia, her back turned, walked away, leaving Nox with a sense of quiet understanding. Talia, the red-haired woman, walked away from Nox, the silver-haired man, leaving him to depart alone. A close-up on Talia's face showed a look of quiet empathy and concern. The camera focused on Talia's waist and lower body as she walked away, emphasizing her attire. Inside a grand building, 2 men, one of whom was Nox, engaged in conversation. One man expressed his belief that his earlier assessment of Nox's abilities was accurate. The other man, Nox, questioned his own actions, specifically why he allowed himself to be beaten so easily. The scene opened with Nox, a silver-haired man, standing before 2 younger men, also silver-haired. He was contemplating something, a thoughtful expression on his face. One of the younger men stood prominently, holding a sword. He was surrounded by others, all similarly attired. Nox's voice, though not directly quoted, conveyed his assessment of the young man with the sword. He was the best among his peers. Nox, however, seemed troubled by this assessment, questioning his own understanding of the situation. He suspected the young man possessed hidden talents, unseen by others. Nox then issued a direct order to his subordinates, to monitor the young man's actions closely, observing without interference. His subordinate acknowledged the order with a simple, respectful "Yes, sir." Nox, a silver-haired man, sat in his opulent study, a thoughtful expression on his face. He idly stroked his gloved hand, lost in contemplation, wondering aloud if a younger man possessed the necessary talent to inherit the supreme black sword. His gaze hardened, a sense of urgency settling upon him. Nox's concern deepened. He didn't have much time left. He addressed someone unseen, his voice firm but laced with a hint of desperation. "Rodwell, what you're doing is important." Rodwell, a subordinate, responded with quiet determination, "I'll do my best." The scene shifted to a view outside a window, showing Rodwell discreetly observing the younger man from a distance. A system message appeared before the younger silver-haired man: "You've completed the tutorial quest. You've cleared, win your first fight." The younger man sat in a room, his expression one of mild surprise. He muttered to himself, "This is a world that became reality." He continued his internal monologue, "But the game-like system is still here. The status window is still here." Another system message appeared: "You'll be given rewards." A final message followed: "You've received free stat points, 1 point, x3. The young man's eyes widened. "This is jackpot," he exclaimed, a grin spreading across his face. He reflected, "I ran for a whole month just to increase my stamina by 2. The young silver-haired man grumbled, "They should have just given this to me earlier." He pondered, "But the stats I need to invest these in." He opened his status window, revealing his current stats: mana 9, luck 7, will 10, charm 25. He noted that luck was not stamina, but that his luck stat had increased to 10. A system message appeared: "Benefit, mass clear, 27 times, has been given." He mused, "The reason is because it's not a stat that can be increased with hard work." Intrigued, he decided to check the value of his increased luck stat immediately. A system message appeared, announcing that the young silver-haired man had obtained a random gacha voucher and a one-time use skill confirmation voucher. He expressed relief that the benefit was still available, and decided to use the gacha voucher immediately. A glowing gacha machine materialized before him, and he approached it, anticipation evident in his posture. The young man observed the gacha machine, commenting on how alien it felt to see it in person. The scene shifts to show the young man interacting with the gacha machine. He mused that with his luck stat at its highest, the chance of obtaining an intermediate or higher rank item was 95%. A gacha machine, glowing with vibrant purple and pink energy, hummed with anticipation. Inside, several orbs of varying colors swirled. A text box appeared, explaining the rarity system: basic and below ranks are white, intermediate ranks are silver, advanced ranks are gold, and the highest rank is rainbow. The younger silver-haired man watched intently, a silent prayer escaping his lips: "Please, let me get gold and above." He hoped for a high-tier item, reflecting on his unusually high luck stat. He inserted his gacha voucher and pressed the button. The machine whirred. A single red orb ejected from the machine. The orb glowed intensely, radiating a golden light. The younger man's expression shifted from hopeful anticipation to quiet disappointment. A golden light emanated from a mysterious orb, illuminating a lavish bedroom. The younger silver-haired man exclaimed, It appeared." He knelt, carefully unfurling a scroll from within the orb, revealing a gacha result. A system message appeared, identifying rank. "Congratulations!" The young man had obtained an advanced trait, Supreme Ruler's Awe. He exclaimed, "I can't believe I got this." He examined the scroll further, the system displaying, showing the skill information. Revealing the skill's details: active skill, name, Supreme Ruler's Awe, rank, advanced, attribute, none, effect, those with a lower total stat value than you will have all stats reduced by 20%. A wide grin spread across his face. He mused, "To think I'd get a debuff skill." "But," he continued, I still." The young silver-haired man, pleased despite a potential debuff, held a scroll, exclaiming that he had another reward. A system message appeared, asking if he wished to use a one-time use skill confirmation voucher. He affirmed that the skill he would obtain was already decided. He held the scroll, a key piece obtainable only by the Rainhafer family. The scroll was tied with a red ribbon, hinting at its importance. And he declared his need for that skill. Meanwhile, Nox, still observing, reflected that Theo would soon gather all the siblings at the estate. The young man, confident and resolute, clenched his fist. The unnamed younger silver-haired man pondered, "That's when I'll use it." He mused further, "Come to think of it, is it almost time for him to return to Rainhafer Estate?"
A flashback showed Grain von Rainhafer, the second son of the Rainhafer family.
The narration stated, "It's been a while since the graduation ceremony of Eldian Academy has finished." The unnamed younger silver-haired man continued his internal monologue. In order to train to be a knight, he should be in the midst of traveling around.
I have to find the hidden piece and handle Grain. There's no time to rest at all.
He reflected, the only fortunate thing is, I probably don't need to worry about Talia anymore, right?
He questioned, considering Talia's reliability.
He concluded, she's not the type of character to break her promise. A distant shot of Talia, seemingly keeping her promise, was shown. The scene transitioned to a long shot of the Rainhafer estate at night. The scene opens in a grand hall, bathed in sunlight streaming through tall windows. A large, ornate chandelier hangs from the high ceiling. The unnamed younger silver-haired man stands alone, a thoughtful expression on his face. He reflects on his plans, his mind preoccupied with Grain and Talia. Is what I thought last night, he thinks to himself, recalling his previous musings.
Talia, with her vibrant red hair, enters the hall.
She approaches the younger man, her expression unreadable. He sighs, his arms crossed, a mixture of relief and apprehension evident in his posture. Talia's face is partially obscured, but a hint of a smile plays on her lips as she seems to be reflecting on something. The younger man watches her, his gaze intense, as he considers her actions and their implications. Talia's voice is heard, though not directly quoted, as she asks him a question about her newfound strength.
Tell me, how did you become so strong so quickly?
A young woman with vibrant red hair stood in a grand hall, her expression one of intense urgency. She gestured emphatically, her words unspoken but clearly conveying a sense of impending danger. Her gaze unwavering as she seemed to address an unseen audience. The weight of her unspoken message hung heavy in the air. 3 days had passed since the previous events. News of Carl's death spread through the mansion. The announcement caused immediate distress among the staff. Rona, a maid, wept inconsolably, clutching Carl's pet. A young man, observing Rona's grief, noted that she was crying because Carl had passed away. He seemed unaffected by the news. Later, Rona was seen tending to Carl's horses, showing them affection and care. The young man reflected on her dedication to Carl. The young master, already aware of the impending tragedy, stated, I already knew that something like this would happen. A wave of visual distortion accompanied the statement, Carl can't be saved. The visual distortion intensified, emphasizing the finality of Carl's fate. Rona, overcome with grief, sobbed over Carl's lifeless form. The young master approached, saying, Stop crying.
You're distracting me. Get up.
She protested, but, young master. Carl is, but he interrupted her. The young master calmly reassured her, Don't worry.
He'll return to my side again. Rona, utterly bewildered by his statement, questioned, Pardon? Is there something wrong with your head?
The young master smirked, seemingly unfazed by her disbelief. A young man, impeccably dressed in a dark suit, held a rolled-up scroll. His maid, a young woman in a traditional black and white uniform, watched him with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. He carefully unfurled the scroll, revealing intricate symbols and arcane markings. His eyes narrowed in concentration as he muttered to himself, If I infuse mana into this scroll. With a surge of purple energy, the young man channeled his mana into the scroll, activating its latent power. The maid gasped, her eyes wide with astonishment at the magical display. A small smile played on the young man's lips as he successfully completed the ritual, but a hint of exertion was visible on his face. The maid exclaimed, Young master.
Why you know how to use mana?
That's illegal though. He stumbled slightly, clutching his chest.
Ugh, I can't control my mana well. One more time.
The young man, his face contorted in concentration, warned the maid, If you keep distracting me, Carl will die a second time. He channeled his mana, purple flames erupting around him as he continued, That time it'd be your fault. The maid gasped, as the young man muttered to himself, I need to focus.
Because I'm still just someone who hasn't awakened my trait of genius of mana detection.
Surrounded by swirling purple energy, the young man completed the ritual, the maid and a horse-like creature watching in awe as he successfully infused mana into a scroll. A narration explaining that using mana in this empire below 15 years of age is not allowed unless you're from the imperial family appeared. The young man, alone in his room, felt the weight of his actions.
He thought, the only thing I can do right now.
The young man, focused and slightly anxious, resolved to pour as much mana as possible into the scroll. He channeled his energy, purple flames erupting from his palms as he made contact with the arcane symbols etched into the scroll. The intensity of the magical energy growing with each passing moment.
A faint energy pulsed from his palms, a tangible sign of his success.
He recognized the energy as mana, a surge of determination and a hint of fear crossing his features as he realized the implications of his actions.
A satisfied smirk played on his lips as the mana flowed freely.
But his expression turned serious as he reminded himself of the risks involved. He mustn't make any mistakes, for the magic he was now wielding was illegal and dangerous. System message: Skilled Book of the Dead, Necronomicon, one-time use, has been obtained.
The young man, acutely aware of the dark magic he now possessed, examined the Necronomicon. It pulsed with an ominous purple energy.
A skeletal hand reaching out from its pages, the text glowing with arcane power.
The system message confirmed, Carl could be revived as an undead.
A prompt appeared, asking if he wished to use this forbidden magic. The young man hesitated, his anxiety palpable. But the desire to revive Carl, his loyal steed, ultimately outweighed his apprehension.
He focused his mana, channeling it into the ancient scroll.
A purple flame erupting around him as he completed the dark ritual. The air crackled with forbidden energy. Within the inner lunatic, there are two types of beings that possess the traits of the undead. This was the first type.
A description of beings brought back to life with black magic or dark mana is presented. Further specifying a second type, those resurrected without an ego, who are reborn as stronger beings, blindly loyal to their master, almost to a fault. The young man, his expression serious and thoughtful, considers the implications of his actions.
He reflects on the unique family capable of reviving corpses as undead. A scene depicting a necromancer working with a green, glowing book, surrounded by skeletons, unfolds before him, revealing that the Marva's family is known for their dark magic, while Rian-Half-Dar is also a dark family, but of knights. A skeletal figure, cloaked and hooded, is shown, emphasizing the knightly dark family. The young man continued his research, his eyes scanning the ancient text. He learned that the Marva's family were black mages, skilled in controlling the undead. A revelation that caused him to question their abilities, and whether they could truly wield such power. He discovered a Necronomicon, also known as the Book of the Dead. A grimoire of immense power, capable of raising the dead. The young man, now engrossed in the forbidden knowledge, felt a surge of dark energy as he opened the book. The room filling with purple flames as shadowy hands reached out from the pages. A chilling manifestation of the book's necromantic power. From the swirling vortex of dark energy, shadowy hands erupted, grasping at the young man. Their inky tendrils reaching out like grasping claws. A monstrous, shadowy form coalesced within the vortex, its features obscured by the darkness. The young man, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and fascination, watched the unfolding spectacle. A dark stain spread across his chin, a mark of the power he wielded. A maid, her face a mixture of concern and alarm, called out to him, "Master." The young man, his expression hardening, muttered, "A little more," as he pushed his necromantic abilities further. The young man, his face contorted in exertion, channeled his necromantic energy into a complex ritual etched onto the floor. A surge of dark power coursing through his veins as he strained to maintain control. But his mana reserves dwindled, a desperate whisper escaping his lips, "My mana is running out."
Damn it!
His eyes, wide with a mixture of determination and fear, reflected the fading magical energy. Despite his dwindling power, the young man pressed on, his will unwavering. Summoning a spectral, shadowy steed from the depths of the underworld.
the creature's terrifying form taking shape amidst swirling darkness. A guttural roar echoing through the chamber as the dark energy pulsed around them. A system message appeared before the young man: "You've activated the skill successfully." He strained, his body racked with exertion as blue flames erupted from his form. The magical energy coalescing into the spectral form of a powerful steed. A creature of shadow and flame, its eyes burning with an eerie light. "Your pet, Carl, has been revived as an undead." Carl, now an undead mount, materialized fully, its presence filling the room. The young man, exhausted but triumphant, gasped, "Huff, huff, I did it." From a distance, the maid watched, her eyes wide with a mixture of worry and awe, whispering, "Young master." The young man, exhausted but triumphant from his recent necromantic summoning, stood in a lavishly decorated room, a thoughtful expression on his face. Meanwhile, a maid watched from a distance, her eyes wide with a mixture of worry and awe as she witnessed the magical event unfold. The summoning was complete. Before the young man stood Carl, a spectral obsidian steed with icy blue mane, the result of his dark magic. A detailed informational panel appeared, revealing Carl's traits: steel strength, talented army horse, courage, and his unchanging hair. His expected death trait had been erased, and he was classified as an undead horse obsidian, of rank 0, with darkness as his master's element. Further information clarified that Carl, as a temporary pet, would grow at 1.5 times the normal rate, and could be dispelled depending on the summoner's mana. The young man, feeling a surge of accomplishment, declared, "I succeeded." He then addressed Carl, stating, "I'll be your master from now on." The young man gently touched Carl's mane, establishing a connection with his newly summoned steed. Later, the young man pondered, "Now, indicating further plans or considerations regarding his undead mount." The young man, triumphant yet pensive after his successful summoning, stood with Carl, his newly bonded undead steed. Carl's ethereal form shimmered faintly, a testament to his spectral nature. Meanwhile, the maid, Rona, watched the scene unfold with a mixture of awe and apprehension, her eyes wide with a blend of wonder and concern. The young man, seemingly lost in thought, suddenly called out, "Rona!" Rona, startled by his sudden exclamation, rushed towards him, her voice laced with worry as she questioned, "What do you think you're doing?" Overwhelmed by emotion, Rona embraced Carl, tears streaming down her face as she cried out in relief and concern. She had cared deeply for Carl before his transformation. The young man, noticing Rona's distress, chided both her and Carl for their recklessness in handling such potent magic. He expressed concern over the potential dangers of such uncontrolled power. Carl, still somewhat disoriented from the summoning, seemed confused by Rona's emotional outburst. Rona, still tearful, expressed her deep affection for Carl, emphasizing the extent of her care for him, even in his undead state. The young man, a smirk playing on his lips, adjusted his jacket with a self-satisfied air. He mused, "All right. Let's see." His thoughts turned to the next step in his plan, retrieving the hidden piece. A few days later, the young man was seen leaving the manor, his destination unknown. He traveled through the countryside, his journey taking him to a secluded area, where he paused, seemingly sensing something. The young man, having left the manor, held a glowing purple stone in his gloved hand, carefully unfolding a weathered map. He muttered to himself, "The road isn't that different when compared to the game." A sigh of relief escaped his lips as he examined the map further. His gaze hardened as he read a particular passage, the second hidden piece of the Rainhafer family. "That's an item I must obtain," he thought, a determined glint in his eyes. A ring, imbued with a powerful, purple energy, materialized before him. "It's the key that'd help a little in compensating for the terminally ill trait," he realized, his expression a mixture of hope and grim determination. A sudden sound startled him, he reacted instantly, drawing his sword, readying himself for whatever threat lay ahead. The young man paused, a flicker of doubt crossing his features. He questioned himself, was I too sensitive? But that doubt was quickly dismissed, as he spotted a weathered wooden sign, half hidden amongst the undergrowth. Its message stark and ominous: "This is not a game anymore, it's reality." He approached cautiously, the sign's warning echoing in his mind. revealing a more detailed inscription: Mia's Forest, Elf Young Child.
They may get lost and die, so please do not enter, no matter what. The young man's resolve hardened. He muttered to himself, I don't want to die a second time. The young man entered a place called Missing Child's Forest. A warning appeared: failure to clear this palace would result in death. He continued onward, despite the ominous warning. Finding a weathered signpost that detailed the dangers of Mia's Forest, a place within Rienhafer's territory where entry is prohibited due to the darkness and fog that make navigation extremely difficult. The sign warned that even skilled rangers or pathfinders would have trouble finding their way. The young man, cautious yet determined, muttered to himself, it's a place that'd cause everyone to get lost like a child. But then, a thought crossed his mind: there's also a different. Even if a full-grown adult kills a monster, they won't be able to get any artifacts. And the difficulty of the monster would go up if they're an adult. He reflected, I died a few times here in order to find the right way to clear it. Which is why the difficulty of the Missing Child's Forest is at least 2.5 stars. 5 stars being the maximum. The young man, deep in thought, concluded that the item he held was perfect for treating the terminally ill condition. He then proceeded towards Mia's Forest, muttering, all right, let's see. As he entered, leaves swirled around him. And he ignited his torch, its flame illuminating the path ahead. The flame grew larger, expanding into a powerful burst of energy. A wave of intense heat radiating outwards. The young man unleashed a fiery blast, clearing a path through the dense forest. The young man, confident and prepared, stood amidst the fiery aftermath of his powerful flame ability. He had cleared a path through Mia's forest. A path illuminated by the burning remnants of the forest's magical defenses. The text above him read, the crucial key to clearing the Missing Child's Forest. The smoke billowed, a visual guide to his progress. Another text box appeared, is the direction of the smoke. The young man smirked, his eyes gleaming with intelligence. He declared, the opposite direction of the smoke. Before continuing, he paused, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. He muttered to himself, before I get going. Addressing an unseen presence. How long do you intend to hide? How about revealing yourself now? He stood poised, sword drawn, ready for whatever might emerge from the shadows. The flames from his torch flickered, casting dancing lights on his determined face. His boots, clad in sturdy leather, were planted firmly on the ground, a testament to his readiness for whatever lay ahead. The young man, cloaked and carrying a flaming staff, navigated the shadowy depths of Mia's forest. He paused, a thoughtful expression crossing his face as he muttered to himself, hiding until the end, huh? He let out a sigh, his gaze hardening as he gripped the hilt of his sword. With a burst of speed, he vanished into the dense foliage, leaving only a trail of disturbed leaves in his wake. The forest seemed to part before him as he moved with unnatural swiftness. A powerful gust of wind and a shower of crimson leaves marked his passage. A young woman, frustrated, reflected on her failed attempt to charm a young man, muttering to herself, I can't believe that my beauty didn't work on him. Still perplexed by his indifference, she continued her internal monologue, I can't understand this at all. The young woman, whose name is revealed to be young Miss, then addressed a maid, Emma, using a shortened version of the young man's name, Young. She pleaded with Emma, I'm really begging you. Can you please stop following young Master Knox around? Emma, worried about the consequences, explained, if you keep doing it, I'll also get scolded. Emma's anxiety was palpable as she anticipated the repercussions. Young Miss reassured Emma, saying, it's okay. Emma, I'll make sure you don't get fired from the family. Emma, the maid, hesitated, a bead of sweat trickling down her temple. She continued, her voice barely a whisper, but that's not what I'm getting at. Meanwhile, another maid reflected on young Miss Talia's talent and potential as the next matriarch, noting that her potential was hindered only by young Miss's presence. She pondered young Miss's impatience and feelings of inferiority towards her own sister. Emma, however, wore a small, knowing smile, suggesting a hidden plan or understanding. She quietly moved through the dimly lit hallway, her steps light and purposeful. Carrying a lit candle, her destination unclear. Until she was startled by a voice calling out, "Young miss?" The maid's face was etched with worry, her eyes wide with apprehension. As she extinguished a candle, her movements betraying a sense of urgency. A silent question forming in her mind, she went to find young Master Knox. A sudden commotion erupted outside. "Everyone, wake up," someone shouted, causing a ripple of confusion and concern within the house. "What's wrong? What happened?" people wondered. Meanwhile, Talia, seemingly unfazed by the disturbance, awoke in a tranquil forest clearing. A small dagger strapped to her leg, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. Elsewhere, a young man with silver hair and purple eyes registered the commotion with a look of startled concern. A figure, cloaked in shadow, muttered a single name, Talia. In a moonlit forest clearing, Talia, with vibrant red hair, stood before a young man with silver hair, a torch in his hand. She smiled brightly. The young man, hesitant, stammered, about that." He looked down, his expression troubled. Talia, noticing his discomfort, leaned in closer. A sudden flash of light erupted between them, and the young man shielded Talia protectively. The source of the light was unseen, but a large, dark wolf emerged from the shadows, its presence filling the clearing. The wolf's tail swished, a low growl rumbling in its chest. Its eyes fixed on the pair, poised to strike. A large gray wolf emerged from the shadows, its eyes glowing menacingly, causing Talia to exclaim, "A gray wolf? This forest, it's gray wolf territory?" Talia, visibly shaken, clutched her dagger, murmuring, "I only have a dagger right now though." The wolf stalked closer, its predatory instincts clear. Its bared teeth a chilling testament to its hunger. The wolf howled, its cry echoing through the trees. A gray wolf, its eyes burning with predatory intent, lunged from the shadows, its jaws snapping shut with a terrifying roar. Just inches from Talia, who stood frozen in fear, her companion shielding her. The moon hung high in the inky sky, casting long, ominous shadows across the forest floor. The wolf, enraged, bared its fangs once more, its snarl echoing through the silent woods. Talia's eyes widened in terror, her face reflecting the wolf's ferocity. A silent scream trapped in her throat as she braced for the inevitable. The wolf lunged at Talia, its jaws snapping shut inches from her face. But Talia's companion reacted instantly, shielding her from the attack with a swift, powerful blow, sending the wolf reeling back with a burst of fiery energy. The force of the impact leaving a trail of sparks and smoke in its wake. The wolf, momentarily stunned, recoiled, its eyes narrowed in fury. As Talia's companion stood protectively before her, ready to defend her against any further attack. Talia, witnessing the incredible display of skill and power, exclaimed, "Incredible." She then reflected on the event, thinking, although it was only one wolf, he was able to defeat it so cleanly. Talia's companion, his face and clothing stained with blood, stood silently, his expression unreadable. He appeared weary but resolute. He muttered to himself, "I'll ask you again." His gaze was distant, lost in thought. The young man reflected on his expectations. "I thought my brothers would be the ones to follow me." A new voice interrupted his reverie. "What are you doing here?" A woman with vibrant red hair appeared, her tone laced with amusement. She scoffed, "Stroll?" "Ha," implying disbelief at his presence. He warned her, "Otherwise, I'll leave you here alone." His tone was firm, leaving no room for argument. The woman's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a look of genuine alarm. She cried out, "H." Talia's companion, his face bloodied but his expression resolute, deflected a blow aimed at him, the impact of the attack leaving him slightly wounded but unharmed. He stood his ground, his gaze unwavering. The red-haired girl, Talia, approached, explaining that she had been following him because she was impressed by his sudden display of strength. She believed he possessed a unique training method. She admitted to having followed him without much thought, and now found herself in this dangerous forest.
Talia's words revealed her naivete and lack of awareness of the dangers of traveling alone at night.
Talia's companion, though initially concerned by her actions, felt a sense of relief that she wasn't hostile. He noted that she was a child unaware of the risks she had taken. He reflected on Talia's high opinion of him, a sentiment he found somewhat unexpected. A quiet understanding passing between them as they stood together in the dark forest, a shared vulnerability binding them. Talia's companion, slightly wounded but resolute, explained to Talia that he couldn't leave her because she was a core character in the unfolding events,
instructing her to follow him for now.
He then clarified his intentions, stating that he wasn't trying to help her, but rather that he was acting to prevent his family from being negatively impacted by the situation. His face, marked with fresh wounds, reflected his grim determination. He reiterated his self-serving motivations, emphasizing his desire to resolve the situation to protect his family.
Talia, understanding his position, apologized for her earlier assumptions and admitted she was in the wrong. His companion, observing Talia, surmised that she was unlikely to cause further trouble. A close-up on Talia's face showed her slight nervousness and uncertainty. A wordless panel shows leaves swirling around Talia's companion as he looks down, seemingly exhausted.
The word thanks appears in a speech bubble above him. Talia, her expression a mixture of concern and slight apology, gazes at her companion, who is visibly wounded but maintains a calm demeanor. His wounds are evident, but his resolve remains unshaken.
Close-up on Talia's companion's face, highlighting the bloodstains and a determined expression in his eyes.
Talia's face is shown, her eyes wide with a mix of surprise and understanding. Her expression softens as she seems to process something.
Suddenly, Talia's eyes widen in alarm as she looks off-panel, a sense of dread washing over her. A pack of shadowy wolves emerged from the darkness, their eyes gleaming menacingly as one larger wolf broke from the pack, its silhouette looming over Talia and her companion as Talia gasped, whispering knocks. The massive wolf's form partially obscured by the undergrowth. A large wolf and its pup emerged from the tall grass, their eyes fixed on Talia and her companion. The wolf bared its fangs, preparing to attack.
Talia, her face etched with fear, whispered a plea for help, "Get away from me." Her companion, though wounded, stood protectively in front of her. He warned her, "You'll be in the way when I swing my sword."
Talia's companion, wounded but resolute, stood with his back to the viewer, his gaze fixed on something beyond the frame.
He muttered to himself, acknowledging unexpected challenges but resolving to refocus his attention.
The man's face, marred by blood, showed his grim determination.
The scene shifted to Talia and her companion facing two wolves. He explained that this location predates the main scenario, falling within the prologue area. Therefore, they wouldn't encounter boss monsters, only an elite monster, a rank below the boss, appeared. A powerful, evolved grey wolf, stronger than the one he'd just defeated, materialized before them. The elite grey wolf stood amidst a pack of lesser wolves, its presence radiating power and menace. Two evolved grey wolves emerged from the shadows, their eyes glowing menacingly. Talia's companion, already wounded, braced himself, readying for battle. Talia, however, felt a surge of terror. She knew her enemy's identity, but that didn't lessen the danger. Knowing that even with this knowledge, the fight would be far from easy. The wolves attacked. Talia's companion reacted swiftly, deflecting their initial assault with a burst of energy, sending one of the wolves flying back with a powerful strike. But the other wolf pressed its attack, its jaws snapping shut just inches from his face. Despite the danger, Talia's companion remained resolute, recognizing that they were cornered and had to fight back. His face, bloodied but determined, reflected his grim resolve. A grey wolf, eyes blazing, lunged at Talia's companion. The companion reacted instantly, deflecting the attack with a swift sword swing. The companion, despite his wounds, stood firm, muttering to himself, "I'll repeat what I've always said. In times like this, when I was Yu-chan." Blood stained his clothes and hands as he gripped his sword.
He continued his internal monologue and was playing inner lunatic. His grip tightened on the sword's hilt. A single word escaped his lips, I. With a burst of speed and power, he unleashed a devastating attack, a whirlwind of steel that sent the wolves scattering. Talia's companion, severely wounded but defiant, muttered to himself, I am a fucking weakling. His face was streaked with blood, a grim testament to the brutal battle he had just endured. Meanwhile, Talia, observing from a safe distance, whispered in awe, amazing. She clutched a burning torch, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and fascination. Talia's thoughts raced, I'm sure he hasn't revealed his full power yet. His sword technique was even more amazing when he was fighting his brothers. A lone, snarling gray wolf emerged from the shadows, its eyes burning with predatory intent. Talia wondered aloud, has he killed gray wolves before? But before she could finish her thought, she instinctively recoiled, shouting, Get away from me! Talia, her crimson hair a stark contrast to the darkening forest, reflected on her companion's recent battle. Nox thinks I'm still very weak, she mused, her expression a mixture of self-doubt and determination. A flicker of resolve ignited in her eyes, mirroring the intensity of the flames she now held aloft. The torch casting long, dancing shadows as she and her companion moved deeper into the woods. Their journey marked by the rustling leaves and the faint scent of approaching danger. Her companion, though severely wounded, remained vigilant, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. It's finally here, he muttered, a grim determination etched on his face. A low growl echoed through the trees, the sound of an approaching predator. A massive paw, tipped with razor-sharp claws, emerged from the undergrowth, revealing an elite gray wolf, its eyes burning with predatory intent. The battle was about to begin again. Two wolves emerged from the shadows, their eyes glowing ominously. One of them, larger and more imposing, stalked forward. A group of people, including a young master and miss, searched the forest with torches, their voices echoing through the trees. Young master! Young miss! Bring more torches here, they called out. They came across a weathered sign that read, Missing Child's Forest. If young children enter, they may get lost and die, so please do not enter, no matter what. A person examined the ground, noticing small footprints. There are 2 tracks of small footsteps, they observed. It seemed they were heading deeper into the forest. Following the trail of footprints, Talia's companion deduced that the young master and Lady Talia had entered the forest known as the Missing Child's Forest. The companion, his face etched with worry, shared his conclusion with Talia's maid, who reacted with a mixture of apprehension and disbelief. The maid, initially shocked, confirmed that the young master had indeed ventured into the forest, accompanied by Lady Talia. Her exclamation of disbelief echoed the gravity of the situation. Another individual, dismissing the maid's claim as impossible, expressed skepticism. The young master's unexpected actions prompted a series of questions and expressions of concern from those present. The reason for their presence in the dangerous Missing Child's Forest was revealed. It was a forest so treacherous that even the renowned Rainhafer hadn't managed to fully clear it. A map of the Rainhafer family estate is shown, highlighting the Missing Child's Forest. The text explains that the Rainhafer family, the strongest dark family in the south, is unable to clear this forest, a fact considered incompetent. Because only children who haven't reached adulthood can successfully navigate it. This fact remains unknown to the family. The scene shifts to Talia's companion, who questions why the young master entered the forest. He dismisses the possibility of mind control, stating, I don't think he was bewitched by a mind-controlling monster. Examining tracks in the forest, he observes, looking at these tracks, he definitely moved with care. The narration continues, revealing that there are no traces of anyone breaking the mana barrier around the estate. This is significant, meaning the young master's entry into the forest was deliberate and planned. News of the young master's deliberate entry into the Missing Child's Forest spread, causing Talia's companion to observe from the forest's edge and to reconsider his initial assessment, admitting he was wrong about the young master's capabilities, concluding that the young master is not the frail individual he once was. He then reflects on the only way for the young master and his companion to return, suggesting the young master must use his wisdom to find their way out. The title card declared, "Out of the Forest." Talia's companion, his face etched with worry and remorse, clutched his hands to his mouth. He was overcome with guilt. A group of people, carrying torches, emerged from the forest, their faces grim. Among them was a young girl in a dark dress, looking anxious. The scene shifted to show Talia's maid, tears streaming down her face, her body trembling. She was clearly distraught. Overcome with grief, she confessed, I am the one who caused the young miss to die." The young master, having successfully navigated the missing child's forest, emerged, his sword sheathed. Talia, her red hair illuminated by the flickering torchlight, gripped her sword tightly, her expression grim. She remained vigilant despite the fear that gnawed at her, observing her surroundings with intense focus. Her companion, a young man with silver hair, watched her with concern, his words a low murmur. Has she lost her concentration despite being scared? He cautioned her against unnecessary attacks, advising her to prioritize escape if confronted. Save your strength and use it to run away if you get attacked, he urged, explaining that only by prioritizing survival could she improve her chances. Only then can you raise your rate of survival a little higher, he added, his voice laced with worry. Talia's face was etched with determination, her eyes burning with a fierce resolve, as she considered the task ahead. Her companion's words, actually, killing an elite wolf isn't that dangerous. Since it's only 2.5 stars, were a stark contrast to the palpable tension in the air. The two wolves, their eyes glowing ominously, were a clear and present danger. But her companion's focus remained on Talia's safety. I just want Talia to remain vigilant and be able to react to her surroundings, he thought, his concern evident. He knew she wasn't ready to have her back covered yet, but he hoped she would learn to protect herself. As she continued to hold her sword and torch, her resolve unwavering. The young man's concern for her safety was palpable, but Talia's determination to face the danger head-on was equally strong. Talia, wounded but resolute, stood amidst the forest, her companion's worry palpable. She muttered, I will. A message appeared before her, the hour of the genius has been activated. This triggered a surge of power within her, transforming her appearance as she gripped her sword, a fiery aura engulfing her. Her companion urged, use the skill and kill it in one go. Talia focused her newfound power, her eyes blazing with determination as she prepared to face the elite wolf. The alpha wolf, its eyes glowing menacingly, stood before her, a formidable opponent. A moment of intense focus before Talia lunged forward. Talia's companion watched, fear etched on her face, as the battle began. The wolf leaped, its fangs bared, ready to strike. Two large wolves, one seemingly injured, rested amidst tall grass under a dark night sky. Talia's companion whispered, Don't tell me, as they observed the scene. Talia, her face bearing the marks of a recent struggle, smirked, muttering, This wolf. With a burst of speed, Talia launched a swift attack, the elite wolf barely registering the assault before being sent flying. A golden trail of energy blazing behind her as she followed through with a powerful strike, the impact sending the wolf crashing to the ground. More wolves emerged from the shadows, but Talia's companion was surprised to see them stop. Talia, slightly wounded but victorious, questioned, They stopped? The elite wolf, a formidable beast with a scarred face, glared menacingly. Its eyes burned with a fierce intensity as it prepared for battle. Talia, however, met its gaze with unwavering determination, her new skill already activated. With a burst of speed, she moved, her blade a blur as she engaged the wolf in close combat. The clash of steel against fur was intense, a whirlwind of strikes and parries. The wolf, despite its size and strength, was no match for Talia's skill and speed. A final, decisive blow landed, sending the elite wolf crashing to the ground, defeated. Talia's companion watched in stunned silence, their surprise evident. Talia, wounded but defiant, faced a powerful elite wolf, its jaws snapping shut inches from her face. Her companion watched in stunned silence as the battle raged. The companion, overcome with worry, shouted a warning, "Be careful." The companion continued to watch, her anxiety growing as she saw the intensity of the fight. Hidden in the shadows, two smaller wolves watched the unfolding battle. The companion, despite Nox's earlier instructions to flee, found herself unable to abandon Talia to the danger. Her resolve hardened, she declared, "I can't do that." As dust settled, Talia's companion whispered Talia's name, her voice filled with a mix of relief and awe. Talia, her face streaked with grime and blood, stood amidst the dying embers of the battle, her breath ragged. She had won, but the victory came at a cost. A desperate plea hung in the air, a silent question echoing in the aftermath of the fight, "Are you going to help me?" Dust and debris filled the air, the aftermath of a fierce battle. A large tree trunk lay splintered. As Talia's companion, perched high in a tree, called out, "Nox, are you all right?" Nox, wounded but alive, looked up, his expression unreadable. His companion continued, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Nox's gaze remained fixed, his thoughts preoccupied. He muttered, "Talia, to think she'd help me," a hint of surprise and gratitude in his voice. A low growl emanated from the shadows, a sign that the battle was not entirely over. Nox's eyes narrowed, his attention shifting to the unseen threat. Talia, in a whirlwind of motion, unleashed a powerful attack. A golden arc of energy slicing through the air towards the elite wolf. The force of the blow sent the creature crashing to the ground, its form momentarily obscured by a cloud of dust and debris. Talia's companion rushed to her side, concern etched on their face as they checked on her condition. Talia, wounded but victorious, reassured them, "I'm all right." However, she added with a grimace, "This isn't the time to be so carefree." Talia's companion expressed relief, "I'm glad you're not hurt." Meanwhile, Nox, still reeling from the unexpected turn of events, reflected on Talia's actions, muttering to himself, "I showed her my pathetic side, huh?" The scene ends with a close-up on Talia's cloak, showing the extent of her injuries. Nox, wounded and breathing heavily, registered the lingering pain from his recent exertion. His face, streaked with grime and blood, reflected a mixture of surprise and grim determination. The recoil from his powerful attack still coursing through his body. He muttered to himself, "The recoil from my skill is already here. Shit." A massive wolf's paw, still faintly glowing with residual energy, was visible in the undergrowth, a testament to the ferocity of the recent battle. Despite his injuries, Nox's resolve hardened. He thought, "But it's not over yet." The wolf, its eyes burning with malevolent energy, rose from the shadows, ready to continue the fight. A sudden, powerful gust of wind swept through the area, carrying with it the faint scent of ozone. Nox watched, a flicker of surprise crossing his features as he saw the wolf finally getting back on its feet. He thought, "It's finally getting up, huh?" He braced himself, preparing for the renewed assault, his hand tightening around the hilt of his sword. Nox, wounded and wary, watched as the wolf, seemingly recovered from its previous injuries, began to rise. Its massive form looming over the small clearing. The air crackled with anticipation. The wolf lunged, a blur of fur and teeth. Nox, reacting instantly, rolled aside, narrowly avoiding the attack. The wolf's claws tearing up the earth where he had been moments before. The beast roared, a sound that shook the very trees. A powerful shockwave erupted from the wolf as it unleashed a devastating attack. Nox braced himself, muttering, "Here it comes." Nox, wounded and bracing himself, narrowly evaded the wolf's initial attack, the force of the near miss sending him tumbling through the air. Leaves and debris swirling around him as he crashed into the rocky ground. He registered a surge of pain and a feeling of intense frustration. His thoughts were a torrent of self-reproach, "This bastard. I'm too slow." Despite his injuries, Nox refused to yield. He gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with determination. "Don't tell me," he muttered, summoning his remaining strength. He pushed himself up, his body screaming in protest, preparing for another assault. With a desperate lunge, Nox launched himself at the wolf, aiming a blow that connected with the creature's flank. the impact sending a shockwave through the forest as the wolf recoiled, momentarily stunned. The monstrous wolf lunged, its claws extended.
A crimson-haired woman watched in horror as the beast closed in.
The wolf's attack was swift and brutal, its power overwhelming.
A young man, Knox, stood amidst the chaos, his breath ragged.
Damn it! This is supposed to be 2.5 stars? That needs to be revised.
He clutched his injured side, his face a mask of grim determination.
Knox, despite his wounds, prepared himself for another attack. A narrator's voice described the wolf as an elite gray wolf.
The gray wolf, eyes glowing, emerged from the shadows, its form partially obscured by foliage.
This elite gray wolf is smarter and more cunning than others in the game. Knox, wounded, stood amidst the trees, his sword at his side.
He reflected on the wolf's attack, admitting it took him by surprise.
He realized he should have known when the wolf was controlling the other wolves earlier.
The wolf's cunning extended to using the terrain to its advantage. Knox, wounded and on the defensive, found himself facing a cunning wolf.
He realized the wolf's strategy was to lure him into a trap.
And he needed to raise his guard immediately. I need to first get my guard up, he thought, his eyes narrowed in concentration. But it was too late. With a swift, precise movement, Knox managed to land a blow on the wolf. I landed a hit, he exclaimed, a flicker of hope in his eyes. However, the wolf anticipated this attack. The blow only served to trigger the wolf's counterattack. A brutal counteroffensive that sent Knox reeling. The wolf's ferocity was overwhelming. The wolf's eyes glowed with predatory intensity as it prepared for the final strike. Its teeth bared in a snarl, ready to deliver a devastating blow. The wolf lunged, its jaws snapping shut with terrifying force. Knox barely had time to react. As the dust settled, Knox realized the wolf had been waiting for him to make that move. It was waiting for me to do that, he thought, his mind racing to understand the wolf's strategy. Knox, wounded but resolute, planned to execute a powerful swing to create an opening against the wolf. He unleashed a mighty blow, gritting his teeth in exertion. But the recoil from the attack was unexpectedly strong, leaving him momentarily vulnerable. The wolf seized this opportunity, its eyes blazing with predatory intensity. A ferocious lunge followed, the wolf's jaws snapping shut with terrifying speed. Knox, caught off guard, was thrown back by the force of the attack. The wolf's attack was swift and brutal, leaving Knox reeling from the unexpected power. Knox reflected on his overconfidence, questioning if his past experience had led him to underestimate the wolf's capabilities. Knox, severely wounded and bleeding, reflected on his actions. Did I think I could do it all, he wondered, a question born of bitter self-doubt? The realization of his folly struck him with the force of a physical blow. That was a foolish judgment, he admitted, his voice laced with regret. His body trembled with pain and the weight of his mistake. The harsh reality of his situation settled upon him. A close-up on Knox's face emphasized his pain and desperation. His eyes, wide with shock and self-reproach, reflected the gravity of his situation. Wolf's attack had been swift and brutal, a testament to his superior skill and cunning. The sound of Wolf's growl echoed in Knox's ears. The image showed Wolf's jaws snapping shut, narrowly missing Knox's throat. The ferocity of the attack was palpable. Knox, surprised by the unexpected attack, reacted instinctively, but it was too late to avoid the damage. He had underestimated his opponent. A strategic observation from a distance revealed a plan forming in the mind of a third party. A dagger, a voice mused, if it's able to create an opening, we can also create one. The crimson-haired woman observed from a distance, her thoughts focused on the unexpected variable that had just entered the fray. A variable she herself had not anticipated. It wasn't me, she silently affirmed, a grim determination hardening her expression. Meanwhile, Knox, severely wounded, found himself on the receiving end of Wolf's brutal counterattack. A searing pain shot through his body, as claws of the monstrous wolf tore into his flesh. He gasped, in pain and exertion. Wolf, emboldened by his success, pressed his attack, unleashing a flurry of blows.
Each strike aimed to finish off his weakened opponent. Nox, despite his injuries, struggled to defend himself. But the relentless assault proved too much.
He was thrown back, his body crashing into the undergrowth. The wolf, victorious, let out a triumphant roar, its fangs bared in a chilling display of power.
Nox, already weakened, braced for another attack from Wolf. A devastating blow that sent him reeling. Wolf's jaws snapping shut just inches from Nox's face. The impact of the near miss sending a shockwave through the forest.
Nox fell to the ground, his body battered and broken.
His hand, stained crimson, lay limp on the forest floor.
He gasped, his breath ragged, as he watched Wolf collapse nearby, a spear protruding from its side. A faint groan escaped his lips. The crimson-haired woman watched from a distance, her expression unreadable. A flicker of calculation crossed her eyes as she muttered to herself, "Interesting." Her gaze lingering on the fallen combatants, a plan already forming in her mind. Two wolves emerged from the shadows, their eyes gleaming with predatory intent,
preparing to ambush their unsuspecting prey.
The crimson-haired woman, observing from a distance, saw the ambush unfold and swiftly intervened, launching a fiery projectile. The blast momentarily distracting the wolves, giving Nox a crucial opening. Nox, severely wounded but still alive, collapsed to his knees, his body battered and bruised. The crimson-haired woman rushed to his side, her concern evident. Nox, despite his injuries, mustered a weak smile and expressed his gratitude for her timely intervention. He acknowledged that he survived thanks to her actions. The crimson-haired woman, however, remained pensive, her expression hinting at a deeper strategy.
She silently vowed to eliminate any future threats that could endanger Nox.
Nox, his face pale but resolute, clutched at his injured arm. A faint sheen of blood stained his dark glove. The crimson-haired woman, her expression a mixture of concern and relief, spoke softly, "No need to worry." Her concern was evident. She exclaimed, "You did get injured just now.
Are you really okay?"
Nox, downplaying his injuries, replied, "It's just a slight wound."
"But, still."
He tried to stand, but the crimson-haired woman gently helped him, her eyes filled with worry.
He murmured, "It's fine."
She smiled, relieved, "I'm glad you're not injured elsewhere." A subtle shift in her expression hinted at a new concern, a question forming on her lips. Her eyes widened, reflecting a sudden realization, a silent gasp escaping her lips. A high-pitched scream pierced the air. As Nox, his face and clothing stained with blood, looked up in alarm. "Another monster," he muttered, his voice strained. The crimson-haired woman, Talia, rushed to his side, her expression a mixture of concern and fear, pulling him into a protective embrace. As the ground trembled beneath them, Nox landed heavily, his body impacting the earth with a thud. Leaves scattered around him as he fell. Nox, still slightly dazed from the impact, looked up at Talia, his eyes widening slightly as he whispered, "Talia?" Talia's face was partially obscured, her expression unreadable as she shielded Nox from something unseen beyond the foliage.
Darkness enveloped them, the scene ending abruptly. Talia, shielding Nox, whispered, "There. A spider." Nox, slightly dazed from his injuries, noticed Talia's distress.
Her eyes reflected a deep fear as she saw something unseen. A small, seemingly innocuous spider was the object of her terror.
A sudden gust of wind and a muffled cough interrupted the tense moment. Talia, still protective of Nox, used a torch to shield them from an unseen threat.
Nox, noticing Talia's continued grip, muttered to himself, "How long is she intending to hang on to me?" He sighed, internally questioning her fear of the spider. Nox, his face and clothes smeared with dirt, leaned against Talia, who shielded him protectively.
A small spider scuttled nearby.
Nox questioned Talia's fear, stating, "If something like a spider is going to scare you, why on earth did you follow me into the forest?"
Talia, visibly shaken, stammered, That's a spider." Nox observed Talia's tearful face and asked, "Aren't you scared of it?" Nox sighed and stated, "You definitely won't be able to become a knight." Talia, still visibly distressed, clutched at Nox's cloak.
The scene highlighted the contrast between her fear and Nox's calm assessment.
Talia, her face flushed, exclaimed, "And no."
She held a torch, a late reaction to her fear. Talia finally moved away from Nox, coughing slightly as she did so, and stated, "You finally got off me." Following a magical incantation, Talia, visibly shaken, clutched her chest, her face pale.
Nox, noticing her distress, immediately inquired, "Are you okay?"
Talia, wincing, muttered, "Ugh, the recoil, I already told you not to worry."
Despite her earlier instructions, Nox looked concerned, murmuring Talia's name.
Nox's face showed a mixture of concern and slight self-reproach as he reflected on the event. He silently acknowledged to himself, "I survived, thanks to her." However, he also noted, "Although I couldn't say it because she suddenly screamed."
Talia, still slightly pale, weakly expressed her gratitude, "But thanks."
Talia, her fiery red hair a stark contrast to her pale complexion, looked up at Nox with wide, grateful eyes. As they walked through the forest, the sunlight dappling through the leaves. Nox, his expression concerned, carried a worn book. "We just need to get out of this forest," Nox stated, his voice firm despite his worry. A dark, shadowy paw reached down, grasping a small, glowing object from the undergrowth.
A maid, her face obscured, clutched a handkerchief to her mouth, whispering, "Who killed the young miss?"
The scene opens with a close-up on a discarded bundle of white fabric lying on the ground, partially obscured by shadows.
A man's shoes are visible in the foreground.
A maid, her face buried in her hands, sobs quietly. Nearby, a concerned-looking man in a suit watches her, his expression etched with worry. He speaks, his voice heavy with concern, "Talia's disappearance will cause a rift between the families." The man continues, explaining that many children have gone missing in the area, specifically in the forest known as the Missing Child's Forest. The man's face is shown in close-up, his features reflecting his deep distress and helplessness. Suddenly, someone shouts, "Sir Rodwell!"
The man, identified as Sir Rodwell, is startled and looks up.
Another person urgently points towards something in the distance. The words "look over there" appear in a speech bubble.
A voice announces, "The fog of the forest is being lifted."
A group of people, carrying torches, are seen advancing through the forest, the fog receding before them, revealing a brighter, sunlit clearing. Sir Rodwell and the maid sat amidst the gloom of the forest, their faces etched with worry.
The maid, her eyes wide with distress, voiced her concern over Talia's disappearance.
Above them, a caption read, "The Missing Child's Forest." Suddenly, a hopeful development emerged. A caption appeared, stating, "Has been cleared." Sir Rodwell, though uncertain, voiced his belief that the forest had indeed been cleared of its magical barrier. The maid, noticing the lifting of the magical mana, confirmed his suspicion. She exclaimed, "The fact that mana is being lifted." Sir Rodwell simply replied, "You're right." Sir Rodwell reflected on the implications, concluding, "It means that the forest has been cleared." A sense of relief washed over them as they realized their hopes had become reality. A caption summarized their feelings, "The only possibility that we were thinking of has turned into reality." In a clearing, Talia was found, surrounded by a group of people bearing torches. The maid, overcome with emotion, wept openly. The maid's tears reflected her overwhelming joy and relief at Talia's safe return. Sunlight streamed through the trees, illuminating falling leaves as a voice whispered, "Young Master Nox." The light catching the vibrant green foliage. As Nox and a red-haired woman emerged from the forest, hand in hand. A close-up on Nox's worn clothing and determined expression hinted at the challenges they had overcome. News of Nox's return spread quickly. "The young master is coming out," someone exclaimed. Others expressing disbelief and awe at his safe return, to think he'd really clear the forest. "It's so hard to believe that he's coming out like nothing happened." One man, however, simply smiled, unable to contain his joy. Meanwhile, a final panel revealed an ominous message: the hierarchy of descendants within the Rainhafer family is about to experience great turmoil. Nox, his face etched with weariness, stood amidst the remnants of his ordeal. His dark cloak, stained with dirt and grime, spoke of his recent journey through the unforgiving wilderness. He looked up, his violet eyes meeting the anxious gaze of his family's maid, Emma. "Young miss," she cried out, relief flooding her features. Emma rushed towards him, embracing him tightly. The family had been deeply worried about his disappearance. The relief was palpable, shared by Emma and the stern-faced family butler standing nearby. Knox, however, felt a pang of guilt. "I can't believe the family worried over a good-for-nothing like me," he thought, his expression darkening. He worried about the impact his absence had on the family's reputation. Knox, regaining his composure, announced his intention to recount the 71 rules of the Stillrainer family. He requested everyone to follow him. Emma, still shaken by the reunion, stammered, "Emma? I'm sorry." Emma, humbled by her position, quickly added, "No. How would I dare to blame you? I'm just a lowly maid." Emma, the red-haired young woman, was embraced by her maid, who chuckled softly, "Ah, Emma. The patriarch will be teaching you the rules personally." A young man with white hair observed the scene, commenting, "Looks like that maid has extraordinary stamina too." The panel shows Knox, the young master, alone in a forest clearing. Knox returned home, where he was greeted by Emma and her maid. The maid expressed gratitude, saying, "Thank you so much for protecting our young miss." Emma, though relieved, felt apologetic, admitting, "Even though I didn't have the intention of going in with you." Knox, reflecting on his actions, quietly stated, "You pulled your own weight." Sir Rodwell, a figure partially visible, offered words of comfort, "Don't beat yourself up too much." Emma, still slightly troubled, looked down, her expression a mix of relief and lingering concern. Leaves fell as Knox returned home, his expression one of relief tinged with guilt. The sun shone through the trees, illuminating the path leading to a grand manor. A stately building that stood as a symbol of his family's power and influence. Inside, Knox's sword and bag lay on a couch. He let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, that's over for now." He reflected on the unexpected encounter with Sir Rodwell and his knights outside the forest. To think that Rodwell would be waiting outside the forest with the knights. That was totally unexpected. Was it because of Talia? Despite his relief, Knox's face showed the strain of his recent ordeal. Bloodstains marred his vest. Even so, a determined glint appeared in his eyes as he made a decision. He would discuss the family rules. A notification appeared, announcing the acquisition of a new artifact, the hidden piece. The notification detailed the acquisition of an accessory called the Black Flame Ring. Its basic information was displayed, a low intermediate grade accessory with a darkness attribute, providing +1 stamina and +1 mana. Only those who can use dark mana can equip it. The ring's special effect was revealed: upon defeating a target while equipped, a small amount of their life force would be stolen and added to the wearer's own. An image of a skull engulfed in dark flames illustrated the effect, emphasizing that the higher the rank of the defeated target, the more life force stolen. Knox, examining the ring, realized it was the only artifact capable of stealing someone else's life force. He clenched his fist, a thoughtful expression on his face. The acquisition of the ring, while powerful, didn't necessarily mean a longer lifespan. Knox contemplated the Black Flame Ring, a dark artifact pulsing with faint, ethereal flames. He mused, one's life can't be extended infinitely. He continued his internal monologue, acknowledging the limitations of the artifact, and considering that only a very small amount of life force can be stolen, it won't be that easy to overcome the terminal illness. Despite the challenges, Knox resolved, as long as I can struggle and progress. He equipped the ring. A system message appeared: "You've equipped Black Flame Ring." He found this preferable to a hopeless existence on the verge of death. Knox slipped the ring onto his finger, a subtle shift in his demeanor suggesting a renewed sense of purpose. A surge of power coursed through him. He felt a noticeable increase in both his life force and mana. With newfound resolve, he called out, "Rona." Knox, feeling invigorated by the ring's power, beckoned Rona to join him. "I know you're outside, so come in for a short while." A maid approached the young master, inquiring, "Young master, are you perhaps able to see through things?"
He responded simply, maybe I can. The maid's eyes widened in realization. Does that mean you can see my naked? The young master interrupted her, exclaiming, what on earth are you talking about? He then lightly struck her head. The maid, clutching her head, mumbled, why does it feel like your finger flick hurts even more? The young master looked at his hand, confused, and asked, again? The maid, seizing the opportunity, proposed a deal. Young master, if I win again this time round, you'll really increase my salary, right? He agreed. I already said yes, but if you lose, 20% of my salary will be deducted. The young master and the maid faced each other, hands clasped, ready to begin their arm wrestling match. Let's go, the young master declared. They locked hands, the maid's determined expression contrasting with the young master's confident smirk. As the match began, the young master counted 1, 2, 3. With a sudden burst of strength, the maid overpowered the young master, forcing his arm to the table with a resounding thud, leaving him stunned. The maid, slightly breathless, looked on in surprise. Just happened? Something strange. The maid, addressing the young master, stated, you must think it's not befitting of a reputable family's son to reduce a servant's poor pittance by 20%, right? The young master, after a moment of reflection, conceded, well, I guess that's true. The young master, seemingly resigned, muttered to himself, I'm the rumored good-for-nothing of the Rainhafer family. The maid giggled nervously, her words a hushed confession, as per the rumors of someone. The young master, lounging in an opulent room, declared with a smirk, so, I've decided not to care about trivial things like honor. The maid, overcome with distress, whispered an apology, I'm so sorry. The young master, however, seemed confused, questioning, huh? A series of system messages appeared, indicating the activation of negative traits. The effects of the trait, frequent sickness, have been activated. You've obtained, wrist fracture LV2. You've obtained, flu LV1. The young master groaned, darn negative traits. Rona, I'll cancel the reduction of your salary. In return, go bring me some ice and a wet towel. The maid, concerned, responded, young master? You don't look too well. The young master, seemingly unconcerned, stated, I'll be satisfied with getting the ring for now. A thought bubble appeared above the young master's head, is it 1v1 this time round? Glitching digital fragments filled the screen, obscuring the young master's face. As he struggled to recall a name, muttering, I'm sure, that was the name. Finally, the name Yu-chan was revealed. The young master's thoughts focused on two hidden items, Carl and the black flame ring. A wide shot depicted a grand palace, overlooking a calm body of water. It had been 6 months since the young master acquired these items. But regrettably, he hadn't had the opportunity to use them. A sign hung prominently, declaring, Knox von Rainhafer has been grounded. The young master sighed, a look of displeasure on his face. He muttered to himself, expressing disbelief at his grounding, especially considering his recent accomplishment of clearing the missing children's forest. Rona, the young master, addressed the maid, his voice carrying a hint of demand, don't you agree, Rona? The maid, startled by the direct question, stammered a hesitant agreement, why yes? However, she quickly added a qualifier, revealing her position within the household, but, I'm a maid that belongs to the family. Rona, unfazed, issued a threat to ensure compliance, I swear upon my hand that your salary will be reduced if you don't act to my preferences. The maid, clearly frightened by the threat of financial repercussions, exclaimed in alarm, Aichish. Rona, observing the maid's reaction, commented on the patriarch's strictness, the patriarch is way too harsh. Despite the harsh environment, Rona reflected on his own efforts to adapt, in any case, I've been working hard on adapting to this life. He continued his internal monologue, revealing a surprising aspect of his current existence, and living a pretty productive life while watching Carl's growth, nay. A notification appeared before the young master, informing him that his life was being shortened by a terminal illness and that he only had 147 days left to live. He reacted with a mixture of annoyance and dark humor, commenting that the system seemed more concerned with his lifespan than he was himself.
His frustration was palpable as he expressed his annoyance at the system's blunt delivery of the news.
A knock at the door interrupted his brooding.
The young master, still agitated, inquired about the interruption, only to be told that the maid had simply warmed up more bathwater. Meanwhile, a butler quietly announced that the patriarch had summoned the young master.
The young master, though clearly perturbed by the news of his impending death, showed a stoic expression as he prepared to meet his grandfather. His expression hinted at a complex mix of apprehension and resignation.
The scene ended with the young master's departure, leaving the reader to wonder about the patriarch's intentions. The scene opens on a blood-soaked battlefield, the remnants of a brutal conflict strewn across the ground. Fallen soldiers and monstrous creatures lie amidst discarded swords and shattered armor. A young man with blonde hair, impeccably dressed in a dark coat, stands amidst the carnage, his own sword stained crimson. He surveys the scene with a grim expression. The panel shifts to a close-up of the young man's face, his features sharp and determined. The text in the past appears. The scene changes again, showing a flashback to a younger version of the blonde-haired man, his face bearing a look of grim resolve.
The Korean text translates to Kahang. The final panel depicts a chaotic aerial battle, with monstrous winged creatures engaged in fierce combat against unseen foes. The text "The Night of Slaughter" appears, along with more Korean text that translates to Kahang.
A flashback depicted a chaotic scene. The young master, amidst a furious battle, was surrounded by a swarm of demonic creatures with leathery wings and crimson skin. They swooped and attacked with terrifying speed. The air filled with the sounds of their screeching and the clash of steel. He stood his ground, his back to the viewer, seemingly lost in the heart of the conflict. A powerful energy surge erupted, emanating from the young master's position. The demonic creatures were thrown back, their forms dissolving into dark tendrils,
leaving behind only lingering smoke and debris.
The young master stood amidst the chaos, his expression unreadable. His hand, bloodied and weary, clutched a broken sword. The scene shifted, revealing a trail of dark, almost ethereal footprints leading away from the battle. Another powerful energy wave crashed down, seemingly from above, obliterating the remaining demonic creatures. The scene ended with a close-up on the young master's eyes, reflecting the intensity of the battle. A violent flashback assaulted the young master's mind, a chaotic maelstrom of purple energy and motion. The scene depicting a nightmarish swarm of demons. Their horrifying presence a stark reminder of a brutal battle, a night of slaughter where countless humans perished. The young master, now an older man, sat in his chair, the remnants of the traumatic memory clinging to him like a shroud. The weight of the past heavy on his shoulders. It was a disaster, he thought, a catastrophe he could barely comprehend. A shadowy image of a sword materialized, accompanied by a voiceover. "Someday, one of my sons will probably learn the supreme black sword." The voice continued, revealing a sense of foreboding. "I can't rely on probabilities, I need talent that is certain." An older man with silver hair, dressed in fine clothes, rested on a plush chair, his expression one of weary contemplation. His inner thoughts echoed, "Because one of them will have to kill me." The weight of this prophecy hung heavy in the air. A butler, impeccably dressed, stood in a grand library, calmly announcing, "The young master will soon be here." The silver-haired man sat at his large desk, a box of sealed letters before him, awaiting the arrival of his son. A man ordered, "Send him in here right away." He continued, explaining that the missing child's forest was a place that even he did not know how to clear. A sign read, "Missing children forest. Young children entering this forest are often lost. They may not enter, so please do not enter." "It would be appropriate to reward him," someone commented. But the reason for the delay in rewarding him was due to strong objections from the family's vassals. A report was presented after a complete investigation. The vassals did not believe that Knox, who was a good-for-nothing, had changed. And they began to check if Knox really cleared the forest. The young master stood before his father, his posture respectful but his expression guarded. The weight of the recent investigation heavy in the air. The room, opulent and imposing, reflected the gravity of the situation. The father, a man of considerable power and influence, began, I'm sure you know your actions were wrong. He continued, explaining that despite his son's failings, it was his duty as patriarch to acknowledge any merit, even if it belonged to a good-for-nothing. Therefore, he had summoned the young master to discuss his reward. The young master, surprised, simply stated, "Just one request." The father, a glint of shrewdness in his eyes, responded, "I'll fulfill just one request of yours, no matter what it is." The young master's eyes widened in disbelief as he processed his father's words. His initial shock giving way to a flicker of cautious optimism. He had never seen his usually stern and authoritative father offer such a proposition. The young master's mind raced, suspicion warring with hope. He mused that it felt less like a carefully laid trap and more like a sudden, unexpected attack from behind. He hesitated, unsure of what to ask for. "Anything?" he questioned, his voice barely a whisper. The father observed his son, his expression unreadable, but his eyes held a hint of something akin to weariness. Then, with a firmness that belied his earlier offer, he declared that he would grant his son anything, swearing it upon the long history of the black sword. The camera focuses on a heavy, ornate wooden box, suggesting the weight of the promise made. The young master, his expression unreadable, walked away from a large, ornate family crest displayed prominently on the wall. His internal monologue revealed his disbelief. He hadn't thought his father's offer of a single wish, sworn on the black sword, was serious. But the gravity of the situation settled upon him as he sat before his father. The father, stern yet weary, explained that while he would grant the wish, his evaluation of the request would change if it was deemed too ridiculous. The young master, contemplating the weight of his decision, assured his father that he wouldn't make a foolish choice. He then politely requested time to consider his options. His father, showing a hint of weariness, granted his request. And with that, the young master was permitted to leave the estate. The patriarch addressed his son, the young master, issuing a stern warning, "But, you're not allowed to get into trouble like you did previously." The young master, showing deference, replied, "Yes, patriarch." The patriarch continued, emphasizing the importance of upholding the family's reputation, "You must always bear in mind that you are of the Rainhafer family." The next day dawned, and a meeting was convened at the Rainhafer family estate. A young woman, possibly a servant or lady-in-waiting, approached a group of people, including the young master and several other individuals. The young master, his expression serious, stood in a grand hall. He listened intently as his father's words hung in the air. The weight of expectation was palpable. The young master, after a moment of contemplation, offered a simple, "I'll see you again, okay?" A sigh escaped his lips as he agreed to his father's conditions. His father, a stern figure in formal attire, stood beside him, reminding him that this was contingent upon becoming a full-fledged knight. The young master's companion, full of youthful energy, expressed her excitement, brimming with motivation. She was clearly undeterred by the challenges ahead. Even the prospect of facing a giant spider didn't faze her. The young master, his expression animated, gestured broadly as he spoke. His companion, a young woman with vibrant red hair, responded with a determined, almost defiant expression. "Aljik." The young master winced, a hand flying to his face as his companion's words struck him. He muttered to himself, "I guess saying wolves would have been better than spiders?" He sighed, a troubled look settling on his features. "In any case," his companion, undeterred, declared with fiery intensity, "I'll return after becoming a full-fledged knight. Prepare your head for me." The young master's eyes widened in alarm, a tremor of fear passing through him. "My head? Is she intending to kill me?" A woman expressed her gratitude to the young master in Talia, thanking him especially for his help. She reiterated her thanks for saving Talia. The young master sighed, internally noting that he hadn't intentionally saved Talia. Talia curtly told the woman to leave her alone. Talia departed in a horse-drawn carriage. The young master watched her go, a pensive expression on his face. He reflected that one person was now gone, and questioned why. The young master pondered his current situation, a faint smile playing on his lips.
He mused, do I feel like I'm slowly getting used to this weird life? He gazed upward, lost in thought, the image of Talia's departure still fresh in his mind. I don't know the exact reason, he continued his internal monologue, but I'm kind of enjoying it. A subtle shift in his expression hinted at a deeper, underlying complexity. The remaining life you have left due to terminal illness is 146 days. The stark message appeared before him, a jarring reminder of his precarious reality. His eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of determination replacing the previous pensive mood. 146 days. The number echoed in his mind. I have no time to rest. The young master's gaze hardened, his resolve solidifying. He would make the most of the time he had left. A few days passed. The young master's life continued within the confines of his opulent manor, where a new maid, sent from the Eldian Academy, began her service. The young master, observing her, pondered the unexpected arrival, questioning the reason behind it. His butler, Rodwell, approached, explaining that the Eldian Academy had sent a maid in training to assist him. Rodwell greeted the young master with a formal good morning. The young master inquired about the matter, prompting Rodwell's explanation. The maid in training introduced herself, stating that she would be serving the young master from that day forward. A new maid, Jitri de Lovilia, arrived, greeting the household with a polite announcement, her appearance suggesting a dutiful and eager-to-please demeanor, her attire and posture reflecting her role. Young Master Knox von Reinhafer, upon hearing her introduction, showed a thoughtful expression, his mind already processing the information. A character profile of Jitri appeared, revealing her age, species, elemental affinity, and personality traits, including her status as a support genius with a single-minded and potentially two-faced nature. Her stats were also displayed: Stamina 8, Mana 5, Luck 1, Will 3, Charm 22. She possessed a passive skill, Perfect Housework, and her current active status was Monitoring Player based on orders of Theo von Reinhafer. The details hinting at a more complex role than a simple maid. A notification appeared, stating that the young master had 140 days left to live due to a terminal illness. The young master sighed, gazing at his opulent mansion. He mused that time felt like it was passing too quickly, especially given his condition. His internal stats displayed: Stamina 4.5, Mana 9, Luck 10.2, Will 10, Charm 25. He mumbled that the only positive aspect was his stats were still growing despite his illness. The young master looked out at the horizon from his balcony, contemplating his future. A maid informed him that in 2 months, he would finally begin attending the Eldian Academy. A young maid, her face beaming, proudly displayed a freshly laundered cloth. As the young master approached, his expression unreadable. He asked if she felt nervous about his departure for the Eldian Academy. The maid, seemingly surprised by the question, responded with an enthusiastic affirmation, expressing her happiness at his upcoming departure. The young master, in turn, reassured her that he wouldn't reduce her salary. He then reflected that he didn't even have time to bully her, given his circumstances. He knew that within the next 2 months, he needed to significantly improve his stats. Otherwise, survival at the academy would be impossible. His serious expression reflected his grim determination. He knew the academy was a place where exceptionally strong cadets gathered. And only after surviving that crucible could he hope to achieve his goals. The young master stood, silhouetted against a stormy sky, a grim determination etched on his face. He silently vowed to play the role of Knox von Reinhafer, the villain, as well. A sigh escaped his lips, everything felt overwhelmingly difficult. Jitri, his maid, cheerfully informed him of the need for new servants, prompting the young master to contemplate the prospect of a new maid. Rodwell, the butler, greeted the young master and informed him that the Eldian Academy had sent a maid in training to assist him. A new maid introduced herself to the young master, stating, "From today onwards I'll be serving you, so I've come to introduce myself." She continued, explaining, "I'm your exclusive maid from today onwards, my name is Jitri de Lovilia." Jitri, with a pleasant smile, stood before him in her maid's uniform. The camera focused on her attire, highlighting the details of her maid's outfit. The young master, Knox von Reinhafer, looked at her with a thoughtful expression. He then introduced himself, stating, "I'm Knox von Reinhafer." Knox's gaze lingered on Jitri, as he thought, Jitri de Lovelia, she is. A detailed profile of Jitri appeared, revealing her age, species, elemental affinity, and personality traits, including positive, neutral, and negative attributes, along with her stats. Jitri de Lovelia, the newly appointed maid, stood before her employer, her green hair neatly styled, her expression polite and cheerful. A faint purple glow emanated from her, accompanied by numerical displays reading Will, 3 and Charm, 22. A system notification appeared, detailing her passive skill, perfect housework, and her active skill, which was currently monitoring the player based on the orders of Theo von Reinhafer. The notification continued, specifying that the current situation was one of monitoring the player based on Theo von Reinhafer's orders. Jitri smiled warmly, her eyes sparkling with determination. "I'll do my very best to support you," she declared, her words filled with sincerity. A close-up on Jitri's face revealed a subtle hint of apprehension behind her cheerful facade. Her internal monologue revealed a thought, "I knew they won't let me leave this place comfortably." The scene opens with a close-up on the young master, his expression unreadable as he sits pensively. A caption box reveals that he is one of the biggest villains and strongest beings in the world. The narration continues, pondering how he rose to his current position, questioning if it was solely due to his swordsmanship. It's noted that his skill is undeniable, but the main reason for his rise within the Reinhafer family was his inherent suspicion of everyone and everything around him. The panel shifts to show the Reinhafer family crest, emphasizing the weight of his position. And then to Jitri, the new maid, her back to the viewer, standing before a fireplace, seemingly unaware of the young master's scrutiny. A man, presumably a superior, addressed someone unseen, stating, "I have great expectations for you this time around." His expression was one of intense scrutiny, his gaze sharp and unwavering. A young woman with vibrant green hair, dressed as a maid, responded quietly, "Yes, sir." The man continued, revealing, "I heard that you got pushed back in the line of succession within the Lovelia family." He offered a proposition, promising, "If you do well this time, the Reinhafer family will spare no efforts to support you in the succession." The maid, Jitri, initially expressed her willingness to assist, stating, "I will assist young Master Knox with all my heart." However, she quickly corrected herself, simply saying, "No." The man's face, partially obscured, showed a hint of displeasure. The young master, Knox, remained silently observant from a shadowed corner. Jitri de Lovelia, her face etched with worry, clutched at her chest. Her apprehension palpable as she sank to the floor. The weight of her decision pressed heavily upon her. "I'll be monitoring him strictly and reporting every single thing to you," she vowed silently, a grim determination hardening her expression. A reminder of her duty, a heavy burden she carried. "Don't forget who your master is," the unspoken words echoed in her mind, a chilling reminder of the power dynamics at play. The weight of her loyalty and the consequences of failure pressed down on her. Jitri's gaze fell to her hands, her knuckles white as she clenched them tightly. The young master subtly concealed a small, ornate locket within the folds of his shirt. Jitri, her expression unreadable, carefully examined the locket given to her, a faint glimmer of apprehension in her eyes. From this point on, she would be responsible for monitoring the young master's actions. The locket revealed an old, faded photograph, a man and a woman, their faces partially obscured, yet their elegant attire hinted at a life of privilege and perhaps, a hidden secret. Jitri's resolve hardened. "I mustn't waver any further," she silently vowed, her gaze firm. The young master lay in bed, his eyes open, a single thought echoing in his mind, a spy. The young master, lying on his bed, reflected on Theo's actions. He suspected Theo wanted to confirm whether the person within him was Knox or not. Considering that demon possession is a frequent occurrence for those known as inner lunatics. A sudden, violent spasm racked his body as a demon attempted to take control. He fell from his bed, groaning in pain.
The young master continued his internal monologue, remembering that Nox was a character in the original storyline whose body had been stolen by the number 1 demon, Ball.
He resolved that everything would be alright as long as Theo didn't discover his true identity.
A bead of sweat trickled down his forehead as he grappled with the implications of his situation.
While she's not involved in the main storyline, it would be a waste to throw her away like this.
The image shows a family portrait, suggesting Jitri's past and potential. Originally, she was supposed to become the next head of the Lovelia family. But her father and mother were killed by her uncle, and she lost her position as the next head of the family.
What happened next is obvious. The panel depicts Jitri's grief and despair.
In the end, she became a maid of the Rainhafer family and managed to escape from her family. She looks cheerful on the outside and is always smiling, but
a narrative caption appears, stating that Jitri's final decision
would precede the start of the main story arc.
A flashback depicts Jitri's suicide. The young master is shown lying in bed, anxiously asking himself, "What should I do?"
He contemplates the implications of his actions,
considering that altering the storyline would mean putting a noose around his own neck. The next day dawned, the sun illuminating the Grand Rainhafer family estate. The young master, still grappling with the weight of Jitri's death, addressed 2 maids. He announced, from today onwards, we'll be hunting monsters within the forest in the territory.
He continued, of course, you 2 will also follow me and help me.
This unexpected instruction was met with shock. One maid exclaimed, "What?" The young master stood firm, his resolve unwavering despite their visible apprehension.
One maid, visibly distressed, stammered, hunt monsters within the territory?
I'm going to take a leave of absence because I'm sick."
The other maid simply replied, understood. Maid 1 protested Maid 2's immediate agreement to accompany the young master on a monster hunt, pointing out the inherent danger of such an undertaking. The young master, however, remained unmoved, deeming the request perfectly reasonable. Maid 1, anticipating the young master's response, had already prepared a counterargument, revealing that she had already used all her sick leave. The young master, undeterred, declared that she was not allowed to take sick leave that day, leaving Maid 1 distraught and feeling helpless. He then issued a final warning, threatening to cut her salary in half if she refused to comply. Maid 1, eyes wide with distress, hesitantly asked the young master if he wanted her to bring a bow or a sword on their monster hunt.
Meanwhile, Maid 2 informed Sir Rodwell of the young master's impending departure from the estate.
The young master, after a moment of contemplation, simply responded with a curt, "Right." He then let out a sigh of relief, his internal monologue revealing that his top priority was to increase his lifespan.
A close-up on the young master's hand showed a dark ring emitting a faint purple glow.
The young master, feeling liberated, declared, "Since I'm now free to go anywhere." He mounted his horse and rode away, followed closely by Maid 1 and Maid 2. Their departure a blur of motion against the verdant landscape. Sir Rodwell, observing from a window, watched their departure with a pensive expression. A few days later, the young master found himself in a forest that had been cleared of its previous inhabitants. The air was still, the sunlight dappling through the leaves. Suddenly, a large gray wolf emerged from the shadows, its eyes burning with a fierce hunger. It lunged at the young master. But the young master reacted swiftly, dodging the attack with practiced ease. He countered with a precise strike, his movements a blur of motion.
The wolf howled in pain, a faint purple glow emanating from the young master's hand as he absorbed a small amount of the wolf's life force.
A message appeared before him: "You've stolen a very small amount of the gray wolf's life force."
The young master, exhausted but alive, felt a surge of renewed energy. Another message appeared: "You've obtained 2 hours of life."
He breathed heavily, the weight of his condition pressing down on him. The young master, exhausted but invigorated by his recent victory, surveyed the scene.
He muttered to himself, "Let's take a look." He pondered the results of his hunt, questioning aloud, "Have I killed all the wolves in this area?" His gaze fell upon the slain gray wolves, a grim testament to his efficiency.
He mused, since I gained 2 hours of life with a single hunt.
This could be considered quite a successful hunt.
A maid approached, her words cutting through his self-congratulatory thoughts.
It's been 1 hour since you started the hunt. Aren't you tired?
The young master, visibly weary, responded with a frustrated, "Damn it." He explained his predicament: since I didn't activate the hour of the genius, it took a long time to hunt.
This realization led to a disheartening conclusion: that means I only earned 1 hour. The young master's biggest concern was the dwindling number of monsters in the area.
As he and his maid surveyed the scene of his recent hunt, littered with slain wolves, he explained that he had killed most of the monsters in the area over the last few days. A fact that greatly worried him, as it threatened his plans for the future. The young master sighed, acknowledging that the lack of monsters was a significant problem. His maid, initially startled by a nearby wolf, expressed concern, questioning his unusual statement.
The young master's expression hardened as he contemplated the implications of his successful hunting.
The young master, still contemplative, declared that there was no other option but to return to the mansion for the day. His maid, showing concern, responded affirmatively to his statement. The maid then offered to prepare a warm bath for the young master, suggesting a comfortable temperature. The young master accepted, requesting that the bath be ready before dinner, and that the timing be precise. The maid readily agreed, assuring him that she would handle it. As the maid was leaving, she reminded the young master that she would also clean his room, to which he gave a non-committal response. Another maid, seemingly eager to assist, quickly offered her services, but the young master simply told her to do as she pleased. The maid hummed softly to herself, a small cloth held gently in her hands. As she approached the young master, Knox, and addressed him politely, "Yes, young Master Knox." The young master, still somewhat pensive, remained silent for a moment before speaking. He finally posed a question, his tone serious: "I have a question for you." The question, sharp and direct, cut through the air: "Who do you serve?" The maid's expression shifted, a flicker of surprise crossing her features as she considered his inquiry. The maid, her expression unreadable, responded to the young master's pointed question with a hesitant, "Pardon?" A list of traits appeared, describing the maid: positive, support genius, neutral, single-minded, negative, double-faced, / miserable, / machine-like. The young master's inner monologue revealed his pragmatic nature: no matter how beautiful or great a sword is, if I can't use it, then I won't hesitate to throw it away. The maid's face showed a flicker of fear as she seemed to consider her response. Her silence speaking volumes. The young master's expression hardened. The young master, unimpressed, pressed further: "That's your answer, huh?" The maid's eyes widened in alarm as she seemed to realize the gravity of her situation. The maid, her face etched with fear, stammered, "I haven't said anything yet though." She looked up at the young master, her voice barely a whisper: "Young master, I know what you want to say." The young master, his expression unreadable, responded calmly, "Don't worry, I don't intend to interrogate you any further." He continued, a hint of gratitude in his tone: "I'm actually thankful towards you. At least you didn't lie." The maid visibly relaxed, a weight lifting from her shoulders. As the young master concluded, "No matter who you serve, I'll think of you as one of my own." The maid, though still apprehensive, showed a glimmer of relief in her eyes. The young master, his expression calm and understanding, offered the maid a surprising proposition: "If you need to, then make use of me as well." The maid, relieved by his unexpected leniency, replied, "That's all I wanted to say." She continued, questioning the nature of their relationship: "Wouldn't it be sufficient for us to just be making use of each other?" The young master, looking away, simply stated, "That's the kind of relationship I have with her after all." The maid, alone now, clutched her apron, her face etched with a mixture of relief and uncertainty. Later that night, a full moon illuminated a grand manor house. The scene suggests a shift in location and time. The maid, nestled in bed, recalled past training sessions with the young master. She remembered his intense methods and his playful comments during those rigorous exercises.
"If you don't run together with me, what fun would it be for me to train?" he'd often say. She mused, finding herself questioning his intensity. "Don't you think he's too much?" she wondered.
A young woman with light green hair sat at a desk, a faint smile playing on her lips as she wrote in a journal. She paused, looking out the window, lost in thought.
The rumors about young Master Knox's transformation were persistent.
"I've heard them countless times from when I was in the Lovelia family," she recalled.
Initially, she dismissed them as fabrications.
But now, she was reconsidering. Since it's really rare for someone to change this much, but...
She contemplated.
Rumors circulated about the young master. It was said that he had single-handedly defeated a pair of twins and secured a place at the academy. Furthermore, he was steadily strengthening his position within the family. The maid reflected on this, contrasting the young master's current standing with her own memories of him. A stark contrast to her perception of him. The green-haired woman sighed, troubled by a recent conversation. And the young master's words.
The young master, seemingly unburdened, simply stated his intention.
The green-haired woman, troubled, pondered a recent interaction with the young master. She wrote in her journal, her brow furrowed in thought. What did he mean by that, she wondered, replaying his words in her mind.
Shortly after, a baseless rumor began to circulate within the Rainhafer family. The maid, observing the unfolding events from afar, witnessed the growing unease among the family members.
The consequences of the rumor were swift and severe.
The maid, once a trusted member of the household, found herself dismissed.
And now no longer deserved to be a maid of the Rainhafer family. The maid departed, leaving behind a shattered mirror, a reflection of her own fractured reality. A written message appeared, stating, "Jitri de Lovelia, listen up." The message continued, accusing an incompetent family head of selling out their family and promising accountability for their sins. The message further declared that the family head had been stripped of all rights as a direct descendant. Jitri, the green-haired maid, reacted with a look of despair, muttering that she wouldn't be able to stay.
She then showed a resigned expression, accepting her fate.
Meanwhile, a man, presumably from the Rainhafer family, observed that this was to be expected, as the Rainhafer family is one of the top dark families.
The man's expression was one of cold calculation and disdain.
Jitri sighed, lamenting her situation as a commoner who had lost her family and was merely being used as a maid. The green-haired maid, Rona, clutched a small amount of money in her hands, a look of quiet resignation on her face. She reflected on her situation, murmuring to herself that she no longer had the right to serve her master. And that her dismissal was imminent, leading to a new position soon.
With a bright smile, Rona opened the door and cheerfully greeted someone.
In the kitchen, the other maids gossiped, their expressions showing they already knew about Rona's departure.
Rona, however, seemed unfazed by their disdainful looks, a subtle smirk playing on her lips.
Suddenly, Rona's eyes widened slightly as she heard a familiar name called out, "Jitri." Another maid, seemingly named Rona, urged her to hurry, and together they quickly left the kitchen.
The two maids departed, carrying a basket between them.
Rona, the maid with vibrant green hair, gasped as she felt a hand clasp hers. Her eyes widened, questioning the unexpected gesture.
Is this a genuine act of friendship, or merely a playful prank?
She pondered the situation, concluding that regardless of the intention, the current situation was undeniably foolish. Rona, carrying a basket, departed from the scene. She reflected on her actions and those of young Master Knox, acknowledging their shared folly. She concluded that everyone involved was acting rashly. A young man with silver hair reflects on the urgency of the situation. Imminent, he thinks, not just for Jitri.
Theo probably received the letter as well.
A stack of sealed letters sits on a dark surface, hinting at the weight of the information they contain. The young man continues his internal monologue.
All the crimes that were framed upon Jitri's father. I know that they're all fabricated. A butterfly flits past a window, a symbol of fragile hope.
The young man, now visibly troubled, thinks, I also know that I'm unable to help her. His concern deepens.
because there's no way to know what butterfly effect would be caused just by me helping her survive. A bloody image flashes, showing a green-haired woman injured and possibly dead. Two crows caught overhead, their cries echoing through the desolate forest. As a large wolf emerged from the shadows, its eyes glowing menacingly. Its snarl a prelude to an attack. A dark shape, moving with unnatural speed, intercepted the beast. A swift, silent strike ending the wolf's advance. The young master, his face grim, stood amidst the fallen leaves, his sword stained crimson. He muttered to himself, "Don't you think this is getting out of hand?" His companion observed, "Young master looks a little harsh today." Two maids, one with brown hair and the other with green hair, conversed in hushed tones. The brown-haired maid remarked on a change in the young master's demeanor, noting that he had been more merciful in the past. A subtle shift that had left her feeling uneasy. The green-haired maid, listening intently, simply questioned, "Is that so?" The green-haired maid's unease deepened. "This is making me feel uneasy." A bloody sword was shown, implying a recent violent encounter. The young master, wounded and surrounded by fallen leaves, lay on the ground. The extent of his injuries was unclear, but blood stained his clothes. He had clearly been involved in a brutal fight. And now, he waited, anticipating something. The young master pondered aloud, questioning whether today's hunt would prove as successful as previous ones. A caption box revealed the location to be the missing child's forest, where a rare, powerful monster appears randomly, representing only 20% of the remaining monsters. The caption box identified this creature as the hidden boss monster. The young master, having slain several lesser beasts, reflected on his strategy. He had hoped killing this monster would increase his stats. But his plan was clearly failing. The young master, wounded and surprised, recoiled from an unseen attack. He was left questioning the nature of the attack, remarking on the incredible speed of his unseen assailant. The young master, in a whirlwind of motion, launched a desperate attack against his unseen foe. His blade a blur as he fought with surprising ferocity. He muttered to himself, "I guess that's what a hidden boss is like." Suddenly, a monstrous elite king wasp materialized before him. The massive insect descended, its menacing form filling the young master's vision. The young master grimaced, "Damn it, this is a troublesome one." He braced himself for another attack. He attempted to parry the wasp's next strike. But the wasp's power was far beyond his expectations. He thought, "It's not at the level I can't kill." Just then, a voice cried out, "Young master." The young master, still reeling from his battle with the elite king wasp, is sent flying backwards. A blur of motion as the powerful impact sends him crashing into the ground. The force of the blow is immense. But before he can hit the ground, the green-haired woman intervenes, intercepting the attack with surprising speed and skill. The green-haired woman effortlessly deflects the attack, saving the young master from a potentially fatal blow. Blood splatters across her maid uniform as she takes the brunt of the impact. Even without Jitri's help, she states, this was an attack she could have easily dodged or blocked. The young master, dazed but alive, observes the green-haired woman's actions, questioning her motives. Why did she save him? His thoughts turn to the sheer improbability of her actions. He wonders how many people would dare to approach a monster that appeared so suddenly. The panel shows a close-up of the elite king wasp's powerful legs and body, emphasizing its size and menacing presence. The green-haired woman, in a swift, decisive movement, deflected a deadly blow aimed at the young master. She muttered to herself, "I'll make use of this as well, for the sake of saving her." The young master, winded and shaken, glared with a mixture of fear and confusion. Meanwhile, the green-haired woman, known as Jitri, sat on the floor, her expression a mix of exhaustion and resignation. She lamented to herself, why is our dear Jitri always falling down?" Her words were a reflection of her recurring injuries, a fact confirmed by a voice that stated, "Yeah, there's never been a day that her wounds on her knee are completely healed. That's what my parents always told me." Jitri stood, her expression now one of quiet determination, as she faced an unseen audience.
The unseen individuals murmured that my wounds are never completely healed. The green-haired woman, maid attire concealing a weariness that belied her composed exterior, reflected on her injuries. However, that doesn't simply apply to only my knee wounds but also my heart wounds, she mused, her gaze distant and troubled. A lingering question forming in her mind, I wonder if they were prophesying over me previously. Meanwhile, the young master, his expression a mixture of confusion and apprehension, remained silent, his gaze fixed on the ground. The weight of recent events pressed heavily upon him. The green-haired woman's eyes narrowed, a subtle shift in her demeanor. Who do you serve? She asked, her voice low and steady, a challenge veiled in her words. A question directed not only at the young master, but also at the unseen forces at play. A sinister figure, Jitri, appeared, his smile cruel and triumphant. Jitri. This family is now mine, he declared, his words echoing with malice. The young master, witnessing this shocking display of power, felt a surge of fear and uncertainty. His thoughts raced, who should I serve? The green-haired woman, observing the unfolding events, remained resolute. Who do you serve? She repeated, her voice unwavering. If needed, feel free to make use of me. Because I, too, will make use of you, she added, a hint of steel in her tone. The young master, his face streaked with grime and sweat, gasped for breath, his purple eyes wide with a mixture of fear and confusion. A maid with fiery orange hair confronted a cloaked figure, her expression a mixture of defiance and alarm. She shouted Jitri's name, her voice sharp and accusatory. 2 system messages appeared, announcing the young master's victory over a monster and promising special rewards. A 3rd message urged patience. The young master, still visibly shaken, sat on the ground, his face etched with worry. The maid, her tone softer now, reassured the young master, promising to take him back to the mansion. It was all over, she said. The scene shifted to reveal the maid, the young master, and the green-haired woman kneeling beside the bodies of several fallen maids, a large insect-like creature lying dead nearby. The green-haired woman's expression was one of cold calculation. The green-haired woman, her face partially obscured by shadow, muttered the single word, lies. The green-haired woman's thoughts were revealed. She questioned the sincerity of those who would use her, wondering why they would do so. The green-haired woman, her face streaked with blood and tears, trembled. A slight tremor running through her as she felt a surge of anger. The young master, witnessing this, felt a similar tremor of fear and confusion. In a dimly lit study, an older man, seemingly troubled, observed a small, sealed box. His expression conveying deep concern. He muttered to himself, "This is indeed troubling." Meanwhile, in another room, a butler solemnly informed someone that the Lovelia family had completely cut off Miss Jitri. The older man, his expression grave, revealed his true intentions behind bringing Jitri into the Lovelia family, to seize control of the house, exploiting its current instability following the loss of its previous head. He believed this was the perfect opportunity to usurp the Lovelia family's power. He explained that with the family's unstable state, the successor's position would be weak, making it easier to manipulate. The green-haired woman, however, sat alone, her heart heavy with sorrow and a sense of betrayal. The instability within the family was evident in her posture and expression. She worried that the shaky position of the successor would only worsen with Rian Hafer's involvement, further jeopardizing the family's future. The older man, observing a chess piece, a knight, and a stylized emblem, felt confident that they could somehow bring the Lovelia family under their control. But this plan was suddenly thrown into jeopardy. A document revealed that Jitri had been expelled from the family, stripped of all rights as a direct descendant. This unexpected development left the older man and the butler contemplating the implications. The butler questioned what they should do with Jitri now that their original plan had been thwarted. The older man, while acknowledging the regrettable situation, emphasized the potential negative consequences for young Master Knox and the family's standing at Eldian Academy if they were seen to be associated with someone of Jitri's now expelled status. The older man sat alone, lost in thought. He murmured to himself, "I had similar thoughts." A sudden, urgent voice interrupted his reverie, "Sir." The butler rushed in, clearly flustered. The older man questioned him sternly, "Why are you barging in without permission?"
The butler stammered an apology. The butler explained, young Master Knox carried back a maid who had been injured during his hunt. He continued, the maid has been poisoned and is in a very critical state. The butler revealed that young Master Knox had used a very expensive antidote without permission, prompting the older man to exclaim, don't tell me he used the Mandrake's purifying potion? The butler confirmed, yes. The older man sighed, that is really expensive though. The older man sighed, a hand resting on his forehead. His expression was one of deep concern as he pondered the recent events. Did young Master Knox grow attached to the maid so quickly? He wondered, his thoughts heavy with unspoken anxieties. No one knows what result could come from personal feelings like that, he mused, the gravity of the situation settling upon him. A maid, Jitri, cried out for help from within the Jitri mansion. Another maid rushed to her side, relieved to find Jitri awake. I'm so glad you're awake, she exclaimed, her voice filled with relief. Jitri, still weak, looked around, confused. The other maid comforted her, her concern evident. Jitri, now slightly more alert, asked, what happened? Her thoughts turned to young Master Knox, a question forming in her mind, is he safe? Jitri awoke, disoriented and questioning her own actions, why did I do that back then? Another maid informed her that young Master Knox had used an antidote on her. The maid explained that the antidote was derived from mandrake root, a potent and effective remedy. A nearby doctor, hearing this, questioned the maid's statement. The other maid revealed that young Master Knox had disregarded the doctor's refusal to administer the antidote, insisting on its use to save Jitri's life. Jitri, still recovering, was left pondering young Master Knox's actions and the use of the mandrake antidote. She wondered why he would go to such lengths, questioning his motivations. Meanwhile, another maid tended to Jitri's wounds, urging her to rest. The maid then inquired about young Master Knox's whereabouts. The other maid, having just informed Jitri of her awakening, reported that the young master had gone to look for the chamberlain and would return shortly. She urged Jitri to rest. Jitri, still recovering from the mandrake poisoning, sat up in bed, her movements slow and deliberate. While the other maid, left alone, began to search through a chest of drawers, rummaging through clothing and books. She felt a sense of unease. The maid's internal monologue revealed her feelings of inadequacy and self-doubt. She felt she didn't deserve to be there. She continued her search, her gaze settling on a small, locked box. The maid's expression reflected her growing anxiety and uncertainty. The maid, Jitri, carefully examined a locket, her fingers tracing the engraved image of a family. A faint crack in the enamel revealing a hidden image beneath. A note lay beside the locket, a message of gratitude from the young master for saving her life. Thank you for saving my life, it read. Jitri, still weak from her ordeal, clutched the note, her knuckles white. Her gaze drifting to a glimpse of a room beyond a window, a scene of quiet domesticity. Meanwhile, the other maid, her anxiety palpable, searched through a chest, her movements frantic. A sudden sound causing her to jump, her heart pounding in her chest. She was interrupted by the older man, who sharply questioned her whereabouts. Where do you think you're going right now? He demanded. Jitri, the maid, walked through the grand hall, her steps slow and deliberate. Her gaze fixed on the distant figure of the young master. He stood alone, his teal-colored shirt stained with grime, a stark contrast to the opulent surroundings. His expression was grim, his violet eyes narrowed in concentration. The weight of his search for the chamberlain was evident in his posture. The fabric of his shirt bore the marks of a struggle, further emphasizing the urgency of his quest. The young master, grim and determined, confronted the chamberlain. He accused the chamberlain of prioritizing the medicine's value over a dying person's life. But the chamberlain protested, insisting that he couldn't use the medicine without the patriarch's permission. The chamberlain explained the strict rules governing the medicine's use, emphasizing the necessity of the patriarch's authorization before administering it. The discovery of a maid, Jitri, lying dead on the floor, her body stained with blood, shocked the young master. Overcome with grief and anger, the young master confronted Rodwell,
demanding to know his position in the family hierarchy.
Rodwell, visibly shaken, offered a hasty apology.
The young master, still reeling from the discovery of Jitri's murder, instructed a subordinate to report the incident to his father immediately. Meanwhile, another maid anxiously inquired about Jitri's condition.
The attending physician reassured her that the poison had been neutralized and Jitri would recover. A wave of relief washed over the young master as he learned of Jitri's survival. But his relief was short-lived as another maid approached, her voice laced with concern, prompting him to order a personal report once Jitri regained consciousness. The young master, his hands still stained with Jitri's blood, clenched a small, sharp object in his gloved hand. Later, the young master sought out the older man, his unexpected visit prompting a surprised inquiry. The older man noted the rarity of the young master's visit. The older man, his expression unreadable, sat in his opulent study. His attire, impeccable as always, hinted at the weight of his position. Meanwhile, the young master, his clothes stained with grime, knelt before him, his violet eyes filled with a mixture of relief and suspicion. He questioned the older man, his voice low and strained, "Is it because of that maid?" The young master's attire showed the extent of his recent ordeal. His dark teal vest was splattered with mud and other stains, a testament to a desperate struggle. He let out a pained sigh, his shoulders slumping slightly under the weight of his worries. A system notification appeared: Master Zero acting has been activated. The older man, seemingly lost in thought, finally spoke, his voice a low murmur, "One thing." The young master, sensing an opportunity, pressed on, his voice regaining some of its strength, "I remember that you said you'd grant one wish of mine." The older man nodded slowly, his gaze fixed on the young master as he knelt before him, a silent agreement passing between them. The panel shows Jitri, a maid, lying on a bed, her body stained with blood. The text above her reads, "Jitri de Lovelia." The young master looks down at her, his expression a mixture of grief and determination. He addresses someone unseen, his voice firm, "I want you to give her to me, she who has been exiled from her family." The older man listens intently, his expression unreadable. A caption appears, a butterfly effect that'll influence the main story. The older man contemplates, a thought bubble above him reading, "Theo's spy?" He dismisses the thought, stating, "That kind of problem doesn't matter anymore." The young master recalls a moment from earlier that day, a caption reading, "Today, when I saw her trying to save me." The young master, his face etched with grief and suspicion, stared at Jitri's lifeless form. Blood stained her pristine maid's uniform. A chilling realization dawning on him. "I realized something," he thought, the words echoing in his mind. The answer that Jitri had not previously revealed to him was now clear. Jitri, the maid with vibrant green hair, lay unconscious amidst the shadows of the garden. Her pale face a stark contrast to the lush greenery surrounding her. The truth, hidden in her actions, was finally unveiled. The young master's eyes hardened. The fact that Jitri showed it with her actions. He mused, a grim determination settling upon his features. His expression was resolute. "If that's what you want, I'll make it happen," he vowed silently, his gaze fixed on a point beyond the garden. The young master knelt before his father, his clothes stained and torn, a picture of grief and quiet determination. His gaze fixed on the patriarch, who sat impassively behind his large desk. The young master's shoulders slumped slightly as he braced himself, a barely perceptible tremor in his hands betraying his inner turmoil. He took a deep breath, steeling himself for what he was about to say. He addressed the patriarch, his voice low but firm, "Patriarch." The young master continued, his words measured and deliberate, "This unworthy son of yours has just one more thing to tell you." The patriarch, his expression unreadable, simply responded, "Speak." The young master lowered his head, his voice barely a whisper, "My father." The weight of unspoken accusations and grief heavy in the air as he prepared to reveal a final, devastating truth. A warning message appeared before the young master's eyes, his ability to use his powers was weakening due to his agitated state. The message urged him to calm down. The patriarch sat alone in his study, his back to the viewer, seemingly lost in thought. He was preoccupied with the unfolding events. The young master, his face etched with determination, confronted the chamberlain and Jitri, the maid. He questioned their actions, his words sharp and accusatory. The chamberlain, startled by the young master's sudden appearance, asked him where he thought he was going. Jitri, the maid, announced her intention to leave, stating that she felt she no longer belonged there. She felt there was no place for her anymore. The young master, however, stopped her, asking again where she was going instead of fulfilling her duties as his maid. He questioned her absence from her assigned tasks. Jitri, hesitant, started to explain, revealing that she had been ordered by the patriarch to surveil the young master. Overcome with emotion, Jitri wept, the weight of her secret finally revealed. The young master, his clothes stained with blood, contemplated Jitri's betrayal. His expression unreadable. He was clearly disturbed by her actions. Jitri, the maid, confessed her deception. Her words, "I deceived you," echoing the weight of her secret mission. She carried a suitcase, her body language conveying a mixture of fear and desperation. Tears streamed down Jitri's face as she revealed her distress, questioning why she was being pursued despite her confession. Her emotional turmoil was palpable. The young master observed Jitri's emotional breakdown. Intrigued by this new, vulnerable side of her, he wondered if this was the true Jitri, a far cry from her previous composed demeanor. The scene opens with a burst of light and fragmented imagery, suggesting a moment of intense emotional upheaval. As Jitri, the maid, confesses to the young master. People deceive each other a lot to begin with, she admits, her voice trembling slightly. But, I've committed a grave offense against you, she continues, her distress palpable. The young master, his expression unreadable, responds simply, "That's precisely why." He points out the gravity of her deception. "After committing a grave offense against me, you want to leave without repaying me for it?" He then asserts his authority, silencing her protest. "Who said you could leave?" Jitri's eyes widen in shock and fear. The young master firmly declares, "Jitri, you're staying in this place." Jitri, though clearly distressed, attempts to assert a sliver of independence. "I don't know what my father thinks, but I don't need that Lovelia family name of yours." The young master, his expression grim, stated to Jitri, "I just need the talents that you have." Jitri responded softly, "Young master." He continued, "So, I want you. Assist me until you pay back for the offense of deceiving me." Tears streamed down Jitri's face as she replied, "Understood, young master Knox." The young master's boots stood before her, his decision final. Jitri, the maid, declared her unwavering loyalty, stating, "I'll stay by your side until the end." And offered her continued service, adding, "And assist you." The young master, pleased, simply responded, "Good." He then reflected on Jitri's pledge, acknowledging, "You asked me this previously." Confirming her earlier request to continue serving him, stating, "You asked me who I serve, right?" "Yes, I did." A new character, a young woman with blonde hair, appeared, questioning, "Do you now know who it is?" The blonde woman's expression hinted at a knowing smile. The young master, seemingly satisfied with Jitri's continued service, smiled serenely. Jitri, the maid, affirmed the young master's decision with a simple, "Yes." The scene shifted to an exterior view of a grand estate, bathed in the warm glow of sunset. The young master, reflecting on recent events, thought, "I know it now." Meanwhile, another maid, Rona, informed Jitri that the young master had threatened the doctor, saying he would kill him. Jitri reacted with a surprised and slightly gleeful expression, indicating her awareness of the situation. The young master, noticing Rona's commentary, admonished her to refrain from insulting him in his presence. Rona, seemingly unfazed, continued to speak. He then questioned her about overhearing the conversation, to which she responded defensively, implying she had stopped trying to insult him. Jitri, startled by the revelation, covered her mouth in shock. Concerned about Jitri's workload, the young master offered to take over her laundry duties, advising her not to overwork herself. Jitri, the maid, offered to help the young master with his laundry, stating, "Young master, I'll go dry the laundry." The young master sighed, internally questioning why Jitri always caused trouble. He then reminded Jitri of their upcoming enrollment at the Eldian Academy in 2 months.
Jitri confirmed she had already made preparations. She detailed these preparations as including basic tools, medicine, clothes, and a cadet uniform for external trips. The young master observed Jitri, noting that she no longer forced a smile in his presence, and reflected that he found her more comfortable this way.
Jitri admitted, "I'm tired of acting. I'm no good at it anyways."
The young master silently agreed, finding her more comfortable in her natural state. Jitri, the maid, explained her preference for straightforward communication, stating that she and her colleagues didn't need to exchange unnecessary compliments or engage in meaningless small talk. However, she acknowledged that in a crisis, even with their backs turned, they could rely on each other. A sentiment echoed by a subtle smile on her face. The young master listened attentively, a thoughtful expression on his face as he considered Jitri's words, and ultimately concluded that her perspective was satisfactory. He simply responded with a quiet yeah, conveying his acceptance of her change in demeanor. The young master's quiet approval concluded the exchange. The young master, comfortably seated, perused a book. Jitri, the maid, stood nearby, holding a teapot. He seemed entirely unconcerned by her new, direct communication style. A subtle shift in their dynamic, a quiet acceptance of her changed demeanor. Jitri, the maid, approached the young master, who was calmly examining a book. She inquired about his well-being, and then hesitantly revealed that negative rumors were circulating about him. The young master reacted with mild surprise to the news of the negative rumors, questioning their nature and expressing a degree of disbelief. Jitri, flustered, explained that the rumor was that he kept her employed because he liked her. The maid, Jitri, nervously revealed a rumor, her hand fidgeting. The young master listened, a calm yet surprised expression on his face. He quietly questioned the validity of the rumor. Jitri apologized for implicating him, explaining that she only spoke out of concern for his well-being. She clarified that her intention was to alleviate his discomfort regarding the circulating rumors. The young master acknowledged the rumors, confirming that he was aware of his reputation as the good-for-nothing, incompetent youngest son. Jitri attempted to downplay the severity of the rumors, but the young master remained stoic. He sternly warned Jitri about the consequences of lying, prompting her to confess that she had indeed heard even more damaging rumors. Jitri revealed the existence of rumors suggesting the young master was perverted. The young master reacted with disbelief to the rumors, his hands flying to his face. Even so, he mused that his public image had improved. Previously seen as a reckless and weak good-for-nothing, nowadays, he was merely considered a capable brat. But he knew he still needed to maintain a balance. Nox, after all, was a villain. And to help the protagonist shine, he must remain one. Because he was not the protagonist of Inner Lunatic. The young master clenched his fist, a subtle display of resolve. As Jitri, the maid, suggested they cease discussing the rumors circulating about him, she then revealed she had a task for him. Jitri explained that survival at Eldian Academy required preparation, and that she, too, would be preparing. The young master inquired about the nature of her preparations, and a brief internal monologue revealed his plan to use Jitri's unwavering loyalty to his advantage, sharing his plans with her to make his own preparations easier. His intention was to study magic before attending the academy. The young master, his expression thoughtful and strategic, considered his upcoming studies. He turned to Jitri, the maid, and stated, "I want you to help me with that." Jitri, initially surprised, reacted with a silent exclamation, as the young master's request sunk in. She then voiced her concern, "You're thinking of doing that despite knowing it's illegal in this empire, right?" He responded with a nonchalant, "Of course." Jitri, exasperated, retorted, "You're acting so brazen." The young master, unfazed, leaned forward, a smirk playing on his lips. He declared, "I'm a good-for-nothing after all. A lustful one at that." Jitri sighed, commenting, "You sure hold grudges." Jitri, the maid, pondered the young master's request, her expression a mixture of concern and exasperation. She voiced her doubts, stating that she was sure there was a reason behind his decision,
offering to help by finding basic books that might be useful.
The young master, Grain, observed her with a smirk, commenting that she was as competent as expected. Grain then instructed Jitri to move quickly with the preparations, and to get prepared quickly, emphasizing the importance of not messing up the preparations to avoid trouble. Meanwhile, alerted to the commotion, Jitri and Grain were seen hurrying through the manor. News of Grain's return spread through the house. The announcement of young Master Grain has returned echoed through the halls.
Grain, upon his return, appeared slightly anxious. An unseen observer noted the young master's return from the Eldian Academy,
remarking on the significance of the event, as several carriages carrying what appeared to be supplies were visible in the courtyard. While the butler, blonde woman, and maid Jitri oversaw the preparations, the young master, inwardly pleased, reflected on the imminent opportunity to extend his life, and then quietly summoned Jitri, giving her instructions for the preparations. Jitri, though slightly startled by the sudden summons, readily complied. Jitri, the maid, responded softly to the young master's instructions.
A simple young master.
Her expression hinted at curiosity regarding his plans.
From his vantage point, the young master observed the preparations underway.
A significant number of carriages and personnel were being assembled in the courtyard. His thoughts remained focused on the success of his scheme. A lavish table setting was prepared, complete with a decadent cake, fine glassware, and an assortment of gourmet dishes. A celebratory message appeared, reading "Good job on graduating from Eldian." The older man, Grain von Rienhafer's father, sipped wine, a look of quiet pride on his face. Grain, the young master, responded with a simple, grateful, "Thank you, father." The image focused on Grain, his name, Grain von Rienhafer, displayed prominently below. A close-up revealed Grain's intense, violet eyes, hinting at a hidden power, followed by a display of his character sheet, revealing his name, age, 16, race, human, main element, dark, and a newly acquired skill, precise detection. A character description appeared, labeling a lustful man who brightens up upon seeing materialistic women. Traits listed included acknowledging situations quickly, thorough calculation, and negative traits such as hypocrisy, scornfulness, prioritizing social statuses, and being opportunistic and pro-aristocrats. The young master, Grain, recounted a conversation with his professor from the academy, explaining that the only reason Grain's true colors hadn't been exposed was because Knox was a worse good-for-nothing. Grain continued, describing himself as someone very good at getting along with others in the political world. He used his political talents to easily graduate from the academy. The narration highlighted that Eldian Academy is very famous but also very hard to graduate from, with less than 1,000 people passing the admission exams, and only half of those admitted actually graduating.
Finally, Grain's name was shown, confirming his successful graduation.
The older man, his expression grave, sat before a large, ornate desk.
He appeared deep in thought. A butler approached, a question in his eyes.
He inquired about the young master's departure date to Chadrez. The butler's hand, holding a small wooden spoon, gestured towards the documents on the desk. The young master, his face composed, confirmed that he would be leaving for Chadrez in 3 days. The older man, listening intently, noted that a trip to Chadrez at this time of year usually meant a monster hunting mission. A map of Chadrez was shown, a small territory outside the Rienhafer borders, bordering the undeveloped desert of Tajilan to the east. The map highlighted Chadrez's location as a neutral territory in the south. The skeletal remains of a monstrous beast lay scattered across a desolate landscape, a grim testament to the harsh reality of Chadrez. It's not merely barren, but also teeming with dangerous creatures.
A wasteland of the worst kind. This desolate region is the target of a critical mission,
entrusted to Grain by the imperial family, to quell the monstrous wave threatening Chadrez during the coming winter. Within the opulent halls of the Arkheim Empire, a regal figure sits upon a golden throne.
The emperor's decree is clear, to become a knight recognized by the imperial family. one must first complete the mission assigned by the Empire.
A conversation unfolds, revealing the harsh truth about Chadrez. When winter arrives, it becomes a breeding ground for monsters.
The imperial family's actions are a preemptive strike, an attempt to curb the threat before it escalates further.
The barren land is a critical point, its fall would impact surrounding areas. A stern-faced man, likely a superior officer, imparts a final warning to Grain: under no circumstances should he bring dishonor to the Rainhafer name. The young master, having just finished a meal, listened attentively as his father spoke.
He responded quietly, "I'll bear that in mind, father."
His father continued, explaining that the mission to Chadrez was far more complex than a simple monster hunt,
and held significant potential rewards. The young master, seemingly thoughtful, stirred his food with a spoon, the implication being that the mission's success would bring substantial benefits.
He wiped his mouth with a napkin, his expression unreadable.
A brother approached, inquiring, "Brother, are you going to Chadrez?" The young master confirmed simply, "Yes."
He further elaborated that his participation was essential to secure those gains. The young master, Nox, politely asked if he could accompany his superior on their mission to Chadrez. His request met with a look of surprise and concern from the older man, prompting the older man to question Nox's understanding of the mission's true nature and the dangers involved. Nox, undeterred, explained that he intended to participate in the Chadrez subjugation personally,
and proceeded to detail his knowledge of Chadrez as a neutral area where monsters attack intermittently and bandits secretly amass their forces.
The older man, intrigued, noted that he had heard much about Nox's skills recently, specifically his precise detection. He then questioned Nox about the rumors surrounding his recent success in clearing the missing child's forest alongside the second daughter of the Stillrainers. Nox, with a confident smirk, remained silent, leaving the older man to ponder the implications. Nox confirmed that it was true, his skill allowed him to sense why someone was restless, and that if his target's stats were lower than his, he could quickly find the reason for their restlessness. The older man deduced that Nox must have defeated the twins and taken in a commoner maid, to which Nox confirmed, activating his steel mentality to counteract precise detection. The older man sighed, acknowledging Nox's recent accomplishments, but ultimately refused to allow Nox, who hadn't even been admitted to Eldian Academy, to join him on the Chadrez mission. He expressed his preference to not be the one to collect Nox's corpse.
Nox's expression turned serious. The older man, seated at a grand table, listened as his son questioned his decision. "Father?"
The older man confidently stated that he could guarantee Nox would not be joining the Chadrez mission, his expression unwavering as he subtly adjusted his coat. He then addressed his other son, Grain, giving a direct order: "Grain, bring your brother on the mission with you." Grain reacted with shock and disbelief, shouting, "Father!" His face contorted in a mixture of anger and defiance as he stared at his father. The older man's final words hanging heavy in the air: "This is an order." The young master, Theo, stood in a grand hall, a slight frown etching his features. He appeared pensive, his expression hinting at a question forming in his mind,
as he processed the information he'd just received. The family would be providing supplies for the upcoming mission.
The older man's order echoed in his mind. Preparations for departure were to be completed within 3 days. A sense of urgency settled upon him, leaving Theo momentarily speechless. He wondered what had just transpired.
Theo's surprise deepened.
The older man had granted permission so easily, a fact that fueled his suspicion. He wondered if the older man was hiding something. His thoughts turned to Nox.
"Theo," he mused, "is he up to something?"
The young master, his face etched with suspicion, clenched his fist,
silently questioning the older man's motives.
His internal turmoil was palpable.
He voiced his apprehension, asking, "What are you up to?"
The older man sighed, his expression darkening.
He stated, "Nox, have you really lost your mind?"
The older man continued, seemingly unfazed by the young master's outrage.
He said, "No matter how crazy I am, could I be any crazier than I used to be?
The young master's shock was evident.
He exclaimed, "What? How dare you joke around?"
The older man smirked, a glint in his eyes.
He warned, "You better watch."
The older man, his expression unreadable, leaned in close to the young master. He spoke, his voice low and menacing. "It'd be a real pity if you got injured after getting the rare chance to go to Chatter's, right?" His words hung heavy in the air, a veiled threat laced with subtle mockery. The young master's eyes narrowed, his anger simmering beneath a thin veneer of control. A sudden movement, the young master lunged forward, his expression a mask of fury. He grabbed the older man's arm, his grip tight with barely contained rage. The young master, while seemingly relaxed, accidentally spills wine on his attire. He exclaims, "Oh my!" His expression shifts to one of annoyance. As a maid rushes to his aid, attempting to clean the stain. But he brushes her off, his irritation growing. The maid apologizes profusely. "My apologies. Young master knocks." She insists on cleaning the stain. "I'll wash it for you right away. Please head to your room first without me." The young master, still visibly upset, fixes his collar. He mutters to himself, "Brother." Jitri, the maid, apologized for a mistake, stating she would leave. The young master, observing the scene from afar, simply said he would see her later. His expression was one of quiet contemplation. The young master's thoughts turned to the impending departure for the Chatter's subjugation, scheduled for 3 days hence. A close-up on his attire revealed a meticulously crafted, ornate outfit. He clenched his fist, a subtle display of resolve. The scene opens in a grand hall, the polished floor reflecting the light. A pair of well-shined shoes is shown, suggesting someone of importance is present. A young man with silver hair, knocks, speaks to a maid with bright green hair, Jitri. He thanks her for helping him out of trouble, noting her talent for getting into it. Jitri expresses concern for Knox's well-being, mentioning the upcoming Chatter's conflict. Knox reassures her, saying it's okay and not to worry. Suddenly, another maid, Rona, bursts into the room, calling out for young Master Knox. Rona questions Knox's whereabouts, surprised by his sudden appearance. Rona's expression is one of shock and concern as she looks down at her apron. Knox observes Rona's reaction, a hint of confusion and amusement in his eyes. He wonders if she has forgotten that he is her young master. News of the young master's participation in the dangerous Chatter subjugation mission spread quickly. He mused, "News sure spreads fast, huh? Everything's decided already." Jitri, visibly worried, confronted him. The news of a good-for-nothing joining the Chatter subjugation shocked her. And she found the situation incredibly shocking. Jitri's concern was echoed by Rona, who agreed with Jitri's assessment of the situation. The young master stated that he agreed with Rona as well. Jitri expressed her fears about the dangers of the Chatter's region, citing the high numbers of monsters and bandits. She emphasized the sheer scale of the threat, highlighting the hundreds of monsters and bandits present in the area. Despite the warnings, the young master remained resolute in his decision to proceed alone. He declared that this was his chance to prove himself and that he knew what he was doing. He informed Jitri and Rona that he would be going to the subjugation mission without them, requesting that they remain behind. Jitri, the maid, voiced her apprehension. "But I can't let you do that." Despite Jitri's concerns, the young master remained resolute in his decision to face the dangers of the Chatter subjugation alone. Jitri, as his exclusive maid, felt a duty to assist him, regardless of the risks. She declared, "As your exclusive maid, I have a duty to assist you no matter where you are." Jitri's determination solidified as she stated, "So, I'll be going with you as well." The young master, however, worried about Jitri's safety, cautioned her, "You could get hurt." Jitri, undeterred, acknowledged the risk but insisted on accompanying him. Rona, the other maid, also expressed concern for the young master's well-being, pointing out his vulnerability to illness. The young master simply replied, "Yes. But that's the same for you as well." Jitri questioned the young master's ability to undertake a long journey alone, highlighting his tendency to forget things and his need for clean clothes. Further emphasizing that he frequently forgets his belongings and requires laundry. Jitri, despite her concerns, remains silent, her expression thoughtful. The young master, acknowledging the maid's points, sighed, recognizing the validity of her concerns. He reflected on the differences between the game and reality, realizing that the trivial details Jitri mentioned were now significant in this world. Jitri voiced her apprehension about the potential consequences of the young master's death, emphasizing the repercussions for her position within the Rainhafer family. The young master, with a serious expression, listened intently to Jitri's concerns. The young master mused, "I guess Jitri has no choice but to follow me, huh?" Jitri smiled subtly, her expression betraying a hint of apprehension. The young master instructed, "But you must listen to my orders. You'll also need to learn how to ride Carl." Jitri, surprised, exclaimed, "Understood. I've gotten much closer to Carl already." Rona reacted with disbelief, questioning, "What? You've gotten closer to Carl?" Jitri explained, "Well, I used half of my salary to buy top-grade sugar cubes for horses, and he opened up pretty quickly." Rona, unimpressed, retorted, "Carl, is hay not food?" The young master concluded, "Well, you're just a beast, like your master. In any case, Rona will be staying." The young master, Knox, issued orders to Jitri, one of the maids, assigning her to assist with his travel preparations. He seemed unconcerned about Rona's earlier anxiety. His thoughts lingering on Rona's earlier distress. He wondered if she would be all right. Meanwhile, Rona, the other maid, remained visibly worried. A knock came at the door, interrupting the tense atmosphere. The chamberlain arrived, bearing a message from the patriarch for Knox. He stated that the patriarch had an item he wished to pass on to the young master. Knox's expression shifted as he heard that the item was from Theo. The patriarch's message was clear: the family would provide all necessary supplies for the young master's mission. Intriguing the young master, who wondered if a certain item was among them. While Jitri, suspicious of Theo's actions during dinner, felt certain he was up to something. The chamberlain arrived, announcing his presence. The young master, upon seeing the chamberlain, bowed his head slightly, appearing somewhat apprehensive. The chamberlain's expression was grave as he delivered the patriarch's message. A message from the patriarch arrived, detailing the supplies for the young master's mission. Among them, a particular item was mentioned. Whether or not he could obtain it would depend entirely on him. A sword, seemingly of great significance, was shown in the message. The young master, upon seeing the image, felt a mixture of intrigue and apprehension. He recognized it as the sword of Rienhafer's first patriarch. A visual effect emphasized the weight and mystery surrounding the ancient weapon. The young master's expression shifted to one of surprise. This was unexpected. The chamberlain, observing the young master's reaction, noted that this item had never before appeared in the inner lunatic. A close-up of a mysterious, pointed object, possibly a key or a similar item, was shown. A close-up reveals a sword, its hilt intricately designed with dark metal and a glowing purple gem at its center. A caption box appears, stating that even a veteran player who has completed the game 27 times would not recognize this item. Another caption box emphasizes the item's obscurity. The young master, seated at a desk, expresses his confusion regarding the current situation. He resolves to obtain the mysterious item. A caption box notes the item's worn appearance. A closer look at the sword's hilt reveals its intricate details. The young master, still perplexed, is told that the sword likely appears worn out to him. The older man, seated in his study, listened intently as the young master spoke, explaining his fascination with a mysterious sword. The sword, he explained, had accompanied the first patriarch for his entire life. The older man, a thoughtful expression on his face, revealed that the sword had been with him his whole life as well. The young master, eager to learn more, requested to know the test he must undergo to obtain the sword. The older man instructed him to try lifting the sword. The young master, with a determined look, approached the sword, his hands outstretched. and carefully grasped the hilt. He strained, his muscles tensing. But the sword remained stubbornly in its case. The young master strained, his face contorted in effort as he attempted to lift the heavy sword. A surge of purple energy enveloped the blade, the hilt glowing with an unnatural light as the young master's mana flowed into the weapon. His eyes widening in surprise as he realized his mana was being absorbed by the sword. "My mana is being absorbed," he thought, a mixture of alarm and fascination in his expression. A dark energy pulsed from the sword's hilt. A subtle shift in the blade's color was noticeable as the dark energy intensified. The young master gasped, the blade's color changed. Finally, with a surge of power, he managed to lift the sword, the purple energy now fully integrated into the blade, and a dark aura surrounded him. A surge of dark purple energy erupted from the sword, swirling around the young master as he struggled to lift it. The blade pulsed with ominous power, its color deepening as it absorbed his mana. The young master's face contorted in effort, his brow furrowed in concentration. The older man observed, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. "Good," he murmured, "it's as I had thought." A caption box appeared, explaining, "This sword absorbs the mana of its master, and unleashes it several-fold." The older man's expression remained stoic, his gaze fixed on the young master. The young master, eyes wide, processed the information, "It unleashes mana several-fold." The young master, upon closer inspection of the ancient sword, mused, "I guess this won't be an easy sword to use." A surge of energy pulsed from the blade as he grasped it, causing him to recoil in surprise. The sword's power overwhelmed him in a blinding flash. A warning sign appeared, indicating a rapid drain of his mana, and a further warning that his acting ability was destabilizing due to the abrupt change in his condition. Despite the warnings, the young master persevered, his grip tightening on the sword. The sword's power continued to surge, threatening to consume him. The young master's face contorted in pain as he struggled to maintain his grip on the sword, his mana rapidly draining. "It'll get dangerous for me if my mana is being absorbed this quickly," he thought, fear creeping into his mind. An older man observed, his expression unreadable. He instructed the young master, "If you want to receive that sword, you just need to last 10 minutes while holding that sword." The young master's eyes widened in disbelief. 10 minutes. In this state, he questioned internally, his doubt palpable. He gritted his teeth, the strain evident on his face. The effort was clearly immense. "That bastard, Theo," he cursed under his breath, his frustration boiling over. Meanwhile, the older man's gaze remained fixed on the young master, his thoughts unreadable, but a hint of anticipation in his eyes. The name of the sword was revealed, Stormbringer. A surge of dark energy erupted from the sword as the young master gripped it. The system interface appeared, displaying the sword's basic information: name, Stormbringer, weakened, category, equipment, grade, can grow from intermediate to advanced, element, darkness, special effect. Every time you kill something with this sword, it'll absorb your mana and convert it into its own stats. A further notification appeared: after it has absorbed a large amount of the player's mana, it will discharge it and unlock its power. The young master, his expression grim, dismissed the detailed information as unimportant for the moment. He focused on the task at hand. A system notification appeared: your mana has been completely exhausted. Changing the source of energy. The young master's eyes widened in alarm, as another system message flashed, forcefully converting the player's life force into mana. Despite the risk, the young master channeled his life force into the Stormbringer, gripping it tightly. A final system alert appeared: your life is being depleted quickly. The young master, his face contorted in pain, muttered, "Fuck." He resolved, "I don't care anymore. I have to give up now." With a final surge of desperate energy, he unleashed the full power of the Stormbringer. The young master's grip on the Stormbringer tightened, his internal monologue echoing his desperate struggle: "I can't let go of the sword." A silent scream escaping him as the sword's power threatened to consume him. His face contorted in agony, a frustrated whisper escaping his lips: "Darn sword." Dark energy pulsed around him. A shadowy figure observed from the periphery, his expression unreadable. The sword's power continued to drain the young master's life force. Finally, the dark energy subsided, revealing the name of the sword, Stormbringer. The young master's hand, still clutching the Stormbringer, crumbled to dust, leaving behind only the legendary sword, its dark surface gleaming faintly in the dim light. What kind of sword was it? A voice wondered aloud. It was revealed to be a magic sword of immense power, capable of granting its wielder tremendous strength, but at a terrible cost. It inflicted harm upon the one who held it. The first patriarch of the Rainhafer family had used this very sword to establish their power. However, its immense power came with a dangerous drawback. His descendants proved incapable of wielding the Stormbringer for extended periods. 9 out of 10 would collapse from exhaustion within minutes of holding it. Even to endure for more than 10 minutes was considered a remarkable feat. The young master, despite his exhaustion, had managed to hold onto the Stormbringer for a considerable time, showcasing his exceptional resilience. But the family patriarch ordered his youngest son, still learning to control his mana, to hold the Stormbringer. The maid, reflecting on recent events, including the young master saving her life, noted that he was always involved in significant family incidents. A young woman with fiery red hair observed, "This is all not a coincidence." Two young men, witnessing the scene, whispered, "He's growing." The young master, overwhelmed by the power of the Stormbringer, stumbled, muttering, "More than I expected." The patriarch mused, "Maybe." He continued his internal monologue, reflecting on his son, "He's as talented as a sword emperor. And that's why I decided to test him." The patriarch's thoughts continued, outlining the test. If he's able to last 10 minutes while holding the sword, that means Nox will be able to become the greatest patriarch in our family's history. The young master gripped the Stormbringer, the immense power coursing through the blade causing tremors as it was planted firmly into the ground. The patriarch's son, the young master, struggled internally, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. His face contorted in a grimace of exertion as he grappled with the Stormbringer's immense power. A silent battle waged within him, the strain evident in his clenched jaw and trembling lips. A thought flashed through his mind, "He'll surpass me, and succeed in killing me eventually." The weight of this realization intensified his struggle. His body shook violently as the Stormbringer's energy surged through him, threatening to overwhelm his control. The patriarch observed his son's struggle, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. "As I thought, you were hiding your strength," he mused. The patriarch stood tall and composed, his gaze unwavering as he watched his son wrestle with the Stormbringer's might. The young master, overwhelmed, stumbled back, his body collapsing to the floor. The Stormbringer, a formidable blade, lay embedded in the polished floorboards, its tip piercing the wood. A crack spider-webbed outwards from the point of impact. The young master, his face etched with confusion, questioned his father's words. "What are you talking about?" He knelt, his hand trembling slightly as he grasped the hilt of the Stormbringer. The patriarch watched, his expression unreadable. The patriarch declared, "This sword is now yours." The Stormbringer's immense power surged, overwhelming the young master as he struggled to maintain control. The patriarch observed from a distance. The young master gasped for breath, huff, huff. He struggled to maintain his grip on the legendary weapon, his body strained from the exertion. Sweat beaded on his brow. Finally, defeated, he muttered, "Damn it. Give me back my life force before you leave." 3 days after receiving the Stormbringer, the young master appeared exhausted, still struggling to control its immense power. The departure for the Chatter's subjugation was announced. Preparations were underway. A group, including the young master, mounted their horses and rode into a sun-dappled forest, embarking on their mission. A female companion commented on the large amount of supplies they needed to bring along for the journey, expressing relief that their dimensional pouch could hold everything. The young master, still visibly strained, silently acknowledged the comment. The young master, his expression serious, rode alongside his female companion. The female companion observed him, noting his somber mood.
she commented that he seemed to be in a bad mood, and that he'd been looking forward to this subjugation for a while. A sigh escaped her lips as they continued their journey. The female companion reflected on Theo's provision of additional items beyond Stormbringer, acknowledging the potential for life force depletion. Her concern was evident in her expression. The young master, however, appeared focused on something else, his gaze sharp and intense. He mused about the extensive preparations Grain had made, and the various monsters he'd learned about at the academy. Their journey continued, with a rolled-up sleeping mat visible on the horse's saddlebag. It had been some time since it had last been used. The female companion voiced her conditions for accompanying the young master on his mission to subdue the Chatters, stating that she would only help if he allowed her to use him in return. A subtle smirk playing on her lips as she observed him from the corner of her eye. The young master, seemingly unfazed, continued his journey, his female companion close behind. But a disagreement arose regarding the correct path. The female companion insisted on a different route, while the young master remained skeptical. Their disagreement was interrupted by the sight of their guides, already lost and disoriented. The young master's irritation grew as he questioned the efficiency of their travel, wondering when they would reach their destination at this rate. He confronted Ron, one of the guides, about the reliability of his directions, expressing his doubts about their ability to reach the Chatter's territory. One of the guides apologized, explaining that he was unfamiliar with the route. The captain identified him as Captain Ron of the Night Order, hired by Grain. The young master, Knox, scornfully called the guides idiots. The female companion, observing from a distance, recognized Knox. She then clarified that her previous remark was not directed at him. Instead, it was aimed at the incompetent guides. A horse's hoof struck the ground, indicating movement. The female companion addressed someone as brother. The young master, his expression one of disdain, rode his horse through the forest, his female companion seated behind him. Captain Ron and another guide trailed behind, their faces etched with worry. The young master, irritated by the guide's apparent unfamiliarity with the route, impatiently dismissed their concerns. He declared it none of their business. His female companion, however, subtly added to his rebuke, observing that they had lost their way. The young master, echoing her sentiment, reiterated his dismissive statement, emphasizing that it was none of their business. His sharp tone and dismissive attitude left the guides visibly shaken. The young master, a smug expression on his face, continued his journey, seemingly unconcerned by the guide's apprehension. The female companion remained silent, her gaze fixed on the path ahead, a hint of a calculating glint in her eyes. The young master's face contorted into a sneer. His eyes, sharp and violet, narrowed. He sat astride a black horse, his female companion beside him. A guide had just suggested that the young master, having lived his entire life in the mansion, might not be the best choice to lead them. Another guide pleaded for the job, offering his services as a pathfinder. But the young master, supremely confident in his own abilities, boasted about his supposed talent, claiming even the family's vassals had complimented him. His female companion subtly questioned the veracity of his claim, her expression skeptical. The young master's confidence wavered slightly as he considered the possibility of arriving late. His companion, however, saw an opportunity. She worried aloud about the potential consequences of their arrival being delayed. The young master, his arrogance slightly diminished, considered the possibility of a detour, a plan to subtly undermine the guide's confidence in their own abilities. The young master, still brimming with arrogance despite his recent setbacks, declared, "Since you're that confident, I'll let you take the lead for now." His female companion, a picture of manipulative calm, smiled subtly as they set off on their journey. Following a path seemingly chosen at random, far from the route suggested by the guides. As the sun dipped below the horizon, they made camp. The young master and his companion overseeing the final preparations. Meanwhile, the guides, left behind, expressed their disbelief, one muttering, "How the hell did he find the right path so quickly?" One of the guides exclaimed that even trained guides have difficulty navigating the area. The guides questioned how the young master managed to find the way so quickly, expressing disbelief and confusion.
one guide even telling another to be quiet. Another guide expressed disbelief at the young master's speed, questioning how it was possible. The female companion, secretly amused, thought to herself that it was an easy task for a veteran player like her, already knowing the way. The young master, maintaining a calm demeanor, revealed that he already knew the way. He explained that since the Chadrez area is a strategic hub, he had visited it more than a few hundred times. The female companion addressed the young master, Nox, asking how he found the way so quickly. The young master, his expression sharp and insightful, pointed towards the ground, asking his companion, "Do you see what's on the ground?" His companion, looking down, saw the tracks and feathers. "That's the footprints and feathers of an owlbear," she stated. The young master elaborated, "It's a monster with a bear's body and an owl's head that lives in the south." A large owlbear loomed behind the young master, its gaze intense. He continued, "Their habitat is on the South Chatter's border. And so, if we just follow the direction of those tracks, we'll be able to easily find our way to Chatter's." The female companion, considering the implications, asked, "Is it all right for us to set up overnight camp in the habitat of the owlbears?" Meanwhile, the guides, observing the young master's knowledge, whispered amongst themselves, impressed by his expertise. One commented, "I heard that young Master Nox had changed a lot, to think." Another guide finished the thought, "Isn't he much better than the second young master who studied at the academy?" The young master, his face a mask of irritation, snapped, "Shut up." One of the guides, Schultz, addressed the young master, inquiring, "Schultz, you said Hartz and Allen lost to him, right?" The guides exchanged concerned glances. Schultz confirmed, "Yes, that's right. Grain's butler." The young master, his expression unreadable, muttered to himself, "I need to see just how strong he is." A thoughtful expression crossed his face. Before a sly smile played on his lips as he added, "I happen to have the perfect item for that." He reached inside his coat, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. The young master's hand tightened around a small, cloth sack. A subtle smirk playing on his lips as he muttered, "Cuckoo." Observing from a distance, the guides exchanged a worried glance. One of them commented that it looked like a long night was ahead for Nox. The young master and a female guide walked towards a nearby encampment. The guide pointing out the location of the tents. As night fell, a large, menacing figure emerged from the shadows. Young Master Nox sat alone, a question forming in his mind, "Has it started?" He sat in a meditative pose, his sword resting beside him, a sense of anticipation heavy in the air. A guide approached, her voice laced with concern as she questioned, "Young Master Nox?" Nox, sensing the urgency, instructed the guide, "I want you to wait here." He rose, his movements swift and silent, drawing his sword. The glint of steel reflecting the dim light of the forest as he prepared himself for whatever lay ahead. A gust of wind swept through the trees, carrying with it the faint scent of impending conflict. The young master, sword drawn, continued his advance through the darkening forest. His keen eyes scanning the shadows for any sign of movement. The silhouettes of 4 large figures emerged from the gloom. Their massive forms slowly resolving into the hulking shapes of ogres. One particularly large ogre stood at the forefront, its menacing gaze fixed on the approaching young master. The young master's expression hardened. "For ogres," he muttered to himself, his grip tightening on his sword. The young master, having advanced into the forest, paused, his expression thoughtful. He observed a trail of dark, viscous substance on the ground. Recognizing it as a clue, he deduced that this was likely the cause of the ogre ambush. It seemed someone had used the ogre's mating season to lure them into a trap. A plan to use the intimidated ogres against him. But the young master, with a smirk, revealed his own plan: he would use his life force. Drawing his weapon, he prepared to confront the ogres head-on. The young master's anticipation proved correct, the ogres launched a surprise attack. But he was ready. The impact of the attack sent shockwaves through the air. And the force of the blow was immense, as evidenced by the debris flying everywhere. The young master, wielding his artifact, the Stormbringer, prepared for his counterattack. The young master, anticipating the ogre's ambush, prepared for a counterattack.
A wave of energy erupted from him,
sending shards of ice hurtling towards the oncoming ogres.
The force of the attack sending him flying backward.
Another surge of energy, this time purple, manifested. As the young master, using his artifact, unleashed a devastating counteroffensive against the surprised ogres. He moved with speed and precision, his movements a blur as he deflected their attacks, leaving behind only fragments of ice and the retreating forms of the defeated ogres. The young master, despite sustaining injuries, channeled his power, a surge of energy emanating from his artifact, releasing a devastating wave of energy that swept through the ranks of the ogres. The force of the attack sending shockwaves through the battlefield. One ogre, caught in the full brunt of the attack, was sent flying, while others stumbled back, their forms momentarily distorted by the sheer power unleashed by the young master's artifact. His face, streaked with blood and grime, reflected a grim determination as he braced himself for the next onslaught. With a swift, calculated movement, he delivered a powerful kick, sending another ogre sprawling to the ground, defeated. The young master unleashed a devastating blow, his artifact cleaving through an ogre. The force of the strike sending the creature sprawling, and leaving a trail of dark energy in its wake. The young master, though victorious, was wounded. He examined his artifact, muttering, "This sword is pretty good." His thoughts drifted to a previous encounter. "I was worried I'd be in trouble if it started to eat up my mana recklessly like when I was in front of Theo." But his concerns proved unfounded. A small, satisfied smile played on his lips as he surveyed the battlefield, his resolve unwavering. The young master, his movements a blur, sliced through the first ogre with his artifact, the blade a purple streak against the creature's blue hide. He felt the unnatural ease of the weapon in his hand. "It feels like the sword is moving easily in the direction that I want," he noted. Blood splattered his face, but his expression remained resolute. With a final, swift strike, he dispatched the last remaining ogre. "There's only one left? What a pity," he mused, surveying the fallen foes. The defeated ogre, wounded and terrified, attempted a desperate retreat. But the young master easily anticipated its movements, ending the fight with a single, decisive blow. "Oh, wow. It wants to run away?" Wounded but resolute, the young master wiped blood from his chin, muttering, "I can't allow that." He called out, "Carl," summoning his steed. Carl, a powerful, blue-hued horse, responded with a burst of ethereal, blue flames erupting from its mane, a surge of magical energy propelling them forward at incredible speed. Mounted on Carl, the young master rode with breathtaking speed, a blur of motion against the dark forest background. He braced himself, readying for impact, as Carl's powerful muscles strained under the exertion of their incredible speed. The young master prepared to unleash a final, desperate attack. The young master, astride Carl, unleashed a furious final attack, a whirlwind of motion leaving only streaks of light in its wake, the impact echoing with the force of a collapsing mountain as the final ogre fell. Silence descended, broken only by the young master's ragged breathing. Exhausted but victorious, the young master slumped slightly in the saddle, his face pale but resolute. A system message appeared: "You've gained 1 day and 9 hours after defeating the ogres." A guide, peering from behind a tent flap, anxiously called out, "Young Master Knox. Are you all right?" Another guide, her face etched with worry, watched from the shadows. One of the guides, her green hair a vibrant contrast to the darkening forest, expressed her concern. She clenched her fist, worry etched on her face, as she questioned the unexpected appearance of the ogres. Her companion, a stoic figure, responded, noting the unusual circumstances, and deduced that someone had deliberately lured the creatures to their location. The implication hung heavy in the air. The guide, startled, questioned the meaning of the statement. As the name Grain von Reinhafer was revealed, a sinister smile playing on his lips. It was revealed that Grain had manipulated the ogre's behavior to attack them.
This explained why he had positioned his tent far from the others. The guides realized the full extent of Grain's treachery. He was actively trying to harm the young master. One of the guides, her face etched with worry, voiced her suspicion, "Grain is trying to keep you in check?" The young master, wounded but victorious, dismissed his mount with a simple command, "Carl, you can go to sleep now." The horse whinnied softly in response. As the young master continued his analysis, Grain probably thinks that I don't know how to get into the line of being a successor candidate of the family. That's why he judged that it'd be better for him to test my abilities in advance. The young master's thoughts shifted to Grain's motivations. Compared to the eldest son, Garen, he's not as strong, so he had no choice but to use this cowardly plan to get information. Wounded and resting, the young master resolved, I ought to let him know that won't work on me. From a distance, another voice called out, "Young Master Knox? What are you trying to do?" A young woman, her face etched with worry, tended to the young master's wounds. Blood stained his hand. As Grain, his own hands also bloodied, smirked. He asked, "Do you know how you can lure way more ogres?" The camera focused on a vial of dark liquid, dripping blood onto the young master's injured chest. Grain held it aloft, explaining that it was ogre's blood. Grain, a cruel glint in his eyes, continued to explain his plan. That the scent would attract more ogres, seeking revenge for their fallen comrades. A wide shot revealed a forest encampment, numerous tents pitched under the night sky. The scene faded to a soft white, leaving the reader to anticipate the impending ogre attack. A mana detection crystal, resting on a cushioned surface, pulsed with an inner light. Its luminescence intensifying, causing Grain to question the unexpected reaction. The crystal, Grain explained, was a magical tool capable of detecting the presence of monsters in the surrounding area. He considered the possibility of a malfunction, but dismissed it, reasoning that a monster strong enough to trigger the crystal at the forest's entrance was unlikely. Suddenly, the crystal's glow intensified dramatically, causing Grain to stumble back in surprise. The crystal continued to glow intensely on the table. A concerned voice called out, "Young Master Grain?" A man, his face etched with worry and a fresh wound visible, urgently shouted, "You must evacuate right away." The young master, witnessing the scene unfold, reacted with alarm, questioning, "What's happening?" The man's voice trembled as he revealed the source of the chaos, the ogres. A fierce battle erupted in the forest as ogres clashed with armed figures. Cries of pain echoed through the trees. The young master, now engaged in combat, faced a towering ogre, his sword raised in defense. More ogres appeared, their numbers overwhelming the defenders. The young master's companion cried out, "They have appeared in a large group." The young master, his face grim, muttered, "Damn it." The young master's thoughts turned to the unusual nature of the situation. This isn't the place where the ogres should be appearing. The aftermath of a battle was evident. A broken wooden structure lay amidst the chaos. Injured ogres were being tended to while others surveyed the scene. A commanding figure barked orders, "Bring the injured here. Take care of things over there. Idiots." A man with silver hair, clearly agitated, confronted another, his voice sharp, "Did you plant the soil on top of my tent?" The blond man stammered a response, That's not it. It's strange." His face was etched with worry and confusion. Elsewhere, a young man with white hair stretched languidly, yawning widely. A young woman with vibrant green hair watched him from a distance, her expression unreadable. Jitri commented on the refreshing morning, addressing young Master Knox. Young Master Knox, seemingly unbothered by the recent events, simply sighed. And Jitri invited him to eat. Jitri sat down, inviting the maid to join him. The maid, however, politely declined, explaining that as a maid, she couldn't eat with him. Jitri countered that they were on a mission and it would be troublesome for her to prepare her own meal separately. He also pointed out the danger of monsters appearing while she was alone. And added, with a smirk, "Well, who knows?" The maid looked concerned. The maid explained that she was going to eat at her brother's tent area.
Jitri asked what was wrong, and the maid, sighing, explained that she felt she should be serving the young master. The young master, Knox, continued his meal, seemingly oblivious to the events unfolding around him. He chuckled, stating that Jitri should get used to his shameless behavior. Meanwhile, outside, Knox instructed his servants to pack up the tents. Knox delicately scooped up another spoonful of food, his expression serene. He noted that the bloodstained tent would need to be discarded. Jitri, observing the situation, pondered their next course of action, suggesting they help those in need. She mused that their continued presence near the bloodstained tent might attract more ogres. Knox, however, flatly rejected the idea. He simply stated, "Nope." Knox, still eating, questioned why he would help them. Jitri, her expression etched with worry, voiced her concern, "That means they'll keep getting closer, even if we move. The ogres will probably keep coming after us." Knox, seemingly unconcerned, continued eating. He mused, "That's what I was after from the start, though. But, if I tell her that, she'll probably nag at me, right?" He smirked, a glint in his eyes. "I need more ogres to appear to extend my life." Jitri approached Knox, bowl in hand. "Are you done eating? And we'll need the ogres soon." The scene opened with a pair of legs, clad in dark boots, standing near wooden crates in a dimly lit area. A panoramic view revealed a vast landscape, scarred by the earth-shattering impact of numerous ogre attacks. The young master, Knox, and Jitri were preparing to depart. The young master, with a self-satisfied smirk, declared, "Let's pack up and depart." He casually adjusted his trousers, seemingly unconcerned by the recent chaos. A close-up on his boots emphasized the casualness of his demeanor as he prepared to leave the scene of the ogre attacks. From above, a lone ogre was seen lumbering through the undergrowth, its club held menacingly. Another ogre, partially obscured by foliage, was also approaching, adding to the sense of impending danger. The sound of approaching ogres, represented by onomatopoeia, echoed through the air, underscoring the group's imminent departure. A lone ogre, seemingly perplexed, looked over its shoulder as a dark, blurry figure attacked from behind. The impact sending the ogre sprawling to the ground. The second day dawned. A panoramic view of rolling hills and distant mountains filled the frame. The young master, seemingly unconcerned, idly tapped a walking stick against the ground as he prepared to mount his horse. His hands adjusted the reins and his expression remained calm. Knox, equally unfazed, made his own preparations for departure. He reported, "I've been able to successfully grasp the terrain of this entire area. Chatters is still quite far away, so I was a little worried, but this is great." The young master, Knox, and Jitri, along with several other riders, set off on horseback, a small cavalcade moving through the forest. Jitri, however, voiced her concern. "What do you intend to do about the ogres that are on our tails?" Jitri, ever vigilant, voiced a critical question to the young master, "Are you able to shake them off?" The young master, displaying an air of self-assuredness, confidently replied, "Of course." The young master, while acknowledging the potential for a large-scale subjugation of the ogres, explained his strategic decision: "We could execute a large-scale subjugation here, but it would undoubtedly attract more monsters." Therefore, he prioritized a swift exit from the forest, stating, "We'd definitely draw the attention of other monsters. So instead, we'll be putting all our efforts into getting out of this forest quickly." Knox, ever observant, expressed a slight apprehension, "There won't be any problems?" As they mounted their horses and prepared for departure, a subtle shift in power dynamics was noted. Unknowingly, he's suddenly taken over command of the soldiers. Amidst the preparations, another character questioned Knox's surprising knowledge. "Since when did you study so much about ogres?" The final panel shows Knox beginning their departure, simply addressed as Young Master Knox. One of the guides, nervously tapping his foot, questioned the young master. "Why do you keep tapping the ground?" The young master, his expression serious, replied, "Because monsters might appear at any time." The guides exchanged worried glances, their apprehension evident. The young master smirked slightly, a glint in his eyes. Yes. With a decisive nod, the young master spurred his horse forward, leading the group in a hasty retreat. The guides followed closely behind, their mounts thundering across the landscape, leaving a trail of dust and hoofprints in their wake. The urgency of their flight was palpable. One of the guides let out a startled exclamation as they rode. Nox, from behind, watched with a mixture of concern and determination etched on her face. The young master urged his horse onward, shouting, "Yeah," as he spurted into a furious gallop, the ground blurring beneath them as they fled the scene of the battle. The guides followed closely behind, their faces etched with apprehension, a sense of urgency hanging heavy in the air. Nox watched from a distance, his expression a mixture of concern and grim determination, his eyes fixed on the retreating figures. The young master, despite the haste of their retreat, wore a confident, almost smug smile, a stark contrast to the fear evident on the faces of his companions. A monstrous, worm-like creature emerged from the dust cloud behind them, its massive form a terrifying testament to the power they had barely escaped. The creature lunged forward, its attack narrowly missing one of the fleeing guides, sending the guide sprawling to the ground. The young master glanced back, a flicker of something akin to satisfaction in his eyes before he urged his horse onward, leaving the guide behind. The chase continued, the monstrous worm hot on their heels. The title card declared the chapter's subject, the worm. A colossal worm, resembling both a snake and an earthworm, emerged from the ground, its gaping maw threatening the young master and his entourage. One of the guides was nearly swallowed whole by the monstrous creature. Nox observed, noting that the worm, despite its immense size and strength, was a malformed dragon incapable of using magic. The young master, despite the danger, remained confident, asserting that even tens of ogres would pose less of a threat than this creature. He emphasized the worm's exceptional strength, highlighting its status as the most difficult monster to defeat. The worm lunged again, its massive form filling the panel. The young master, a smirk playing on his lips, mused aloud, "Although the soldiers would probably be in shock if they knew that I was trying to get them out by tapping on the ground. Ha ha. What can they do, though?" His thoughts drifted to a darker subject. They can be the one to possess a body in a game if they're unhappy. Suddenly, the young master's demeanor shifted. He barked orders, "Everyone, prepare for battle and hide in the bushes." His sharp command hung in the air, causing one of the guides to question, "Pardon? Hide?" Another guide, equally confused, voiced his concern, "Aren't we going to attack?" The young master's confident smile returned. He declared, "Let our enemies defeat our enemies." He continued, his tone betraying a hint of ruthlessness, "There won't be any problems if we make it out of this forest quickly." The young master's guides expressed their apprehension, uttering a single word of disbelief, "No." Their fear was palpable as they witnessed the relentless pursuit of numerous ogres. The young master, however, remained resolute, revealing his lack of surprise, "I had no intentions of shaking off the ogres from the start." A massive ogre emerged from the dust cloud, its menacing presence underscoring the gravity of their situation. One of the guides, noticing the approaching danger, urgently called out, "Young Master Nox." The guide's desperate plea was met with the young master's stoic back, his expression unreadable. As the guide's voice trembled with fear, "So many ogres have caught up to us." Her fear was evident in her wide, terrified eyes. The young master, seemingly unconcerned, reassured his terrified guides, stating that he had a plan. He calmly added that there was no need for worry. A close-up on his face revealed a steely determination in his violet eyes. He then posed a cryptic question to one of the guides, "Do you know what monster the worm loves the most yet hates the most at the same time?" The guide, visibly shaken, could only express her fear with a silent gasp. Suddenly, a warning cry pierced the air as the young master and his guide were caught in the midst of a chaotic scene. It was ogres, their monstrous forms looming large, and the young master remained steadfast. One ogre lunged, its massive fist aimed at the young master, but the young master remained unmoved. In a swift, brutal counterattack, the young master used the ogre's own momentum against it, sending it crashing to the ground.
The guides explained that ogres are the worm's main food source, but they constantly seek revenge, making them arch-enemies. An ogre lunged, roaring in fury.
But the young master calmly observed, a plan forming in his mind.
The guides questioned the young master's plan, unsure of his intentions.
The young master skillfully used the ogre's own momentum, sending it crashing into the ground with a resounding thud. And then, with precise timing, he launched a swift counterattack. The ogre's attack was deflected, and it was sent sprawling, defeated.
The young master's plan worked flawlessly.
He used the ogre's own momentum against it, sending it crashing to the ground. One of the guides gasped, her eyes wide with astonishment as she watched the ogre's defeat. Another guide, equally surprised, exclaimed that the ogres were attacking each other. A third guide, however, was far from relieved. He muttered to himself, disturbed by Nox's apparent foreknowledge of the events. His frustration grew, his face contorting in a grimace as he grappled with this unexpected development.
He looked at his companion, a question forming in his mind: did this mean they needed to wait?
Meanwhile, more ogres attacked, their roars echoing through the forest. The young master, ever vigilant, prepared for the next challenge. The young master, with practiced ease, hurled a stone with surprising force, the projectile striking its target with a resounding impact. The force of the blow sent shockwaves through the group of ogres, causing them to stumble and momentarily lose their footing. One of the guides, Jitri, voiced her concern, questioning the young master's actions and the potential for retaliation. The impact of the stone was enough to cause significant damage to one of the ogres, resulting in its immediate incapacitation. A system message appeared, confirming that the young master's strength stat had increased by 0.1 due to the successful attack. This happened twice, indicating two separate successful attacks. Nox, seemingly unfazed by the situation, apologized to Jitri for the inconvenience, casually tossing another stone.
His inner thoughts revealed his strategy: he needed to damage the ogres at least once to gain experience points.
Nox's expression turned serious as he observed the situation unfolding. A system message appeared, informing the young master that his life had been extended by 8 hours for defeating the ogres, and his strength stat had increased by 0.11.
The final blow connected, sending the last ogre sprawling to the ground.
Dust and debris filled the air as the battle concluded. The young master's victory was swift and decisive, a testament to his unexpected strength.
One of the guides commented, "It's over already."
Another guide, however, expressed concern, stating, "But they lost in the end."
Nox, ever the strategist, voiced his apprehension: "What should we do? The worm is too hard for us to kill." Nox's gaze hardened, revealing his plan: "In order for me to escape safely."
He issued a command: "Everyone, prepare to attack." The young master, still slightly amused, leaned against a tree, his breathing ragged but controlled. The guides watched him with concern, their faces etched with worry, as he examined a small, dark object clutched in his hand. It appeared to be a shard of some dark, obsidian-like material. Meanwhile, Nox, ever the strategist, stood calmly observing the scene, his eyes scanning the surroundings for any potential threats. Nox, his expression serious, issued a concise command: either fire arrows or throw spears at the monster's mouth. One of the guides, his voice filled with urgency, shouted, "Young Master Nox!
Everyone, follow young Master Nox!"
Following Nox's orders, the guides unleashed a barrage of arrows and spears, aimed precisely at the gaping maw of the monstrous creature. The arrows and spears found their mark, striking the beast with deadly accuracy. The creature roared in pain, its massive body convulsing violently before collapsing to the ground with a thunderous crash. The final blow landed, a blur of motion too fast to track. The monstrous creature crumpled to the ground, defeated. The young master, a calm observer throughout the battle, now stepped forward, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he declared, "It's my turn now, then." A dazzling display of golden light erupted around him, swirling patterns of clocks and gears forming a mesmerizing spectacle. The intricate clockwork imagery intensified,
the hands of a giant clock sweeping forward with an almost palpable sense of urgency. Arrows rained down from the sky, launched by the guides, each one aimed with deadly precision at the remaining threats. The arrows found their marks with deadly accuracy, piercing through the remaining enemies with ease. The young master, his eyes gleaming with power, moved with impossible speed, a golden aura surrounding him as he effortlessly deflected the remaining projectiles. The young master landed, the ground trembling beneath his feet. A golden pocket watch, swirling with intricate gears, appeared before him. He channeled its power, a wave of golden energy emanating from the watch. The energy arced towards a monstrous foe, its form momentarily obscured by the radiant light. A blinding flash engulfed the creature, leaving behind only shattered remnants and dust. The young master, his face a mask of grim determination, launched a final, desperate attack. A surge of energy erupting from him as he channeled his remaining strength. The force of his blow obliterating the monstrous worm before him. A system message appeared, informing him that his life had been extended by 10 days for defeating the worm, leaving him with 122 days remaining. He muttered, "Nice. 10 days. That's more than I expected." One of the guides commented, "I guess that's a mid-size monster for you." Another guide added, "If it weren't for the ogres, we wouldn't have been able to have killed it so easily." Another system message appeared, revealing that his stamina stat had increased to 5 and the effect of the blessing of growth trait had disappeared. The young master, still catching his breath, reviewed the battle's aftermath. Along with the defeat of the monstrous worm, he had lost the blessing of growth, a hidden piece of his power. But there was a silver lining. He had also gained a significant increase in stamina, reaching a level of 5. His guides, observing from a safe distance, expressed their awe at his performance. "You were really amazing," one exclaimed. The young master, though slightly fatigued, remained resolute. He clenched his fist, blood still staining his attire, and declared, "That was nothing. Let's reorganize ourselves." A clear indication of his determination to continue the fight despite the loss of his blessing of growth. His guides, impressed by his resilience, nodded in agreement. The young master's guides, concerned for his well-being, inquired, "Young Master Knox, are you hurt anywhere?" He responded with a confident, "Nope. Great job, everyone." The monstrous worm lay defeated, its segmented body split open, blood staining the earth around it. The young master, slightly fatigued but resolute, stood amidst the carnage. His expression was one of grim determination. His guides, faces etched with concern and admiration, approached cautiously. A second, even larger worm emerged from the undergrowth, its arrival announced by a shout of warning, "Another worm!" The young master, despite his exhaustion, immediately barked orders, "Everyone, get into position." Knox, witnessing the new threat, showed a flicker of surprise, muttering, "Oh, there's another one?" One of the guides urged the young master to retreat, pleading, "Young Master Knox, please get back quickly." But the young master, eyes blazing with defiance, simply commanded, "Get out of the way." The young master, his movements a blur of motion, unleashed a devastating final blow against the worm-like creature. The force of his attack cleaving the monster in two with a resounding crack, leaving behind only scattered remains and a lingering dust cloud. Gasping for breath, the young master stood amidst the carnage, his body bruised but his spirit unbroken. He looked around, his eyes widening as he noticed something unexpected. "Wait, what's this?" A new, even larger monstrous form began to emerge from the ground, causing the guides to exchange worried glances. Knox, observing from a distance, muttered to himself, "What is he doing here?" The young master, despite the clear danger, stood defiant, his gaze fixed on the newly revealed threat. The young master stood amidst the aftermath of battle, his cloak stained crimson with the blood of his defeated foe. His breath hitched in his chest, a mixture of exhaustion and apprehension. The guides, witnessing the young master's latest victory, voiced their apprehension. "What is he doing here?" one of them wondered aloud, their concern palpable. The young master, wounded but defiant, stood over a defeated monster. His sword, stained crimson, was a testament to his recent struggle.
The onlookers gasped as they recognized him. The sword genius, one whispered, awe and fear mixing in their voices. Others murmured, the strongest character, an inner lunatic, highlighting his unpredictable nature and immense power. He was one of the three sword emperors, a student of Paracelsus, alongside Theo and Celsius. The young master, his face grim, addressed someone unseen.
Mr. Noble, he began, a hint of irritation in his tone, I just saved you, do I not get a single word of thanks?
A close-up reveals the young master's bloodied attire, a narration box adds, also, he hates nobles to his core.
One of the guides reacts with outrage, shouting, impudent bastard. Do you not know who he is?
The guides, apprehensive and awestruck, exchange worried glances. Another guide, initially aggressive, now looks on in stunned silence as the young master, seemingly unfazed, calmly replies, oops.
My apologies.
The young master, wounded but defiant, introduces himself, my name is Paracelsus.
He downplays his identity, adding, you can just think of me as a mercenary.
The young master shifts the focus, stating, the more important issue here is that.
He reveals a crucial detail, the first encounter with Paracelsus is supposed to be in Eldian Academy.
One of the guides reflected on the young master's identity, stating, I've played this game countless times, and I've never encountered him before the academy started.
Another guide, witnessing the young master's wounded state, questioned, what happened?
The scene shifted to reveal the young master and another individual, both bearing visible wounds. The young master's expression was stoic, while the other seemed apprehensive.
One of the guides cautiously approached, asking, may I check your identity?
The young master calmly responded, of course. A caravan of riders, including a young man on a white horse, traveled through a forest path, the sun casting long shadows. One of the riders, addressing the young man, asked if he was a mercenary, as he had claimed, and inquired about his destination, confirming that he was headed to Chadrez. The young man confirmed Chadrez as his destination, explaining that he heard it was a good place to hunt monsters year-round. He was there for a monster hunt. A young woman with green hair appeared, and the young man explained that he was there to further his training. Referencing Paracelsus's extensive travels throughout the empire before the school started. One of the writers commented on the young man's youth and confidence in his skills, offering him a position under his command to subjugate monsters, promising handsome payment.
Theo Rienhafer, one of the sword emperors, regarded the young master with a knowing smile,
a thoughtful hum escaping his lips as he assessed the young man. His gaze lingered on the young master's attire, noting the stains of battle.
Since you are the sons of one of the sword emperors, I am indeed curious about the two of you.
A female guide, visibly agitated, intervened, pushing the young master away from Rienhafer, rebuking him for his rudeness and giving him time to consider their offer. Rienhafer, however, remained unfazed, impressed by the young master's skills.
He internally resolved to recruit the young master as one of his own.
Theo Rienhafer, a man of discerning eyes and a subtle smile, observed the young master with keen interest, a plan forming in his mind. He mused that this was how he would divert the soldiers' attention away from Nox.
The setting sun cast a warm, orange glow over the landscape,
illuminating a small, walled village nestled amidst barren trees. This was Chadrez.
A panoramic view revealed the village's layout, its simple structures and quiet atmosphere.
The camera angle shifted, focusing on a specific location within the village.
As guides arrived, announcing their presence to the young master, brother, we're here,
confirming their arrival at Chadrez. The young master, accompanied by his guides, arrived at the outskirts of Chadrez. The town appeared peaceful, with villagers going about their daily routines. They approached the town's entrance, where soldiers stood guard. The atmosphere shifted, becoming noticeably more tense. The young master, seemingly unfazed, dismounted his horse.
A small detail caught his eye, two rats scurrying in the dirt.
A young girl, appearing malnourished and weary, approached him, timidly asking, "Could I have something to eat?" The young master's gaze hardened slightly as he observed the girl's condition, a subtle shift in his demeanor. He turned his attention back to the soldiers, a thoughtful expression on his face.
One of the guides stood alert nearby.
The young master, still considering the situation, subtly adjusted his grip on the reins of his horse. His expression remained unreadable, but a quiet determination settled over him as he prepared to enter Chadrez.
A young girl, weary and hungry, let out a pained sigh. Ugh.
The young master, his expression serious, stood amidst the dilapidated buildings of Chadrez, his sword sheathed at his hip. His gaze sharp and observant as he assessed the town's condition. One of the guides, Taigon, the security chief of the village, approached the young master and his party.
Greeting them with a polite, "Hello, there.
I'm Taigon, the security chief of this village."
He then identified the young master. "You are Sir Grain von Rienhafer, who has graduated from Eldian Academy, and his younger brother, Knox von Rienhafer, right?"
Taigon's words confirmed the young master's identity and his connection to Knox, further establishing the context of their presence in Chadrez. The narrative focuses on the young master, one of the sword emperors, whose arrival in Chadrez is noted as a coincidental meeting. The young master's arrival is further contextualized. He is identified as one of Theo von Rienhafer's sons. An internal monologue reveals that high expectations surrounded the Rienhafer family's subjugation mission in Chadrez, but the young master's assessment of the situation reveals that while he could handle the opponents with decent sword techniques,
he concludes that they are still sheltered young masters of a noble family. This observation leads the young master to express his disappointment.
His disappointment is palpable, reflecting his assessment of the situation. The young master surveyed Chadrez from a distance. His assessment was swift and damning. This city is obviously not able to function properly.
He continued his silent observation, noting the grim realities of the city-state. The Night Order was misappropriating funds, leaving the populace vulnerable. Unable to even mount a proper defense against the constant monster waves. The people were reduced to a state of desperation, their only concern being the acquisition of enough food to survive. The young master's guides led him and his entourage through the city streets. The scene was one of quiet desperation, a stark contrast to the young master's expectations. As the day ended, the young master's guide informed him, "Since it's quite late already, I'll tell you about the details of the mission tomorrow." The guide then led the young master to a modest inn. "This inn isn't much, but I hope you'll be able to get some rest from your long journey here." Outside, the young master's men tended to the horses. One asked, "How many rooms are left?" Another replied, "Let the horses rest. Over here."
The young master, his attire stained with blood, stood before a smirking figure. A sword, sheathed but clearly recently used, was strapped to his back. The figure inquired about the offer he'd just made. A beat of silence passed before the young master's response. He flatly refused the offer. The figure's expression shifted to surprise, a single word escaping his lips, "What?" He pressed the young master, questioning his intentions. The figure seemed incredulous, questioning whether the young master intended to face the approaching monster wave alone. The young master, unfazed, stated his intention to proceed with his original plan, wishing the figure a safe subjugation before departing. The figure muttered about the young master being an obnoxious commoner. A close-up on the young master's face, his expression unreadable. The young master reflects on the nature of power and influence in this world, musing that those with skill and ability tend to attract attention and followers. He anticipates a possible encounter with another figure sooner than expected. The scene shifts to show a dark, ominous sky above a village. The young master and his guide, Jitri, are shown resting in a simple room. The young master instructs Jitri to rest, indicating they will resume their journey the following day. Jitri complies, expressing her agreement. The young master stands alone, his expression thoughtful, as he prepares to depart. From his vantage point inside the inn, the young master observed Jitri and the children huddled around a small fire outside. He watched them, a faint sigh escaping his lips as he contemplated their situation. He quietly opened the window, carefully observing the scene below from a concealed position. One of the children, emboldened by hunger, looked up and spoke.
their words barely audible in the night air. "Hey there." The young master appeared, his expression unreadable, and asked, "You wanted some food?" He descended to the fire, his presence causing a stir among the children. The young master, his dark attire smudged with dirt, reached into a worn satchel, revealing a collection of baked potatoes and bread. He offered a piece of bread to the children, saying, "Here, eat up." The children, initially hesitant, looked at each other in disbelief before one timidly asked, "See, can we really have these?" The young master's expression turned somber. He murmured to himself, "I can't save everyone." A nearby girl, observing the scene, reflected, "So, I guess this could just be the doing of Yu Chan's kindness and generosity." The children gratefully devoured the food, their faces alight with joy. The young master's gaze hardened. He silently vowed, "I want to create a future where they don't have to beg for food." For that to happen, a statement appeared in a speech bubble: "We first need to survive in the chatters." Under the night sky, the young master shared his food with a group of hungry children. Jitri observed from a distance, her expression unreadable, as the children gratefully accepted the offering. Jitri's internal monologue, "I knew it." Jitri's internal monologue continued, "He was just acting cold just now, huh?" As the reader already knows, the southern Chadrez region is frequently overrun with monsters during the winter. Consequently, the villagers have repeatedly requested funds and reinforcements from the imperial family. But their current defenses are severely lacking. A young man, observing the dilapidated state of the village's defenses, questioned the meager protection afforded to the settlement. The villagers explained that their current defenses have been neglected for a long time and are in dire need of repair. The young man expressed his dismay at the situation, noting how terrible the conditions were. The young master, his expression one of mild disdain, let out a soft sigh. Once the monster wave starts, they'll probably last less than an hour before getting wiped out. He mused, because this is just a subchapter, it's my choice whether I want to save this village or not. The dilapidated wooden fence surrounding the village stood as a testament to its vulnerability. A fragile barrier against the impending threat. And most of the time, I chose to help the Chatters region. The reason is obvious. It has high value. He smirked, a glint in his eyes. Chatters will become a really expensive piece of land in the future. A villager, concerned, remarked that something seemed different about the monsters this year. He continued, noting that the number of rampant monsters had significantly increased compared to previous years. A fact unknown to the villagers. The young master, observing from a distance, thoughtfully considered the implications, questioning whether the increase in monsters might actually help the villagers in the long run. He learned that villagers had even sighted a griffin. The young master pondered this new information, his expression thoughtful. He inquired about the location of the sighting, learning it was in the wilderness, and concluded that the presence or absence of the griffin, the king of the wilderness, would be a crucial factor in the subjugation of the monsters. A griffin, its powerful wings spread wide, glared intensely from its perch. Dust motes danced in the light around it. Meanwhile, the young master, his expression thoughtful, reflected on the recent reports. The griffin was designed to be stopped, not defeated, he mused. But a determined glint entered his eyes. "But I intend to defeat that griffin," he resolved. The location of the griffin's sighting was identified as the endless horizon of the wilderness, a seemingly barren expanse. A man, his face etched with concern, explained to the young master that the area was connected to Tahalin in the east, a neutral zone. "It's famous for being a barren land," he added. The young master, however, found something peculiar about this information. "Ah, that's the place, but something strange," he noted, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. A villager explained that griffins typically avoid the Chadrez village, preferring the Tahalin region instead. He questioned the reason for their current presence near Chadrez. The young master, listening intently, pondered the implications. As the villagers expressed their growing unease about the increased monster activity,
The young master's expression hardened, his resolve strengthening. A notification appeared, the subquest has started. The young master silently strategized. He decided to focus on eliminating the most immediate threat to the village first. The sun cast long shadows across the village's sturdy wooden palisade. A scene of quietude that belied the growing unease among its inhabitants. Inside a village building, the young master meticulously reviewed ancient texts. His fingers tracing the faded script, searching for any clue that could help him defeat the griffin. He found a reference to Knox von Reinhafer, a name that sparked a flicker of recognition in his mind. A man, his face partially obscured, clenched his fist. He reflected on a past event, muttering to himself, "I wasn't worried at all about him at first because I heard he was just a useless brat. But to think I'd fall for his scheme and fall out of favor with Grain." His expression hardened. "I went through so much effort so that I could gain Grain's favor though," he vowed. "I won't let him off easily." Elsewhere, a young woman with vibrant green hair descended a staircase, her boots echoing softly on the wooden steps. A thoughtful expression on her face. She paused, murmuring, "That's..." She continued her descent, her gaze fixed on something below. "I think her name was Jutri?" The scene shifted to a different location. A man, seemingly a shopkeeper, worked diligently at his counter. Another man stood nearby, observing him. The green-haired woman gasped, her eyes widening as she stared at a wanted poster. A hand reached out, seemingly trying to grab her. She yelped in surprise as the hand came closer. A man with blonde hair and a muscular build appeared, holding a young woman's hand. The scene shifted to show the green-haired woman and a man in dark clothing. The green-haired woman asked if he had any business with her. He responded that he had plenty of business, but it was nothing serious, he just wanted a chat. He reached out to grab her hand, his expression playful. The blonde-haired man's hand reached out, his touch seemingly gentle at first, but quickly turned forceful as he grasped the green-haired woman's wrist. The green-haired woman, initially intrigued, now felt a surge of apprehension. She stated that she didn't think they had anything to talk about alone. The man, unfazed, continued to hold her, his grip firm. He chuckled, explaining that while he was a knight serving a master, he still deserved some fun. He then turned the question to her, implying that she felt the same. The green-haired woman, clearly uncomfortable, demanded that he let go. Her eyes widening in alarm as she realized something was amiss. The green-haired woman, her face etched with apprehension, felt the blonde-haired man's grip tighten. Her thoughts raced, rejecting his advances now would mean young Master Knox falling out of favor with young Master Grain. A consequence she couldn't bear. He might get into trouble and draw unnecessary attention from the family. She silently resolved to endure this humiliation, for the sake of young Master Knox's safety. Her eyes welled up with unshed tears as she thought of the years of effort wasted due to the blonde-haired man's actions. "I'll make you pay for that," she vowed silently. The blonde-haired man, a cruel smirk playing on his lips, seemed to anticipate her silent plea. He leaned closer, his voice a low murmur. "Oh, you want something, huh? I'll pay for it." His words were laced with a chilling implication. With a swift, brutal movement, he struck her, the force of the blow sending her reeling. The blonde-haired man's grip tightened on the green-haired woman's arm, eliciting a pained ugh from her. Her eyes welling with tears as she endured the assault. Meanwhile, young Master Knox, witnessing the scene, let out a pained cry of "Oh!" He then drew his sword, its dark blade gleaming ominously. "Now, tell me," he demanded, his violet eyes burning with a cold fury. The blonde-haired man, noticing the young master's intervention, sneered, "How would you like me to pay?" He gasped, What do you think you're doing?" as he struggled to rise, his injured arm throbbing. The young master stood resolute, his voice cold and unwavering, "Even you won't be able to get away with doing something like this." The blonde-haired man, his face contorted in rage, loomed over the terrified green-haired woman. He sneered, grasping at straws, "Are we?" His words hung heavy in the air as the green-haired woman trembled before him. Meanwhile, a young man with purple hair watched from a distance, his expression unreadable. The blonde-haired man continued his tirade, oblivious to the young man's presence. Suddenly, a blur of motion erupted as the young man intervened, his hand a flash of speed. A swift, precise strike landed, the sound of flesh meeting steel echoing through the scene. The blonde-haired man crumpled to the ground, defeated. The blonde-haired man, defeated and bleeding, weakly protested, "This is completely wrong. Even though you have your family behind you." The young master countered, "No. I'm not the one who doesn't know my place because my family is behind me." The young master, his own clothes stained with blood, stood over his fallen opponent, his expression grim as he sheathed his sword. His eyes, narrowed and intense, focused on the defeated man. "You are." With a swift, decisive movement, the young master delivered a final blow. The blonde-haired man crumpled to the ground, unconscious. The green-haired woman, witnessing the scene from a distance, cried out, "Why, young Master Knox?" She rushed towards him, her voice filled with a mix of relief and fear. "What did you just do? Young Master Grain will not let this pass." The green-haired woman, eyes wide with shock, exclaimed, "What on earth is happening here?" The young master stood amidst the aftermath of his battle, his sword sheathed, a grim expression on his face. The blonde-haired man lay unconscious on the floor, a crimson stain spreading around him. The green-haired woman approached the young master, her voice laced with disbelief and concern. "Don't tell me you just killed Schultz?" A tense exchange unfolded between the young master and another man, a brother perhaps, as villagers looked on, their faces etched with worry and confusion. The young master, his voice cold and sharp, retorted, "How dare you? A good-for-nothing like you dares to say that you were the one who cut my knight?" He continued, addressing his brother, "Brother, you got the sequence of events wrong." The brother, clearly agitated, countered, "Shouldn't you be asking me the details of what happened first?" The young master, seemingly exasperated, let out a frustrated sigh, his body momentarily slumping before he straightened up again. The young master, his face a mask of barely controlled fury, glared at his brother. His brother, in turn, met his gaze with a mixture of anger and disbelief. His brother's words, "If it's not a justifiable reason, you won't be able to escape from being punished," hung heavy in the air between them. The green-haired woman, observing the scene from a distance, clasped her hands together, worry etched on her face. She silently questioned the young master's actions. As her master, how could I possibly stand by and watch that happen, she thought, her concern deepening. The green-haired woman's internal conflict was palpable, her loyalty to the young master wrestled with her sense of justice. The young master's brother pressed his attack, his voice sharp and accusatory. "It was just because of that? She's just a commoner." The young master's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening. He was clearly agitated by his brother's words. The brother continued his relentless questioning. "What you just said, can you take responsibility for it?" his voice laced with a challenge. A surge of dark purple energy erupted from the young master, engulfing his brothers. The raw power leaving onlookers awestruck. One brother, observing the display, questioned aloud, "This is Knox's power?" The other brother, his face etched with worry and disbelief, silently processed the scene. His thoughts turned to the implications of this revelation, that good-for-nothing youngest brother of our family is actually this talented? The green-haired woman, observing from a distance, felt a pang of guilt. She thought, "You should have at least reported it to me first." The young master, defiant, addressed his brother, "Have you forgotten? I am the famed good-for-nothing of our family." He continued, explaining his actions, "I'm not used to doing things like reporting or waiting." Finally, he proposed a solution. "How about we leave the settlement of this issue for our father to decide after we return to our estate?" The young master, his expression a mixture of defiance and confidence, stood before his brother. He seemed to radiate an unexpected power. His brother, Knox, addressed him with a sneer, "Knox, you punk. You want something from me, huh?" The young master calmly responded, agreeing to postpone the conflict. "All right. We'll leave the decision on how to settle this incident to father once we return." A subtle, self-satisfied smirk played on his lips as he confidently faced his brother. The green-haired woman, observing from a distance, offered her agreement, "Yes, young master." The brother and the green-haired woman watched as the young master walked away, leaving them behind. The brother's thoughts were clearly troubled.
Since when did he become so strong?
And he also noticed the unusual sword the young master carried.
And that sword that he's holding.
The brother, observing from the sidelines, muttered to himself, "I've seen it somewhere before." His thoughts drifted to the recent subjugation mission, a serious expression settling on his face. He silently resolved, "I mustn't underestimate Nox during this mission." The young master and the green-haired woman stood near a well, their conversation overheard by nearby villagers. The young master stated that there would be significant unrest among the soldiers, because they were already divided into factions and at a crossroads where they had to make a decision. A group of soldiers, including the brother, were shown walking through a town square.
The question of their allegiance hung in the air: would they follow Grain, or the young master?
The young master stood defiantly, sword at his side, silently challenging their loyalty.
The green-haired woman, Jitri, approached the young master, Nox, concern etched on her face.
"Jitri, are you all right?" she asked.
Jitri responded weakly, "Why, yes." Her worry deepened as she continued, "Young Master Nox, will you be all right?"
Tears welled in Jitri's eyes as she exclaimed, "Why did you do that?"
She explained, "If this matter blows up, it'll make more enemies for you." Jitri's concern escalated, "If that happens, then you'll get into danger again." Nox responded with a steely gaze, "Don't you know what kind of person the master you're serving is?"
The young master, unwavering in his defiance, declared, "I'm the good-for-nothing of the Rainhafer family." He continued, his gaze resolute, "So, no matter where we are, don't ever bow your head." The green-haired woman, witnessing his defiance, could only watch, tears welling in her eyes. She responded, her voice barely a whisper, "Yes, young master. I'll bear that in mind." The young master walked away, leaving the green-haired woman alone, her shoulders shaking with silent sobs. The young master slammed his tankard onto the table, a surge of anger evident in his expression. His inner thoughts revealed his resentment. "How dare that good-for-nothing try to climb above me?" The young master reflected on his initial perception of Nox, initially viewing him as a mere troublesome task assigned by his father. But now, during their mission, he recognized a stark difference. "But, now that we're on the mission, he's completely different from what I had thought of him." His gaze fell upon Nox's sword, a striking resemblance to his father's blade. "That sword. It's probably just a coincidence that it looks similar to father's sword, right?" he mused, a hint of unease creeping into his thoughts. The young master's unease deepened. "I must be wary of him." His concern escalated further as he questioned his ability to monitor Nox effectively. "Now that I've lost Schultz, who can I trust with the task of monitoring him?" The young master, his expression grave, issued a warning to Nox: "If Nox starts to act up or act strangely, report it to me immediately." Nox, his face impassive, simply replied, "Understood." Later that day, the young master questioned Nox about his activities. He appeared apprehensive. The scene shifting to a nighttime view of a dilapidated village. The young master inquired, "What did you do during the day?" Nox showed the young master a vial of golden liquid. He then asked, "Did you take a look at the walls of this village?" Nox confirmed, "Yes, they're barely standing." The young master and Alina discussed the impending monster wave, with Alina expressing concern about how to stop it. The young master simply stated, "Let's go." Alina questioned their destination, noting that they were heading in the opposite direction from their inn. The young master explained that he intended to recruit a new member to their team. He mused that even a small village like this would have a genius among its inhabitants. The young master's thoughts turned to Alina, a prodigious potion maker he always sought out when visiting Chadrez. The scene shifted to Alina, shown from behind, amidst a magical glow and several vials, suggesting she was working on potions. The narration confirmed that Alina was indeed a genius potion maker, a valuable asset to the young master's team. The young master, having made his decision, approached Alina's location. He mused to himself, "That means, she's my potion shuttle."
he and his companion arrived at a seemingly dilapidated building. Observing the surroundings before continuing their approach, the young master's companion questioned, "Is there really a genius potion maker hidden in such a shabby place?" The young master responded, "Yes." His companion expressed confusion, "I don't understand."
If that person is so talented, then there shouldn't be any reason for them to be hiding in such a remote place. The young master explained, that reason being the fact that this is the hidden route to clear chatters. He continued, because in the future, Alina will be working for another instead of the Archeim Empire.
If one doesn't clear chatters with the hidden route, then they can never get Alina.
The young master, leading the way, gestures towards a dark passage. This way, he instructs his companion. He continues, "Follow me and watch where you're going so you don't fall down." His companion, Alina, hesitates, a look of doubt on her face. Is there really such a person here, she wonders aloud. They proceed down a narrow, dimly lit passage. A sudden burst of light appears ahead, revealing a hidden staircase leading upwards. "Light!" exclaims the young master's companion. As they ascend, Alina remains cautious, glancing around nervously. The young master observes her apprehension. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a different scene unfolds. A woman with long purple hair slumps in a chair, a half-empty bottle in her hand. "Is that it?" she mutters to herself. She continues, dejectedly, "I can't believe I'm stuck in such a place.
I end up like this."
The young master, his companion, and Alina found themselves in a dimly lit, hidden chamber.
Alina's apprehension was evident.
As the young master, a smirk playing on his lips, revealed his identity, "Found you, my potion maker." Alina, startled by his sudden appearance and declaration, let out a surprised cry.
And instinctively questioned, "WW, who are you?"
The young master's companion, equally surprised by the unexpected encounter, whispered, "WWI, would there be other people in such a place?" Alina, piecing together the information, exclaimed, "Young Master Knox, the genius potion maker that you mentioned, is this drunkard?" Alina's disbelief was palpable as she stared at the seemingly intoxicated young Master Knox. 3 vials, filled with liquids of varying colors, hung from a wall.
One glowed with an inner light.
Meanwhile, Alina sat slumped, a discarded bottle lying nearby.
Her expression was one of exhaustion and slight confusion.
She spoke, her voice laced with a hint of surprise, "I didn't know that you were from a reputable family." The young master, his companion, and Alina were seated around a table. The young master addressed Alina and his companion, "I've got something to talk to you about, so stay focused." The young master, his face serious, thought to himself, "I have to get her here." He added, almost as an afterthought, "although she does have some flaws."
2 panels displayed Alina's character sheet, revealing her name, age, race, element, skills, and stats.
Young Master Knox sighed, his companion commenting that such a reaction was to be expected. The companion questioned the wisdom of recruiting such a genius given the circumstances, especially considering Alina's problematic nature.
Further emphasizing the rarity of a genius potion maker like Alina.
And acknowledging that despite her flaws, they had little choice but to recruit her. Alina, appearing somewhat apologetic, expressed uncertainty about having upset the young master. The companion, addressing young Master Knox, voiced her concerns about recruiting a drunkard, despite understanding the lack of alternatives. And the young master confirmed that they were indeed out of options. Alina, her expression a mixture of apprehension and curiosity, questioned the young master's presence, asking why he sought her out.
Her inquiry met with the young master's curt reply, straight to the point.
The young master, his gaze unwavering, extended an offer to Alina, "Join me, Alina." He promised to provide her with what she needed most, a proposition that left Alina visibly stunned and uncertain, prompting her to ask, "Pardon?
What?"
Alina, after a moment of contemplation, declined the young master's offer, stating that she had pressing matters to attend to. Her refusal prompted the young master's companion to inquire if her obligations were related to her friend, May. Alina, eyes wide with disbelief, questioned the young master's uncanny knowledge. "How do you know that?" The young master, calmly, revealed a grim truth: in the near future, May will be executed.
Alina reacted with shock.
The young master continued, offering a lifeline: but, if you accept my offer,
I might be able to save her. The young master pressed for a decision, his hand outstretched. What do you say? Have I changed your mind a little? The scene opens on a stone staircase descending into the depths of a dimly lit castle. A stark reminder of May's impending execution, as a caption ominously declares that she will be executed in the near future.
Alina, the purple-haired sorceress, sits alone in a dimly lit chamber, her posture reflecting her distress and worry for May's fate.
The young master appears, offering to rescue May on one condition: Alina must join him. Alina, visibly distraught over May's predicament, considers his offer, her expression a mixture of apprehension and desperation. Elsewhere, a townsperson angrily confronts an authority figure, voicing the people's outrage over yet another tax increase.
A caption emphasizes the weight of this burden on the people, highlighting the precarious political climate. Amidst a scene of chaos and death, Alina confronted a figure of authority, her voice sharp with distress. "People are dying here," she exclaimed, her words underscored by the grim reality of the situation. The official responded, "The imperial family is already sending funds, yet you haven't even repaired the walls." The image shifted to a man, his face edged with weariness and regret. His internal monologue revealed a heavy heart: "I would have preferred it be me that was dragged away." His thoughts continued, laced with self-reproach: "If I had reacted more aggressively back then." Alina, overcome with despair, confessed her helplessness. "I'm unable to rescue my friend by myself," she lamented, tears welling in her eyes. The weight of her failure pressed heavily upon her. Her pessimism deepened as she considered the limitations of her own abilities. "Not on my own," she whispered, acknowledging the insurmountable odds. A young man with silver hair and a thoughtful expression appeared, his gaze distant and contemplative. His internal monologue offered a skeptical assessment: "He probably won't be able to save her either."
"I doubt that he would."
However, a glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes, hinting at a change of heart.
"But..."
Alina, still grappling with the emotional aftermath, voiced her lingering trauma. "I don't think I'll be able to forget this for a long time." The scene opens in a bustling tavern, patrons gathered around tables, their conversations a low hum in the background. A lantern casting a warm glow on a rough stone wall outside.
A man in simple garb quickly drained a large mug of ale, then spilled the remainder as he stood.
Nearby, two men discussed a certain grain guy, one of them describing him dismissively as "just an idiot." The other man explained that they merely pretended to be a night order.
Two men, cloaked and hooded, celebrated their success in a tavern.
They had ransacked the Ron Night Order's living quarters. And, by sheer coincidence, acquired a valuable item, a Ron Night Order insignia.
One man held up the insignia, a gleeful expression on his face. He believed this would allow them to take on even larger jobs, and even impersonate a Ron Night Order captain to gain further benefits. The other man agreed, noting that while their success was accidental, their names matched the insignia's owner. He suggested they use this to their advantage, proposing to kidnap Grain, a member of the Rainhafer family, for a large ransom, and laughed at the prospect of their next, even more lucrative scheme. Unnamed Man 1 voiced his concerns, questioning the feasibility of their plan. He expressed doubt, his words trailing off, as Unnamed Man 2 reminded him of the target's significance, the most influential family among the three dark families. Unnamed Man 1, still apprehensive, wondered aloud if any bandit groups might have survived previous encounters with such a powerful family. A thought that hung heavy in the air as he considered the potential risks. The two men sat at a table laden with food and drink, their faces etched with a mixture of anticipation and apprehension. Their discussion continued. As Unnamed Man 2's apprehension grew, his gaze shifting nervously. Unnamed Man 2, revealing his true feelings, called Unnamed Man 1 a coward. His words were sharp and cutting, further escalating the tension between them as Unnamed Man 2 pointedly reminded him of his perceived foolishness. Unnamed Man 1, his face etched with apprehension, uttered a single, hesitant syllable, "Huh." He raised a hand, palm outward, in a gesture of protest. As if to halt the conversation, his expression conveying deep unease. Unnamed Man 2, however, ignored the interruption. He gestured towards a wall adorned with numerous plaques, a smirk playing on his lips. "Where do you think this place is?" His gaze swept across the landscape, a confident glint in his eyes. As he revealed his plan, "This is the Chatters, an area even the imperial family has given up on. We'll hold grain hostage, get the ransom money, and then run off to the east." He spread his arms wide, a picture of self-assuredness. Concluding with a statement of unwavering conviction, no matter how influential the Rainhafer family is, they won't be able to do anything in an enemy nation surrounded by sand. Unnamed Man 2 explained their plan. After seeking asylum in the Chatters region, they would live a life of luxury. Unnamed Man 1 reacted with excitement, praising Unnamed Man 2's plan. Unnamed Man 1, however, expressed a lingering doubt. He questioned whether their deception had been successful. Unnamed Man 2 acknowledged Grain's persistent personality, but dismissed it as an unnecessary concern, instructing Unnamed Man 1 to keep the others uninvolved until their plan was complete. Another man, also present, lightheartedly dismissed Grain as just a child, further reassuring Unnamed Man 2. Unnamed Man 2 confidently agreed, signaling the end of their discussion. A candle flickered in a lantern. The candle's flame sputtered and died, plunging the scene into darkness. 3 men stood in a dimly lit alleyway, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and concern. One of them, startled, exclaimed, "What just happened?" Another man, his face bloodied, tried to calm the situation, saying, "Everyone, calm down." As he noticed the blood on his hands, he muttered, "The scent of blood?" A close-up on the bloodied man's face revealed his growing horror. As the scene shifted to show a body lying on the ground, obscured by shadows. Another man, also wounded, stared in disbelief. A final panel showed a chair overturned, suggesting a struggle had taken place. Unnamed Man 1, his face smeared with blood, stared in horror. Uttering a shocked question, "Hey! What just happened?" The camera angle shifted, revealing a body lying lifeless on the ground. The victim's face contorted in a silent scream, blood staining his clothes. Unnamed Man 1's eyes whitened further, his horror deepening. Another man, Unnamed Man 3, his face etched with fear, spoke, "Enemies." His voice laced with anger and confusion, he shouted, "Who the hell are you?" 2 men, one with severe injuries, cowered in a dimly lit room. Blood stained their clothes, a grim testament to recent violence. A young man with silver hair, also wounded, stood defiantly before them. His eyes glowed with an unnatural intensity as he questioned their actions. "Why do you speak so rudely?" he demanded. The silver-haired man moved swiftly, his sword flashing. The injured man attempted to defend himself, but he was no match for the young man's speed and skill. The silver-haired man pressed his advantage, revealing his knowledge of their crimes. "You guys have hidden in this hole like rats, huh? How dare you try to rob the Rainhafer family?" One of the injured men, drawing his own sword, challenged the silver-haired youth. "You've overestimated yourselves," he declared, but his words lacked conviction. The silver-haired man smirked, revealing his superior knowledge. "I already know of the various crimes that you've committed, including the misappropriation of funds together with Taigon." He continued, his voice cold and unwavering, "I also know that you're trying to make use of grain." Unnamed Man 1, wounded and enraged, cursed under his breath, "Fuck." Unnamed Man 2, defiant despite his injuries, challenged the silver-haired man, "What do you want?" The silver-haired man calmly replied, "Think carefully. If you get rid of grain, wouldn't you also gain a better standing within your family?" He continued, "All you need to do is just look away this one time." Unnamed Man 3, though injured, remained resolute. The silver-haired man, sensing their defiance, stated, "There is no need for you to take any unnecessary risks." The silver-haired man effortlessly deflected their attacks, revealing their murderous intentions. With a swift, precise movement, the silver-haired man's blade sliced through the air.
disarming and incapacitating Unnamed Man 3 in a single, decisive strike. The silver-haired man, a smirk playing on his lips, scoffed at his opponents.
Do you think there'd be an idiot that's naive enough to believe that? He taunted, his violet eyes gleaming with malice.
One of the men, his face contorted in a silent scream of disbelief and terror, reacted with a guttural cry. The silver-haired man moved with impossible speed, his blade ablur as he engaged the three men in a whirlwind of deadly strikes. His movements were precise and brutal, each strike finding its mark with deadly efficiency. A purple energy crackled around him as he effortlessly dispatched his foes, leaving a trail of blood and fallen bodies in his wake. With a final, powerful sweep, he finished off the last of his opponents, leaving them defeated and bleeding. The surviving man stared in shock at the silver-haired man's overwhelming power, his voice filled with awe and fear as he muttered, "Damn it! That fucker! Has he been hiding his skills this whole time?" Surrounded by the bodies of his fallen foes, Unnamed Man 1, grievously wounded, recognized the danger of his situation. "This is dangerous. I need to put an end to this immediately," he thought, his resolve hardening despite his injuries. He mustered his remaining strength, channeling it into a desperate attack. A surge of blue energy enveloped him. A raw power that momentarily masked his pain. "Remember this," he roared, his eyes blazing with defiance. But the silver-haired man remained unmoved. "You're only dying because of your own arrogance," he retorted, his voice cold and dismissive. With a swift, precise movement, the silver-haired man delivered a final blow, silencing Unnamed Man 1. "You're done for this time, darn brat," he sneered, his expression devoid of remorse. The onlookers gasped as the silver-haired man unleashed a dazzling display of swordsmanship. "That's the captain's southern sword technique," one of them exclaimed, recognizing the deadly precision of the attack. The technique's power was evident in the swift, clean cuts that ended the fight. The silver-haired man stood victorious, his back to the onlookers, the aftermath of his skill a testament to his strength. The aftermath of a brutal battle was laid bare. The body of Unnamed Man 1 lay lifeless on the cobblestones, blood staining the ground. The silver-haired man, his face streaked with the enemy's blood, stood over the corpse, his expression grim. He had clearly prevailed, but the victory seemed to bring him no satisfaction. The man's inner thoughts were revealed. "You're more simple-minded than I had expected." His assessment of his defeated opponent was curt and dismissive. With a swift, precise movement, he sheathed his sword, the blade still faintly glowing with residual energy. The battle was over. Another man, his face bruised and bloodied, watched from a distance, his eyes wide with disbelief. His shock palpable. "Ha! How did he stop the chatter sword?" The question hung in the air, a testament to the silver-haired man's unexpected skill. The silver-haired man, his body weary from the fight, slowly turned, his gaze fixed on the distant observer. The tension remained. Blood stained the ground, a grim testament to the recent struggle. The remnants of a fierce battle were scattered across the stone floor. A fallen figure lay sprawled, his lifeless hand reaching out, a final, desperate grasp. Nearby, the silver-haired man stood, his cloak splattered with crimson, a chilling calm in his eyes. He looked down at the body, his expression unreadable. Unnamed Man 2, witnessing the scene, dared to question the victor. "How dare you ask me what I want?" the silver-haired man responded, his voice laced with cold authority. A system message appeared, confirming the silver-haired man's achievement. "You've succeeded in learning the Southern Sword Technique." A surge of blue energy enveloped him, reflecting his inner satisfaction. "Exactly what I wanted," he thought, a grim smile playing on his lips. A surge of blue energy filled the chamber as the silver-haired man declared, "I've already gotten it." The energy coalesced around him, forming a protective aura as he stood amidst the remnants of the battle. A message appeared, proclaiming, "You've destroyed your enemy's attack as a genius swordsman." The silver-haired man, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips, muttered, "Exactly what I wanted." He observed Unnamed Man 2's shocked expression, his eyes gleaming with triumph. A final burst of blue energy erupted from him as he solidified his mastery. Another message appeared, confirming, "You've succeeded in learning the Southern Sword Technique."
The silver-haired man, his face etched with the marks of a recent battle, stood silently, his eyes closed. He was lost in thought. The question, "What does it mean to be a genius?" echoed in his mind. A profound query that seemed to weigh heavily on his soul. He pondered the nature of genius, its burdens, and its rewards. The image of a spectral figure, a mirror image of himself, materialized before him. A ghostly reflection seemed to offer a silent understanding, a shared burden of exceptional talent. The silver-haired man reached out, his hand meeting the spectral hand in a gesture of silent communion. The two figures were one. The silver-haired man stood before a mirror, his reflection a stark reminder of his exceptional abilities. He pondered a question that haunted him since he risked his life: what does it mean to be a genius? The question echoed in his mind repeatedly. He stood amidst shattered fragments of what appeared to be a crystalline structure, the remnants of his intense introspection. A serene smile touched his lips as he contemplated his unique position. The silver-haired man, eyes blazing with power, unleashed a swift, focused attack. A burst of energy that far surpassed the capabilities of ordinary individuals. This much power, he mused, would be more than enough for most. The force of the attack sent his opponents reeling, their pained cries echoing in the aftermath. A fierce battle raged, the silver-haired man's opponents falling one by one. One soldier cried out in pain, "Ah!" Another soldier, wounded and desperate, called out, "See, Captain," as he collapsed to his knees. The wounded captain, his face streaked with blood, reflected on the silver-haired man's skill. He thought, "The sword technique that took me more than 10 years of my life to master. How could someone so young know it?" The silver-haired man effortlessly dispatched another foe with a swift kick, shattering their sword. A surge of dark energy enveloped him, highlighting his power. Another opponent, his eyes wide with terror, gasped, "Ah!" as he braced for the inevitable. The silver-haired man stood over a fallen opponent, his sword still dripping with blood. He calmly surveyed the scene, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he wiped blood from his cheek. "Don't be ridiculous," he muttered to himself. The dying man sputtered, "He might have already heard what you've done. There aren't any witnesses that have seen me killing you. Everyone here that's still alive will see it." The silver-haired man leaned closer, his expression turning cold. He gently touched the man's face. "I'm simply assassinating you guys," he whispered, a chilling finality in his tone. The dying man's eyes widened in disbelief. "What?" he gasped. The silver-haired man smiled, a sinister glint in his eyes. "If no one lives to tell the tale," he said, his voice low and menacing, "this will only look like an assassination." The silver-haired man swiftly dispatched his opponent, the blade of his sword dripping with blood. A cruel smile playing on his lips as he surveyed the scene of carnage. He mused to himself, "That's what the world will think." Elsewhere, a woman with orange hair was bound in chains within a stone cell. A man approached her, his expression grim. The chains were heavy, digging into her wrists, leaving bloody marks. She gasped for breath, her face streaked with dirt and sweat. The man examined the woman's restraints, his brow furrowed in thought. The orange-haired woman, bound and bruised, her face etched with pain and defiance, glared up at the man who held her captive. The man, his expression a mixture of concern and grim determination, examined her bonds, his gaze lingering on her injuries. He muttered to himself, "Is that it?" The woman, despite her predicament, spat defiance, "There's no way. I will listen to the likes of you." The man chuckled, his grip tightening slightly on her chin. His amusement was cold and cruel. He sneered, "Ha, there's nothing you can do right now. The only thing that someone as lowly as you can do is to struggle on the ground." His words hung in the air, a stark contrast to the sudden, sharp pain that pierced his side. He looked down, surprised, to see a small, almost imperceptible wound. His eyes widened in disbelief and pain as he realized the extent of his injury. He staggered back, clutching his side. His face contorted in a mixture of shock and anger. "What do you think you're doing?" The silver-haired man, clutching his injured arm, glared down at the orange-haired woman bound before him. his expression a mixture of anger and surprise.
She met his gaze defiantly, her breathing ragged but her spirit unbroken.
"Oh, or do you want to be sold to a black mage?" she gasped, her voice strained but defiant.
Meanwhile, a woman in a dark dress examined a vial, her brow furrowed in concentration.
"May I know you did your best, but you've got the mixture wrong this time as well."
"This is a matter of aptitude, though," she stated, her tone professional but tinged with disappointment. She continued, addressing the orange-haired woman, "I think you just don't have any talent in this area." The orange-haired woman looked down, a mixture of sadness and confusion clouding her features.
"How could that be?" she whispered.
A moment of introspection followed, as the orange-haired woman revealed her inner thoughts. "I had zero talents from the start. Not in alchemy, nor in swordsmanship, or anything else for that matter," she reflected, her voice filled with self-doubt. The revelation hitting her with the full force of its implications. Suddenly, another woman, Alina, entered the room, her face alight with surprise and delight.
"Alina," she exclaimed, her voice filled with genuine joy. Alina continued, "My goodness. I no longer have anything else to teach you. How could we have someone as talented as you in the countryside?" The narrative shifted, focusing on Alina. Unlike the other orphans, Alina was different. A war orphan from a low-ranked noble family.
The woman examining her side, noting that even escaping the orphanage would be a significant achievement for Alina. But Alina was far more than that. She possessed an exceptional talent for alchemy, a true genius in her field.
The orange-haired woman, observed by the others, seemed out of place in the orphanage,
possessing a radiant and captivating aura that set her apart. Despite her circumstances, Alina's bright spirit shone through. She invited the orange-haired girl to play together.
A gesture that filled her with genuine joy.
The narrator reflected on Alina's infectious smile, a source of both wonder and envy for those around her.
"That's why
I had decided to sacrifice myself instead of her."
The orange-haired woman, bound and injured, reflected on her past.
"Struggling on the ground was the norm for me all my life," she thought. The silver-haired man watched her. "And whatever you want to do after my death is none of my business," she defiantly declared, surprising the man examining her.
"Blah," she spat, showing unexpected defiance. Her unexpected resilience surprised the man.
"I didn't want to become Alina's burden," she thought, her resolve hardening.
"You little bitch," the silver-haired man snarled, enraged by her unexpected defiance. The silver-haired man, his face etched with grim determination, moved silently through the dimly lit corridors.
His footsteps barely audible on the stone floor as he approached his destination. He paused at a corner, observing a man with brown hair and a curious expression.
The brown-haired man politely inquired, "May I know what brings you here?"
The silver-haired man, his face bearing the marks of a recent struggle, responded curtly, "By the law of the imperial family." A brown-haired man, Ron, stood guard over a captured woman in a cell. Ron was informed that his partner had been executed, and he was urged to surrender. He was told that his partner's death was an unfortunate mishap. But Ron remained defiant. His expression shifted to one of grim determination. A silver-haired man entered the scene. Ron questioned if he had come alone. The silver-haired man confirmed that he had arrived alone. Ron, seemingly amused, commented that the young master of a noble family had underestimated him.
Ron challenged the silver-haired man, questioning his ability to defeat him alone.
The silver-haired man, seemingly unfazed, began to approach Ron, his hand moving towards his sword. The silver-haired man, his face bearing the marks of a recent struggle, stood defiant.
He responded to an unseen challenge with a calm, almost bored, "I don't see why not."
Meanwhile, the brown-haired man, his expression hardening, prepared for a confrontation, drawing his sword in a swift, practiced motion. He muttered to himself, "Things are progressing faster than expected," but a blur of motion indicated a swift attack, the brown-haired man's blade arcing through the air. He declared, "It doesn't matter anymore," as several soldiers, armed with axes, appeared behind him, ready to join the fray. From an elevated perspective, the scene unfolded. The silver-haired man stood alone,
facing a large group of soldiers advancing upon him. The brown-haired man, his face contorted in a furious grimace, roared in challenge. The silver-haired man, seemingly unfazed, prepared to meet the oncoming assault. The silver-haired man stood, his face marred by cuts, but his expression remained calm. His eyes, however, flickered with a newfound intensity. A subtle shift in his demeanor hinting at a hidden power. His gaze hardened as a surge of energy enveloped him. The hour of the genius had been activated. A golden light emanated from him, taking the form of swirling clockwork gears. The gears expanded, filling the space around him. As soldiers behind him watched in awe and fear as the power manifested. The silver-haired man, empowered by the hour of the genius, moved with impossible speed, his attacks a blur of golden light. Each strike imbued with the power of his activated ability, leaving trails of shimmering energy in its wake. A countdown timer, 4:59, appeared, marking the duration of his enhanced state. The silver-haired man's face, though slightly wounded, held a grim determination as he continued his assault. His attacks intersected with the brown-haired man's desperate defenses, the clash of power creating a dazzling spectacle of light and energy. A bloody sword lay embedded in the ground, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. The silver-haired man stood amidst the chaos, his body battered but his spirit unbroken, a single blue flame flickering in the distance. The timer ticked down to 4:58, the intensity of the battle far from over. The silver-haired man, wounded but resolute, stood before his opponent, a brown-haired man, within a prison cell. His eyes burned with determination. A golden aura of swirling gears enveloped him, a visual manifestation of the hour of the genius. The timer displayed 4:57, indicating the remaining duration of his empowered state. He moved with renewed strength, his attacks relentless. The brown-haired man struggled defensively, his movements becoming increasingly desperate as he tried to parry each blow. The timer ticked down to 4:56, the intensity of the battle escalating with each passing second. The silver-haired man pressed his advantage, his resolve unwavering. The brown-haired man, battered and bleeding, found himself on the verge of defeat. The hour of the genius's power waned, its golden gears fading into dust, leaving only 4 minutes and 55 seconds remaining on the clock. Despite his injuries, the silver-haired man, Knox von Reinhafer, tended to his opponent's wounds, pouring a liquid onto the brown-haired man's head. The brown-haired man's eyes flickered open, revealing a determined gaze. Knox von Reinhafer's face, marred by blood, held a grim expression as he spoke, "After you wake up from your sleep, everything will be over." The brown-haired man's eyes narrowed, a silent challenge passing between them. He let out a pained groan, his body still weakened but his spirit unbroken. The brown-haired man, his face etched with disbelief and exhaustion, muttered in disbelief, "What the heck? He defeated them all already." He looked up, his eyes widening as he saw the silver-haired man approaching, his movements slow but deliberate. The brown-haired man's eyes darted around, his mind racing to comprehend the impossible. He collapsed onto the ground, his body weakened by the effects of the mysterious substance administered by his opponent. Despite his weakened state, a flicker of defiance ignited in his eyes as he watched the silver-haired man. A bloody scene unfolded before him, the aftermath of a brutal battle, a testament to the silver-haired man's overwhelming power. The ground was littered with fallen foes, their bodies bearing the marks of a swift and decisive defeat. The brown-haired man's vision blurred as the effects of the substance intensified, leaving him barely conscious but still defiant. The brown-haired man, lying defeated on the ground, glared defiantly upwards. His eyes filled with disbelief and anger. "Don't think you'll die that easily," he muttered, his voice strained but resolute. The brown-haired man's vision blurred, his consciousness fading as he saw the silver-haired man standing over him. The silver-haired man, his cloak stained with the blood of his opponents, stood over the fallen man, his expression calm and almost bored. The brown-haired man's eyes widened in horror as he realized the extent of his defeat. His thoughts raced. "Am I seriously supposed to believe this is happening?" he wondered, his mind struggling to accept the reality of his situation. The silver-haired man turned and walked away, leaving the brown-haired man to his fate. I lost to a mere brat, the brown-haired man thought, his last conscious thought filled with bitter resentment. The brown-haired man, Taigon, lay defeated, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gasped, "Me, the great Taigon?" The silver-haired man stood amidst the aftermath, his purple eyes gleaming, a few streaks of blood marring his otherwise flawless face. A wave of icy energy shattered the surrounding stone, revealing a path to the silver-haired man. As he stood, seemingly pondering the question, "What does it mean to be a genius?" A gruesome image flashed, a figure slumped over, blood pooling beneath them. The silver-haired man reflected on this image, silently asking himself the same question again. The silver-haired man stood over the defeated Taigon, his large sword resting on the ground nearby. Taigon's face was contorted in a mixture of pain, defeat, and defiance. The silver-haired man stood amidst the aftermath of battle, his violet eyes narrowed in contemplation. Blood stained his clothes, a testament to the recent struggle, yet his expression held a quiet intensity. A caption box appeared, stating, "No, Nox the character, who's a genius." The silver-haired man, Nox, had just defeated his opponent. The brown-haired man lay defeated on the ground, his body slumped and his breathing shallow. He had been poisoned during the fight. Another caption box appeared, this time asking, "What does it mean to him?" The question referred to Nox's victory and his apparent internal conflict. Nox stood, his sword still drawn, his gaze distant and troubled. The weight of his victory seemed to burden him. A large splash of blood marked the finality of the battle, a stark visual representation of the violence that had just transpired. The brown-haired man, Taigon, lay defeated on the ground, his face contorted in disbelief and agony. He gasped, sweat beading on his brow. His thoughts a whirlwind of incredulity. "Am I seriously supposed to believe this is happening?" he wondered, his voice barely a whisper. The silver-haired man stood over him, his sword still drawn, a slight wound visible on his arm. He exuded an aura of quiet victory. A grim satisfaction etched onto his features. "I lost to a mere brat?" Taigon thought, his voice laced with bitter resentment. "Me, the great Taigon?" The silhouette of a man, his back to the viewer, stood before a fiery backdrop. His voice, though unseen, echoed with a quiet intensity, "My father was the most outstanding person within the village." The image showed a young man, his face etched with worry and a single trickle of blood staining his forehead. He was surrounded by a crowd, their faces obscured by shadow and violence. The text below read, "Every man wanted to be like him," setting the scene. And everyone respected him. The scene shifted to a close-up of a bloodied hand clutching a clump of dark hair. The word "but" appeared in the panel, foreshadowing a change in fortune. Taigon, the silver-haired man, confronted the brown-haired man, his voice laced with a chilling question, "Do you know the reason the people here follow me?" The brown-haired man, defeated and poisoned, responded weakly, "No, I don't." Taigon grabbed the brown-haired man's head, his grip tightening. He revealed his answer with a cruel smile, "It's strength." The silver-haired man held the defeated brown-haired man captive, his grip tight on the younger man's hair. He stated, "If you possess overwhelming strength, then you can get away with doing anything. That's the law of a city on the borders of the Arkheim Empire." He then posed a question, "Are you the strongest person on the continent?" The brown-haired man's eyes widened in a mixture of fear and defiance. The brown-haired man weakly responded, "No." He continued, explaining, "Even I'm just one of the countless nobodies on this continent. There are numerous unbelievably strong swordsmen on the continent, and there are also many kids that are your age who are geniuses that are stronger than me. That is what it's like for a continent that's experiencing war." The silver-haired man's hand tightened on the brown-haired man's shoulder as he listened. A faint purple glow emanated from the silver-haired man's hand, indicating the use of some sort of energy. The silver-haired man's voice echoed, a chilling testament to his survival. "The reason that I've survived is because I chose to not fight with them." He stood over the defeated brown-haired man, his bloodied sword a stark symbol of his victory. The brutal reality of their conflict etched onto his face. The brown-haired man, poisoned and defeated, could only offer a name in response, Nox von Reinhafer. The silver-haired man's eyes narrowed, a flicker of recognition crossing his features.
he mused, you must be one of those unreachable geniuses that my father mentioned.
His gaze intensified, a chilling assessment of his opponent's talent. To be so talented that no one could reach you, that's what it means, huh?
The brown-haired man let out a heavy sigh, his voice laced with despair.
He confessed, the only reason I'm dying now is because I chose to fight with you.
A purple light erupted from his body, a final, desperate act. The silver-haired man lunged, his blade a blur of motion.
The attack swift and precise, piercing the brown-haired man's defenses,
leaving him wounded and bleeding on the ground. The purple-haired woman sat alone in a dimly lit room, her posture slumped in dejection. A close-up revealed a tattoo on her shoulder, the word Dongjiol visible. She was then shown confronting two other women, one with orange hair and the other with green hair. The orange-haired woman appeared to be injured. The orange-haired woman, seemingly surprised, uttered a single word, May. Her expression softened, a faint smile playing on her lips despite the dirt and grime on her clothes. Two vials of liquid sat on a table, one clearly containing a green substance. The orange-haired woman whispered, May. The green-haired woman, visibly distressed, confessed, I was scared. I thought you had really left me.
The purple-haired woman embraced the orange-haired woman, whispering, It's okay now, Alina.
Tears streamed down Alina's face as she confessed, I was the selfish one. To think that I had wanted to do things alone while leaving her behind here. Alina continued to cry, her sorrow palpable. Meanwhile, the green-haired woman watched them from a distance, a conflicted expression on her face.
She hesitantly began to speak, but.
The orange-haired woman, still tearful, asked, Where is young Master Knox?
I need to thank him.
The green-haired woman responded, Oh.
He should be wrapping up the situation and talking right now.
The purple-haired woman looked up, questioning, talking. The green-haired woman, her expression thoughtful, responded with a simple, yes. She continued, explaining, I think he's taking some time to have a heart-to-heart conversation with his brother. However, a shadow crossed her face. As she added, although, that doesn't seem to be his true intention.
A man's hand impatiently tapped a surface. Ron, seemingly agitated, muttered, Ron, how long is he going to keep me waiting?
His frustration growing, he added, how dare he make a noble from the Rainhafer family wait?
Knox approached a heavy wooden door, his expression one of quiet determination. He entered a room where a figure sat at a table, and asked, Who are you?
The figure replied, It's me, brother. Knox, seemingly surprised, requested a meeting, emphasizing its importance.
The other figure scoffed, Why would I talk to you?
Knox, persistent in his attempt to speak with his brother, insisted that the matter was of great importance. His brother remained suspicious and resistant, his expression conveying his skepticism,
and curtly dismissed him with a simple instruction to take a seat.
A messenger relayed a summary of events. Young Master Knox had successfully purged the corruption within the chatters, and had subsequently meted out appropriate punishments to those involved. He requested a separate reward for his accomplishments. However, the messenger expressed his inability to determine the nature of the reward, offering his apologies. A man with silver hair and a stern expression sits at a desk, reviewing documents. He mutters the word, chatters.
The man continues, noting that the corruption in chatters worsens daily.
He explains that the reason for this is simple, it's not profitable to address the issue.
However, a dark, ominous image of a ruined landscape reveals a more complex truth.
The scene depicts a desolate, corrupted land. The man reflects that the situation is more complicated than it initially seems.
He reveals that Chatters is a major source of concern for the imperial family. A map shows Chatter's eastern region as the last line of defense against a monstrous threat.
The man explains that if Chatters falls, monsters will advance towards the center, underscoring the strategic importance of the region.
A monstrous, lupin creature lunged forward, coins scattering across the dark background.
As an official announced that the central government had allocated significant funds, troops, and mercenary corps to defend key areas.
The official continued, explaining that Chatters, a seemingly useless region, could not be abandoned.
Because it was a dangerous place rife with bandit groups, including the formidable Taigon.
Another official confirmed the assessment, emphasizing the danger. He warned that if the Ron Knights were attacked by the bandits, the situation would worsen significantly. And that any group unable to handle such a situation did not deserve to be part of the Rainhafer family. The scene shifted to reveal 4 figures in dark armor, the Black Sword Knights, positioned to prevent the Ron Knights' deaths. Documents detailing Nox's request lay on a table. One official voiced his confusion regarding Nox's seemingly selfless act of purging corruption, pointing out the similarity to Nox's request for control over Chatters, a wasteland. The documents revealed Nox's intention to take over Chatters as part of a larger mission. He sought the authority to run the place from the Rainhafer family. And if he failed, he would relinquish his rights as the youngest son of the Rainhafer family. One official pondered the strategic implications of Nox's request, while another expressed concern and uncertainty. The unnamed official's eyes, narrowed in intense thought, revealed his internal struggle as he considered Nox's audacious request for control over Chatters. "No, I'll accept it," he declared, a decision born of calculated risk. His reasoning was simple: if Nox could truly defeat all opposing forces, then granting him control of Chatters would be a strategic advantage. If Nox is really able to defeat all of them, I could certainly obtain the jurisdiction to give that place to him, he mused. A subtle smile played on his lips. It's actually a good opportunity for me to see how good he is at managing a territory, he thought, revealing a hidden motive. The other official, though hesitant, ultimately acquiesced. "I understand. If that's what you want, I will send a letter to the Empire and begin the talks to obtain Chatters," he stated, initiating the formal process. The decision made, the unnamed official gave a curt instruction: proceed with that. An unnamed official stroked his chin thoughtfully, a contemplative expression on his face. The name Nox von Rainhafer appearing in a thought bubble above his head. His gaze hardened as he considered the implications of Nox's actions. The official's eyes narrowed, suspicion clouding his features as he wondered just how far ahead Nox was planning. A close-up on Nox's face revealed a subtle, knowing smirk. Dark, purplish energy crackled around Nox's neck, hinting at his immense power. Birds flew over a quaint village, the sun casting long shadows across the buildings. An unnamed official questioned Nox, summarizing his claims. Ron and Taigon sought to kill him, portraying him as their subordinate. Nox confirmed this assessment, adding that it was unfortunate but true. The unnamed official, visibly distressed, expressed his belief that the Rainhafer family had already verified the identities of Ron and Taigon. Nox, seething with anger, inwardly raged at Ron and Taigon's audacity in attempting to exploit the Rainhafer family for their own gain. He emphasized that this was a grave matter, but more importantly, Nox's expression hardened as he contemplated the implications of Ron and Taigon's actions. An unnamed official questioned Nox about Ron and Taigon's actions, expressing his distress and concern. Nox, appearing angry and contemplative, responded that Ron and Taigon had attempted to kill him and exploit the Rainhafer family. Nox, seemingly amused by the official's concern, questioned why he was being looked at like that, adding sarcastically, "Are you scared of me?" His amusement quickly turned to a more serious contemplation as he clenched his fist, muttering, "He really wants to mess with me." However, Nox recognized the necessity of restraint, realizing that he needed to hold back to pass a crucial test to become a knight. Ultimately, Nox concluded that he had no choice but to accept the offer from his adversary. He then directly asked his opponent, "What do you want?" The unnamed official, observing Nox's quick calculation of the situation, remarked, "As expected of you, brother. You're quick to calculate the pros and cons." Nox, with a smirk, stated his terms: "First, give me the right to command all the soldiers under your command." The unnamed official, after a moment of contemplation, simply replied, "I'll agree to that." His internal monologue revealed his uncertainty: "Even if I don't give him the army, my life is in his hands. I don't want to admit it, but I still don't know exactly how strong he is." Nox, confident and composed, sat with his arms crossed,
a subtle air of power surrounding him. He continued, in return, you must remember to guarantee my life and yield the outcome to me. The unnamed official, seemingly resigned, responded, guaranteeing your life. And the outcome? The unnamed official questioned, that's 2 requests, isn't it? The unnamed official, his face etched with apprehension, finally conceded. Fine. I'll hand over the mineral rights and artifacts of my large mine. He added, with a hint of desperation, so you need to make sure you take care of things properly. Knox responded, his expression unchanging, it's a small price to pay compared to your life, so please don't think that it's too much of a waste. Then, Knox stated, I'll be in your care while I'm staying in Chatters. Knox's eyes, sharp and intense, conveyed a silent warning. A black circle appeared, displaying a message, I hope that you won't do anything rash, brother. A shelf filled with various glass bottles and containers is shown, some containing colorful liquids. A label on one prominent bottle reads, Metallization Potion. Another label reads, Corroding Potion. A woman with orange hair expresses concern, stating that she has never made these potions before. A woman with dark purple hair, reviewing documents, responds that she believes it is possible. The group, now including a blonde woman and a gray-haired man, discusses the plan. The gray-haired man questions the safety of the young master's plan. The blonde woman worries aloud that the young master's plan is too dangerous. The gray-haired man, despite the maid's concerns, calmly asks about the necessity of killing the griffin. The purple-haired woman and the orange-haired woman both agree that losing their hero in vain would be unacceptable. The gray-haired man reassures them, stating that if it were impossible, he wouldn't have brought it up. The gray-haired man, understanding the women's apprehension, acknowledged their worries. He explained that he couldn't reveal his true objective, something he needed to obtain after killing the griffin, and therefore had no choice but to lie. The man reassured the women, stating that he had carefully considered the plan and requested they not question it further. He promised to do his best to prepare everything they needed. The blonde woman, however, pointed out the inherent difficulty of the task. Killing the griffin at the game's start was considered nearly impossible, as no one had ever succeeded in doing so. The gray-haired man smirked, confidently stating that this was only true if he were excluded from the equation. The gray-haired man, confident and slightly secretive, announced, then I'll explain the plan. I'm not going to repeat it, so listen well. He then revealed a map, pointing out a route marked the hidden route. A large griffin loomed in the background, and the man stated, it's impossible to kill the griffin here with a normal play style. He continued, explaining that the route was hidden and only revealed to those he called stagnant water gamers. The blonde woman, still worried but slightly reassured, listened intently as the man elaborated on the strategy, addressing her and the other women. The women, now slightly less apprehensive and trusting, showed signs of understanding and acceptance. The man emphasized the hidden route again, tracing it on the map with his staff. Finally, he addressed the blonde woman directly, stating, I'm a stagnant water who has cleared inner lunatic 26 times. Do you all understand? The gray-haired man continued his explanation, his words causing the 3 women to react with expressions of shock and concern. He stated the reason for needing to kill the griffin in the Chatter's territory. The man then added that the plan was simple, yet effective, and that the reward was substantial, further solidifying his point. He concluded his explanation, stating that they would proceed with the plan the following day. Meanwhile, the man prepared his horse for departure. His inner thoughts revealed a desperate need for survival, emphasizing the high stakes of his mission. He reflected on the nature of the world he had been transported to, a world of inner lunatics. The gray-haired man gripped a small, dark object, his knuckles white. He was poised and ready. As the ground trembled violently, cracks spider-webbed across the earth, and a monstrous foot crashed down, sending mud and debris flying. The battle had begun. A massive horde of grotesque creatures surged forward, their numbers seemingly endless. Their advance a tide of chaos and destruction. The gray-haired man watched from afar, his expression unreadable. A question forming in his mind, has it begun? The woman with purple hair and the woman with orange hair stood ready, their faces grim.
"Everyone, get ready," one of them shouted. The other replied, "Yes, sir."
The gray-haired man's gaze hardened, his resolve unwavering. The battle had begun, and he was ready. Knox von Reinhafer addressed his troops, his voice carrying a sense of urgency.
"We only have one chance. Remember that." The soldiers, a mix of men and women, responded in unison, their voices echoing his determination. Their affirmation a testament to their unwavering loyalty to their leader.
Knox, however, felt a strange sense of unease.
"I wonder why this moment feels so anew."
He reflected on his current position, the weight of his responsibility heavy on his shoulders. The fact that he, Knox von Reinhafer, had become the sole strategist, weighed heavily on his mind as he surveyed his army, poised for battle. One of his subordinates, a young woman with vibrant green hair, approached him with concern.
"Young master, will you really be all right?" Knox remained stoic, his gaze unwavering as he prepared for the impending conflict.
The green-haired woman voiced her apprehension, stating, "I said it yesterday, but it's too dangerous."
"Jitri, trust your master."
The green-haired woman looked on with worry, her expression reflecting her unease.
A question arose in her mind, was it from that moment?
Knox von Reinhafer, the master, fell to the ground with a dramatic flourish,
the impact echoing the gravity of the situation.
His fall suggesting a significant event.
Knox's thoughts revealed a critical piece of information, the moment where I couldn't keep a promise since I'm terminally ill?
Knox von Reinhafer, despite his failing health, continued his relentless assault, his movements a blur of calculated precision. Leaping across the chasm with surprising agility, his blade flashing as he effortlessly dispatched several goblins. He then hurled a small, glowing orb at a towering iron golem. The orb exploded on impact, causing significant damage to the golem's armored exterior.
The golem staggered, its movements becoming increasingly erratic.
Knox seized the opportunity, launching a final, devastating blow that shattered the golem's core.
The golem crumbled into dust, leaving behind only fragments of its once formidable frame.
A system message appeared, confirming the golem's defeat and announcing an increase in Knox's proficiency with the Chatter's Southern Sword technique.
Knox von Reinhafer, severely weakened but resolute, continued his fight. He deflected blows from a monstrous, hulking creature, his eyes burning with a fierce determination as he contemplated his mortality. "If I don't have that promise," he thought, "then I might actually die." A massive stone golem emerged, surrounded by smaller, grotesque creatures. They advanced menacingly,
and Knox grimly resolved to use them as stepping stones to victory. "So, become my stepping stones," he muttered.
With a burst of dark energy, Knox launched himself forward, using his weakened body to its absolute limit,
weaving through the smaller creatures with deadly precision. His movements a blur of motion as he closed the distance to the golem. A nearby observer shouted, "If you do, then I can enjoy this more." Knox, a grim smile playing on his lips, pressed his attack. His desperate gamble, fueled by his terminal illness, had become his reality. Knox von Reinhafer, his face streaked with blood, smirked grimly. His eyes, though, held a fierce determination.
Above him, a colossal griffin descended, its shadow engulfing the battlefield, its powerful wings beating the air as it prepared to strike.
From a high-angle perspective, Knox stood amidst the carnage, his sword planted in the ground. Several smaller creatures lay dead around him, serving as unfortunate stepping stones in his desperate battle against the stone golem. He had declared, "It's here." His expression hardened, a cruel smile playing on his lips as he prepared for the next phase of the fight. A close-up on Knox's face showed his eyes glowing with an unnatural red light.
He muttered, "Then."
A prelude to a powerful counterattack against the approaching griffin. A final panel showed a dramatic close-up of the griffin's intense, red-eyed gaze, the words "Shall we get started?" appearing in his speech bubble.
A single, dark feather drifted down from the sky, signaling the imminent arrival of a large, blue griffin, which swooped down, its sharp talons extended, ready to strike.
Nox von Rainhafer, his face streaked with blood but his eyes burning with grim determination, stood amidst the fallen bodies of smaller creatures he had used as stepping stones.
He watched the approaching griffin with a predatory smile.
From a distance, the unnamed woman with green hair, along with the women with purple and orange hair, and an observing man watched the unfolding confrontation between Nox and the griffin.
A moment of stunned silence followed Nox's incredible display of skill. One of the onlookers, a woman with purple hair, questioned aloud, wondering aloud if what they had just witnessed was even humanly possible.
Another woman, this one with orange hair, commented on Nox's speed, noting that his movements were too fast for their eyes to follow. And then inquired about the nature of the Rainhafer family. The orange-haired woman explained that the Rainhafers were renowned for their swordsmanship, and also known for their internal conflicts to determine who would inherit the family's black sword. The woman with green hair, having listened to the conversation, summarized the Rainhafer family's reputation, and then added that Nox, their young master, was a prime example of their legacy.
Nox von Rainhafer was declared the most talented candidate, a statement that caused one onlooker to visibly wince in discomfort, prompting a discussion amongst the observers. The woman with green hair voiced her confusion regarding Nox's lack of response to the negative rumors surrounding him, but quickly added that she believed he had his reasons for remaining silent. The woman with orange hair, however, expressed her belief that the rumors were not entirely true, suggesting that Nox's actions were likely motivated by reasons that required him to maintain a low profile. The green-haired woman agreed, though she admitted to being uncertain about the specifics of those reasons. The green-haired woman concluded by requesting that the others simply accept Nox's behavior without question. She then reiterated her belief that there was a valid reason for Nox's actions. One woman, her hair the color of vibrant green, remarked to her companion, "He's a wise person after all." The other woman, with dark blue hair, responded with a knowing look, "So, you want me to hide who he really is, right?"
The blue-haired woman continued, "We'll be keeping our lips tight." The green-haired woman smiled, a subtle, knowing expression on her face. A monstrous eagle's head filled the panel, its eyes blazing with furious intensity. The words "Groll" were scrawled across the image, suggesting a powerful roar. Nox von Rainhafer, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, appeared alongside the green-haired woman, who watched him with a mixture of concern and anticipation. In the final panel, a shadowy figure, his face partially obscured, looked on with a grim expression.
Korean text suggests a statement of concern or warning.
A group of soldiers, their faces etched with worry and apprehension, stood rigidly at attention. Their commander held a staff, his grip tight,
observing from a distance a large, predatory bird circling overhead.
A lone figure, small against the vast landscape, stood below. Nox, the subject of their concern, was seen from afar.
The woman with green hair whispered, "Nox, he wants to fight that?"
Her companion, equally worried, responded, "He's definitely out of his mind." The scene shifted to Nox, who was already engaging the massive creature. He moved with surprising speed, his sword ablur as he launched a series of attacks against the monstrous bird. The swift strikes connected, leaving visible wounds on the creature's powerful wings. The impact of the blows sent tremors through the ground. Nox continued his relentless assault, his movements precise and deadly. He dodged a powerful claw swipe and countered with a devastating blow that sent the enormous bird reeling.
The battle continued, the outcome uncertain. Nox von Rainhafer, battered and bleeding, glared upward at his monstrous avian opponent, his eyes blazing with a fierce, unexpected determination. His expression hardened, a grimace twisting his features as he braced himself for the next attack. A snarl stretched across his lips as he gritted his teeth, a silent vow of defiance echoing in his mind. He would not yield. He would fight to the bitter end. Damn it!
In any case, I'm only going to do as I was told, he thought, his resolve hardening. Nox, issuing orders with steely resolve, commanded his troops, "All troops, wait until the griffin is within short range of the fortress walls. And then you are to fire the ballistas once ordered."
His soldiers responded with a unified, "Yes, sir."
Nox stood tall and confident, a grim determination etched on his face, as he surveyed his troops and the approaching griffin. A griffin swooped down from the sky, its powerful wings creating a vortex of wind.
As Nox von Reinhafer, observing from the castle walls, readied a massive crossbow. He aimed carefully, his expression grim with determination. And with a shout of "now," he loosed the bolt, the projectile arcing through the air. The bolt struck the griffin with deadly accuracy, piercing its wing.
The wounded beast shrieked in pain, its body falling from the sky. It crashed near the castle walls, its lifeblood staining the ground.
Nox, slightly wounded, stood amidst the chaos, his resolve unshaken.
Nox von Reinhafer, slightly wounded but resolute, examined a vial of liquid. He muttered to himself, "We have to neutralize that ridiculous flight ability that it has." He uncorked the vial and consumed its contents.
The empty vial fell to the ground.
A system message appeared: "Your stamina has increased temporarily by 1.
Nox smirked, a self-satisfied expression on his blood-stained face.
He confidently declared, "I've already made the necessary preparations in advance."
Another character, unseen until now, reacted with shock and outrage. What did you say? How dare you?" He continued, "Ask me to do something so lowly?" The second character, seemingly a subordinate, protested, "Make ballistas? We can ask someone else to do that." Nox von Reinhafer, already confident in his preparations, mused thoughtfully.
He then issued a command: "In that case, you'll fight the griffin on the battlefield then."
His subordinate, still protesting, could only manage a hesitant question: "How many ballistas do you need?"
Nox, however, remained unmoved, simply stating, "I knew Grain was someone with good instincts." The panel shows a defeated Grain lying on the ground, his sword discarded nearby. Nox observes him, concluding, "He'll be useful."
Nox then reveals his final preparations, stating, "The only thing left would be the fencing potion and..."
He consumes the potion, his eyes glowing with determination as he declares, "Proving myself." The scene shifts to Nox facing a massive griffin, its gaze fixed on him. The griffin prepares to attack.
The griffin swoops down, claws extended, but Nox deftly dodges and counters, the battle commencing.
Nox von Reinhafer's battle with the griffin continued.
The griffin swooped down, claws extended. Its piercing gaze fixed on Nox. The creature let out a screech.
As Nox countered with a swift and precise strike, sending the griffin sprawling to the ground.
The unnamed subordinate, still protesting Nox's strategy, questioned, "Are you feeling frustrated because things aren't going your way?"
Nox, wounded but resolute, replied, "I can understand why." His eyes glowed with an unnatural intensity. "Normally, such injuries should be nothing to you," he mused, referencing the griffin's high level.
"Since you're the griffin, a high-level monster." The ballista bolt that pierced its wing was a significant blow.
Nox von Reinhafer, wounded but still defiant, addressed his defeated opponent. He revealed that the griffin had been poisoned with a toxin it was particularly susceptible to. "We slathered it with tons of the poison that you like so much," he stated, watching the creature's final moments. The griffin convulsing violently as the poison took effect. "Look forward to what's coming for you," Nox added, a chilling smile playing on his lips. "It'll start to really hurt in about 5 minutes, he finished, his eyes gleaming with a cold satisfaction. A clock face appeared, its gears spinning rapidly, symbolizing the countdown to the griffin's demise. Nox, covered in blood but seemingly unfazed, declared, 5 minutes is all I need." His confidence was unwavering. As scene shifted, showing Nox facing a looming, shadowy presence. He felt a palpable pressure, a stark contrast to the game he knew. "This pressure, it's definitely different from the game," he mused, acknowledging the heightened reality of his current situation. Golden gears spun around the griffin, a magical energy crackling in the air. The creature's powerful legs braced against the onslaught. But Nox von Reinhafer, wounded yet resolute, declared, "I won't be the one who's dying." With a surge of dark energy, Nox launched a counterattack. a crimson wave of power slicing through the griffin's wings. He finished the beast with a final, decisive blow, muttering, "At least, not today." Nox, covered in blood, gasped, "Grain." Elsewhere, a concerned figure observed, "Is that really the Nox that I used to know?" Nox von Reinhafer clenched his fists, muttering fine. Under his breath. He then turned his back to the city walls and unleashed a dark energy attack, shouting fire. The dark energy engulfed the griffin, causing it to fall to the ground, bleeding profusely. The impact of the attack created a powerful shockwave. Nox, wounded but triumphant, looked up at the sky, gasping for air and calling out for grain. Dark energy swirled around him as he muttered, "HIA." A sinister smile spread across his blood-stained face as he declared, "Time to put an end to this." The dark energy intensified, forming a swirling vortex around his weapon. Nox von Reinhafer unleashed a torrent of dark energy, a swirling vortex of shadow and power. The attack tore through the griffin's defenses, sending the massive creature crashing to the earth, its lifeblood staining the ground. Nox's subordinates watched in stunned silence, their faces etched with a mixture of awe and fear as the dust settled. From a distance, a group of onlookers, including a woman with vibrant orange hair and a solemn-faced mage, gazed upon the scene with apprehension. Wounded but triumphant, Nox cried out, "Grain." A dark, ominous aura enveloped Nox von Reinhafer as he unleashed a devastating attack, the words "Black Execution" echoing in the air. A surge of dark energy erupting from him in a violent, swirling vortex, propelling him forward with terrifying speed toward his target. The dark energy slammed into the griffin, its immense power tearing through the creature's defenses, sending it reeling from the impact. The griffin's massive claw, once a weapon of terrifying power, was severed and fell to the ground, leaving the beast vulnerable and defeated. Nox, wounded but triumphant, landed heavily, his dark eyes blazing with barely contained power. He cried out, "Grain." Nox von Reinhafer unleashed a torrent of dark energy, a purple maelstrom that tore through the air, the raw power slicing through the griffin's wings and leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The griffin shrieked, its body racked with pain as the dark energy consumed it. The attack ended with a final, explosive burst of dark energy, leaving the griffin's body riddled with holes and its life extinguished. Nox stood amidst the carnage, wounded but triumphant, his breath ragged as he called out, "Grain." Nox, his face streaked with blood, clutched his side, his expression a mixture of exhaustion and grim determination. Nox von Reinhafer, wounded but triumphant, his violet eyes blazing, stared intensely ahead, blood staining his face. Nearby, a stone golem and a purple creature clashed, their struggle a stark contrast to the stillness that followed Nox's victory. As the dust settled, revealing Nox standing over the fallen griffin. A satisfied smirk played on his lips, the weight of his victory evident in his posture. As the crowd below erupted in cheers, their awe palpable. A system message appeared, announcing, "You've gained 60 days after defeating the griffin, and the remaining life you have left is 179 days. In the distance, a woman and a young girl embraced, their joy mirroring the relief felt by the onlookers. 3 women watched from a distance as Nox von Reinhafer, covered in blood but with a smirk, stood victorious over the fallen griffin. "This feels pretty good, huh?" he mused, a hint of self-satisfaction in his tone. Meanwhile, the onlookers reacted with shock and disbelief. "Damn it! How is that even possible? The griffin is a high-level monster," one exclaimed. The defeated griffin lay on the ground, its body marred by wounds. Another onlooker questioned, "A monster like that was stumbling around because of some brat?" A third onlooker added, "You'd need to at least be academy professor level to be able to take one on that easily." Nox, seemingly lost in thought, suddenly touched a wound on his face. "Do I have no choice but to acknowledge his strength?" he pondered, as the crowd cheered around him. A silver crest, emblazoned with swords, a crescent moon, and a checkered pattern, hung suspended in the air. 3 identical figures with silver hair stared up at it, their faces mirroring a mixture of awe and apprehension.
A voice, filled with ambition, echoed in their minds. If what he's shown so far is all true, then he might bring about a great change to the successor rankings within our family. Knox von Rainhafer, his hands resting on a stone wall, felt a surge of anxiety. He was carefully considering his next move. A silent internal monologue revealing his thoughts. I need to make sure I'm on the right side. He stood amidst his subordinates, his dark attire stark against the pale stone of the castle. Blood stained his clothes, a testament to his recent victory. The fallen griffin's corpse lay nearby, a grim reminder of his power. The scene was one of quiet aftermath, the tension palpable. Knox addressed his men, his voice calm despite the lingering adrenaline. I'll take charge and safely move the griffin's corpse inside, but you'll be in charge of how you want to distribute the loot. Knox's gaze hardened, his expression resolute. The battle was won, but the political implications of his actions remained to be seen. Knox von Rainhafer, victorious but wounded, dismissed his awestruck subordinates with a curt, "Go and get some rest." He observed them leave, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he mused, looks like that scared him quite a bit. A purplish, ethereal interface shimmered into existence before him, a clear indication that he was about to access his hidden rewards. It was time to use them. He thought, it's time to use the hidden clear rewards. The interface displayed the information of the item he had obtained. The item was an advanced grade artifact with wind attribute, and no equipping requirements. Its special effect was described as, the heart of the griffin, the outlaw of the wilderness. It can be used to create an elixir. You can create an elixir that alters your stamina and agility. Depending on how skilled the alchemist is, you can decide whether it increases or decreases those stats. Knox von Rainhafer's subordinates brought the griffin's heart into a dimly lit laboratory. A dark-haired alchemist examined the organ, confirming its properties. As you've said, the power of wind can be found within this heart, she stated, explaining that with it, they could create powerful elixirs previously only rumored to exist. The alchemist announced her intention to use the heart to create an elixir. One subordinate inquired about the time it would take. She responded that it would depend on the circumstances, but with her current tools, it might take a while. Knox, observing the process, promised to provide her with any necessary tools. Knox then turned his attention to two other subordinates, Alina and May, offering them positions as servants in the Rainhafer family. The scene concluded with Knox's offer to hire Alina and May as servants, showcasing his strategic planning beyond immediate combat. Alina and May, two commoners, looked on with apprehension as Knox von Rainhafer addressed them. Their unease palpable. May voiced their shared concern, stating that they were merely commoners. But Knox countered that there was no reason not to utilize their skills as well. He intended to make use of them both. However, he added that he would never allow a dog to bite its master. His gaze was sharp, his resolve unwavering. Knox explained that currently, no one could properly utilize the monster's core, a rare and powerful item. Secured by magical chains and a lock. Its rarity stemmed from its acquisition through defeating a hidden boss, a feat not meant to be accomplished. Crafting with it would be impossible for anyone other than a genius, a feat Knox believed would never happen. Overwhelmed with gratitude for saving their lives, May and Alina pledged their loyalty, vowing to follow Knox for the rest of their lives. Knox von Rainhafer, pleased with his recruits' loyalty, expressed his approval with a subtle smile. He found their immediate pledge of allegiance satisfying. Knox continued, explaining that he had acquired two exceptionally talented individuals, Alina and May. Their combined skills would prove invaluable in his upcoming plans. He informed them that their departure was set for 3 days hence, instructing them to prepare themselves for the journey ahead. In a private conversation with May, Knox revealed that they would be creating a potent elixir upon their return to the family estate. Emphasizing the utmost secrecy surrounding its creation, and demanding that no one else be allowed to witness the process. Later, Knox and May departed, leaving the estate behind. Knox, still bearing the wounds from his recent battles, walked with a determined gait. May followed closely, her expression serious and focused as they made their way towards their next destination. The sound of their boots striking the cobblestones echoed in the quiet streets as they walked away.
A woman with vibrant green hair approached Knox von Reinhafer, her expression a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. "Young master," she began, "you're truly different from what I heard about you."
Knox, his face still bearing the marks of recent battle, responded with a terse, "What do you mean?"
The woman continued, "I've heard rumors of you being a selfish person that only cares about himself."
"I know at least that part isn't true. But, can you promise me one thing?"
She paused, her gaze thoughtful. "No one knows when it might happen, but, when you find things really tough one day, please let me know if I can be of help, despite my lowly status." Her words hung in the air, a quiet plea.
She added, "I don't understand why so many people dislike you."
Knox remained silent, his gaze fixed on the ground, his expression unreadable. The only sound was the gentle drip of water echoing through the dimly lit passage. The woman, concerned about Knox's well-being, spoke again.
"Are you going to stay there? It's going to get pretty chilly at night."
"Let's move quickly, it'd be bad if we caught a cold." The two began to walk away, leaving the dimly lit passage behind. Alina, Knox's loyal subordinate, stood before him, a subtle smile playing on her lips. Her expression betraying a hint of amusement as she anticipated his reaction. She spoke, her voice soft yet firm, "I know what you're about to say, so don't say it."
"It's humiliating."
Knox, weakened and recovering in bed, coughed, a pained expression crossing his face.
Alina responded gently, "It's all right. Things like this happen.
You're still growing, after all." Despite Alina's words, Knox's inner thoughts revealed his frustration. "This is so fucking ridiculous." A system message appeared, detailing the negative ailments he'd obtained: a cold, level 2, and a chronic cough, level 4. News of Knox's return spread rapidly.
A servant announced, "Both the young masters have returned." Knox von Reinhafer, recovered from his injuries, returned to his estate on horseback, accompanied by Alina and May.
The grand manor loomed before them. As two servants whispered amongst themselves, questioning the nature of Knox's return and the presence of two women. Their conversation revealed skepticism about Knox's past behavior and the veracity of his recent claims, particularly regarding his involvement in resolving the missing child case. One servant expressed doubt, suggesting that Knox's past actions cast a shadow on his current attempts at reform. The other, however, defended him, stating that the patriarch had confirmed the truth of his claims. Knox, overhearing their conversation from afar, reflected on his persistent negative reputation, lamenting his inability to shake off his past image. He silently acknowledged the situation. Addressing the gossiping servants, Knox curtly dismissed them, reminding them of their duties and implying their idle chatter was a waste of time. As Knox dismounted, he briefly interacted with a servant before proceeding into the manor. News of a private meeting request from the patriarch reached Knox von Reinhafer. The image showed Knox, still recovering from his injuries, receiving the summons while mounted on his horse. The patriarch's imposing presence loomed large behind him. A close-up on Knox's face revealed a serious expression, hinting at his apprehension regarding the meeting. The final panel showed a thought bubble above Knox's head, simply stating, "Here it comes." Knox von Reinhafer arrived at the patriarch's study, a large, imposing room filled with bookshelves and ornate furniture. Finding himself seated before the patriarch, who observed him with a thoughtful expression. The patriarch stated simply, "You're here." Knox replied, confirming that he had received the summons. He was apprehensive, but outwardly calm. The patriarch revealed he had something to tell Knox, anticipating a reciprocal disclosure from the young man. Knox, clenching his fist subtly, braced himself for the conversation. The patriarch, leaning forward, informed Knox that he was aware of his significant contributions. The scene opens with a figure lying prone on the ground, blood staining their clothes. A speech bubble above reveals a prayer for the safe return of those in the Chapers region and the eradication of the malignant entities there. The camera shifts to Knox von Reinhafer, his expression unreadable, as the patriarch speaks. The patriarch notes that even Grain acknowledged Knox's abilities. Knox, surprised, asks if his brother truly said that. The patriarch confirms this, explaining that Grain stated he wouldn't have completed his night training without Nox's assistance.
Nox contemplates this revelation, a thoughtful expression on his face.
The patriarch, however, shifts the conversation, stating that he didn't call Nox for idle chatter. Instead, he praises Nox for accomplishing a seemingly impossible task and bringing honor to the Rainhafer name. The patriarch holds a rolled-up document, his expression serious and expectant. The patriarch declared, "So, I will keep my promise according to what you have proposed." He presented a document bearing two official seals, one representing the patriarch's authority and the other signifying the transfer of ownership.
Confirming that Chadrez now belonged to Nox.
Nox, a subtle smile playing on his lips, accepted the news with quiet grace.
He expressed his gratitude, stating, "I thank you for your great generosity, Patriarch."
The patriarch, however, remained pensive, his fingers lightly tapping the ornate surface of his desk, a thoughtful expression clouding his features. The scene shifted to show the patriarch and Nox together, the patriarch's contemplative mood palpable. The patriarch, seated majestically in his chair, observed Nox with a thoughtful expression. His inner thoughts were a whirlwind of calculation. He wondered what Nox would make of his next words.
"What's this?"
Nox thought, his mind racing as he tried to decipher the patriarch's motives. The weight of the recent transfer of Chadrez hung heavy in the air.
The patriarch's next words were a direct challenge. "Are you interested in taking my seat?"
The question hung in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. Nox's eyes widened in surprise, his mind struggling to process the patriarch's audacious proposal.
A wave of shock washed over him.
A single word escaped Nox's lips, a raw expression of disbelief: "Fuck."
The patriarch's hidden agenda was becoming increasingly clear. Meanwhile, a silent observer, Theo, watched the unfolding scene with growing concern.
Why is Theo suddenly acting like this, he wondered, his confusion mounting. A high-angle shot reveals a desolate, sandy landscape, dominated by a large, imposing tower. A lone bird circles overhead. Nox von Rainhafer, his face partially obscured by a mask, holds a golden pocket watch.
His expression is intense.
The pocket watch opens, revealing three smaller compartments, each displaying a violent scene, a bloody battle, a shadowy figure, and Nox himself, wounded and bloodied. The image is swirling with dark energy.
The watch glows with an ominous light.
The final image shows Nox, his face grim, clutching a bloodied weapon.
A close-up on a griffin's eye, blood streaming down its face, indicates its demise.
The patriarch and Nox stand together. "The griffin died," Nox states, his voice devoid of emotion.
The patriarch observes Nox, a knowing glint in his eye.
"The Rainhafer bastards have finally started to move. From what I heard, they've obtained the Chatter's region." Nox von Rainhafer, calm yet grim, observed a chessboard, his gaze fixed on a knight piece. He moved the piece, a calculated advance. A strategic maneuver mirroring the recent territorial gains of his family. The patriarch's words echoed in his mind, and it was given to the youngest in their family. Elsewhere, an aged man, his face etched with worry, listened intently as a younger, red-haired man spoke. "They're the family who stole something precious from me." The red-haired man's voice was low, filled with a simmering resentment. His words hung heavy in the air as he continued, his resolve hardening. "I have nothing more to lose." The older man, seemingly resigned, watched the red-haired man leave, a grim understanding passing between them. The patriarch, alone, slumped in his chair, his face a mask of weariness and contemplation. His expression shifted subtly, a flicker of something akin to anticipation in his eyes. The patriarch, his face etched with weariness, yet a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, stood overlooking the palace grounds. He held a crimson orb, its surface shimmering faintly. A young woman, her back to the viewer, stood beside him, her hand resting on his arm. The scene was bathed in a warm, golden light. Her fiery red hair was partially obscured by a veil, but her intense gaze was visible. She seemed to radiate a quiet strength.
A thought bubble appeared above the scene. The time is near. The patriarch knelt, gently adjusting the young woman's veil.
A tender moment, yet a sense of foreboding hung in the air. The young woman's thoughts were revealed in a speech bubble. The day that I get my hands on this kingdom.
A dark red background filled the panel, symbolizing her ambition and the impending conflict.
The patriarch smiled, a knowing glint in his eyes. Another thought bubble appeared, and, the day that she awakens. The patriarch sat behind his large desk, his expression unreadable. He was clearly anticipating something. As his daughter, Nox, entered the room, she stated that a question might be a little too early for the young master. Nox continued, reminding her father of the value and weight of being the patriarch of the Rainhafer family. The patriarch's eyes narrowed slightly.
He simply responded, no. Nox stood firm, her gaze unwavering.
She insisted that the time for action was now. She disagreed with her father's assessment, stating that Nox was capable of handling the situation. Nox turned away, her back to her father, leaving the final decision hanging in the air. The patriarch, his face impassive, declared, "You're not the one who gets to decide on that." His son, the patriarch's heir, expressed his reluctance. He stated that he did not desire the position and worried about the numerous responsibilities it entailed. A sentiment that surprised his father.
"You're my son, and you fear this position?"
The son, unfazed, simply replied, "I don't see why I can't." The patriarch sighed, a hint of weariness in his expression.
Finally conceding, "Fine. I'll respect your opinion for now." His son offered a brief thank you. But then added, "But, did you know this? That a brilliant talent cannot be hidden. Humans are weak beings that will always be testing you." A close-up on the patriarch's son's lips, a subtle smile playing on them.
He stood before his father, the patriarch, in his opulent study.
"Yes, patriarch," he replied. The patriarch, seated behind his large desk, dismissed him curtly. "You may take your leave now. You must be very tired from the journey."
The son bowed slightly. "Thank you for your concern," he said, before departing. Outside, the son's maid, Alina, anxiously awaited him.
"Did the patriarch scold you?" she asked, concern etched on her face. He reassured her, "No, don't worry, it was nothing. It wasn't anything that I couldn't refuse."
Alina, though relieved, still looked troubled. The son then changed the subject.
"Oh, right. The accommodations for Alina and I may have been prepared."
"Great work," he added. Young Master Nox dismissed Alina's service with a wave of his hand, stating that she had simply done her job as his maid. Alina, however, offered a philosophical reflection on the nature of conflict, suggesting that a world with clearly defined rules would eliminate hatred and fighting. Lost in thought, she briefly paused, her expression pensive. Then thanked Nox for his service, her duties complete. Nox, alone, pondered the gravity of the situation, questioning if it was time to get serious.
He resolved to attend the prestigious Eldian Academy, aiming to become the best night mage. Two men, one older and one younger, sat in a richly appointed study.
The younger man, dressed in formal attire, rested his gloved hands on a large desk. The older man, his father, observed him with a thoughtful expression. "As expected, it's tough conversing with my son," he mused. The older man continued, "That conversation might be too early for young Master Nox.
If he really knew the meaning of your position, his answer might have been different."
The younger man simply responded, "No." The older man, studying his son's posture, observed, "Those eyes of his, they belong to someone who has already decided what they will do in the future." Despite his outward appearance of fear, the father noted, "While he looks like he's afraid of something, it's not my position or me." The camera focused on young Master Nox's back as he walked away, his thoughts revealed, "It's something more, fundamental.
Like a fear that comes from looking into an abyss."
His fear, the panel clarified, was of death itself. "He's afraid of death right now," the narration concluded.
The father, seated in his opulent study, pondered a troubling question, but why is that the case?
He continued his internal monologue, acknowledging the potential for his words to be inappropriate. "I might be out of line for saying this, but..." He voiced his concerns to a silent companion, suggesting that the recent events involving Madame could have deeply affected young Master Knox.
The father sat in contemplation, his expression thoughtful and serious. He mused aloud, true, he might be blaming me for it. A brief, almost imperceptible smile touched his lips as he chuckled softly, ha. A reflection in a mirror showed young Master Knox, his back turned, gazing at the image of his deceased mother. His inner thoughts were revealed, since to him, I'm just a pathetic person who couldn't even protect his mother. The father, observing his son's grief from afar, added a final thought, more importantly. The father informed young Master Knox that young Master Garen had begun to take action, this time with an even bolder move. And Knox simply replied, I see.
A gruesome scene unfolded, depicting a vast battlefield strewn with the corpses of fallen soldiers and demonic creatures. The sheer scale of carnage hinting at a devastating battle recently concluded. Young Master Knox, observing the scene from a distance, uttered, Father, just give up and accept it. The father, his face unreadable, extended his hand, showcasing the power of a Grand Duke. A young woman in a yellow gown lay on a bed, seemingly asleep or resting. A maid and another woman looked down at her from a staircase. The young woman, with vibrant red hair, asked her maid, Emma, for her opinion on her attire. What do you think? Do I look all right, Emma? Emma, slightly exasperated, responded, Young miss? Haven't I already seen that set of clothes more than 20 times? The young woman, seemingly unfazed, declared, This looks all right. That's not bad either. She continued to ponder her accessories, saying, What accessory should I wear? Emma observed her mistress's excitement over a pair of pink high heels, commenting, Who? Are you that excited? The young woman, brimming with excitement, declared, We're talking about my admission into Eldian. Emma, her maid, responded with a weary sigh, That's not what I'm asking about though. Emma continued, explaining, I meant young Master Knox. It's your first time meeting him after he officially became your fiancé. The young woman pondered her attire, musing, I guess the ones with frills would be better, right? Emma, clearly exasperated, replied with a simple, yes. The young woman, noticing Emma's lack of enthusiasm, exclaimed, Emma. You just answered me half-heartedly because you couldn't be bothered, right? Emma, unfazed, calmly observed, You pick up on things like that every single time. The scene opens in a lavish study, filled with bookshelves, alchemical equipment, and an hourglass. Sunlight streams in, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. A pair of elegant, polished shoes is visible, suggesting someone is present. Then a young man with silver hair and striking purple eyes appears, impeccably dressed in a dark suit. He exudes an air of quiet confidence. He stands observing a young woman with vibrant purple hair, who is slumped over a large desk, her face buried in her arms. She appears distraught. The young woman suddenly lifts her head, revealing a weary but determined expression. A slight smile plays on her lips as she looks up. The young man addresses her, his tone concerned, The elixir, actually, before that, are you all right? You don't look too good. Elsewhere, a young woman with orange hair sighs, observing the scene from a distance. She mutters to herself, she gets like that once she focuses on something. I'll take care of her as I stay by her side. The young woman with purple hair giggled, her hands clasped together. You're the best, May. He. She then became serious, her expression shifting. Enough about all that, she stated, please take a look at it quickly. The young man, his face etched with concern, examined the item presented to him. A small, glowing vial filled with a vibrant blue liquid. Carefully inspecting its contents. The vial's label detailed its properties, elixir of wind, an advanced consumable with enhanced stamina and dexterity. The young woman's eyes widened in anticipation as the young man looked up. How is it? A young man with silver hair, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips, declared, I finally obtained it. The elixir of wind, a potent concoction depicted in the next panel as a vial of swirling, azure liquid with a stylized wing emblem. Its properties, as described in a text box, include a permanent stamina increase of 1 point and a boost to dexterity, a hidden stat. The young man mused that the combination of increased dexterity and the hour of the genius skill would be incredibly effective. He further reflected that acquiring this item was a wise choice, exceeding even his expectations as the genius potion maker. Meanwhile, a young woman with purple hair, Alina, expressed relief, stating that things would have been far more difficult without her assistance. The young man, acknowledging her contribution, simply stated, "You did great." Finally, the young man carefully examined the elixir of wind, his expression thoughtful. The young man, his expression thoughtful, brought the elixir of wind to his lips and drank deeply. A surge of cool energy coursing through his veins as a brilliant, cyan aura enveloped him. The young woman with purple hair watched with a pleased expression, her earlier anxieties now eased. The elixir's power was evident. Now that the elixir of wind had been successfully obtained, the young man felt a surge of confidence. Now that all preparations are complete, he mused, a smirk playing on his lips. He turned to the young woman, a question in his eyes. "Shall we head to Eldian?" he asked, his tone suggesting a readiness for action. A status screen appeared, displaying the young man's stats: Will, 11, Luck, 10, Charm, 26. His active skills included Hour of the Genius, Dark Family Intermediate Swordsmanship, Southern Sword Technique, Ignition, and Visible Transformation. A notification flashed across the screen: Mana Sensitivity Genius has been activated as his mana stat reached 10. The scene shifted to a grand, sunlit mansion, its imposing facade hinting at wealth and power. A coachman, impeccably dressed, sat atop a white horse, awaiting his passenger. The camera focused on a pair of polished black shoes, suggesting the arrival of someone important. A young man with silver hair and lavender eyes emerged, elegantly dressed in a dark suit. He adjusted a jeweled pendant around his neck. Whispers circulated among onlookers: white hair and lavender eyes, could he be the youngest son of the Rainhafer family? Another whispered, "I did hear that he'd be joining the academy in this batch." The young man, youngest son of the prestigious Rainhafer family, arrived at the academy. He wore a dark purple coat, a crisp white shirt, and a striking sapphire blue pendant on a silver chain. A slight smile playing on his lips as he registered the commotion around him. He wondered aloud, why is it so noisy? Is there a dog barking somewhere? The close-up revealed the intricate detail of his cross pendant, a silver design encasing another sapphire blue stone. Two students, their faces partially obscured, whispered to each other, clearly reacting to the young man's arrival. From an overhead perspective, several students, including a maid with bright green hair, scrambled on the floor, seemingly in a state of panic or surprise. The green-haired maid, her expression a mixture of worry and apprehension, looked on with concern. The same green-haired maid, her expression unchanged, stood in a hallway, seemingly observing something. Finally, a horse-drawn carriage arrived, suggesting the young man's arrival was anticipated and planned. The camera focuses on a pair of feet, clad in brown boots, walking purposefully across a stone courtyard. The boots belong to a young woman with neatly tied-up brown hair, her expression calm and observant. She is a maid, her green hair peeking from beneath her cap, and she stands before a grand building, her gaze fixed on a young man with silver hair and a dark uniform. A green-haired maid bows respectfully beside him. The young man, seemingly unfazed by the attention, remarks, "Looks like you guys arrived early too." Acting genius is temporarily shaken. You are shaken. The young woman explains, "Yes, we're talking about the admission ceremony of Eldian Academy, after all." The young woman, addressing a red-haired girl in a carriage, instructs, "Here, young miss, please come down. Give your greetings to young Master Knox." The red-haired girl, startled, exclaims, What? Oh, wait a minute." The red-haired girl, seemingly surprised, arrived at the academy. Her expression a mixture of shock and slight fluster. She appeared lost in thought. Meanwhile, the young man, accompanied by the brown-haired young woman and the green-haired maid, approached the academy gates. The young man's calm demeanor contrasting sharply with the maid's evident anxiety. He seemed unfazed by the attention his arrival caused. The young man's expression shifted as the brown-haired young woman spoke of an engagement to Lady Talia. A sword appeared, seemingly out of nowhere.
his surprise evident as he exclaimed, "What? What did you say?"
The red-haired girl, seemingly aware of the situation, calmly explained that the engagement was common knowledge, leaving the young man visibly shocked and the brown-haired young woman looking concerned. Jitri let out a sigh, his shoulders slumping slightly as he muttered to himself, "Sigh, darn it." Meanwhile, Talia, with a bright smile, called out to him, "Hey, Nox." She approached him, her expression cheerful as she greeted him with a simple, "Hey."
The green-haired maid, Jitri's attendant, pointed towards Talia and whispered to him, "This must be Lady Talia, the fiancée you mentioned." The maid scolded Jitri, saying, "Jitri, I told you not to talk about that, didn't I?" Talia, seemingly oblivious to the maid's warning, asked Jitri politely, "Have you been well?" Jitri, still somewhat surprised, responded curtly, "Well, I've been all right. How about you?"
The scene ends with Jitri looking pensive, his expression a mixture of surprise and apprehension. The red-haired girl smiled sweetly, a subtle blush rising on her cheeks, as she and the young man with silver hair approached a grand building. A green-haired maid trailed anxiously behind them. The young man paused, his gaze fixed on something beyond the carriage, a sudden realization dawning on his face. "She's here," he thought, a mixture of surprise and apprehension evident in his expression. The caption identified him as one of the genius students of Eldian Academy. A hand, adorned in a white glove, reached out, revealing a glittering array of jewels and coins. The caption identified the hand as belonging to the head of the Revelin family, a merchant family that dominates the continent.
Eleanor de Revelin, a striking woman with vibrant red hair, is shown in a regal setting. Her expression is one of quiet amusement.
Her name, Eleanor de Revelin, is displayed prominently.
This is a formal introduction.
And she continues with a sly smile, indicating that she has a surprise in store for someone. Eleanor addresses a young man, identifying him as young Master Knox of the Rainhafer family, noting his recent admission to Eldian. She expresses pleasure at meeting him. Meanwhile, a young man with silver hair observes the scene, his expression apprehensive. He notes to himself that Eleanor is known for her hostility towards the older generation of the Knox family.
The silver-haired young man's thoughts focus on Eleanor's name, Eleanor, a clear sign of recognition and perhaps unease. Eleanor's expression softens, a subtle shift in her demeanor.
She appears almost playful, revealing that she is the noble from the merchant family that the young man previously looked down upon.
The young man is clearly surprised by this revelation. A flashback sequence showed a younger version of the red-haired woman in a formal setting, alongside a man in a dark suit. She appeared apprehensive, expressing surprise at an unexpected encounter. As the present-day red-haired woman, Knox von Rainhafer, stood before the young man, a knowing smirk playing on her lips. The name Knox von Rainhafer was revealed, confirming her identity.
Eleanor de Revelin, a young woman with brown hair, revealed her identity to a young man. She stated that she was from a wealthy merchant family he had previously looked down upon, adding that she never expected to meet him again under these circumstances. The red-haired woman, Knox von Rainhafer, introduced herself with a playful smirk, her name appearing in a text box above her. Eleanor de Revelin's identity was confirmed again, this time with additional details about her family's immense wealth and influence. And the visual representation of gold coins emphasized her family's financial power. Finally, her nickname, the Fox of Wealth, was revealed. A majestic image depicted Eleanor de Revelin, cradling a white fox. Her attire and the opulent background hinted at her immense wealth and power. Furthermore, the young man's expression revealed his inner turmoil as he processed the recent revelations about Eleanor's identity and status. Eleanor, with a knowing smile, revealed that she had met Knox when he was much younger. The young man, seemingly lost in thought, was shown wearing a cross necklace, a detail that added to the intrigue. A flashback showed a younger Knox, appearing vulnerable and somewhat intimidated in the presence of Eleanor. Knox, now older, scornfully questioned the young man's attempt to buy status with money, highlighting the unchangeable nature of his past family. His words carried a sharp edge, emphasizing the futility of such endeavors.
In a grand ballroom, Eleanor, resplendent in a teal gown, stood opposite a young man. Knox, observing from a distance, wore an expression of disdain. As Knox's inner voice scornfully dismissed Eleanor as an idiotic bitch, ordering her from his sight.
Eleanor's face fell, her shoulders slumping under the weight of Knox's harsh words. The narration box revealed that Eleanor's strained relationship with Knox stemmed from karma accumulated by a previous incarnation of Knox. A fact that Knox himself acknowledged with a frustrated fuck.
Knox's intense gaze betrayed his simmering resentment.
Later, Eleanor, now in a different outfit, mused about the two individuals who could potentially drive a sword into her heart. Her expression suggested a mixture of apprehension and perhaps a hint of amusement. Eleanor, her expression unreadable, observed Knox. "What's happening here?" she questioned, her tone laced with curiosity.
Knox, his gaze sharp, responded, "You're acting unlike your usual self." Eleanor, intrigued, countered with, "What's my usual self like?" Knox sighed, his expression darkening.
He muttered to himself, "Damn it, I simply can't catch a break." His frustration evident, Knox continued, addressing Eleanor directly. "Are you the type that likes to hear the truth from others?"
Eleanor smiled, a knowing glint in her eyes.
"As expected, not a single thing about you has changed." Knox's expression hardened.
"What do you want? You want my recognition or something?"
Eleanor's smile remained, but her tone was sharp. "Sorry, but there is nothing I would want from the good-for-nothing of the Rainhafer family." Knox, his expression grim, reflected on his strained relationship with Eleanor. He acknowledged that she harbored no positive feelings towards him,
and decided to utilize his insight ability, activating the skill to gather information on Eleanor de Revelin.
Revealing her basic information, a 15-year-old human female with wind as her main element, and no significant achievements to date. Her traits were listed as a calculation and acting genius, positive and neutral, along with negative traits of the Gummel Northern Sword Technique, vanity, and pride. Further details included her stats: stamina 5, mana 7, luck 9, will 7, and charm 21. She possessed a passive skill, Rich Merchant's Eye, but no active skills were listed. Knox reviewed the data, finding it largely consistent with his prior knowledge of Eleanor, a fact that brought him a sense of relief. Finally, the crest of the Revelin family was shown. Eleanor de Revelin, a young woman with fiery red hair, sat amidst a collection of gifts and clothing. Her middle name, D, was a mark of her status, bought by her merchant father. She loathed this status, but had no choice but to bear it. Meanwhile, a narration box described her as Wrath incarnate, her image accompanied by 3 gleaming swords, symbols of her fierce nature. Knox von Rainhafer reflected on his actions, muttering that he had poked the bee's hive. He considered himself, from Eleanor's perspective, the worst person alive. A single TCH escaped his lips. Knox, deciding to leave as she wished, stated his intention to depart. Eleanor, however, didn't believe they were close enough to exchange good luck wishes. Knox agreed, stating there was no need for such pleasantries between them, and departed. Eleanor, finally alone, turned her attention to the upcoming Eldian Academy admission ceremony. Eleanor de Revelin looked pensive, her expression a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. Knox von Rainhafer, walking alongside her, voiced his plan. "Anyways, I just need to make the most of this situation and make use of her where I can." He continued, his gaze fixed ahead, a hint of calculation in his eyes. "I need to stay on my toes." His quiet determination underscored his words. Eleanor de Revelin, apprehensive, moved through a crowded ballroom, her presence largely unnoticed amidst the throng of nobles. Meanwhile, Knox von Rainhafer, observing from a distance, noted the gathering of various reputable families' children. He internally mused on their potential usefulness, considering how to recruit them without disrupting the established narrative. Knox then considered the strongest characters present, acknowledging the risk of altering the original story if he brought them to his side. He resolved to approach them cautiously. Knox felt a multitude of eyes upon him, questioning if he was overthinking the situation. His maid confirmed his suspicion, noting that many nobles were indeed glancing at him. Another maid, observing Knox and his companions, nervously commented on the intense scrutiny directed at them. Knox von Rainhafer, his silver hair neatly styled, declared to Eleanor, "Yes, I'm somewhat popular." Eleanor responded skeptically, their eyes seem to be filled with hostility though, you count that as being popular?" Knox and Eleanor stood together, amidst a gathering of nobles. He subtly adjusted his attire, a hint of anticipation in his expression. As several servants bowed deeply before them, indicating the start of a formal event. A close-up on a pair of bandaged feet, small and delicate. Then a cheerful greeting fills the air, "Hello, everyone." A small girl with white hair and horns, holding a lollipop, appears before a group of onlookers. Whispers of surprise and confusion ripple through the crowd. "She's small. Who is this kid? Where are the professors?" they murmur. The scene shifts to a grand hall, where a formal ceremony is underway. Questions arise. What is that kid doing at the sacred admission ceremony of Eldian Academy? Did she follow her parents here and get lost? But then, a counterpoint emerges. But she's greeting us though. Maybe she's just polite. Eleanor de Rivellin observes the girl from afar, a skeptical expression on her face. Her thoughts: she's a total monster, not someone that you can't judge based on her outer appearance. Finally, a detailed profile of the girl appears. Name: Noah von Trinity. Gender: female. Race: main element: ice. Achievements: Solasai/Eldian Academy's expansion / one of the four sages. Traits: positive, mana detection genius / easygoing. Neutral, negative, inferiority complex / short / axe cute / lazy. Stats: stamina, 21, mana, 26, luck, 8, will, 22, charm, 10, skills: passive, awe of a ruler / passive skill. Sealer, active, water ball / cold beam / blizzard. Eleanor de Rivellin, observing Noah from a distance, silently mused to herself, she needed to remain on his good side as much as possible. A subtle question formed on her lips, a barely perceptible escaping as she watched Noah interact with another student. Noah von Trinity, the newly appointed dean, made a cheerful entrance, greeting the assembled students with a bright smile and the words, "Nice to meet all of you." He continued, his smile unwavering, "All of you still don't know this very well, but..." Noah's demeanor shifted, his eyes flashing with a sudden intensity as he warned, "If I hear anyone say the word small again, you'll die, okay?" His expression softened again, returning to his earlier cheerful demeanor as he ended his announcement. The formal announcement echoed through the hall. Eldian Academy's admission ceremony will now begin. The students, initially startled by Noah's sudden outburst, murmured amongst themselves, a collective what, expressing their shared confusion. Eleanor and her companions expressed their confusion regarding a newly implemented rule. A rule established by the new dean to filter out those deemed untalented. A look of shock and disbelief washed over Eleanor's face as the implications of the rule sank in. A new dean's rule was being enforced, and a group of students were being targeted. A magical circle activated, signifying the commencement of the selection process. The new dean, with a sinister smile, prepared to enact the selection process. He surveyed the group of students, his gaze cold and calculating. The selection process began, and the dean declared, "This is where it starts." Eleanor, Knox, and Noah lay unconscious in a clearing, surrounded by a faint blue glow emanating from the ground. A sudden shout pierced the tranquil scene, "Get up right now!" A gruff, older man with a beard and dark clothing appeared, his arrival accompanied by a powerful gust of wind. He berated them, shouting, "You darn young brats!" His anger intensified as he continued, "How dare you sleep in front of me? You all must be out of your minds." Eleanor groaned softly, stirring slightly as she awoke. An older man, his face etched with concern, peered down at the unconscious forms scattered before him. His gaze lingering on one figure in particular. He muttered to himself, "I guess one survived." Noah von Trinity, the sole survivor among the group, slowly regained consciousness, his eyes flickering open to the sight of several bodies lying lifelessly around him. A grim reminder of the ordeal they had just endured. He thought, "I managed to endure somehow, however."
I guess the aftermath of the intermediate magic force teleport can't be ignored.
The older man's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening as he observed Noah's slow awakening. A silent tension building between them in the aftermath of the chaotic event. The older man and Noah stood facing each other, a palpable tension hanging in the air. Noah's gaze fell upon a detail, a glint of light catching his eye. He noted, "It's as shiny as it is in the game. It's so shiny that it's like there's a halo." A narrative aside reveals that a character, previously possessing a full head of hair, is now bald. The image shows a flashback of a younger, blonde-haired man alongside an older, balding man. The younger man's expression is pensive, while the older man's is stern. Text reveals that the older man, Bernan, is a combat instructor at an academy, nicknamed Takoyaki Bernan due to his baldness. Another character is shown, his arms crossed, surrounded by blue flames. The narration states he is skilled in footwork. A character with gray hair and purple eyes observes, stating that there is nothing to fear from getting close to the previous character. The older, balding man, Bernan, is shown, his expression one of annoyance. He questions why he is being looked at with pity, referencing his white hair. Bernan, his expression a mixture of annoyance and defensiveness, is shown in close-up. His internal thoughts are evident, he feels misunderstood and resents the pity he senses from others. A system message appears, acting genius has been activated. Bernan, still looking annoyed, speaks to an unseen individual, his words laced with a hint of irritation. He insists on discussing the admission test, despite the other's attempts to change the subject. He explains that he has very good instincts and warns the other person against harboring unpleasant thoughts about him. The scene shifts to show Bernan standing in a clearing, several unconscious figures lying around him. He makes a dismissive gesture. He announces his intention to wake them, adding a sarcastic comment about their loud snoring. He covers his ears, anticipating the cacophony. An unnamed character uses a skill, a surge of blue energy emanating from their hand. A powerful shockwave emanated from an unseen source, causing a significant disturbance, sending several figures sprawling across the forest floor. One of them exclaimed, "What's that sound?" Bernan, his face contorted in annoyance, watched the scene unfold from a distance. A clear sign of his impatience growing with the unexpected interruption. His expression hardened as he prepared to deal with the situation. A bright light pulsed from an unseen source, momentarily blinding those nearby. Bernan, along with Eleanor, Knox, and Noah, were all affected by the sudden energy surge, though the extent of the impact remained unclear. Bernan, his face contorted in fury, addressed the unconscious students. "Not only did you dare swear at me," he thundered, "you dare to frown at me? Do you have a death wish?" Following the energy surge, Bernan instructed his subordinates to move the still unconscious students to a safe zone. He then began to explain the admission process to the academy. The students, still recovering from the event, listened passively as Bernan continued his explanation. Bernan began to explain the Elden Academy admissions test, stating that on the magically imbued island, prospective students must hunt monsters with all their might. And that as a reward, a specific colored jewel would drop from each defeated monster. The less mana contained within the jewel, the more valuable it is. Many would question why less mana would equate to higher value. But Bernan clarified that this was only half the truth. The test assesses two key factors. The first factor is mana sensitivity, which had already been evaluated by observing how quickly the unconscious students awoke from the effects of the island's magic. Bernan stood over the still unconscious Eleanor, Knox, and Noah, his expression serious. The image shows the unconscious students lying on the ground. Bernan continued his explanation of the Elden Academy admissions test, stating that the second part would assess the candidate's ability to detect even the faintest traces of mana. He emphasized that such abilities would allow mages to push their limits on the battlefield. A young man, seemingly a test-taker, muttered to himself, observing that the academy was meticulously selecting the best from the start, separating the jewels from the rocks. He summarized the situation, stating that this was essentially what was happening. The location was revealed to be a labyrinth created by Noah von Trinity, the dean of Elden Academy.
Many formidable foes, including creatures beyond imagination, inhabited this place.
Considering the challenges, Bernan decided to allow the candidates to proceed in teams. A tense atmosphere hung in the air as two candidates, seemingly apprehensive, exchanged worried glances. Candidates, overseen by Bernan, received their test equipment. Glowing swords materialized in their hands. Bernan announced the rules: teams of up to 8 people were permitted, and they should proceed swiftly. He then departed, leaving the candidates to strategize and form their teams. As they began to assemble into groups, discussing their plans, while Bernan observed from a distance, a white dove taking flight beside him. One candidate questioned Bernan's departure, expressing their remaining questions, only to realize he was already gone. Another candidate, nursing a head injury, reflected on their misfortune. Bernan, observing from a distance, watched as the candidates began to assemble into teams for the upcoming labyrinth test. A lush green landscape visible beyond the candidates' immediate surroundings. One candidate, with fiery red hair, addressed her potential teammates, promising a reward from her family should they succeed in the trial, her words carrying a hint of desperation. Meanwhile, a young man with silver hair approached the group, his expression unreadable, his gaze sharp and calculating. His inner thoughts revealed a cynical assessment of the situation: inner lunatic. Normal results and positions won't survive in this darn game. Bernan, observing from a distance, reflected on the importance of knowledge in the upcoming trials, concluding that to overcome his terminal illness, he must monopolize every advantage. He resolved to enter the labyrinth alone. And with a determined grin, he set off. He declared his intention to compete solo. From a high vantage point, Bernan addressed the assembled candidates, while a dean observed the scene, expressing his astonishment, questioning how a new student could withstand the dean's intermediate magic. Bernan's face was a mask of grim determination. His eyes, sharp and focused, betrayed no hint of fear. A question hung in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication: was he truly prepared to face the labyrinth alone? Dean, observing from a distance, saw Bernan's resolve and considered the implications of his decision. He knew this was not a simple matter of recklessness. Dean's thoughts turned to the reasons behind Bernan's lack of fear. It was a calculated risk, not a reckless one. Dean, impressed by Bernan's audacity, spoke, his words a challenge and a test: "Show me what you're made of, the hidden dragon of the Rainhafer family." Dean's gaze was intense, his one visible eye burning with anticipation. He was ready to witness Bernan's true capabilities. The final instruction, stark and simple, echoed the weight of expectation: "Show me your talent." The scene shifted, revealing the brutal aftermath of Bernan's encounter within the labyrinth. A slain wolf lay amidst scattered gems, a testament to his skill and ruthlessness. Bernan stood amidst the fallen goblins, his sword still dripping with their blood. A single, crimson gem clutched in his hand, the spoils of his victory. He surveyed the scene, his gaze lingering on the scattered jewels that littered the ground before he turned and continued deeper into the labyrinth. A large, snarling wolf, its fur matted with blood, bared its fangs. Bernan, his dark coat dusted with grime and blood, stood amidst the corpses of goblins. He sheathed his sword, his gaze fixed on a crimson gem amongst other jewels scattered on the ground, a grim reminder of his recent victory. He surveyed the scene, his expression unreadable. He turned and began to walk away from the carnage, leaving the spoils behind him. A shadowy figure, partially obscured, watched Bernan from a cave entrance. The figure's face was hidden, but their posture suggested observation and perhaps anticipation. Eleanor, her face partially visible, emerged from the shadows, a subtle smile playing on her lips. She watched Bernan depart, her expression unreadable, before disappearing back into the darkness. Eleanor de Rivellin, her expression unreadable, walked away from the scene of Bernan's recent goblin encounter, leaving behind a trail of blood splatters marking the ground, and the lifeless body of a large wolf, a victim of the battle. Further up the mountain path, Penelope, along with 2 other female warriors, confronted a group of goblins.
their concern evident as they searched for Nox von Reinhafer.
Where did Nox go? One of them wondered aloud.
Penelope, her face etched with worry, confessed, I was going to go along with him. Meanwhile, another warrior, addressing Penelope, urged, Penelope, you ought to kill these monsters with a joyful heart.
As the group continued their ascent, discussing the quality of crystals they were collecting.
We've climbed up quite high. I guess the purple crystal is the highest grade? Eleanor de Rivellin, examining a glowing blue crystal, mused, probably not.
She continued her thoughts, explaining, after all, this is a test from Noah von Trinity, one of the four sages.
I think there's probably something more that's hidden. Eleanor's expression shifted subtly, a hint of determination hardening her features.
Her gaze remained fixed, contemplative, as if weighing the implications of her discovery. Elsewhere, two injured warriors struggled to their feet, their swords stained with blood. One groaned, but it'd be tough for everyone to climb up in their current state.
The other warrior, equally wounded, nodded grimly.
Eleanor, her thoughts returning to the task at hand, resolved, I promised to help Princess Penelope sit at the highest place. The throne for it to return to its former glory. A mysterious, ornate emblem, seemingly entwined with thorny vines, was shown. A voice, resolute and determined, declared, I must do whatever it takes to make that happen. Eleanor, still determined despite her injuries, reported that she was fine. She then proposed to a fellow candidate that, if the princess was all right, they should regroup and continue their search. The other candidate, a young woman with blonde hair, nodded in agreement, sharing Eleanor's resolve. Meanwhile, Eleanor revealed a purple crystal, a hidden element she had discovered during her testing, clutched in her gloved hand. A key piece of information that could aid in their search for Nox. A young man with blonde hair, his face obscured by shadow, watched them from afar, a grim expression on his face. He then addressed the group, stating that they should continue their search, but that some would have to remain behind for a while longer. Nox von Reinhafer, his movements slowed by a negative status effect, felt the chilling effects of cold hands and feet LV3. His speed and breathing were significantly impaired. A consequence that decreased all his stats. He sighed, already anticipating this outcome. He continued his journey through a snow-covered forest, his determination unwavering despite the hindering effects. To counteract the debilitating cold, Nox focused his will, summoning a small flame with his fingertips. A spark of ignition, a basic magic spell. Successfully dispelling the cold hands and feet penalty. The warmth spread through his body. He reflected on his current state, acknowledging that while he had overcome the immediate obstacle, he still had a long way to go to fully regain his strength. I should be close, though, he thought. Nox von Reinhafer, weakened but recovering, trekked across a snow-covered landscape. The biting wind whipping around him. He shivered, his breath misting in the frigid air. He mused, this is just like what the frozen witch, Noah von Trinity, would do. Despite the harsh conditions, Nox noted, I know this is the top of a mountain, but there's just way too much ice here. He continued his ascent, his breath clouding with each exhale. The cold seeping into his bones. He paused, his face partially obscured by the falling snow. Gathering his strength, Nox channeled his magic, a purple aura emanating from his hands. A wave of warmth spreading through his body. He realized, while this place looks like a normal island, that's not the case. Noah von Trinity designed this place, a magical labyrinth where everything is made of magic. And because of that, all living things and monsters that appear here are also made by her magic. Nox von Reinhafer observed the magical creatures, marveling at the sheer amount of mana used to create them. I don't know just how much darn mana she has, he thought, a smirk playing on his lips. But that's not important, he concluded, his expression hardening. A magical beast lunged at Nox, its icy breath freezing the air around it. A powerful magical blast erupted, shards of ice scattering across the scene, revealing Nox von Reinhafer standing defiantly before a pack of monstrous ice trolls. He observed them calmly, his thoughts a stark contrast to the imposing figures before him, ice trolls.
they're notorious for having tons of HP and regeneration.
A grim determination settled on his face as he added, "It's one of the monsters that kills a lot of newbies, but that means nothing to me." With a swift, precise movement, Nox drew his sword
and met the charging troll's attack head-on, deflecting its blow with effortless grace.
The impact shattered the troll's weapon, sending splinters flying as Nox prepared for the next assault.
Nox von Reinhafer effortlessly deflected an ice troll's brutal blow,
the force of the impact barely registering as he countered with a swift, precise strike, sending the creature reeling backward with a resounding impact. While Noah might be crazily obsessed over talented students, she won't push those who haven't been admitted too far into the corner.
Moreover, ice trolls aren't so weak that students could kill them.
They're at least lower intermediate grade. If this was a real situation, it'd be terribly difficult for people to get slaughtered.
So what does that mean? Nox von Reinhafer stood calmly before three imposing ice trolls, their monstrous forms filling the snowy landscape.
A young woman with light blue hair watched him from behind a tree, her expression unreadable.
Nox internally analyzed the troll's predictable attack patterns, noting that the first would always perform a vertical strike from the center. The second would follow with a slower, horizontal attack.
And the third, the weakest, would use a stabbing motion.
Nox smirked, confident in his ability to predict and counter their attacks. With precise movements, he effortlessly parried the first troll's strike.
And then the second, his blade a blur of motion as he deflected their attacks with ease. Nox von Reinhafer, his violet eyes blazing with intensity, prepared for the final assault.
He braced himself, a surge of dark energy coursing through his veins as he unleashed a devastating blow. His movements a blur of speed and precision as he effortlessly deflected the ice troll's attack, the force of the impact sending tremors through the ground. The troll staggered, weakened and vulnerable, its icy defenses shattered by Nox's overwhelming power.
A final, decisive strike ending the creature's reign of terror. The unidentified woman watched from afar, her expression unreadable. The battle's conclusion left her with more questions than answers. The aftermath of the battle lay scattered across the snow-covered ground. Three ice trolls lay defeated, their bodies marked with deep wounds. Nox von Reinhafer, victorious but weary from his fight, carefully examined the area, his gaze settling upon a glint of gray amidst the snow. He had found it, the gray crystal, a hidden piece Noah had planted here. This discovery, he realized, was the reason why he hadn't bothered looking at other crystals so far. He could exchange this for the scroll he needed, and he would do so immediately. The scene shifted to Nox, his expression resolute. He declared that after this part of the storyline, he would strengthen his newly acquired skill, Hour of the Genius. Nox von Reinhafer carefully cradled the gray crystal in his hands, its violet light pulsed gently. Two women discussed their scores, one commenting that at their level, they should be among the top scorers among their peers. The other agreed, looking forward to the results. The two women expressed their excitement and admiration for Nox's performance, calling it incredible. Nox, however, felt uneasy despite the positive feedback. He considered the results not bad, but still felt a sense of unease. Nox's unease grew as he wondered why he felt so uneasy despite the success. A woman with fiery red hair confronted another individual, her eyes narrowed in suspicion and anger, accusing them of quarreling with the young master of the Reinhafer family and questioning their motives. A regal figure, adorned in rich purple robes, addressed the red-haired woman. "Didn't I tell you already," he stated, his tone firm, "to become a family that no one can look down on?" He continued, his voice rising in intensity. "We need to climb even higher." The red-haired woman, tears welling in her eyes, responded with a pained expression. "You should have brought him over to your side, even if it meant giving everything you had." Her voice trembled as she confessed, "Not once has he ever thought of me as his daughter." The regal figure looked down at her, his expression unreadable. "But..." Meanwhile, the red-haired woman pondered, "Nox von Reinhafer, why did he disappear on his own when there's nothing to be gained for attempting this test alone? Does he perhaps know a hidden secret in regards to this test?" She stroked her chin thoughtfully. Finally, she announced, "I'd like to make a proposal to everyone here." The red-haired woman addressed a group, her voice carrying a confident allure. "If anyone would like to climb even higher with me," she stated, "the Reborn family promises to reward you even more handsomely." Concerns were voiced among the listeners. One questioned, "Did you not like this crystal?" Another added, "We could get injured if we climb any higher. I think it'd be too dangerous." The red-haired woman responded with a knowing smile. "Naturally," she said, "with great risks come greater rewards, no?" She subtly adjusted her attire, a gesture betraying a hint of underlying calculation. Two individuals immediately expressed their willingness to proceed, declaring, "I'm going, and me too." A third person, hesitant but ultimately resolute, pleaded, "Please let me join too." The red-haired woman's thoughts drifted to the financial implications. "It all comes down to money," she mused. Despite her uncertainty about Knox's intentions, she reasoned, "I don't know what Knox is thinking, but no harm would come from checking it out." A confident smirk played on her lips as she concluded, "Shall we?" The stark, snow-covered landscape offered little cover. A lone figure, cloaked in shadows, stood over a fallen foe. His rationale for such a perilous solo mission was simple: the potential reward far outweighed the risk. He needed to enhance his hour of genius. The chances of success were slim, bordering on impossible, unless he could unlock a hidden attribute, agility. Even attracting attention would hinder his progress. He was alone, and the stakes were impossibly high. A surge of determination hardened his gaze. He would succeed, no matter the cost. The regal figure, his movements a blur, dashed across the snowy landscape, his sword a silver streak against the white expanse. His determined expression unwavering as he pursued his goal, to unlock the hidden attribute of agility and enhance his hour of genius. Unexpectedly, he encountered another individual, a surprise meeting in this remote location. The other man remarked, "I didn't think I'd meet you again in such a place." The regal figure's opponent responded with a smile, "I'm quite happy that we get to meet again, young lord of the Rainhafer family." A flicker of surprise, perhaps even unease, crossed the regal figure's face as he registered the other's words. The tension between them was palpable, unspoken words hanging heavy in the frigid air. The regal figure's internal monologue revealed his apprehension. "This is weird, this shouldn't be happening." The first panel displays Paracelsus's character sheet, detailing his strengths, weaknesses, and skills. His stats reveal him to be a powerful figure, particularly skilled in swordsmanship and possessing a high level of willpower. The second panel shows a close-up of Paracelsus, a strong and imposing figure. A caption identifies him as one of the strongest characters, an inner lunatic, and one of the three sword emperors. An unidentified man, hidden in shadow, observes Paracelsus from behind, questioning his presence in such a remote location. The man's internal monologue reveals his expectation that Paracelsus should be fighting the protagonist in this chapter and be inspired by the protagonist's heroic actions to save Eleanor, who is in danger. Paracelsus swiftly draws his sword, a blur of motion indicating exceptional speed and skill. A sudden movement that catches the observer off guard. The observer notes something is amiss. Paracelsus's attack is powerful and precise, the force of the blow evident in the visual effect. He seems agitated. The final panel shows the observer, still hidden, questioning Paracelsus's whereabouts in the absence of the protagonist who was supposed to be fighting alongside him. A regal figure confronted Paracelsus, demanding the item he carried. He stated, "That thing you're carrying. I'm a little interested in it. I'll need you to give it to me." Paracelsus's eyes glowed with an unnatural light as the system message "acting genius has been activated" appeared above his head. The regal figure, his expression hardening, muttered the word "filthy." Paracelsus reacted instantly, his movements a blur as he engaged the regal figure in a fierce sword fight. His blade moved with impossible speed. The regal figure barely managing to parry the relentless assault. The regal figure realized the horrifying truth: then the protagonist that's supposed to be in this world doesn't exist now. Paracelsus pressed his advantage, his movements growing more ferocious with each passing moment. A brilliant flash of light erupted as Paracelsus's blade connected with the regal figure's defenses. The regal figure, recognizing the gravity of the situation, swore, "That means I have to stop him here." "Fuck!" The regal figure confronted Paracelsus, accusing him of interfering with the story's natural progression. He demanded accountability for Paracelsus's actions. Paracelsus, however, professed ignorance, claiming that something felt suspicious from the very beginning. He noted the regal figure's suspicious behavior, pointing out that Paracelsus already possessed exceptional swordsmanship when they first met in Chadraz, a fact that raised questions about the regal figure's own intentions. The regal figure, sensing Paracelsus's suspicion, pressed him further, questioning his motives. Proposing a deal, to exchange the black crystal, a key item for achieving high marks, for the sword. He suggested they both go their separate ways. Paracelsus, however, refused the offer. The regal figure, resolute, declared that he would take the crystal by force if necessary, and prepared for battle. The scene ended with the regal figure's declaration of his intent to take the crystal by force. The regal figure, enraged by Paracelsus's defiance, revealed his true intentions, confirming his plan from the very beginning. Paracelsus, his expression unreadable, acknowledged the regal figure's deduction. He admitted that the figure's suspicions were correct, but countered that even if his opponent knew the truth, it wouldn't change the outcome of their confrontation. Paracelsus's inner thoughts revealed his assessment of the regal figure, a powerful individual, still developing his full potential. Paracelsus reflected on his own abilities, acknowledging a powerful technique he couldn't use in this particular battle. A visual representation of a locked mechanism and chains flashed across the panel, symbolizing his limitations. His gaze hardened, his violet eyes burning with determination. Meanwhile, the regal figure's internal monologue revealed his motivation: to save a protagonist who may not even exist in this world. This was a gamble, but one he felt compelled to take. The regal figure addressed Paracelsus directly, stating that he wasn't the only one aware of a certain secret. Paracelsus, anticipating a difficult fight, smirked, confident that his opponent wouldn't go easy on him. The regal figure addressed Paracelsus, his voice carrying a weight of knowledge, Celsius. He revealed a crucial piece of information, shattering any pretense of anonymity. "I know you enrolled into the academy in order to uncover the secret of your master's death." Paracelsus, his composure unwavering, reacted instantly, drawing his sword in a swift, decisive movement. The regal figure, anticipating the attack, braced himself, his expression hardening into grim determination. A moment of intense tension hung in the air as the two locked gazes, the unspoken threat palpable. Paracelsus pressed his advantage, a smirk playing on his lips as he taunted, "Do you feel like talking now?" A group, consisting of a woman with fiery red hair in a military-style dress, a blond man carrying a sword, and a cloaked figure, traversed a snow-covered mountain pass. The red-haired woman, pausing momentarily, displayed a thoughtful expression. Further ahead, they encountered a blonde woman, identified as de Revelin, and another cloaked figure. De Revelin stated that she knew they would arrive. The red-haired woman responded that she wouldn't dare impede the princess. A close-up on the red-haired woman's intense gaze. Then, a sudden, dynamic shift in perspective showed a figure falling through the air, suggesting a swift attack or unexpected event. De Revelin, his presence imposing, moved with a swiftness that blurred his form, leaving a trail of purple energy in his wake. A display of power that sent a clear message to the red-haired woman and her companions. The sheer force of his movement underscored his strength and intent. The red-haired woman, Ichina, and the blonde man exchanged a look. Ichina stated that they did not intend to engage in pointless combat. The blond man, objectively assessing the situation, pointed out the difficulty of winning against de Revelin and his apparent companion without significant injuries. He further warned of the increased danger if they chose to cooperate. His words carried a weight of strategic calculation. Ichina, acknowledging the assessment, expressed her agreement, stating that she would follow his orders. The red-haired woman, observing Knox von Reinhafer from a distance, mused, "It's strange. The Knox von Reinhafer I knew was supposed to be a hopeless good-for-nothing." Her eyes widened as she witnessed his unexpected power.
When did he become this strong, she wondered. The question lingered in her mind as she watched him from afar.
Meanwhile, the blond man and the cloaked figures observed Knox von Reinhafer and the red-haired woman from a distance. The blond man, observing the scene, turned to his companion, a silent exchange passing between them. Two women, one with pink hair and the other with red hair, watched the unfolding events.
The pink-haired woman asked, "Are you watching their fight?" The red-haired woman replied, "Ah, Echidna.
I didn't know that the Destroyer of the East would be among the new students.
I think his name is Paracelsus. You know, the person fighting with Knox is?"
The red-haired woman's eyes, half-lidded, betrayed a mixture of surprise and curiosity. Echidna, her voice calm yet inquisitive, confirmed Paracelsus's identity as the Grey Wolf, a notorious figure known for his ruthlessness against bandit groups in the East. Even from a young age, his reputation preceded him. Knox von Reinhafer, the fifth son of the Reinhafer family, moved with a swift, powerful grace. His movements a blur of motion as he effortlessly countered his opponent's attacks. The red-haired woman and her companion continued their discussion, the red-haired woman expressing her disbelief at Knox's skill and questioning the previous assessment of him as a lustful good-for-nothing. She pointed out that if he weren't so, he could have been an excellent knight. Her companion remained silent, only uttering a single word, "Unbelievable."
A single word echoed in the silence, "Bastard."
Knox, his face a mask of grim determination, unleashed a furious attack, a blue energy surging from his blade.
The force of the blow leaving a visible trail in the air.
Echidna explained Paracelsus's background, revealing that he had only one teacher and was now deceased. She added that his death was caused by a student from Miles Academy.
Echidna's expression was one of quiet contemplation as she delivered this information.
Knox's eyes narrowed, a cold fury hardening his features as he recalled the brat from Miles Academy.
He declared that enough politeness was enough. With a renewed burst of speed, Knox's attack intensified, his blade a blur of motion, leaving a devastating trail of blue energy in its wake.
The system message acting genius appeared, indicating the activation of a special ability. Knox's opponent, a figure cloaked in white, smirked, a chilling expression that hinted at something sinister.
"It's not like I'm the one who killed your teacher," he stated, his words dripping with a calculated casualness that belied the gravity of the situation.
The ensuing clash was a whirlwind of steel.
Knox's attack was a blur of motion.
A flurry of precise strikes and acrobatic maneuvers, each movement a testament to his exceptional skill. But his opponent, despite being visibly outmatched, managed to parry every blow with surprising ease.
Observing the fight, a bystander noted, his attack patterns have become simpler. He may be a genius character, but...
The implication hanging heavy in the air, Knox's acting genius ability, while powerful, had its limitations.
With a final, decisive movement, Knox disarmed his opponent, ending the brief but intense duel.
The final clash between Knox and his opponent was a blur of motion. A whirlwind of steel and skill as Knox's blade danced, deflecting and countering each attack with precision. The air crackled with energy as the two combatants exchanged blows, a symphony of clashing metal echoing through the arena. Finally, with a decisive thrust, Knox pierced his opponent's defenses, ending the fight with a resounding victory. A sigh escaped Knox's lips as he sheathed his sword. His face, however, betrayed a hint of exhaustion. The strain of his acting genius ability was evident. The red-haired woman and Der Revelin watched intently, their expressions unreadable. Knox von Reinhafer's opponent challenged him, "Let's see if you can spout that nonsense again."
Knox responded defiantly, "I'll keep saying it."
He muttered to himself, "I can't drag this on for too long."
Knox's eyes narrowed, a fierce determination etched on his face. As he analyzed his opponent's technique,
he thought, the moment he uses his teacher's sword technique, living sword, my defeat will be inevitable. There's a reason why it's the Sword Emperor's sword technique.
A close-up on Knox's gritted teeth showed his intense focus.
As he prepared for his counterattack, he swiftly moved, shouting, "You're distracted," and launched a decisive blow. Knox von Reinhafer, his opponent's attack having just been deflected, let out a single, dismissive sound, tch. His opponent pressed their advantage, sneering, "Seeing how you're trying to take from others, you're truly a lowly commoner."
Knox's eyes narrowed.
"And the ones above us that made such a shitty world are the nobles." His opponent scoffed, "Ridiculous.
You simply needed someone to hate. You're wasting your time doing that."
With a burst of speed, Knox countered, his blade clashing against his opponent's. The impact sending sparks flying as their weapons locked,
ending with Knox's swift victory.
A group of individuals stood in a snowy landscape, their expressions a mixture of anticipation and apprehension. Among them, a young woman, Eleanor, was the apparent focus of their concern. A voice, seemingly detached and calculating, stated that the monster attacking Eleanor would appear at 9 p.m. sharp, adding that they only needed to delay the inevitable for a short time. A system alert confirmed the time, 8:58 p.m. The tension was palpable. Knox von Reinhafer, his expression a mixture of amusement and arrogance, stood confidently, a hint of a smile playing on his lips.
He gestured casually, seemingly unconcerned by the impending threat.
His opponent challenged him, questioning whether he thought he could escape unscathed after harming a noble.
Knox merely responded that he would consider that later.
He then noted the large audience observing them, before stating that he didn't care, as this would be the last attack. His opponent, impressed by his confidence, declared, "You're so full of confidence." Knox, in response, grinned and countered, "Let's test that confidence of yours."
With a sudden burst of speed, Knox launched a swift attack. Knox von Reinhafer's eyes glowed, reflecting an image of himself wielding a sword.
A confident smirk playing on his lips as he prepared for the next move. A swirling vortex of golden gears and clockwork mechanisms materialized around him.
And he launched himself into the air, sword held high. A golden energy erupting from his blade as he struck his opponent with immense force. "What?" His opponent recoiled in shock, eyes wide with disbelief.
Knox, his expression unwavering, prepared for the next attack. He unleashed another powerful strike, a golden arc of energy slicing through the air.
The red-haired woman, seemingly unfazed by the ongoing battle, declared that she lacked the time to concern herself with Knox von Reinhafer's current predicament.
Her eyes narrowed in observation as she noted Knox's sudden burst of speed, questioning how he could accelerate so rapidly while facing Paracelsus, a formidable opponent among the new students. A subtle shift in her expression hinted at a dawning realization. A dark shadow rapidly approached, prompting the red-haired woman to exclaim that something was approaching, a black shadow moving quickly. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Her eyes widened in alarm as she recognized the approaching entity as a night walker.
The Nightwalker's ominous presence loomed over Eleanor and the others, its shadowy form unleashing a powerful attack, leaving Eleanor unable to dodge the impending assault. The red-haired woman, facing an unseen threat, felt a surge of dread.
"Am I going to die here, out of nowhere?" she wondered.
The darkness pressed in, its presence palpable. So meaninglessly, she thought, fear tightening its grip.
A choked whisper escaped her lips, "I'm scared." Her eyes widened, reflecting the encroaching darkness as a night walker emerged from the shadows. The red-haired woman stared, her fear evident in her wide, frightened eyes.
Suddenly, a figure intervened, a blur of motion as Knox von Reinhafer appeared, deflecting the night walker's attack.
He watched the red-haired woman, a sigh escaping his lips. What a pathetic sight, he mused. Knox von Reinhafer, with a swift and decisive movement, intervened in the fight, his sword flashing as he effortlessly dispatched the night walker threatening the red-haired woman. The red-haired woman, still shaken but safe, questioned Knox's actions, her voice laced with disbelief. "Why did you do that?" Knox, unimpressed, retorted, expressing his disdain for their incompetence, "I can't believe you guys couldn't even defeat a single monster despite working together." The red-haired woman, attempting to justify the situation, explained that the night walker's appearance was unexpected and that it was an upper intermediate rank monster. Further clarifying that this particular monster didn't even originate from Noah's labyrinth, adding another layer of complexity to the situation. Knox, however, revealed a shocking truth: the real monster was the protagonist, the one who had killed Paracelsus' teacher, implying a deeper, more sinister plot at play. He speculated that the protagonist's involvement stemmed from Eleanor's impending death, suggesting a connection between the two events. Knox von Rienhofer's cold demeanor softened after being saved by the protagonist. However, that changed. The red-haired woman, along with several others, stood in a snowy landscape, their expressions a mixture of confusion and apprehension. Knox von Rienhofer revealed a shocking truth: the protagonist doesn't exist in this world. The red-haired woman reacted with disbelief, questioning the harshness of this revelation. Despite saving Eleanor, the events were deemed abnormal. The group, including the blonde woman, looked on in stunned silence. Knox von Rienhofer identified the blonde woman as the princess. The instructors of Eldian and Noah von Trinity were revealed as the ones responsible for the current situation, as a night walker, a monster beyond the students' capabilities, had appeared. The blonde princess looked on, clearly perplexed by the unfolding events. Princess Penelope and her companions stood before Knox von Rienhofer, awaiting their opponents. Knox von Rienhofer observed them, a hint of contempt in their eyes. Remarking on how strange it was that Penelope, of all people, wouldn't understand the situation. One of Penelope's companions, angered by Knox's implication, defended the princess, questioning Knox's actions and suggesting that there was a problem with their current situation. Another of Penelope's companions, identified as Echidna von Janos by her distinctive appearance, was introduced. Revealed to be the princess's closest aide and a member of the Janos family, known by the moniker Snake of Greed. The narrative shifted to focus on the unusual alliance between the Rienhofer and Janos families, highlighting the improbability of such a partnership, and suggesting that such a development would only occur in the presence of a significant disruption or a powerful, unseen force. Knox von Rienhofer, contemptuous, declared he had nothing to say to the dog of a holy family. The red-haired woman, defensive, retorted, questioning if he was insulting the Janos family. Knox, unfazed, simply responded, "So what if I am?" The blonde man, observing the escalating tension, shouted for them to stop fighting amongst themselves. His outburst was followed by a frustrated exclamation, "Darn bastards!" A sudden, powerful attack erupted, the source unclear in the flurry of motion. The attack impacted, sending a shockwave through the snow-covered ground. Knox, observing the aftermath, calmly asked if the test was over. A high-ranking official announced, "Yes. All tests have been halted." Knox von Rienhofer, holding a black jewel, stood before the official. The official seemed surprised, commenting on Knox's unexpected possession of the artifact, remarking that Knox was way more impressive than expected, excluding the fact that you're full of surprises. The official then declared that Knox, having obtained the black jewel, would be the top student. Those who obtained the purple jewel would share second place. The official asked if there were any objections. A woman with blonde hair gestured dismissively, indicating no objections. The blonde woman raised concerns about the recent Night Walker attack, suggesting it needed further investigation due to its unusual nature and proximity to the testing grounds. The official agreed, stating that there would be an investigation. Following the incident, an official explained that while the situation was far from ideal, separate compensation would be provided to Cadet Eleanor. And Knox von Rienhofer, for saving a fellow cadet, would receive a special reward. However, Knox refused the offer, stating that he didn't need it. He internally resolved to avoid further involvement with Eleanor and reflected on the unusual ease with which things had concluded, noting that the protagonist of this world didn't even exist. Something felt wrong. More importantly, accepting the reward would require acknowledging his intervention, something he wished to avoid to prevent unnecessary misunderstandings. Knox walked away, leaving the official behind. The red-haired woman watched him go. Later, she approached Knox, questioning his actions. "Why did you save me?" Knox, alone with his thoughts, cursed under his breath. He knew things had gone too smoothly, a sense of unease washed over him. Knox von Rienhofer, having just dispatched a monster, explained to the red-haired woman that her presence nearby was purely coincidental. his words leaving her unconvinced. She remained skeptical of his explanation.
The red-haired woman's suspicion was evident in her expression. Knox, alone, felt a surge of unease. Damn it, I'm screwed, he thought.
A description of Eleanor de Rivellin appeared, just as her nickname Fox of Wealth suggests. She's cold and calculating. She also believes that everything in the world, including someone's devotion, can be bought.
However, a sense of uncertainty lingered. Knox von Rainhafer and the red-haired woman stood before a large, ornate mirror, its surface reflecting a dimly lit hallway. The red-haired woman, suspicious of Knox's earlier explanation, questioned his motives. Knox.
Just why did he save me, she wondered aloud, noting that he even refused the rewards offered by the instructor. Knox, his expression grim, offered a terse explanation. I was taking down a monster, you just happened to be near it. The red-haired woman immediately dismissed his words as a lie, finding his explanation unconvincing.
She remained unconvinced, voicing her doubts. I doubt he meant anything by it. Meanwhile, another individual, seemingly unimpressed, commented dismissively, didn't you already say so? That person is just a good-for-nothing.
Knox, seemingly resigned to the skepticism, simply shrugged and offered a non-committal response.
However, the red-haired woman, despite her initial skepticism, began to reconsider, stating, no. I doubt it. That wasn't a lie. He must have other reasons.
The red-haired woman, her expression thoughtful, questioned the validity of Knox's explanation.
Contemplating the need for further investigation. Her attendant, responding to her unspoken directive, affirmed his intention to look into the matter further. However, the red-haired woman, after a moment of reflection, decided against delegating the task.
Choosing to personally delve into the details of the Rainhafer family's actions, as she believed a thorough investigation was necessary to avoid future complications. A document detailing the curriculum of an institution is shown, listing modules such as basic stamina training, team combat training, history of the Archeim Empire, imperial etiquette, deviant magic usage, and advanced combat techniques. Knox, left alone with his thoughts, smiled serenely. His attendant, having received his instructions, departed in a carriage. A distant view of a grand building is shown, suggesting the location of the institution mentioned earlier.
The imposing Rainhafer family mansion stood majestically, its architecture hinting at generations of wealth and influence.
Inside, Knox von Rainhafer, pale and weak, sat in a plush armchair, attended by a concerned maid. The maid, noticing his cold hands and feet, expressed her worry, prompting Knox to explain that he was recovering from a previous bout of coldness. However, his inner thoughts revealed a deeper concern. He needed to maintain the facade of a recovering protagonist to avoid unwanted attention while investigating a mysterious message he received. The image of a glowing message icon flashed in his mind, symbolizing the urgency of his quest. He knew he couldn't afford any more unexpected variables, especially considering the true nature of the person he currently inhabited. A final, unsettling thought crossed his mind. Knox, the person whose body he possessed, was a villain.
Knox von Rainhafer, feigning illness, questioned his maid about the feasibility of a certain plan.
A sly smile playing on his lips as he considered the implications. His inner monologue revealed his ambition to simultaneously play the roles of both villain and protagonist in this world. A wide shot depicted a chaotic battlefield, the aftermath of a bloody conflict between the forces of Rainhafer and a demonic army. The scene shifted to focus on a lone figure, a woman with long blonde hair, standing amidst the carnage. Her back to the viewer, a sword clutched in her hand, surveying the devastation. The panel showed a close-up of a fallen demonic soldier, highlighting the brutality of the battle. The woman, identified as Miss Luna, was then informed by a cloaked figure that the demonic humans had begun their advance.
Blood stained Knox von Rainhafer's dark attire as she surveyed the aftermath of a brutal battle.
A fiery sunset casting long shadows across the desolate landscape. A fallen soldier lay nearby, a grim testament to the conflict.
He will awaken,
she murmured, her voice barely audible above the wind.
Knox's gaze hardened as she addressed someone unseen. Duff, get ready.
Her tone was sharp, filled with a steely determination. She continued, her voice low but firm, "We must achieve our goal."
"You know that, right?" The unseen Duff remained silent, their presence implied but not revealed. Nox stumbled slightly, her body visibly weakened by the exertion of her recent actions. A trickle of blood ran down her hand, a stark reminder of the violence she had endured. Close up on a metallic emblem on Nox's jacket, a crescent moon encircled by 4 points of light, gleaming faintly. The symbol hinted at a powerful organization or affiliation. Nox stood resolute, her blonde hair whipping in the wind, a figure of quiet intensity against the fiery backdrop. A cloaked figure stood in the background, observing her. Her resolve unwavering, Nox declared, "All of this is for the sake of the Archime Empire's destruction." The weight of her ambition and the cost of her actions were palpable. A young man sat hunched over a desk, surrounded by crumpled papers. His hands rested on the keyboard, his expression one of intense concentration. His eyes, wide and unfocused, reflected the blue glow of the computer screen. He seemed lost in thought, a world away from his cluttered workspace. The scene shifted to a large auditorium filled with people, their backs to the viewer, all seemingly engrossed in a presentation on a large screen. The text on the screen read, "There's one thing that gamers who have played numerous games feel the same about." The next panel displayed text, that is the fact that there is a very thin line that separates the protagonist from the final villain. This was followed by an image of a young man with white hair, his eyes glowing with an intense purple light, standing in a dark, ominous setting. Another character, seen from behind, stood with a sword and shield, seemingly facing the white-haired youth. Text appeared, "I agree with that as well." The camera angle shifted to show the white-haired youth's face more clearly, his expression intense and unwavering. The final panel showed more of the white-haired youth, and text appeared, "Both of them have quite a lot of overlapping situations." A monstrous face filled the panel, its eyes glowing ominously. The text above stated, "Excluding the boss monster, which is an absolute evil." Below, it continued, "In most of the recent games, the villains that appear usually have gone through trauma or are living a disadvantaged life." A woman with long, dark hair covered her face, seemingly distraught. Two other figures, one looking shocked and the other seemingly observing, were visible in the background. The narration continued, "That's the same with the protagonists. Simply put, even villains have their own reasons as to why they're who they are." A panel showed a man with a sword, seemingly distressed. The text read, "People have always been crazy about such villains." A man with silver hair and dark clothing stood against a blurred background, his expression unreadable. The same silver-haired man walked through a dark, medieval-looking town, flanked by guards. He appeared pensive. A close-up of the silver-haired man, his face partially obscured by his hood. Another close-up of the silver-haired man, focusing on his necklace. A narrator's voice cuts in, stating that while good characters and villains are different, this doesn't mean they are completely the same. A villain remains a villain, they cannot become protagonists. However, a character muses that this only applies to games. The character continues, explaining that in a world facing destruction without a protagonist, the only way for a villain to survive would be to become both the villain and the protagonist. A hooded figure walks through a desolate, magical landscape. The figure is revealed to be the same character from the previous panel, now standing in a ruined town. Magical energy surges through the town as the character prepares for something. The unnamed character, cloaked and hooded, revealed his internal conflict. He stated that while he didn't enjoy risking his life, certain actions were necessary. He felt compelled to act, despite the inherent danger. The narration then shifted to describe a powerful villainous organization known as Lunatic. A group of individuals united by their desire to overthrow the imperial family. The unnamed character, seemingly a key player in this organization, was shown preparing for something. He manipulated magical energy, a swirling blue light emanating from his fingertips. The energy intensified, forming a concentrated orb of power in his hand. With a determined expression, he turned and walked away, his destination clear. He was heading to Lunatic. A group of men, dressed in formal attire, sat around a large table. Their expressions were serious, their attention focused.
On the woman with striking white hair who sat at the head of the table. She possessed an air of quiet confidence. As she listened intently to their concerns,
the atmosphere was thick with tension.
The white-haired woman leaned back, a subtle smirk playing on her lips. As one of the men, clearly agitated, accused another of negligence.
It's not going to be anything dangerous, right? Do you know anything?
You were the one who supervised the test, he demanded. The accused man vehemently denied any wrongdoing, protesting his innocence.
Did you make some sort of a mistake again? The first man pressed.
You bastard. I told you, I didn't do anything, he retorted, his anger evident. The white-haired woman watched the exchange with amusement, a knowing glint in her eyes.
A white-haired woman with striking blue eyes, seemingly amused, addressed two men. What do the two of you think you're doing right now?
The two men, one in a military-style uniform and the other in more formal attire, chuckled nervously. The man in uniform started to explain, but was interrupted by a cough from his companion,
who then exclaimed, "Ha ha ha! Let's continue.
Where did we leave off?" The white-haired woman's expression turned serious.
She stated, "I haven't said anything yet though?"
The man in uniform, seemingly flustered, responded defensively.
"I already informed everyone of the contents. You two didn't pay attention, did you?"
The older man, the dean, calmly explained the situation. The dean is talking about the enemy that appeared during the admission test that threatened the academy. The white-haired woman's eyes widened slightly, and she responded with a single word, yes. She then revealed a chilling assessment of the situation. That person's objective is probably the fall of Eldian Academy, and also the fall of the Empire. The scene opens on a group of individuals seated around a large table, documents spread before them.
The air is thick with tension.
A woman with striking red hair stands in profile, her expression serious and thoughtful. She appears to be contemplating a difficult situation.
A discussion ensues regarding Eleanor de Rivellin, a prominent figure in the financial world, who has been targeted.
It is revealed that the Rivellin Merchant Company, which handles 70% of Archeum's goods distribution, is the reason for the attack.
A man with purple hair and a mustache listens intently, his expression one of concern.
He seems to understand the gravity of the situation. Another man, this one with a beard and military attire, contemplates the implications. If the Rivellin Merchant Company is a target, it suggests the enemy has already identified their next victim. The white-haired woman speaks, clarifying that the recent events serve as both a challenge and a warning to the academy. She emphasizes the need for thorough preparations for what is to come. The weight of responsibility rests heavily upon her shoulders. The group acknowledges her words, understanding the seriousness of the threat. They prepare to face the challenges ahead. The white-haired woman, her expression serious, gestured subtly with her gloved hand. Then, she addressed the assembled group, her voice calm but firm, "There is one more person that might be considered dangerous." The accusing man and others present exchanged concerned glances. The mention of a dangerous individual heightened their apprehension. The white-haired woman's eyes narrowed slightly, her gaze intense as she considered the implications. A figure, cloaked and hidden, observed from a distance, their presence unseen by the others in the room. Dean, seemingly unaware of the impending threat, walked through a desolate landscape littered with the bodies of fallen soldiers. The white-haired woman continued, her words painting a picture of a uniquely gifted student. The accusing man, his expression one of disbelief and concern, listened intently to the woman's warning.
Noah von Trinity pondered aloud, questioning the existence of someone as talented as the individual being discussed. This inquiry taking place for the first time since the incident involving the princess. The name Knox von Reinhafer was revealed, prompting a reaction from the assembled group.
A murmur of surprise rippled through the room as the identity of the exceptionally gifted individual was confirmed. A gloved hand reached for a pillar, suggesting a moment of contemplation or tension. The white-haired woman's profile was shown, her expression hinting at a hidden agenda or secret knowledge. The scene shifted back to the group, the tension palpable as they continued their discussion. The white-haired woman pondered aloud, a thoughtful expression on her face. Her statement causing a visible shock to Noah von Trinity. He appeared startled by the implication. Two men overheard the conversation, their expressions shifting from confusion to disbelief. One of them, visibly disturbed, stared intensely, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and suspicion. Later, Noah von Trinity found himself in a tavern, observing the scene before him. A man approached him, questioning his presence. The man identified himself as Charon, the innkeeper. A toast was made, a sentiment echoing in the dimly lit moonlight on Talon Feather, cheers for the Empire. Charon, the innkeeper, observed Noah von Trinity with a discerning gaze, his expression unreadable. Noah, his violet eyes intense, remained silent, his thoughts focused inward. Charon, after a moment of silent observation, spoke, his words laced with a hint of suspicion, "Go on in. Although I have no idea why that person would give you the secret code." Noah, unfazed by the innkeeper's skepticism, simply replied, "You're not going to introduce yourself?" Charon sighed, a weary resignation in his voice as he introduced himself, "I'm Charon. That's what everyone calls me." Noah, having received the necessary information, nodded curtly and departed. "I'll be going in then." Noah von Trinity, his expression unreadable, stood before a seemingly ordinary liquor cabinet. Charon watched him from behind, his suspicion evident in his posture. Noah, seemingly lost in thought, muttered the code, "Lunatic." He then carefully selected a specific bottle, the numbers 1, 3, 8, and 4 subtly etched into its base, placing it back in its designated spot. A faint blue glow emanated from the bottle, indicating the code's activation. A hidden compartment opened, revealing a secret passage. Noah stepped into the passage, a confident smirk playing on his lips as he disappeared into the darkness. Noah von Trinity, having successfully accessed the hidden area, found himself exposed to high-level magic, causing his mana to flow in reverse temporarily, and deactivating his mana sensitivity genius ability. The system then teleported him to a designated location. The teleportation process manifested as a surge of blue energy engulfing Noah, leaving him disoriented and dizzy upon arrival. He muttered to himself, "Damn it, my stats are still too low. I feel dizzy." He struggled to his feet, his vision still blurry, clutching his sword for support. His disoriented state was further emphasized as he leaned heavily on his sword, his surroundings still a blur. Charon, observing from a distance, watched Noah's unexpected arrival and disoriented state. Luna, the leader of Lunatic, a powerful organization, stood poised and watchful, her expression serious. She addressed someone unseen, her voice sharp, "Luna." A figure emerged, a sword piercing his neck, his face partially obscured. The figure revealed himself as Nox von Rainhafer, the only sword emperor among the three whose face is unknown. He declared, "I'm here for you." Luna, surprised by his appearance and knowledge, questioned him, "Not only do you know where our secret headquarters is, but you also know who I am?" She pressed further, "I'll ask you again. Who are you?" Nox von Rainhafer, unfazed, calmly stated his intentions, Nox von Rainhafer. He made his intentions clear, stating, "I'd like to join Lunatic." The moon hung high above a grand, imposing mansion, its silhouette stark against the night sky. Inside, Luna gazed out a window, the night sky mirroring the turmoil within her. Nox von Rainhafer sat by the window, his expression unreadable. He appeared lost in thought, his gaze distant and contemplative. The name Nox von Rainhafer appeared in his speech bubble. Luna's thoughts turned to the death of old man Celsius. She suspected Nox knew more than he let on. Luna's suspicion was confirmed. Nox already knew about Celsius's death. He seemed to doubt the official story, believing it a cover-up to protect the Rainhafer family's reputation. Luna found the idea unbelievable. Luna, in a moment of intense contemplation, watched Nox von Rainhafer. His speed was astonishing. In a flash, he had completely outmatched her. "I've never seen anyone as fast as him except the old man," she thought, a new piece of information adding to her suspicions. Nox, his expression unreadable, reflected on the implications of his own speed and the secrets it concealed.
His thoughts turned to the manipulation surrounding Celsius's death.
All the information about him was probably manipulated from the start, he mused, the realization dawning on him. The rumors of him and his behavior, everything's a lie. He stood up, his movements sharp and precise, a stark contrast to his previous pensive state. But why though, he wondered, the question lingering in his mind.
Nox continued his internal questioning. Why did the Rainhafer family hide someone as skilled as him?
He ultimately dismissed the matter, stating, I don't know why, but it's none of my business. His resolve hardened. I'll just trample whatever stands in my way, he declared, his ambition unwavering, all the more so if a noble is what stands in my way. A narration box revealed a significant piece of lore. The Empress of Arkheim, Esteban von Arkheim, lost her mind and instituted a tyrannical rule, splitting the imperial family. The narration continued, explaining that Penelope, Esteban's daughter, is known as a benevolent princess, raising her own forces while opposing the first prince in the political arena. The narration concluded with a stark warning, you will have to choose a side in order to survive. Nox was given a final assignment, to join the Eldian Academy and consider which side to support. The scene shifted to Nox and another figure, seemingly a superior, concluding the assignment with the words, that's your final assignment. A man, his face etched with worry and exhaustion, spoke, I've given everything I have to you. He collapsed, a shadowy figure looming over him, as red fragments scattered around them. Luna watched, her expression a mixture of shock and grief. She whispered, sorry for leaving this world first. Luna sat alone, breathing heavily, her face buried in her hands, overcome with emotion. A close-up reveals a hand, glowing with an intense, crimson energy emanating from a central point. A young man with light blue hair size, his expression one of weariness and frustration. He mutters to himself, if you're dead, then disappear from my life already. He stands in a dimly lit room, his gaze fixed on the floor, his shoulders slumped in despair. The young man walks through a large, opulent building, his back to the viewer, his steps heavy with grief. He continues his internal monologue, damn it, what's a dead person doing constantly appearing in my dreams? A scene unfolds showing Luna, a young woman with long blonde hair, facing off against a figure cloaked in black, who wields a sword. A panel displays Luna's basic information, name, Luna, gender, female, age, 20, race, human, main element, lunar. Luna's stats are revealed, stamina 27, mana 24, luck 4, will 25, charm 25. Her skills include passive, sword, mind's eye, piercing eyes, intimidation, active, lunar sword, master, mana explosion. There is unrevealed information, which will be revealed as the storyline progresses. The panel shows Luna, one of the three sword emperors, holding her sword, her expression serious. Luna is written on the panel. A text box describes her as one of the three sword emperors, and another describes her opponent as a monster that stands shoulder to shoulder with knights that have reached the peak at the mere age of 20. The next panel depicts a fierce battle, with Luna's blonde hair flowing as she fights. The background suggests a fiery explosion. A close-up shows Luna's swordsmanship, described in a text box as not something that anyone can catch up to. Nox von Rainhafer is shown thinking. He reflects that unlike the black sword arts, which he can only learn if he becomes the patriarch, he can learn Luna's sword techniques as long as he gains her trust. Nox questions why the son of the Rainhafer family would be interested in a criminal organization. The final panel shows Nox bleeding from a wound, with a text box stating bleeding LV1 has occurred. Nox von Rainhafer, his face etched with determination, declared his intentions, for the sake of bringing down the Arkheim Empire. He addressed Luna, his gaze unwavering. The scene shifted to show Luna, sword drawn, confronting Nox. Tension crackled between them. Nox explained their strategy, we need to first bring down Eldian Academy, which is under the influence of the Empire, if we want to bring down the Empire. Nox proposed a daring plan, I will become your spy. Luna, skeptical, questioned his competence, ha. You think you're competent enough to do that? Nox responded with quiet confidence, of course, I do.
Luna, intrigued by his audacity, pressed further, "You're a bold one. What's your name?"
Knox von Rienhalfer, a young man with silver hair and piercing eyes, stood confidently before an unseen individual.
His expression was one of quiet determination.
A woman with long blonde hair responded, her voice barely a whisper, "Yes.
I'm here."
She stood tall and composed, a figure of authority, with a hooded figure kneeling behind her. The woman then issued a curt command, "Prepare the lunar trial." The hooded figure nodded in acknowledgement.
Knox stood before the hooded figure, who remained seated.
The atmosphere was heavy with unspoken tension.
He responded with a respectful, "Yes, mm." The woman's presence commanded attention.
The hooded figure gestured, saying, "Wear this, and follow me."
He was given a dark cloak. Knox examined the cloak, his expression unreadable.
He prepared to embark on a mission of great importance. The scene opens on an intricately designed circular stone platform, possibly an altar, set within a tranquil forest clearing. Knox von Rienhalfer, cloaked and hooded, stands poised above the platform.
He murmurs, "Good. Everything's going as planned."
Two figures, one appearing to be a mage and the other a warrior, observe Knox from a distance.
They instruct him, "After you, go on top of the altar, kill all of the enemies that appear, and keep in mind that you mustn't allow the robe to fall off."
The camera focuses on the intricate design of the circular platform, highlighting its magical properties.
Knox questions his instructors, "What's the reason for that?"
One of the figures explains, "Because that's the only way you won't be exposed to berserk." Knox, though seemingly accepting, thinks to himself, "I actually know the reason I have to wear this robe."
The explanation continues, "The berserk status is an abnormal condition, it's one of the worst traits.
In return for causing the player to go crazy, it would raise their abilities to their limits."
A figure, silhouetted against a crimson backdrop of fire and trees, writhed in apparent agony.
The text above explained that exposure to the crimson moon's light drove most people to madness. More accurately, it caused a berserk state. The conditions to pass the lunar trial were revealed: to withstand the crimson moon's light and resist the berserk state,
and to defeat the monsters that appeared. The game originally lacked information on passing this trial.
Because in a world with a protagonist, no one would join a villain organization.
Despite this, Knox von Rienhalfer, cloaked and observing the crimson moon, confidently declared. Luna explained the nature of the lunar trial to Knox: "Those who undertake it will either succeed and join lunatic, or fail and perish."
She emphasized the high stakes of the trial, leaving no room for doubt about the consequences of failure.
Knox, observing Luna's explanation, remained impassive, a subtle smirk playing on his lips.
His expression hinted at a quiet confidence,
as he simply replied, "We'll see."
A moment later, a dark figure is shown, holding a bloodied blade.
The blade is plunged into the ground.
The lunar trial commenced, its activation marked by a vibrant, crimson energy swirling within a circular formation. Two figures, Luna and Knox von Rienhalfer, stood at its center, ready to face the challenge ahead. Knox, a man of imposing stature and bearing scars that spoke of past battles, observed the scene with a calculating gaze. Beyond the trial's perimeter, three cloaked figures watched from the shadows, their faces obscured. A palpable sense of anticipation hung in the air as the trial's true nature began to reveal itself. A horde of monstrous chimeras emerged, their glowing eyes fixated on Knox.
This is definitely not on a level that the current me can handle, he thought, assessing the overwhelming threat.
Each monster was a chimera of at least intermediate rank, a fact that only served to heighten the danger. "Just the number of monsters is already way too ridiculous," Knox muttered, acknowledging the sheer scale of the challenge before him.
Under the crimson glow of the full moon, Knox von Rienhalfer, despite his grievous injuries, declared, "There's still a way to do this, though." He raised his hand, a determined glint in his eyes,
a surge of power coursing through his veins.
Luna, witnessing this, gasped, "Has he gone crazy?"
The crimson moonlight's effect was undeniable. Knox's stats increased by 1.5 times, but at a terrible cost. He entered a berserk state, losing control of his mind.
Knox von Rienhofer's transformation under the Crimson Moonlight's influence caused a surge in his stats. His stamina increased from 6.2 to 9.3, mana from 9.2 to 13.8, and will from 11.3 to 16.95. However, the effect also activated the Berserk trait. Crimson Moonlight bathed the forest in an eerie glow. As Knox von Rienhofer, Luna, and an unseen figure stood within a glowing circle. Knox gripped his sword, his posture tense. A system message appeared, warning Knox that the Crimson Moonlight was causing him to enter a berserk state, and that he risked losing control of his mind. A second system message followed, stating that if he lost control, he would not be able to recover his mind. Knox's eyes glowed with an unnatural purple light. As crimson energy surged around him, marking the beginning of his transformation. His hair turned purple, his eyes blazing with the same color, and his expression twisted into a mask of rage. The transformation was complete. Knox stood, a terrifying figure consumed by the Crimson Moonlight's power. Knox von Rienhofer's chest bore numerous scars, a testament to past battles. As a purplish glow emanated from his hands, accompanied by floating glyphs. A system message appeared, all of the player's stats have increased by 1.5 times. The message detailed Knox's profile: name, Knox von Rienhofer, gender, male, age, 15, race, human, main element, darkness, achievements, none. His traits were listed as positive: swordsmanship and combat genius, mana sensitivity genius, insight, memorization genius, steel mentality, and acting genius, neutral, void revelation, and negative, terminally ill, frequent sickness, cold hands and feet, and possessed. His stats were displayed: stamina increased from 6.2 to 9.3, mana from 9.2 to 13.8, luck remained at 10, will increased from 11.3 to 16.95, and charm remained at 26.2. Hidden stats showed agility, dormant, at 7. His skills included Hour of the Genius, Dark Family Intermediate Swordsmanship, Southern Sword Technique, Ignition, and Visible Transformation. A note indicated that his remaining life due to terminal illness was 142 days, and that the Berserk trait had activated, increasing his stats except for luck and charm. Luna watched from afar, her voice filled with concern. That brat, has he gone crazy? She observed Knox's transformation from a distance, her worry deepening. Knox's eyes glowed with an intense purple light, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Observing Knox's transformation from afar, a man in dark robes voiced his disbelief, stating, "I can't believe he threw his robe away, that's as good as throwing his life away." He then questioned his companion, "Should we stop him?" His companion, Luna, immediately rejected the suggestion, responding curtly, "No." She remained firm in her decision, her expression unwavering. The man, unconvinced, argued, "Whether he dies or not, it doesn't concern us." However, he conceded, adding, "But, he's from the Rienhofer family." The man's face was grim as he revealed the name, Theo von Rienhofer. He then expressed a final concern to Luna, stating, "If he tries to harm Lunatic, that'd be bad for us, right?" Luna, her expression resolute, declared, "That won't happen." She reiterated her resolve, adding, "No, I'll make sure that won't happen." Luna stood with her arms crossed, a self-assured smirk playing on her lips. The unnamed man, his face etched with concern, stood beside her, observing the situation. He questioned, "In the first place, do you think Theo von Rienhofer is the kind of person that's overflowing with fatherly love?" He answered his own question, stating, "No, not at all." Luna remained impassive, her gaze unwavering. Finally, Luna suggested, "Let's observe first." Luna, observing Knox's transformation from a distance, concluded that he must have a plan. The unnamed man, skeptical of Knox's actions, stated his intention to follow Luna's lead. Knox stood before a monstrous figure under a crimson moon, his transformation seemingly complete. The monstrous figure loomed over Knox, its claws extended, its shadow engulfing him as the scene ended. Knox von Rienhofer, his transformation complete, found himself facing a monstrous, reptilian figure. The creature lunged, its claws extended. A swift, powerful attack aimed at Knox. But Knox reacted instantly, dodging the blow with practiced ease.
He moved with surprising speed, his body a blur of motion as he evaded the creature's relentless assault. A moment of intense struggle, a clash of power. Nox drew his sword, a dark, ominous blade,
preparing for a counterattack against the monstrous beast.
Nox von Reinhafer, his eyes glowing an intense purple, emerged from a swirling vortex of dark energy. The remnants of the transformation still clinging to him like shadows.
His expression one of grim determination as he surveyed the scene.
He muttered, "The whole world has been dyed red."
Nox reflected on the trial he had just endured, recognizing it as the lunar trial within inner lunatic.
He noted a subtle but significant change within himself. His stats had increased slightly. A satisfied smirk played on his lips as he continued his internal assessment.
Observing that his physical attributes had also improved, he was taller, broader-shouldered, and more powerful than before. Nox von Reinhafer stood amidst a swirling vortex of dark energy, his transformation complete. The remnants of the process dissipating into the forest around him. He declared, "I'm now at a level that my peers wouldn't be able to fight against easily." Several monstrous creatures, reptilian in nature, emerged from the shadows, their eyes glowing menacingly as they advanced on Nox. Nox, his eyes blazing with newfound power, met their charge head-on. Moving with impossible speed, he effortlessly dispatched the creatures with a series of precise strikes, leaving them scattered and defeated in his wake. He stood over the fallen beasts, his face grim, blood staining his cheek. Nox von Reinhafer, powerful and battle-hardened, unleashed a devastating blow,
the force of his attack cleaving through the monstrous creature's defenses,
leaving a trail of crimson in its wake. The creature fell, defeated.
Nox stood amidst the carnage, his breath ragged but his eyes resolute. He sheathed his blood-soaked blade, the crimson a stark contrast against the dark metal. More monstrous creatures emerged from the shadows, their eyes burning with malevolent intent. But Nox met their advance with unwavering determination, his enhanced abilities a testament to his recent transformation,
swiftly dispatching them with brutal efficiency.
A monstrous, bull-like creature lunged, its sharp teeth bared in a ferocious snarl, while Nox von Reinhafer, along with his companions, braced themselves for the attack of a two-headed dragon. A text box appeared, revealing that Nox's current state, berserk, is a dangerous abnormality linked to the Crimson Moon, only appearing under its influence. Nox, wounded but resolute, reached out a hand, his fingers stained with blood. He declared his intention to utilize this transformation from the start, a calculated risk, because of his unique talents. A final text box explained that Nox's multiple genius traits, swordsmanship, combat, and mana sensitivity neutralized the Crimson Moon's negative effects. The crimson energy pulsed around him as he stood ready, his sword gleaming. A system message appeared, declaring that the status abnormality had been temporarily neutralized.
Nox von Reinhafer, wounded but resolute, muttered, "It's simple."
He reflected on the unfairness of his exceptional talents in this world, and how he was the one benefiting from it. But, so what? With a defiant leap, Nox launched himself into the air, his dark energy crackling around him as he declared, "Black execution." He descended swiftly, his attack a blur of motion, a brutal strike connecting with his opponent, leaving a trail of dark energy and crimson blood in its wake. Due to the effects of the artifact, Black Flame Ring, Nox von Reinhafer's life was extended by 2 days and 7 hours.
Wounded and defiant, Nox muttered to himself, "If you've got a problem with it, then go ahead and become terminally ill too."
Nox engaged in a fierce battle, his movements a blur of speed and power as he fought multiple opponents, his sword a whirlwind of destruction. The unidentified blonde woman observed from a distance, commenting grimly, "So noisy." The battle concluded, leaving Nox heavily wounded but victorious. He stood amidst the carnage, the unidentified blonde woman and another figure watching from afar. Nox, his body battered and bloodied, gripped his sword tightly. He gasped, his breath ragged, a faint purple glow emanating from his chest. The aftermath of a brutal battle was laid bare, crimson stains marred the cracked stone floor, a testament to the recent struggle. Knox von Reinhafer, his white hair stained with blood, knelt amidst the carnage, his breathing ragged but steady. His dark clothing was similarly spattered, a grim record of his victory. From a shadowed vantage point, the unidentified blonde woman observed the scene, her expression unreadable. Knox looked up, his eyes filled with a mixture of exhaustion and grim determination. "Is the trial over?" he wondered, his voice barely a whisper. A flashback sequence began, showing a moment from earlier in the battle. "A little while ago," the narration indicated. The blonde woman watched from afar as Knox engaged in a fierce, swirling combat, her gaze following the violent dance of power. She concluded, "I think we'll have to acknowledge him as one of Lunatic's members." A hooded figure, his face partially obscured by shadow, mused, "There's only a handful of people on the continent with that level of talent." The blonde woman, her expression a mixture of concern and apprehension, called out, "Hey! Knox von Reinhafer, you've passed. Come back." Knox von Reinhafer, his body bloodied but his eyes burning with fierce determination, staggered, his sword dripping with dark energy. The aftermath of his battle evident in the crimson stains across the landscape. The blonde woman and the hooded figure watched from a distance. The blonde woman's worry deepened as she questioned, "Has he been consumed by madness?" The hooded figure, his gaze fixed on Knox, grimly suggested, "Maybe we should kill him now." A sudden, violent motion indicated Knox's collapse, his body falling to the ground. His form obscured by a cloud of dust and blood, leaving his fate uncertain. Knox von Reinhafer, his body slick with blood, stood amidst a carnage of fallen beasts. He gripped his sword, the purple glow of his eyes reflecting the crimson sky. The weight of his recent battle evident in his labored stance. The ground was littered with the corpses of monstrous creatures, their forms twisted and broken. He staggered, his strength failing him. The finality of his defeat settling upon him as he collapsed onto the blood-soaked ground. The scene was one of utter devastation. Close up on Knox's eye, the purple glow fading, replaced by a dull ache of exhaustion. From the shadows of a nearby forest, the hooded figure and the unidentified blonde woman emerged, observing Knox's fallen form. The blonde woman's expression was one of deep concern, while the hooded figure remained impassive. The scene opens on a moonlit forest, the crimson glow illuminating ancient stone pillars. A hooded figure is partially visible in the background. Knox von Reinhafer, severely wounded and leaning heavily on his sword, stands before the blonde woman and the hooded figure. Blood stains his clothes. The blonde woman asks, "Is the trial over?" Knox replies, "Yes, it's over." The blonde woman states, "Theo has raised a monster." The hooded figure, confirming, says, "Yes, that's right." Knox, despite his injuries, declares, "I succeeded." The blonde woman observes Knox, a hint of a smile playing on her lips as she comments, "Knox von Reinhafer, you're an interesting one." A hooded figure, his face partially obscured by shadow, presented Knox with a dark robe. "Take this, this is the robe that only the noble members of Lunatic can wear." The figure draped the robe over Knox's shoulders, the fabric seeming to absorb the lingering bloodstains from his recent battle. A system notification appeared, confirming that Knox had obtained the Lunatic member's robe. 3 hooded figures, identical in appearance, stood silently, observing Knox. Their presence suggested a formal acceptance into their organization. The system displayed detailed information about the robe, an intermediate advanced grade item boosting will by +1, with the additional requirement of being an official Lunatic member. Its special effect neutralized all light attribute status abnormalities and was made from the threads of the Black Spider. Another system notification detailed Knox's new passive skill, Oath of the Moonlight, an advanced grade ability activated only when wearing the robe. The robe's radiant moon pattern would only be visible to other Lunatic members. Additionally, after 1800 hours in-game time, Knox's attack power would increase by 1.2 times. Knox von Reinhafer, his face streaked with blood, gazed down at his new robe. The dark fabric, adorned with crescent moons and a central cross, felt weighty and powerful in his hands. A tangible symbol of his induction into Lunatic. A silent smile played on his lips as he muttered to himself, "This is fucking awesome."
Knox von Reinhafer, accompanied by two other figures, stood before an ancient, crumbling structure. The air hung heavy with an almost palpable sense of age and mystery. A swirling vortex of blue energy pulsed before them, emanating an otherworldly aura. The scene was bathed in the crimson glow of a large, blood-red moon, casting long, dramatic shadows. The words "The Conquest of Lunatic" appeared on screen. Knox, his face streaked with blood, stood alone under the ominous moon. He appeared pleased, yet weary. A thought bubble appeared above him, revealing his internal monologue. The passive skill, Oath of the Moonlight, is also a skill that'll be useful anywhere. He continued his internal assessment. Although it's a pity that it has to be used at night, it's a passive skill that can multiply my attack power by 1.2 times. Finally, another thought bubble appeared. That's really rare in Inner Lunatic. Knox von Reinhafer reviewed his stats: Stamina 6.2, Mana 9.2, Luck 10, Willpower 12.3, Charm 26.2. He noted with satisfaction that he had also gained an extra stat point in Willpower. A pleased expression crossed his face as he reflected on his success. He had achieved the best possible results in the trial. His gaze hardened slightly as he considered the implications of his achievement. A hooded figure, her face obscured, observed Knox with a questioning expression. She addressed him, stating that it seemed he wanted more from her, and asked if that was correct. Knox, maintaining his composure, responded that, to his knowledge, no newcomers had performed as well as he had on the lunar trial. Therefore, he believed he should be treated accordingly. A woman with striking blonde hair and intense golden eyes stood with arms crossed, a look of shrewd assessment on her face. She was flanked by a figure in dark, imposing attire. She commented on Knox's recent success, stating, "Well, not bad, bold newcomer. Although I wonder how long you'll be able to act this audaciously." The woman then instructed a subordinate, Duff, to bring her a certain item. Duff promptly complied, presenting the item to his superior. The item was revealed to be a mask, an artifact recently obtained, described as the Moon Shadow, an artifact capable of creating clones. The blonde woman, seemingly pleased with the artifact's capabilities, contemplated its potential uses. The hooded figure explained that the artifact would aid the blonde woman in her mission to infiltrate the academy as a spy. As he placed the artifact in her hands, he then asked if she was satisfied with the exchange. To which she replied, "Definitely." The blonde woman, having finally obtained the Moon Shadow artifact, expressed her satisfaction, revealing the artifact's name, Moon Shadow. A system message appeared, confirming that she could now use the Moon Shadow artifact, revealing its ability to create a clone of the user. The narrative focuses on a young man, his face partially obscured by shadows and bearing visible wounds. He explains that his early contact with Lunatic in the storyline is due to an artifact capable of creating a clone of the player. An artifact that allows him to be both protagonist and villain. Two identical figures of the young man stand side by side, one with a darker, more menacing aura than the other. The artifact, a dark, shadowy sword, rests between them. He confirms that this is the artifact that will enable him to fulfill his dual role. The young man, now clearly visible, expresses gratitude to Captain Luna, who is implied to have provided him with the artifact. Captain Luna, a blonde woman with striking golden eyes, addresses the young man, warning him to listen carefully. She explains the ranking system within Lunatic. Excluding the captain and vice-captain, members are ranked from 1 to 3, implying a hierarchical structure within the organization. 3 shadowy figures, presumably high-ranking members, loom in the background. The blonde woman informed Knox von Reinhafer that, as a newcomer, he would begin at rank 3 within the Lunatic organization. He nodded in acknowledgement. The blonde woman then instructed Knox von Reinhafer to remain on standby until his first mission was assigned, expressing her hope that he would not disappoint. The blonde woman, arms crossed, observed Knox von Reinhafer with a thoughtful expression, her gaze lingering on him as she considered his potential. Later, the blonde woman and another figure in dark robes discussed Knox von Reinhafer, with the blonde woman commenting on his intriguing nature. The hooded figure, scarred and weathered, solemnly agreed. musing aloud about Nox's resilience during the Crimson Moon's madness.
His brow furrowed in contemplation. The blonde woman, observing him, explained that she understood his skepticism. Because only true geniuses could survive such an ordeal, those who aren't would perish within minutes.
She continued, emphasizing that even a genius fighting without his robe demonstrates exceptional courage and a willingness to risk everything. It signifies a willingness to put one's life on the line.
The blonde woman, arms crossed, agreed with the hooded figure's assessment of Nox von Reinhafer,
suggesting they continue to observe him for now. The panel shows a scene of carnage. Several slain beasts lie in a pool of blood.
The hooded figure and the blonde woman discussed Nox's potential value to their organization. Nox, cloaked, stood before a target, a surge of magical energy emanating from him. Later, in a tavern, a barkeep observed Nox, noting that he seemed to have taken care of his business. Nox von Reinhafer, his face partially obscured by shadow, responded with a single, almost hesitant word, "Yes, somewhat." He continued, a subtle smirk playing on his lips, "Others would ask me why I did such a crazy thing if I had really risked my life at the altar." His expression turned serious, his eyes hardening as he stated, "Of course I didn't." A crimson moon loomed large in the sky as Nox explained, "Resist the trait, berserk."
He elaborated, that would be to have two specific, genius traits.
Two cards materialized in his hands, one depicting exceptional swordsmanship and combat prowess, the other showcasing extraordinary mana sensitivity. He revealed, swordsmanship and combat genius, as well as mana sensitivity genius. Finally, he concluded, simply put, only I can use the power of the Crimson Moon. Nox stood silhouetted against the Crimson Moon, his dark clothing stained with blood, a grim determination etched on his face.
A man, Chiron, approached Nox von Reinhalfer in a tavern, inquiring, "Chiron, do you have some business with me?" Chiron responded with a sense of injustice, "It just feels unfair." Nox, seemingly surprised, questioned, "What?"
Chiron explained, "Self-introductions are about introducing our names to each other."
Nox von Reinhalfer introduced himself, stating, "I'm Nox von Reinhalfer." Nox, with a smirk, asked, "We're done now, right?" Chiron simply replied, "Yeah, see you later." Chiron, seated at a dimly lit table, mused aloud, "It'll be pretty tough trying to keep up with the Academy's schedule." He continued, his gaze drifting towards a shadowed figure, "But, if it's you, I guess it'd be harder for you to hide your strength." A dark, wooden chest sat on a counter, partially obscured by a figure in the foreground. The camera angle shifted, focusing on a dark, polished surface. Later, a cloaked figure stood before a grand building at night. He observed, "It looks like the plan progressed smoothly." Nox von Reinhafer, cloaked and unseen, slipped out of his family's manor, leaving his maid, startled by his absence, to discover his clandestine departure. The maid, her face etched with worry, confronted Nox about his unauthorized absence, questioning how he managed to leave without her noticing. Nox, seemingly unfazed, calmly explained that he had checked on her before leaving, confirming she was asleep. But the maid's concern persisted, urging him to avoid dangerous activities, despite the negative rumors circulating within the family. She expressed hope for his rehabilitation, a sentiment met with a weary sigh from Nox. The maid, her expression a mixture of concern and apprehension, inquired about Nox's day, her words gentle yet probing, "Oh, that aside, how is it for you today?" Nox, his demeanor calm yet slightly defiant, responded with a nonchalant air, "From what I know, maids and servants take lessons too." He subtly shifted his weight, a barely perceptible movement that hinted at a hidden tension. The maid, seemingly unconvinced, pressed further, "Nothing much happened." Her gaze was unwavering, conveying a deep-seated worry. Nox, maintaining his composure, offered a curt reply, "That means something did happen." The maid's concern deepened as she voiced her worry, "Is there nothing that can be done about this? Even though those are lessons that only maids and servants take." Nox, his eyes narrowed in thought, added, "Most of them are low-rank nobles. Since Chitri is now a commoner, she's a perfect target for them to pick a fight with." The maid, her expression a mixture of worry and apprehension, stood silently observing the room.
Knox von Reinhafer, his face partially obscured by a dark hood, offered a small, tightly bound pouch to the maid,
instructing her to keep it only for emergencies.
He explained that it contained an item to resolve any situation very reasonably. The maid carefully accepted the pouch, her eyes betraying a mixture of curiosity and concern as she held it in her hands.
Knox's final words echoed in the air, "Only open it when you run into trouble."
The maid's gaze shifted back to Knox, her worry palpable. Knox von Reinhafer, calm but watchful, stood beside the maid. He subtly adjusted the pouch he had given her, a small, almost imperceptible movement. The maid, her brow furrowed in concern, tilted her head slightly, a question forming in her eyes. She silently questioned whether she could open the pouch now, her expression a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. Knox, his eyes closed, calmly responded with a single word, "No." The maid, understanding his instruction, carefully tucked the pouch away, her movements precise and deliberate. Knox, his gaze softening slightly, offered further instructions, "Good. Don't hesitate. If you find yourself in a dangerous situation, use it. Got it?" The maid, her expression resolute, replied, "Yes, young master."
Knox von Reinhafer, his face etched with determination, exclaimed, "Finally!"
A notification appeared, prompting Knox to open a new message. He chose to open it, and a single white feather materialized before him. The feather glowing with a soft, golden light, as if imbued with celestial energy. Transforming into a radiant vision of a winged woman, her hands clasped in prayer, bathed in divine light. Knox stared, a look of awe and wonder on his face, as more feathers swirled around him. The golden light intensifying as the vision faded, leaving behind only a single, lingering feather. Knox von Reinhafer received a mysterious message. The words "open" appeared on the screen, accompanied by an arcane symbol. He stood in a grand hall, bloodstains visible on his cloak, a maid watching from afar. The message revealed itself to be a letter, congratulating Knox on his acceptance into Elpian Academy.
The letter's tone suggested an intimate knowledge of Knox.
The letter's writer expressed genuine happiness for Knox's achievement, further emphasizing their familiarity with him. Knox, examining the letter, noted the writer's uncanny ability to see through his facade. He concluded that the sender knew him intimately, a fact that filled him with a mixture of apprehension and intrigue.
Knox von Reinhafer, his expression a mixture of suspicion and apprehension, stared intently at something unseen. The text box declared, "But the trials are only just beginning. You probably had a tough time up until now as well, but what awaits you is even tougher and will hurt even more." He stood before a window, gazing out at a distant castle, a holographic image flickering before him. The text read, "No one but you can do this." The image shifted, revealing a cryptic message in reverse, "Only you can do this." A final message appeared, "Because only you can see the ending of this story." Knox turned his back to the viewer, his silhouette framed against a starry sky, a sense of determination hardening his features. Papers fluttered to the ground as he walked away, leaving behind the mystery of the letter's contents. Returning to his room, Knox examined the holographic message again. He muttered, "I know this sounds irresponsible, but I'll do my best to help you as much as I can." Knox von Reinhafer received a cryptic message. Even though the contents seemed insignificant, he resolved to accept whatever was attached. The message showed signs of a struggle, hinting at a recent violent encounter. The contents of the mail, however, offered little immediate help. Knox examined the message further, noticing a small, almost imperceptible detail. A surge of purple energy erupted from the message, revealing a hidden layer of information. He decided to take some time to process the new information. Knox suspected that the sender was an inner lunatic GM, someone with the ability to directly manipulate the system. The evidence supporting this theory materialized before him in the form of several system cards floating in the air. Knox von Reinhafer examined a scattering of cryptic cards, his expression one of intense scrutiny. Concluding that the sender's ability to transmit such a message indicated significant power and likely confirmed his suspicions. He resolved to prioritize the main storyline, pushing aside other pressing issues for the time being.
his thoughts drifting to his lost memories and the overarching game he was playing. Knox, visibly weary, sat amidst scattered papers, his dark clothing stained with blood. Deciding to investigate a recently received message, he accessed a system interface, intending to view his character profile. His gaze fixed on the View Character System option. Knox von Rienhofer's eyes, reflecting a faint purple light, held a cryptic message within their depths. The message seemingly detailing the names of Theo, Alan, Hartz von Rienhofer, and Talia von Stellrainer. A holographic display flickered to life, showcasing the same names, each accompanied by a unique symbol. The images dissolved into a flurry of data streams, leaving Knox contemplating the information's significance. A detailed profile of Theo von Rienhofer appeared, revealing his age, race, elemental affinity, and notable achievements as one of the 3 Sword Emperors. Knox muttered, "What an incredible ability." Knox von Rienhofer reviewed a cryptic message detailing the limitations of the insight ability within the inner lunatic system. Originally, its use required face-to-face contact with the target. However, Knox discovered a modification allowing him to remotely check the status of any character he had previously encountered at any time. Knox contemplated the nature of this enhanced ability, recognizing it as a powerful tool that only a game master could provide. He then focused his attention on Theo, referring to him as a crazy bastard. Knox's enhanced insight displayed Theo's current stats: stamina at 25.2, mana at 24, and luck at 8. A note indicated that Theo's stamina had increased by 0.2 in a short time. An older man, observing Theo's stats, expressed astonishment at Theo's rapid growth, noting that he already held the title of Sword Emperor at his age and was still getting stronger. The scene concluded with a close-up of Theo, his expression stoic and contemplative. Knox von Rienhofer, a smirk playing on his lips, observed Theo from afar. Upon remotely assessing Theo's stats, Knox realized that Theo's stamina had increased, leading Knox to conclude that this world, while resembling a game, was not actually one. Knox reacted with an expletive, declaring the current difficulty to be hell. He examined a document detailing team combat techniques, team magic techniques, the Archigm Empire's history, and horseback riding. A group of formally dressed individuals, including several men in dark suits and a woman in a black maid's uniform, walked purposefully through the imposing stone archway of a grand building. Their expressions were serious, their movements efficient. Inside, a group of maids in crisp blue and white uniforms stood rigidly, their attention fixed on a young woman with vibrant green hair. The maids whispered amongst themselves, their gazes betraying a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. One maid, emboldened, spoke, her question hanging in the air, "That her?" Another maid responded, her voice barely a breath, "The one from the Lovilia family who became a commoner?" 2 maids gossiped about the green-haired woman, one commenting on her audacity in approaching the young master, while the other observed the woman's appearance, noting her beauty and speculating on her motivations. The maids continued their discussion, one suggesting the woman was too embarrassed to be there, while the other countered that she likely sought to improve her life, further emphasizing the woman's beauty and the ease with which she could charm others. The maids revealed that the woman was the maid of the rumored dissolute son, and speculated that she would use her looks to her advantage, given the son's reputation for lustfulness. Finally, they concluded that the woman's intentions were obvious. 2 maids gossiped about a young woman, finding her current location amusing because it wasn't a famous place, thus deeming her safe from worry. Meanwhile, another maid clenched her fists, a clear sign of inner turmoil. She reflected on the countless insults she had endured, acknowledging that, as a fallen noble, she had no future, and such concerns were a luxury she couldn't afford. However, she resolved to not let her problems inconvenience her young master, Knox. Her determined expression showed her resolve. She quietly walked away, her footsteps barely audible. A maid with vibrant green hair approached another, her words polite but firm, "I'm sorry, but may I have some of your time?" The green-haired maid's request was met with a dismissive glance from the other maid. A dismissive "ha! My time," escaping her lips. The second maid, with dark brown hair, exuded an air of superiority as she explained her status, "I'm the daughter of a count.
I'm Geisel of the Flores family that's serving young Master Kane.
Her smug expression underscored her words, a clear display of her social standing.
Geisel's arrogance continued, her tone dripping with disdain. Do you think I have the time to talk to a mere commoner like you?
The green-haired maid's expression hardened. She had heard Geisel spreading rumors about her young master encountered. I heard you spreading unfounded rumors about my young master just now.
Geisel, a maid with dark hair, smirked at the maid with green hair, challenging her with a dismissive, "Ha! So what about it?"
Geisel, along with other maids and a butler, defended her actions, claiming it wasn't her fault that negative rumors about the young master were spreading in high society. The green-haired maid, resolute, rejected Geisel's attempt to deflect blame, stating that if asked to apologize, she would refuse. The green-haired maid explained that, as Knox had previously stated, status matters greatly in this place.
She then reached into her apron pocket,
retrieving a small, brown pouch. Suddenly, a powerful, purple energy erupted from an unseen source, engulfing the scene. The green-haired maid's eyes widened in alarm as the energy subsided. Knox von Rienharfer, seemingly a small child in a suit, materialized unexpectedly before the maid with green hair, causing her to exclaim in surprise, as other maids reacted with alarm to the sudden magical event. The green-haired maid, still startled, questioned if the apparition was young Master Knox.
Knox confirmed his identity, stating that he didn't know what had happened but that it didn't matter.
He then explained that if Jitri had chosen to open that pouch, something was certain to happen.
Finally, Knox addressed whoever was eavesdropping, stating, "You or you lot, over there."
Knox von Reinhafer, a young boy with an unsettlingly calm demeanor, materialized within the manor. His eyes glowed with an unnatural light as he pointed a finger, addressing unseen individuals with a chilling threat. A maid with dark hair, witnessing this sudden appearance, gasped, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief. She whispered a question to herself, her voice barely audible, "Is that the son of the Reinhafer family?" Knox, unfazed by the maid's reaction, continued his threat, his voice dripping with menace, "You're all dead meat.
Know that I'll be sending your heads back to your families."
A burst of energy erupted from a nearby doorway, startling the maids gathered there. The green-haired maid, visibly shaken, watched the scene unfold. The maids exchanged worried glances, their fear palpable. The green-haired maid stood her ground, her expression a mixture of apprehension and determination. The green-haired maid, seemingly regaining her composure, addressed the others, her voice firm despite her inner turmoil.
The green-haired maid, addressing Knox directly, questioned him, "Master Knox? This is the object that'll resolve situations reasonably."
The dark-haired maid's eyes widened in fear as she watched the unfolding events, her apprehension growing with each passing moment. The scene opens with a glimpse of Knox von Rienhafer's feet, his presence implied but unseen, as he stands over a group of maids.
One of the maids, emboldened by apprehension, hesitantly asks his name.
Knox, revealing himself, casually replies that he is Jitri. The maid with brown hair, realizing the gravity of the situation, expresses her fear. The Reinhafer family's power is immense. Another maid profusely apologizes for her earlier disrespect, begging for forgiveness.
Overwhelmed by fear and remorse, she prostrates herself before Jitri. The other maids follow suit, bowing deeply in submission.
It really resolved just as young Master said it would. But this means there'll be more negative rumors of him though.
Just what was he thinking? The maids, witnessing Knox's actions, were left wondering about his motives.
One maid, overcome with fear, prostrated herself before him, while another stood defiantly, her apprehension evident.
Knox, observing their reactions, remained calm yet menacing. The scene concluded with the maid's fearful submission to Knox's intimidating presence. Knox von Reinhafer walked with a maid with bright green hair, his expression calm yet somehow threatening. The maid appeared apprehensive
as she cautiously inquired about his well-being. "Master Knox, are you all right?" she asked, her tone laced with concern.
Knox simply replied that his dark circles were quite deep,
a subtle hint of condescension in his voice. He then added that he had somehow managed to complete the class selection process.
Knox von Reinhafer, a picture of calm condescension, let out a short, smug laugh. Ha! He stood before a young man in simple servant's attire, the green-haired maid at his side looking on with worry. The young man, in turn, adjusted his cap, a subtle smile playing on his lips. As the green-haired maid's concern deepened. "Greetings, youngest son of the Reinhafer family," a voice announced. Knox and the maid watched as the young man bowed slightly before them. "Who are you?" Knox asked, his expression hardening. "My introduction is overdue. I'm Rick, Miss Eleanor de Rivalen's servant." Rick's hand brushed against Knox's as he passed by. Rick, Miss Eleanor de Rivalen's servant, smiled politely. "It's an honor to meet you," he stated. Knox von Reinhafer, however, was far from polite. His eyes narrowed as he muttered, "Rick?" A wave of unease washed over him, his internal monologue filled with alarm. "Fuck! What the hell is happening here?" A sudden surge of clarity overcame Knox. He recognized the danger. "A dangerous character is approaching me from the first half of the story," he thought. He stood, his gaze fixed on Rick, a growing sense of suspicion clouding his features. The image of Rick split, revealing a sinister, yellow-eyed visage. The words "Rick, the deceitful" appeared above him. A narrative text box revealed Rick's true nature. Over the next 3 main storylines, he will betray the Revelin merchant to deepen the story's plot. He is a servant of a demon. And a demonic worshipper. In other words, he is a traitor who will betray Eleanor. Knox, his face grim, contemplated this revelation, Eleanor's image superimposed behind him. Knox's thoughts were confirmed. Rick was the traitor who would betray Eleanor. Knox, standing beside the green-haired maid, scoffed at the notion that an enemy of one's enemy is a friend, calling it utter nonsense. The green-haired maid agreed, stating that Rick was the worst kind of trash and that any involvement with him would bring more harm than good. Rick, holding a precious artifact, explained that it was a gift from their miss. Knox curtly dismissed Rick, ordering him to leave. Knox von Reinhafer, his expression a mask of controlled suspicion, sat with his arms crossed, a thoughtful glint in his violet eyes. His inner voice echoing his concerns, "I'm curious as to what the artifact is, but this is a poisonous apple. I mustn't accept it." Meanwhile, a young man, seemingly unaware of the danger, approached, holding a small, ornate box. Knox, his gaze sharp, questioned him directly, "Do you intend to make me repeat myself?" The maid with green hair stood silently beside Knox, her expression unreadable, as he prepared to act. The young man, startled by Knox's tone, let out a small gasp of surprise. Knox's eyes narrowed further as he focused intently on the young man and the box he carried. With a swift, decisive movement, he knocked the box from the young man's grasp. The scene opens with a view of a grand building's rooftop, the sky overcast and slightly ominous. As Knox von Reinhafer walks away, the green-haired maid bows respectfully behind him, while a young man watches them from a distance. The green-haired maid calls out to Knox, "Master Knox, wait for me." Hurrying to catch up with him, her pace quick and determined. Knox turns, his expression showing concern as he says, "You have a feeble body." He continues, "What if you fall down while walking too quickly?" Knox sighs, his internal thoughts revealing his frustration. "Just how pathetic do you think I am?" The green-haired maid explains, "Just recently, you got the chills, the flu, and cold hands and feet at the same time." The green-haired maid, her expression a mixture of concern and disapproval, stated, "I've never thought that someone could be as weak as you." Knox von Reinhafer, despite her assessment, responded calmly, "I won't deny that, but I'm all right now." He reassured her, adding, "I won't die suddenly." The maid followed close behind him as they walked. The maid, still apprehensive, simply replied, "Yes, I know." However, her unease persisted, as she confessed, "But I just feel uneasy." Knox, seemingly unfazed by her worries, observed, "You're usually right in the center of events." He mused, "I guess I'm pretty popular in that sense." The green-haired maid remained unconvinced, her expression still clouded with worry. Knox von Reinhafer, calm and slightly amused, stood before the green-haired maid. She remained worried about his health, her concern evident in her expression.
the maid's anxious gaze lingering on him as she recalled a time when he saved her life. Further explaining her worry by stating that maids with a single-minded devotion to their masters are always very worried when separated from them. The green-haired maid's anxious expression continued as she observed Nox. The green-haired maid then questioned Nox's behavior towards another person earlier. Her curiosity piqued by his earlier actions. Nox's expression shifted to one of slight annoyance as he considered her question. Suddenly, the green-haired maid was struck from behind, the attacker's arm a blur of motion. A maid with vibrant green hair approached Nox von Reinhafer, her expression a mixture of curiosity and concern. "Yes," she stated, "you seemed more emotional than usual." Nox, seemingly unfazed, placed a hand on the maid's shoulder. Carefully, Jitri. The green-haired maid, Jitri, voiced her apprehension. "No matter what happens, having him around you is never a good thing." Jitri's gaze drifted, her thoughts turning to a past incident involving Nox and Miss Eleanor. She wondered if that was the root of his current emotional state. Meanwhile, Giselle, a woman with striking red hair, observed the scene from afar, her expression thoughtful. She believed Nox's unusual behavior stemmed from a justifiable reason. Jitri, still concerned, reiterated her belief that Nox was not acting like himself. She felt there must be a valid explanation for his actions. Nox reassured Jitri, stating that he understood her concerns. He promised to maintain his distance from her. Nox's final words, "a simple good," hinted at a sense of resignation or perhaps relief. Nox von Reinhafer and the maid with green hair walked together, the maid expressing concern about attracting unwanted attention. Nox, seemingly in agreement, nodded and continued walking, his sword sheathed at his side. The maid trailed behind him, her expression a mixture of worry and apprehension. His footsteps echoed softly on the stone path as he walked away from the maid, leaving her alone. Later, Nox sat in a large hall, his expression one of frustration. He internally questioned the difficulties he'd faced since the beginning. A voice then announced the formation of a new team, and Nox's expression shifted to one of mild surprise as he listened to the explanation of the team-building activities planned for the coming year. Nox von Reinhafer and another cadet sat in an auditorium, listening to an announcement. An official announced that to form a party, the most important thing was for the cadets to know one another. Nox's eyes narrowed in thought. He reflected on his overly optimistic assessment of his situation. Realizing he hadn't considered the lack of friends as a potential problem in this game. The official continued, instructing the cadets to form teams of 4, composed of those who got along well. The official added that they would have 30 minutes to do so. An announcement regarding team formation was made before a panel of instructors. And the implications of failure were immediately made clear. It's impossible for Nox, the public outcast, to gather 3 team members. The instructors explained the consequences of failing to form a team. What happens if we're unable to form a team? You'll be given an F. You won't be allowed to repeat this course, so please take note. You can't work alone. Nox, hearing this, reacted with a mixture of disbelief and dread. What? An F from the start? The gravity of the situation was emphasized. It is very difficult to graduate from Eldian. If you get an F in even one subject, you'll be expelled immediately. The image showed the prestigious Eldian Academy crest, highlighting the high stakes of the situation. Nox von Reinhafer, his face etched with worry, silently vowed, "I mustn't let that happen." A princess, distressed, sat before a young man in uniform who offered his assistance, saying, "Princess, let me help you." Another young woman approached, requesting, "Please give me the chance to help the princess as well." A young man with dark hair addressed Nox, stating, "Paracelsus, let's team up. I saw just how skilled you were." Leon, seemingly thoughtful, considered his options. Leon then turned to Nox, extending an invitation. "Leon, wanna team up with me?" Nox, deep in thought, muttered, "Think." His internal monologue revealed his desperate need for allies. "I need to think of a way for Nox, an outcast, to make friends." Leon, a young man with blonde hair, confidently proposed a team up to Eleanor, the princess, stating, "Eleanor, team up with me."
I'm pretty athletic even though I don't look like it.
Eleanor, however, seemed less than enthusiastic, responding that she would prefer a special meal provided only by her family. The scene shifted to show Eleanor standing with Leon and another individual, their expressions serious and contemplative. Eleanor's attire was highlighted, showcasing a dark, military-style dress with a blue underskirt and black boots. The camera focused on her boots, emphasizing her descent down a staircase. The focus remained on her boots as she continued her descent. The scene changed again, showing Eleanor and a young man with silver hair seated together.
Eleanor stated, "Knox von Reinhafer." Eleanor then commented on Knox's apparent dislike of her previous gift. The princess, radiating confidence, stood with her arms crossed, a subtle smile playing on her lips. Knox, however, remained unimpressed by her previous offer, his expression serious as he considered her words. "What do you think? Will you give me the chance to repay my debt?" The princess responded with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with amusement. Leon, ever the loyal companion, interjected, his voice firm. "What are you talking about?" Leon's declaration of support was met with a thoughtful pause from Knox. Before the princess confidently stated, "I'll team up with you." Despite the princess's seemingly arrogant statement, Knox instantly recognized the potential benefits of this alliance. And he silently acknowledged to himself that he would likely end up working with her. The princess, sensing his internal shift, added, "And, to add on," leaving her next words unspoken for now. The princess, her expression determined, directly addressed Knox. "Knox, team up with me." She emphasized her proposal with a gesture of her hand, her eyes conveying unwavering confidence. The camera angle shifted, showcasing the opulent architecture of the palace. Leon stood silently beside the princess, his expression supportive, as Knox considered the offer. The scene highlighted the three figures against a backdrop of other students in uniform, suggesting a formal setting. The princess, Talia, confidently approached Knox, extending a proposition. "Knox, team up with me."
Talia, in her regal attire, stood before Knox, her outstretched hand a symbol of her offer. Her expression was one of assertive confidence, her posture commanding. Knox, however, appeared pensive. He thought, "I forgot about her. There's another huge burden." Talia, sensing his hesitation, added, "I understand." She stood tall, her composure unwavering despite the weight of her unspoken words. A final thought crossed Knox's mind: Talia is kind to begin with. The image showed Knox and Talia, side by side, a fiery energy crackling between them, suggesting a potential alliance. Princess Talia reflected on Knox's plight, concluding that regardless of her personal feelings, she must acknowledge his solitude and offer aid. Because Knox, her fiancé, is alone and in need of support. Knox, however, found Talia's persistent attempts to help him somewhat irritating. Though he couldn't deny the unexpected nature of her concern. Knox questioned Talia's intentions, prompting her to explain that she is fascinated by the fact that he has a friend. Talia's statement left Knox speechless, leaving him to ponder her words. Princess Talia, despite her initial amusement, found herself growing angry. She mused that based on Knox's actions, his claims weren't entirely unfounded. But her irritation only intensified as she addressed Knox directly. Talia, with a confident smirk, proposed a team-up to Knox, emphasizing that they only needed one more member to complete their group. A proposition that left Knox with little choice in the matter. Knox, resigned to his fate, acknowledged that his opinion seemed irrelevant, and Talia confirmed that he had no other options. Talia explained her reasoning, highlighting Knox's sharp intuition as a valuable asset to their team, echoing Eleanor's earlier assessment. And revealing her own motivation, to remain at the Eldian Academy to recover her lost memories. To achieve this, she needed to maintain good academic standing. Knox von Reinhafer, his expression grim, steeled himself. For the sake of the upcoming first episode, he resolved to place within the top 10%. A daunting task, as this would be his first battle against an archdemon. The immense fiery form of the archdemon loomed, its power palpable even through the image. Bound by thorny vines, it was a terrifying sight. This would be the first time for Nox to act out both the villain and hero's roles, a complex strategy he had devised. He gripped his sword, a determined glint in his eyes, ready to play his part in this deadly game. His resolve hardened, Nox prepared to face the challenges ahead. In an opulent hall, Nox von Reinhafer observed his team, a mix of individuals in formal attire, their expressions ranging from stoic to subtly amused. One member, Pell, extended a hand in greeting, a friendly smile gracing his features. Another team member expressed his pleasure at the introduction. Meanwhile, a group of young women, dressed similarly, watched with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. One of them commented that their last member was, fortunately, a normal person. A detailed profile of Pell appeared, revealing his name, age, race, main element, and a curious lack of achievements. His traits were listed as positive, art of living, well-prepared, devout believer, neutral, and negative, stupid. His stats were also displayed: stamina 4, mana 3, luck 3, willpower 2, and charm 10. A subsequent screen showed his skills: no passive skills, and one active skill, power of blessing, with a one-time usage. One of the team members, upon reviewing Pell's profile, declared it awesome. Another member acknowledged Pell's mediocre stats, but emphasized that this was not the main point. A radiant image depicting the power of blessing appeared, showcasing immense power. This power, described as one of the most overpowered skills within Inner Lunatic, is capable of forcefully awakening the protagonist's teammates' talent. However, it's noted that this skill cannot be used on the protagonist himself. Nox von Reinhafer, observing this, found it strange that someone from the academy possessed a rare skill. A skill exclusive to saints and saintesses from a monastery. He decided to contemplate this unusual situation later. Pell, seemingly unfazed by the revelation of his unique abilities, expressed his eagerness to collaborate with the team. Eleanor de Rivellin introduced herself to the group, expressing her hope that everyone would work hard. Following Eleanor, Talia von Stillrainer also introduced herself, stating that she was glad to be part of the team. Nox von Reinhafer, already present, questioned if there was a need for him to introduce himself. He then stated his hope that the others would not hold him back and pull their own weight. An unseen instructor announced his hope that the students would get to know each other well by next week, and that their current teams would remain the same for the semester. He then dismissed the class. Talia commented to Nox that he had just spoken his inner thoughts out loud. Nox confirmed this, stating that he had intentionally wanted the instructor to hear his thoughts. Talia, her expression a mixture of apprehension and defiance, mumbled to herself, I don't think it's good to swear at the professor. She shrugged off the thought, muttering, whatever, the team has been formed anyways. Nox, meanwhile, departed, leaving the scene. Talia, noticing Nox's departure, called out, "Hey! Nox?" Approaching Nox, Talia inquired about his class schedule, feigning casual curiosity. Internally, however, she was plotting to discover which subjects were easiest to excel in. She pressed further, insisting that her questions stemmed purely from curiosity. But Nox saw through her charade, his internal monologue revealing his understanding of her true intentions. Talia, undeterred, continued to press Nox, reiterating her curiosity about his schedule. Nox, however, remained skeptical, directly accusing her of trying to identify the easiest subjects to achieve high marks. Nox von Reinhafer gently touched Talia von Stillrainer's forehead, a subtle gesture that belied his skepticism. As Talia, flustered by his perceptive touch, stammered a denial to his unspoken accusation of her manipulative tactics. She had hoped to subtly glean information about the easiest subjects from him, but he was not so easily tricked. Nox, however, remained unmoved, his expression hardening as he firmly stated that he would not be giving away free information. Talia, her attempt thwarted, turned away, her shoulders slumping in defeat. She walked away, leaving Nox alone in the grand hall. Nox watched her go, a look of quiet satisfaction on his face. He knew that she would not give up easily, but he was prepared for whatever she might try next. The scene shifts to the bustling Academy 4th District, a vibrant marketplace filled with students and vendors. A conversation unfolds between two individuals, one observing the scene with a thoughtful expression, noting the many things that need to be purchased at the academy. All the grimoires, equipment, and textbooks were laid out before Talia, a maid with vibrant green hair, who observed them with a thoughtful expression. She mused aloud that the high cost of materials likely contributed to the financial struggles of commoner students. Knox, a young man cloaked in dark attire, countered that talented students could easily secure sponsorships, regardless of their social standing. He held up a vial of shimmering liquid, emphasizing his point. Unless their talent proved utterly useless, he added, implying that financial difficulties were unlikely for truly gifted individuals. The scene shifted to an outdoor market, where Knox and Talia continued their conversation, with Knox asserting that money would likely not be a significant obstacle for a truly skilled student. Talia, visibly irritated, called Knox a rotten scumbag and demanded his immediate presence. She then commented on the rising noise level, her frustration evident.
Knox von Rainhafer and Talia von Stillrainer stood in a bustling marketplace.
Knox, calmly observing the scene, remarked that it was a district where all sorts of people gathered, suggesting anything could happen. A crowd of indistinct figures filled the space, their identities obscured by shadows. Knox, however, seemed unconcerned, stating that they didn't need to worry about them. But his calm demeanor shifted as he noticed something unexpected, a sudden exclamation escaping his lips. "What?" His gaze was drawn to a specific individual within the crowd, a figure that stood out amidst the bustling market. Meanwhile, a merchant, irritated by the presence of someone obstructing his business, angrily demanded that the person leave if they weren't going to buy anything, questioning why they were getting in the way of other customers.
The merchant, increasingly agitated, pointed accusingly and revealed the identity of the person obstructing his business, the son of a top 3 dark family, the young patriarch of the Marvas family.
The name Leon von Marvas appeared in a speech bubble, introducing a young man with dark hair and a serious expression.
Knox von Rainhafer observed Leon, noting that he appeared to be impoverished due to his family's financial ruin.
Yet still possessing a kind demeanor, prompting Knox to hope for his eventual recovery.
Leon attempted to make a reasonable purchase in the marketplace.
A merchant challenged Leon's assessment of the price, questioning the fairness of his evaluation of the goods. Leading to a heated exchange, culminating in Leon's curt dismissal of the merchant. The merchant, exasperated, commented on the decline in standards within the Elden region.
Knox, observing from a distance, expressed disbelief at the merchant's behavior.
Leon, head bowed low, felt the weight of his family's financial struggles. His emerald eyes, usually bright, now dulled with frustration. The merchant's insult, a cruel sting.
Echoed in his mind, a beggar?
The words ignited a spark of defiance within him. And with a surge of green energy, he summoned skeletal warriors, a testament to his hidden power. A furious display that shocked the onlookers. "I can't forgive you for saying that," he declared, his voice laced with anger. The skeletal warriors, imbued with his magic, fell upon the merchant's stall,
leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Knox, observing from a distance, registered Leon's outburst with a mixture of surprise and disapproval. Meanwhile, another onlooker, a cloaked figure accompanied by a maid, muttered, "Is he out of his mind? He's batshit crazy." Knox von Rainhafer, observing Leon from a distance, voiced his concern. "There are this many people here in the 4th district and he wants to use his mana? To use his black magic?"
Leon, fueled by anger and desperation, unleashed a surge of dark magic, conjuring skeletal figures that wreaked havoc on a nearby merchant's stall.
The maid, witnessing the scene, cried out in alarm, "Master Knox? Where are you going?" She watched in disbelief as the destruction unfolded.
Knox, his face grim, muttered to himself, "That kid has gone completely crazy. Those eyes look like he's about to create trouble.
I need to stop him."
The maid, still concerned, questioned him, "How do you know that just from seeing his eyes?"
Knox responded curtly, "Because I see it often."
Knox von Rainhafer's maid stared at him, aghast.
"Why, you're crazy. Do you know what you've just done?"
Leon von Marvas, amidst a chaotic display of dark magic, summoned skeletal figures to wreak havoc on the marketplace.
He stood defiant, his dark magic swirling around him. His anger fueled his reckless actions, as he commanded, How dare you? Stand back. The dark energy pulsed, consuming the merchant's stall in a destructive wave. Leon commanded the dark energy to dissipate, leaving behind only destruction. Get out of here now. Nox, cloaked and wielding a sword, appeared, his arrival cutting through the lingering dark energy. He moved with purpose, his presence commanding attention. The skeletal figures recoiled before him, their movements halting as Nox's power asserted itself. Nox's voice, cold and resolute, echoed through the ravaged marketplace. Unless you want to die. Nox von Reinhafer, cloaked and powerful, confronted Leon. What? You dare try to climb over my head? Do you know who I am? How ridiculous. Nearby onlookers watched in shock as Nox revealed himself, his actions causing a stir among the marketplace merchants and bystanders. Need me to tell you who I am? Nox, now fully revealed, exuded an aura of confidence and power, his expression unwavering. The maid pondered, a thoughtful expression on her face. She mused about Nox's secretive nature. Wondering why he wouldn't even share his class schedule with her, despite their alliance. She found his behavior unusual and attributed it to the awkwardness of puberty. A young woman with vibrant red hair stood silhouetted against the setting sun, lost in thought. Miss Talia, agitated, questioned the maid, Emma, is it not? Answer me, Emma. The maid's skirt, a dark purple, was visible as she stood near a wooden table. Talia's face showed a mixture of anger and frustration. The maid sighed, admitting, there's no way I'd know what he's thinking. She then attempted to calm Talia down, saying, Miss Talia, let's calm down a little. Talia, still visibly upset, remained tense. Talia reflected, I tried not to judge people easily. A scene then showed a glimpse of Talia's leg and a dog being attacked by a weapon. Talia, visibly upset, recounted how Nox had acted without restraint, and she had tried to stop him. Meanwhile, Talia's frustration mounted as she struggled to comprehend Nox's actions. The maid, witnessing Talia's distress, attempted to soothe her. The maid worriedly considered Talia's dejected state, unsure how to proceed. She reflected on her earlier praise of Nox to Talia, regretting her words. In the distance, a horse-drawn carriage approached the gates. Someone called out, Hey, Emma! Talia, seated in a carriage, pondered her fiancé's coldness. Why is my fiancé so cold towards me? She wondered aloud. The maid, observing Talia's distress, offered an explanation. It's because he's undergoing puberty, she stated, prompting Talia's surprised reaction. Puberty? Talia questioned, her expression a mixture of confusion and disbelief. The maid continued her explanation. That's how boys at his age usually act. They'd grumble all the time and act coldly towards others. She explained, reflecting on a past event. Looking back, I think that was when she started to develop more feelings for him, the maid mused, a hint of regret in her tone. At that time, I didn't think it had become a huge problem. She admitted, her expression filled with self-doubt. Should I have been more careful with my advice? She questioned herself, concluding with a somber affirmation. The maid, her face etched with worry, confided to herself, Miss Talia definitely likes Master Nox. She continued her internal monologue, since things have turned out like this. She added, addressing Talia, Miss Talia? I don't think that's what Master Nox truly feels. Talia, surprised, questioned, what do you mean? The maid explained, since he's already your fiancé. She continued, he might be acting like that so he can keep a clear line between personal life and your life in the academy. The maid and Talia's hands briefly touched. Talia, impressed, exclaimed, I knew you were knowledgeable at dating. The maid and Talia stood close, their hands clasped together. Talia complimented the maid's advice, stating that it sounded like professional dating advice, and promised to seek it out again in the future. The maid, slightly flustered, responded with a shy, Miss Talia. Talia laughed, finding the maid's nervousness endearing.
The maid apologized. The maid confessed that she had never dated before, prompting Talia's laughter.
The maid's hand gently squeezed Talia's before she let go.
The maid then proceeded to knock on a door. Eleanor, a student in Talia's team for the combat magic class, approached a maid in a grand hall. Her expression a mixture of curiosity and slight apprehension as she considered her next words.
The maid, slightly startled by the sudden appearance, politely inquired about the reason for Eleanor's visit.
Eleanor, with a friendly smile, introduced herself and explained that she was looking for Talia. She politely asked if Talia was available for a brief meeting.
The maid, after a moment of consideration, responded with a thoughtful expression.
The maid informed Eleanor that without a prior appointment, she would need to schedule a meeting at a later date. A mysterious figure with vibrant red hair appeared, her expression obscured by shadow. The red-haired woman, identified as Knox von Rainhafer, confronted the maid, her expression hardening.
Knox's imposing presence caused the maid to visibly tense. Knox stated her intention to speak about him.
Two women with similar red hair, one with a ponytail and the other with her hair down, stood facing each other, seemingly in anticipation. A young woman with vibrant red hair, Talia, greeted someone unseen, stating, "Nice to meet you, Talia."
Talia looked slightly perplexed.
She then smiled knowingly, adding, "We're meeting for the second time today."
The unseen individual responded with a rhetorical question, "Do you need me to tell you who I am?"
A young man with striking white hair and purple eyes stood defiantly, dark, swirling energy coalescing around him.
Observing him from a distance, a man with brown hair questioned aloud, "White hair and purple eyes?"
The scene shifted to reveal the white-haired youth, now facing another individual, dark, skeletal figures emerging from the ground around them. A second man, partially obscured, muttered to himself, "See, could he be?" The brown-haired man, now clearly visible, pondered aloud, "The one from the Rainhafer family that got admitted into the academy." The white-haired youth, seemingly annoyed, responded, "I don't like repeating myself though.
My apologies.
I was unable to recognize who you were because of the robe you're wearing." He stood his ground, sword at his side, facing the brown-haired man, who gesticulated wildly, surrounded by onlookers. The white-haired youth, showing clear impatience, finally dismissed the other man with a curt, "Get lost."
"This is me being generous."
The white-haired youth, his violet eyes blazing with barely contained irritation, muttered to himself, "I hope I don't have to repeat this for the third time."
Meanwhile, a brown-haired man, visibly flustered, stammered a response to the youth's unspoken threat.
"Why yes, sir." He was surrounded by several skeletal figures, animated by dark magic, that seemed to obey the white-haired youth's commands.
The brown-haired man, clearly unnerved by the display of power, stumbled backward.
A young man with dark hair and a stern expression stood silently, observing the scene unfold. He seemed to be in command of the skeletal figures, his presence radiating an aura of quiet authority. His gaze was fixed on the white-haired youth, a hint of something unreadable in his eyes. The dark-haired youth's internal monologue revealed a hint of his thoughts, "But I was." The white-haired youth, seemingly unfazed by the dark-haired youth's presence, continued to address the brown-haired man, his words sharp and dismissive.
"Talking to him though." A close-up on one of the skeletal figures, its glowing green eyes fixed on the viewer, ended the scene. A skeletal figure, imbued with a vibrant green energy, writhed and pulsed with unnatural life. Its movements jerky and unsettling as it responded to the will of the white-haired youth. The youth, his violet eyes sharp and intense, watched with a hint of impatience. A swirling vortex of purple energy erupted from the youth's hand, growing in intensity as it coalesced into a powerful magical force. The on-screen text read, "Do you talk?" a question directed at the skeletal figure. The purple energy surged, engulfing the skeleton as it was violently pulled towards the youth's hand. The youth's expression remained unchanged. The skeleton was consumed by the purple energy, leaving only faint traces of its existence. The white-haired youth's gaze hardened, his thoughts focused on the question of magic. Another surge of purple energy erupted, this time forming a more defined shape, suggesting a new magical construct. The white-haired youth,
his face partially obscured by a surge of purple energy, focused intently on a skeletal construct he had conjured. The energy pulsed and crackled, threatening to overwhelm the skeletal form as he exerted his will. With a sudden, violent motion, he disintegrated the skeletal figure, the purple energy dissipating into nothingness. The scene shifted to a town square where three individuals watched in shock as the remnants of a skeletal figure dissolved into glittering fragments. One of them, a man in a dark coat, spoke, his words laced with disdain, "You might as well beg the imperial family to arrest you." The white-haired youth, his expression unreadable, turned away, a dark, purplish aura swirling around him. He casually dispelled the remaining traces of dark energy, leaving behind only scattered fragments. A young man with dark hair gasped, a look of surprise and slight fear on his face. He muttered to himself, "I see. Since it's illegal for us to learn magic before we become adults." The white-haired youth, seemingly unfazed by the young man's reaction, simply stated, "I didn't think that far ahead." The dark-haired youth bowed slightly, offering an apology. The white-haired youth, seemingly satisfied, responded, "You've helped me." He then gave a curt instruction, "If you understand your situation, then buy what you need, and get lost." As the white-haired youth turned to leave, the dark-haired youth looked concerned, prompting the white-haired youth to add, "And if you don't have enough, use this." The white-haired youth then handed the dark-haired youth a small, brown pouch. A pouch, overflowing with gold coins, is displayed. The coins gleam brightly. The dark-haired youth stares at the money, his eyes wide with surprise and a hint of apprehension. He clutches the pouch tightly. The white-haired youth watches him, a slight frown on his face. He asks, "Why are you helping me?" The dark-haired youth, still clutching the pouch, clears his throat and replies, "If you're trying to make me feel indebted to you, it won't work." He looks away, his expression hardening slightly. The white-haired youth, however, adds, "Though, I can't say I don't have any purpose behind it." The white-haired youth's eyes narrowed, a subtle glint of calculation in their depths. His expression betraying a hint of his true intentions. Meanwhile, the dark-haired youth stood amidst a swirling green energy, three skeletons surrounding him. His face etched with apprehension as he assessed the situation. He muttered, all right." With a practiced movement, he dispelled the skeletons with a magical gesture, the green energy dissipating into nothingness. Later, the dark-haired youth stood alone, his gaze cast downward. As the white-haired youth approached, extending a small pouch towards him. The exchange was silent, but the dark-haired youth's suspicion remained. The white-haired youth, his expression unreadable, offered a pouch of coins to the dark-haired youth. "Then I suppose this money is for shutting my mouth." The dark-haired youth eyed the pouch with suspicion. Internally, he mused, "The power of the undead. I feel the unique power used by the Marvis family, that controls the undead, from you." The white-haired youth casually displayed a single gold coin, a subtle glint of power emanating from it. As a surge of green energy enveloped his hand, and then transferred to the dark-haired youth's palm. The dark-haired youth, now holding the glowing coin, declared, "I am breaking the deal down, Rainhafer." A wave of green energy erupted from the coin, dissipating into shimmering particles. The dark-haired youth, his eyes blazing with newfound power, questioned, "Why do you possess the power of my family?" The dark-haired youth, still reeling from the revelation of the white-haired youth's connection to the powerful Marvis family, felt a surge of newfound power. A green glow emanating from a coin in the white-haired youth's hand, a symbol of the Marvis family's influence. Two women, both with vibrant red hair, sat across a round table in a richly decorated room. One woman, her hair styled in a high ponytail, waited expectantly. As the other, her hair loose, spoke, her voice calm yet firm. She inquired about the reason for the meeting. The woman with the ponytail listened attentively, her expression thoughtful. She politely asked what the matter was. Observing the interaction, the woman with loose hair noted the other's composed demeanor, finding it unexpectedly elegant and different from what she had anticipated. The two women continued their conversation, the atmosphere remaining calm and controlled. The woman with loose hair pondered, a thoughtful expression on her face as she listened intently. The red-haired woman with her hair loose scoffed, a small smile playing on her lips as she muttered, "Nah, no way." She continued, her gaze falling upon a letter in her hands. Her thoughts drifted to a certain someone. She reflected, someone like him would only see an engagement as a restraint. A determination hardened her expression. She resolved, I'll have to be more straightforward as I talk. The scene shifted to a meeting between the two red-haired women. The woman with her hair in a ponytail listened attentively as the other woman, with loose hair, began to explain. Firstly, he's the son of one of the top 3 dark families. She continued, sipping her tea, there's also the fact that there are lots of negative rumors about his behavior. The woman with her hair in a ponytail listened intently, her expression unreadable. The panel focused on the woman with her hair in a ponytail, her thoughts obscured. The red-haired woman with her hair loose, thoughtfully sipped her tea, a pensive expression on her face. Her gaze distant as she contemplated the information she had just shared with the other woman. A flashback showed a young boy and girl, seemingly from a noble family, standing in a grand hall. The girl, with red hair, looked concerned. The scene shifted to a tense moment between two women, one of whom held a fan, their faces partially obscured by the fan. The red-haired woman with her hair in a ponytail continued to listen intently, her expression unreadable. A slight sigh escaping her lips as she processed the implications of what she'd heard. The red-haired woman with her hair loose looked thoughtful, a slight frown on her face. As words "Talia von Stillrainer, you're indeed strange" appeared in a speech bubble, indicating a judgment made about her. One red-haired woman, her hair in a ponytail, questioned the other, whose hair was loose, why would someone as honest as you befriend a good-for-nothing like Knox? The woman with loose hair reflected, the emotions I feel from her eyes. Her gaze held a certain intensity. The woman with loose hair continued her thought process, her hostility and anger towards me. A fiery expression flashed across her face, reflecting her inner turmoil. The red-haired woman with her hair in a ponytail declared, let me make this clear. While Knox might be a little lacking, I don't think he's someone that would do something bad. She elaborated, although he does get misunderstood easily because he acts coldly towards others. That's just a small part of who he is. The red-haired woman with her hair in a ponytail sipped her tea, a thoughtful expression on her face. She had heard rumors of marriage talks involving Knox, but she dismissed them as insufficient reason to support him. The woman with loose hair listened intently as the other woman continued, a subtle shift in her expression suggesting a reconsideration of her initial negative opinion of Knox. The red-haired woman with her hair in a ponytail explained that marriage negotiations between noble families are fickle and easily changed. This, she insisted, was not her reason for trusting Knox. She stated firmly that people don't change easily, implying her trust in Knox's character was based on something deeper than fleeting political alliances. The red-haired woman with loose hair considered this, a subtle smile playing on her lips. The red-haired woman with her hair in a ponytail sat calmly in a dimly lit room, a serious expression on her face. She began, I hope you remember this one thing. A dark, shadowy scene flashed before her eyes, depicting a perilous moment from the past. The image showed her in danger, surrounded by a menacing, dark energy. The scene shifted, revealing Knox intervening, his actions saving her from certain death. The text above the panel read, Knox saved you. The red-haired woman continued, her voice laced with conviction, if Knox wasn't there back then, you'd definitely have died. A flashback continued, showing the intensity of the near-death experience, emphasizing the gravity of Knox's intervention. The red-haired woman concluded, her gaze unwavering, I believe you already know that as well. The scene shifted to the red-haired woman with her hair loose, her expression questioning. She asked, of Knox? The red-haired woman with her hair in a ponytail sat across a wooden table from the red-haired woman with loose hair. Her hand rested calmly on the surface. Meanwhile, the woman with loose hair stared intently, her expression a mixture of skepticism and contemplation. She was clearly still processing the other woman's unwavering faith in Knox. A shift in the woman with loose hair's demeanor was evident as she admitted, it seems that I've misspoken. She continued, politely ending the conversation, let's end our conversation here. Thank you for giving me your time. The woman with her hair in a ponytail nodded slightly, a subtle gesture of acknowledgement.
A cup of tea sat untouched between them on the table. The woman with loose hair responded simply, "Okay."
As the woman with loose hair offered a final, quiet goodbye, the scene concluded. Eleanor, the red-haired woman, stood alone in a grand room, her expression somber. She appeared lost in thought, her long hair cascading down her back as she walked away from the scene of her conversation. Eleanor continued her walk, her steps measured and deliberate, passing by a fountain in a courtyard. A man, Rick, approached her, his words a subtle inquiry about her demeanor. "Miss Eleanor,
did the conversation not go well? It's unlike you to look upset." Rick's concern was evident as he observed Eleanor from a short distance. Eleanor, seemingly lost in thought, responded to Rick's question by posing another. "Rick, what do you think is the most important thing for a merchant?" Eleanor, her expression thoughtful and pensive, stood amidst a meticulously manicured garden.
She appeared lost in thought, her gaze distant. Rick's words, of course, that would be, hung in the air, unspoken but clearly implied in the thought bubble above his head.
He watched Eleanor with concern. Rick's internal monologue revealed his perception of Eleanor, eyes that are always wary and doubtful of others. His concern deepened. Eleanor's thoughts, doubt, flashed across the panel, a stark contrast to her outward composure.
She reflected on the past. A flashback revealed Eleanor's past success, her internal voice narrating, "That was what drove me to achieve the nicknames Fox of Wealth and Star of the finance world."
Her ambition was clear.
The image shifted to a majestic depiction of Eleanor, adorned in opulent attire, a white fox at her side, surrounded by a swirling vortex of gold coins. Her power and wealth were visually striking. Gold coins rained down, symbolizing her immense fortune. The scene emphasized her past achievements.
Back in the present, Eleanor's pensive expression returned.
The question, "He's actually changed," appeared in a thought bubble, suggesting a shift in her perspective on someone. Eleanor, her face etched with distress, clenched her fists and whispered, "Don't be ridiculous." Her hands trembled, betraying her inner turmoil. As she grappled with a profound doubt.
Could it truly be possible after all this time?
Rick, his expression somber, observed Eleanor from a distance, his thoughts heavy with concern.
He watched her silently, his gaze lingering on her clenched fists.
A young man with silver hair, clad in dark robes, commanded the crowd, "All of you, get out of here." His voice held an edge of urgency, a magical green energy swirling around him.
The onlookers, a mix of startled townsfolk, began to flee in response to his command.
His expression hardened, a grim determination settling on his features as he prepared for something. A wave of dark green energy erupted from him, pushing back against an unseen force. The energy expanded, engulfing several people in its wake as they scrambled to escape. The silver-haired man stood firm, his eyes narrowed, a powerful aura emanating from him. He had successfully erected a magical barrier. Another figure, a young man with dark hair, appeared, observing the barrier with a critical eye.
A barrier magic, huh?
This situation has gotten complicated. The silver-haired man's thoughts turned inward. No matter how money-obsessed Leon is, he mused, a hint of worry in his silent contemplation. Leon mused that it would be impossible for the dark-haired man to keep secret his use of the family's power. The dark-haired man countered that if Leon wanted to negotiate, he should have brought something suitable to the table. Leon, with a smirk, questioned if the dark-haired man was suggesting he should have proposed something. Leon stated that this involved the dark-haired man's family, and he doubted anything could be exchanged for it. Leon and the dark-haired man stood facing each other, a tense atmosphere hanging between them. The dark-haired man remarked that Leon spoke as if he knew him very well. Leon revealed the dark-haired man's name, Leon von Marvas, and stated that his family was one of the top 3 dark families, similar to the Reinhafers. Leon finished by emphasizing that the Marvas family was one of the most influential. The silver-haired man, his expression unreadable, addressed the dark-haired man, "I don't like how you're using past tense." He continued, his voice low and menacing, "You must already know that your family has fallen from what it used to be." The dark-haired man, his face partially obscured by shadow, remained impassive. A faint green aura flickered around him.
The silver-haired man elaborated, revealing a piece of history. I know that those people used territory war to overthrow the patriarch of the Marva's family and took away most of the Marva's territory.
A gruesome scene unfolded, a battlefield littered with the corpses of fallen soldiers, arrows piercing the ground, and the aftermath of a brutal conflict. The image focused on a single, fallen figure, their face obscured by a mask, a victim of the conflict.
The dark-haired man's face was now fully visible, his expression grim and determined. He finally spoke, a question hanging in the air, in consideration of my desire for revenge?
The silver-haired man, his expression revealing and slightly condescending, calmly stated, "No. I don't make moves for such goals." A spectral image of a skull with wings appeared, and a voice boomed, "What I want is the revival of your family."
The dark-haired man, his face calm yet resolute, listened intently.
As the spectral voice continued, explaining its objective, for a young patriarch to be recognized and for your family to once again reach the top of this continent.
The silver-haired man, his smirk widening, questioned, "Isn't that your real objective?"
The dark-haired man, his expression unchanged, simply replied, "Not bad.
It seems you do know me well."
The two men stood facing each other, a palpable tension filling the air as dark and light magic swirled around them. The silver-haired man revealed that he had learned of the dark-haired man's power's connection to his family by chance, and that he believed the dark-haired man's explanation. The dark-haired man, surprised by the lack of further questioning, stated that the silver-haired man had already received the answer he sought. The silver-haired man, observing the dark-haired man's actions, confirmed his understanding that the dark-haired man's primary goal was to learn the extent of his knowledge about the dark-haired man's family and his reasons for intervening in his affairs. The silver-haired man simply stated, "I see." The silver-haired man expressed his satisfaction at having provided the dark-haired man with the information he desired. As the dark-haired man departed, a surge of dark energy accompanied him, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The silver-haired man expressed his gratitude for the dark-haired man's help and promised to repay him in the future. The silver-haired man, his face obscured by shadow, offered a final condition, as long as it doesn't involve money. The dark-haired man, though grateful for the information received, remained cautious. He reassured the older man, "Don't worry, I'm not expecting you to repay it." With a final, cryptic exchange, the dark-haired man departed, leaving the silver-haired man alone in the fading light. The next day arrived, bringing with it a shift in the narrative. The dark-haired man stood before a grand palace, a sense of anticipation evident in his posture.
He murmured, "It's finally here." Inside, a figure with striking white hair awaited him, seated upon a throne of ice.
Nox, serene and content, rested in her light-filled sanctuary, a place of peace and rejuvenation. The moment had arrived, the time to amplify the power of the genius was at hand. A young man with silver hair, dressed in elegant dark attire, stood poised and ready. His violet eyes gleamed with determination as he prepared to act.
A radiant, golden hourglass appeared, its gears intricately designed, surrounded by a celestial glow.
The text "The Hour of the Genius" was displayed, emphasizing the significance of the moment. The intricate clockwork mechanisms continued to spin, radiating an ethereal light. Even among inner lunatics, the genius trait is considered the strongest skill, the narration explained. A golden, clockwork-like object descended, its design echoing the previous panel's imagery.
The narration stated that this could be considered DLC for an inner lunatic.
A young man sat at his computer, seemingly engrossed in his work, oblivious to the events unfolding elsewhere. A celebratory message appeared, announcing the young man's success in completing the Inner Lunatic Challenge 10 times. He had unlocked a hidden trait and a new active skill, Hour of the Genius. A skill usable only when possessing at least 2 genius traits. The young man reflected on his achievement, admitting that initially, he had simply enjoyed the game without realizing the DLC's content. Nox, resting peacefully in her sanctuary, was observed by the young man. He mused that without his earlier decision to purchase the DLC, he would have died several times by now. A shiver ran down his spine as he recalled the near-death experiences. Finally, he expressed his admiration for Nox, praising her exceptional performance in the recent challenge.
Dean accused Nox's family of raising a monster, a statement that left Nox visibly surprised, prompting Nox to retort that Dean had gone too far in his accusations. Nox denied any wrongdoing, her expression unwavering, as a magical aura began to emanate from her feet. A powerful, icy energy surged around Nox, transforming her appearance and enhancing her magical prowess. The others questioned how Nox could have defeated the ice troll so calmly, leaving Nox herself equally perplexed by her own actions. The silver-haired man pondered aloud, is it because the Sword Emperor, Theo von Reinhafer, has bad judgment of character? A swirling vortex of energy appeared, and Nox, now magically transformed, confidently declared, not a chance. Nox, in her new form, casually enjoyed a lollipop, a smirk playing on her lips. The young man, observing Nox's transformation, muttered to himself, damn it, she's suspicious of me. The silver-haired man reflected, well, I guess this much was to be expected since the original Nox was indeed a complete good-for-nothing. However, his expression shifted, a glint in his eyes as he added, however, that's no longer the case. A dark, ornate frame appeared, proclaiming, you are no longer shaken. The silver-haired man and Nox exchanged words. He stated, no matter what kind of person I was in the past, I don't think that should matter to you. Nox agreed, yes, you're right. The silver-haired man observed Nox, his expression a mixture of intrigue and apprehension. He commented on her transformation, stating, your talent has gotten me excited. You've gotten so interesting. Nox, now possessing enhanced abilities and a more confident demeanor, smiled slyly, holding a lollipop. She then declared, that I want to steal you away. The young man, Dean, responded with disapproval, stating, Dean, I don't think that's something that's appropriate to say. I'll act as if I didn't hear that. The silver-haired man, however, seemed to notice something else, stating, moreover, you also followed me from behind after polymorphing yourself. The silver-haired man extended a hand, a subtle gesture that hinted at an underlying power. Nox, her appearance transformed, smirked, a lollipop in hand. You noticed, huh? She remarked. The silver-haired man responded calmly, well, yes. Let's see how much longer you can hide things from me. He reached for a glowing scroll, his movements precise and deliberate. A look of determination etched on his face as he prepared to reveal its contents. The silver-haired man finally obtained the scroll, a satisfied expression crossing his features. This is why I've called you here, he stated. The scroll was identified as a skill-strengthening scroll. The scroll, imbued with potent magical energy, shimmered with an ethereal glow. Nox, radiating confidence, held aloft a skill-strengthening scroll, its golden glow illuminating her features. It'll be able to greatly increase the efficiency of one of your abilities, she explained, her tone playful yet knowing. Adding, with a slight smirk, it's a really precious item. The silver-haired man, observing Nox with a calm demeanor, considered the scroll. He had never encountered such an item before. All right. Take it, he conceded, his voice even and measured. The silver-haired man turned his back, seemingly unconcerned. But his eyes narrowed slightly as he subtly retrieved the scroll from his pocket, a flicker of determination in his gaze. He held the scroll tightly in his hand. A surge of purple energy enveloped the scroll as the silver-haired man gripped it, his expression hardening. He seemed to be absorbing its power. Nox, now casually enjoying a lollipop, watched the silver-haired man with amusement. Her transformation complete, she seemed content to observe his reaction. The silver-haired man, after absorbing the scroll's energy, experienced a moment of surprise. What was that slight shock? Did I imagine it? He wondered, a hint of confusion clouding his features. The silver-haired man, anticipating what was to come, expressed his excitement. Nox presented him with a skill-strengthening scroll. The scroll glowed with an ethereal light, revealing its properties, a supreme-grade consumable artifact that could increase the effects of a skill by 1.5 times. The system confirmed the acquisition of the artifact and prompted the silver-haired man to use it. He readily agreed. and absorbed the scroll's power, a surge of energy enveloping him. The silver-haired man was presented with a choice, to select a skill to be strengthened using the artifact. He made his selection. And the artifact's power surged forth, enveloping him in radiant energy, transforming his very being as he absorbed its essence. The system message confirmed, his skill had been enhanced, and he had obtained that Hour of the Genius Plus buff. The system further noted that acquiring the artifact at an early stage granted additional effects. A wave of golden light washed over him, signifying the additional effects. A brilliant golden light engulfed the silver-haired man as he absorbed the skill-strengthening scroll. A system message appeared, proclaiming, "Your skill effect has increased by 2 times." The golden light intensified, swirling around him like a celestial clockwork mechanism. Another system message followed, "The active duration of the Hour of Genius has been modified to 10 minutes. The silver-haired man smirked, pleased with the outcome. The silver-haired man's enhanced power radiated outwards, a subtle glow emanating from his form. He mused to himself, "That Hour of Genius is a skill that's very hard to strengthen, it's overpowered to begin with, so there aren't many ways to make it stronger." He continued, "One of those ways, however, is by using this scroll." The scroll glowed faintly, hinting at its potent magic. A final thought crossed his mind, to be able to get this artifact at such an early stage is the best harvest I could get. Nox, confident and playful, inquired of the silver-haired man, "Did you get the results you wanted?" The silver-haired man, internally conflicted, responded that he couldn't get any more involved with her than he already had, affirming with a simple, "yes." He stated his intention to leave if there was nothing else, prompting Nox to dismiss him with the comment that he must be tired from rescuing his fellow student during the test. As the silver-haired man departed, a subtle shift in his demeanor was noticeable. A realization dawning on him that further concealment was pointless. The silver-haired man, his expression one of mild distress, admitted, "Yes, it just happened somehow." He then pleaded with Nox, "Please ignore it. I don't want to attract the attention of the academy." Nox, seated regally on an ornate throne, responded reassuringly, "Sure. Don't worry about it, go back and rest." The silver-haired man, deeply grateful, expressed his sincere thanks for her generosity. Before Nox added a final thought, "I sincerely thank you for your generous heart." As the silver-haired man departed, Nox's expression shifted. She muttered to herself, "Nox von Rainhafer, he's a dangerous one." He resolved to proceed cautiously, whispering, "I'll have to be careful for the time being." Nox, a young woman with striking white hair, sat calmly, a lollipop in hand. She observed the silver-haired man with a hint of amusement, her thoughts focused on his potential. Nox sat before a large, crystalline structure, a magical circle glowing faintly beneath her. She seemed pleased with the progress of her plan, a subtle smile playing on her lips as she posed a rhetorical question to the unseen silver-haired man, "Don't you agree?" A professor, addressing a classroom of students, explained that to master magic, one must understand the properties and traits of each element. A student, reflecting on the lesson, noted that the basic magic of the Empire was never detailed in the original story. However, the student emphasized that the class itself wasn't the most important aspect. The narrative highlighted that Professor Ras von Celestia, a 35-year-old human with Earth as his main element, would play a crucial role in the unfolding chapter. A character's stats were displayed: stamina, 12, mana, 18, luck, 3, will, 21, charm, 19. Their skills were also shown: passive skill, fountain of knowledge, active skills, earth summon, heat discharge, basic northern swordsmanship, etc. A student commented that the character wasn't very strong, but it was good to know this information in advance. Professor Ras von Celestia observed that it was impressive that he was able to become an academy professor with those abilities. He then announced the start of the lesson. Another student noted that the character was already acting proud and looking down on his fellow students, wondering what kind of incredible talent he possessed. A student commented on Dean Noah's stubbornness. An illustration showed 4 elemental symbols: wind, water, fire, and lightning. Professor Ras von Celestia cleared his throat and explained that every human on the continent possesses elemental mana, not just the students of their academy. Professor Ras von Celestia addressed his class, stating, "Today, we'll find out what element you have and how to manifest it." A female student, seemingly surprised, questioned, "Cadet Knox von Reinhafer?" Knox, the cadet in question, simply replied, "Yes." The professor continued the lesson, prompting Knox and the class with the question, "Do you know what element you have?" Knox, after a moment of contemplation, answered, "Darkness." Another student inquired about the characteristics of this element. Professor von Celestia explained that unlike the four main elements, darkness is corrupted and doesn't mix well with others. However, it possesses considerable destructive power compared to other elements, making it notoriously difficult to control. Only a select few individuals or families can properly wield it. Knox, his dark eyes blazing, channeled his power, a swirling vortex of emerald green energy erupting from his hands. The potent darkness element manifesting as a tempestuous storm around him. In the classroom, Professor Ras von Celestia posed a question to his students: "What's the opposing element to it?" He answered his own question: divinity. The professor continued, "If divinity and darkness clash, which do you think would come out on top?" A student confidently replied, "Divinity would." Professor Ras von Celestia, a man of discerning eyes and a sharp mind, observed Knox intently. His gaze lingered on the young man's features, a subtle question forming in his thoughts. He mused aloud, "People don't usually speak ill of their own family's element. I guess you're a special one, aren't you?" The professor continued his line of questioning, adding, "I'll ask you just one more question then." Professor Ras von Celestia posed a hypothetical scenario, his voice carrying a weight of expectation. "If you were to fight with someone with divine mana, what would you do?" His pointed finger emphasized the gravity of the question. Knox, his expression hardening, responded without hesitation. "Well, while that person was still unaware," he began, a glint of darkness in his eyes. He continued, his voice low and chilling, "I'd kill that person. I'd make sure of the kill so that it wouldn't create any future troubles for me." Knox sat calmly, his hands clasped before him, a picture of composure. His expression was carefully neutral, betraying nothing of his inner thoughts. Meanwhile, three figures stood behind him, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. Their eyes darted around, clearly disturbed by something they had just witnessed. One of them, a man with a mustache, stammered in disbelief, his words barely audible. The weight of the recent revelation hung heavy in the air. Another, a woman with shoulder-length brown hair, whispered a similar sentiment, her voice filled with a mixture of fear and confusion. The implications of Knox's actions were far-reaching. The silver-haired man, observing from a distance, smirked slightly, his eyes gleaming with amusement. He seemed to find the situation highly entertaining. A young man with short, dark hair sat on a bed in a well-appointed room, surrounded by weaponry and shields. He appeared to be in pain, clutching his mouth. A small, brown hat lay discarded nearby. He coughed, a pained expression on his face. A piece of what looked like a broken sword protruded from his mouth. He groaned in agony. Knox braced himself, his arm already bandaged, and injected himself with a dark red substance. A sharp pain shot through him, causing him to cough violently. He gritted his teeth, enduring the agony. The syringe lay empty on the floor, its contents now coursing through Knox's veins. A wave of exhaustion washed over him as he gasped for air. The dark veins spread across his body, a chilling transformation underway. He discarded the syringe, his body now marked with the dark veins. Knox looked at his reflection, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he gazed at the dark, spreading veins across his chest. Knox, his body already bearing the marks of a prior transformation, stood before a rack of swords. He was shirtless, his musculature clearly defined. A grim determination etched on his face. He muttered to himself, "Now. I just have to put in a bit more effort and I'll be able to become a real demon." The transformation continued, his skin cracking and bleeding as dark veins spread across his body. He confirmed the process, stating, "Yes, it's like you said, hast den effort."
A shadowy figure, vaguely demonic in appearance, loomed behind him.
The voice of the entity echoed, "You'll be able to become a real demon instead of a mere human."
The transformation completed, leaving Nox fully changed, his back now marked with dark, branching veins that resembled the limbs of a tree. Nox's transformation continued, his body contorting and reforming as he was told he would no longer need sleep and would become a demon surpassing human limits.
A process he silently accepted with a simple thank you.
His resolve hardened, he vowed to do everything in his power to revive someone, the image of whom fueled his transformation. The fiery energy engulfing him as he completed his metamorphosis. The transformation was complete, Nox was now a fully realized demon. While an individual remained unaware, a figure in a royal blue uniform sat at a large desk in a grand hall, addressing the situation.
He stated that students sat at desks in a large lecture hall, seemingly engrossed in their studies.
The architecture of the hall was ornate and grand. Another individual, with short, gray hair, smirked, stating that he would kill the person to prevent future problems. He believed it was necessary to eliminate the root of the problem before it could cause further issues. A royal figure, seated at a large desk, expressed surprise.
"I wasn't expecting such an answer."
The gray-haired individual, Nox von Reinhafer, calmly responded, apologizing for any inconvenience but maintaining that his method was the most efficient. He explained his actions were simply the most efficient way of handling things. His unwavering gaze and upright posture spoke volumes. The observer noted his shoulders remained unbent, a stark contrast to the others present. Another individual reflected on Nox's words, concluding that he truly meant what he said. This person began to understand why Dean Noah showed such interest in Nox. However, a shift in the scene indicated a change of plans. The gray-haired individual instructed his assistant to prepare something immediately. The royal figure, clearly surprised by this sudden command, questioned the instruction with a simple, "Pardon?" A royal figure, surprised and questioning, was informed that preparations for a magic adequacy test were underway. Meanwhile, Nox von Reinhafer, calm and plotting, sat before a council, his assistant diligently following his orders. The proverb, "In order to obtain a sharp sword, it must be tempered thousands of times," appeared on the page, hinting at a deeper meaning.
Nox von Reinhafer stroked his mustache, a thoughtful expression on his face.
As a group of uniformed individuals assembled in a grand hall, awaiting the arrival of a mysterious object, carried on a stretcher by an attendant. A young man, among the uniformed group, watched with a concerned expression. As the cloth covering the stretcher was removed, revealing something that caused him to exclaim, "That's."
Two uniformed figures, a woman and a man, stood with expressions of shock and disbelief.
As a regal-looking man explained that the creatures they were about to face were low-ranking demons provided by the association.
A detail that was further clarified by another man in a similar uniform, revealing the creatures to be imps, small, caged demons, causing a young man to exclaim in surprise at the sight of the caged demon. While the regal-looking man reassured everyone that, despite their aggressive nature, the imps posed little threat due to their low health and were easily killable by the cadets. A cart carrying several cages of imps was shown, and the regal-looking man addressed a group of cadets. A female cadet expressed concern that this was only the first class, hinting at the increasing difficulty of future encounters. An unnamed royal figure addressed the assembled cadets of the Eldian Academy, reminding them of their elite status and urging them to maintain focus. The royal figure continued, explaining that their ultimate goal was not merely to become knights or mages, but to subjugate all demons in the world. This would require them to confront beings known as imps, about which little is currently known. A young man, among the cadets, reacted with a look of surprise and slight apprehension to this revelation. A female cadet expressed concern, her face reflecting worry about the challenges ahead. The royal figure elaborated, explaining that the cadets would need to channel their mana into a caged imp to subdue it. The two cadets exchanged worried glances, clearly apprehensive about the task ahead.
A young man in a dark uniform stood before a golden cage, a small, red, demonic creature visible within. He had his arms crossed, a thoughtful expression on his face. Force a demon into submission, huh? He mused, a hint of skepticism in his tone. Why does something feel out of place? A caption box appeared, stating, based on the original storyline, this lesson should only take place in the second year. The young man's apprehension grew. Another caption box appeared, something's off. A second caption box provided instructions, after you condense mana into your palm, let it flow into your target. Two instructors observed the cadets. One announced, the test will end in 15 minutes. One of the instructors checked his pocket watch, a look of concern etched on his face. No matter how incredible the Reinhafers are, there's no way they'd expect to see an imp in the first lesson, he thought, his eyes widening in disbelief. A new student would definitely fall for the deception of the imp and end up drooling uncontrollably, the instructor concluded, a smirk playing on his lips. An instructor, addressing a young man named Reinhafer, declared, I'll teach you how things work here. The instructor presented a small, ornate birdcage containing a small, red, demonic creature. The creature's eyes glowed menacingly. A second instructor, witnessing the scene, muttered, What is this? His apprehension grew as he watched the creature struggle within the cage. The first instructor continued to observe Reinhafer's reaction to the unusual test subject, a small, caged imp. Meanwhile, a third instructor, Emma, was visibly distressed, stating, I won't do it again. A young man, observing the scene, commented to a companion, Ugh, something feels strange. Two instructors presented caged imps to their students. One imp seemed to be enjoying itself, while the other trembled. Emma, distressed by the sight of the trembling imp, expressed her reluctance to continue the test, stating that she felt her consciousness fading. Meanwhile, another student, apologetically, questioned the nature of the test, asking if it was possible to change his assigned imp. Reinhafer, observing the scene, noted the strange atmosphere and the unusual behavior of the imps. One of the instructors responded that the imp was already trembling in fear, despite no action having been taken. A sudden, sharp sound echoed through the room, causing a young man to wince in pain. The sound seemed to have originated from the imps, causing a ripple of concern among the students and instructors. Another instructor, disturbed by the noise, questioned who would dare make such a sound in the sacred classroom. Reinhafer, observing the scene with growing concern, watched as one of the instructors reacted to a student's question about the imps. Another instructor, disturbed by a strange sound, questioned its origin. While Emma, distressed and apprehensive, voiced her reluctance to continue the test. The young man beside her winced, clearly pained by the unsettling sounds. The instructor, noticing Reinhafer's keen observation, exclaimed, Ha! He seemed surprised. The instructor then addressed Reinhafer directly, questioning his ability to control the imps. Hey! Nox? How did you force that imp into submission? Reinhafer responded calmly, Wait, I just said that I haven't done anything yet. But the instructor, seemingly impressed despite Reinhafer's denial, continued, I can't help but feel foolish for not noticing that great talent within you. He then declared, Incredible. I'll give you a chance. Instructor 1, brimming with excitement, offered Reinhafer a unique opportunity. I'll give you the chance to become the best student. Reinhafer, taken aback by the unexpected praise and offer, could only stare in stunned silence. His internal monologue reflected his confusion, the best student. This is what I think it is, right? Meanwhile, Reinhafer's thoughts drifted to a scene of two office workers, likely his instructors, discussing his case. He mused, the kind of thing in dramas that you must never do, being an assistant. His apprehension was palpable as he considered the implications of the offer. News of the offer spread amongst the other students. One young man expressed his envy, I'm so jealous. He gets to become Professor Ra's best student? Another student observed, he has to accept. But Reinhafer, firm in his resolve, rejected the offer outright. I refuse. Instructor 1 questioned Reinhafer, it's being the best student in name, but isn't it just being a slave? Rainhafer, standing before Instructor 1, remained resolute. Instructor 1's offer to become the academy's top student was met with stunned silence from the observing students. As Instructor 1's expression shifted to one of disbelief and anger. His offer had been rejected. The intensity of the moment was palpable, the silence broken only by the sound of Instructor 1's sharp intake of breath. Instructor 1, visibly agitated, turned to leave, his cape billowing behind him. As other instructors and students reacted with shock and confusion to Rainhafer's bold refusal.
"What do you think you're saying?"
Meanwhile, Emma was not present, but other students reacted with a mixture of shock and envy. One young man, in particular, was visibly envious of Rainhafer's defiance. Two female students, one with red hair and the other with blonde hair, watched the unfolding events with a mixture of disbelief and concern, their expressions reflecting the tension in the room. A female student, her face partially obscured, whispered to a companion, expressing disbelief that Rainhafer was the only one standing normally. A pink-haired student, clearly agitated, demanded to know Rainhafer's identity, her words laced with suspicion and a hint of fear. The scene shifted to Rainhafer, his expression stoic and calm, standing tall amidst the chaos. His name was spoken aloud, confirming his presence. A young man with silver hair, impeccably dressed in a dark academic uniform, stood calmly. His expression was one of quiet defiance. The text above him read, "Definitely talented. What more is needed?" A man with purple hair and a prominent mustache appeared, his gaze sharp and suspicious. Another student whispered that the young man's talent was recognized as the best by one of the four sages. The purple-haired man, however, remained unconvinced, stating that he needed to see the young man's abilities with his own eyes. He then addressed the young man, his tone sharp, "You and your obnoxious attitude, hey! Wait for me." The camera focused on the young man's attire, highlighting the details of his refined uniform. The purple-haired man's expression shifted to one of disbelief and outrage as he exclaimed, "Refuse?" Finally, a close-up on the purple-haired man showed his confusion and a whispered, "Why?" The purple-haired man, his face contorted in disbelief, confronted Rainhafer. He sputtered, his outrage evident. Pointing an accusing finger as he declared Rainhafer to be the biggest authority on magic education, a fact confirmed by a nearby female student in a hushed whisper. The student lamented that Rainhafer had thrown away a golden opportunity, a sentiment echoed by others nearby. They scornfully labeled him a good-for-nothing of the Rainhafer family, highlighting his rejection of a privileged position. Further emphasizing that individuals like him should not be permitted to remain. Rainhafer, unmoved by their accusations, simply stated that their words would not change his mind. Meanwhile, a red-haired woman, Eleanor, appeared visibly stressed, complaining about the mounting problems around her. Rainhafer, overwhelmed by the situation, placed a hand to his forehead, clearly exasperated. A student approached Professor Rass with a question, inquiring why Rainhafer was being given a chance. The student pointed out that many other students were more outstanding than Rainhafer, and emphasized Rainhafer's reliance on magic. Another student suggested that the princess and Echidna were also worthy of consideration for the top student position. Rainhafer, upon hearing this, muttered the word asshole. A nearby student observed Rainhafer's actions, noting his attempts to ingratiate himself with influential figures, and concluded that Rainhafer was a smart asshole, someone who knew how to play the game. The scene opens with a statement, "The professor is the one that decides who is the right person." A purple-haired man, presumably a professor, clears his throat, seemingly preparing to address a group of students. A group of students, dressed in uniform, listen attentively. Their expressions suggest skepticism and some concern regarding a recent decision. The professor continues, acknowledging the potential for bias in his judgment, stating that some may not be convinced by his explanation. He declares his intention to set the record straight, emphasizing his decision to choose a particular student as his top student. The professor's face is shown in close-up, his expression serious and determined as he prepares to justify his choice. The scene shifts to show the professor and a young man with silver hair, the implication being that the young man is the top student in question. The silver-haired young man, defiant, retorted, "Crazy bastard, I told you I'm not doing it." The purple-haired professor, undeterred, began his explanation, start with how he subdued the imp's mana. Several students observed from behind, their backs to the viewer. The scene shifted to an exterior view of a grand building. The silver-haired young man continued, "A summary of Ra's opinion would be something like this." He explained, "Number 1, I don't know why, but I was able to subdue the imp quickly." A caged imp, small but menacing, was shown, its fiery eyes glaring. He added, "While it might be a low-ranked demon, it's not easy to do, so it's not surprising that." Ras, the top student, stood enveloped in a swirling vortex of blue energy, a crystalline shard clutched in his hand. A testament to his exceptional mana sensitivity genius, as the text above him proclaimed. The silver-haired young man, Nox, observed from the sidelines, his expression unreadable. The purple-haired man, a seasoned magic instructor, explained that Ras's prodigious talent was evident. Someone with his experience could easily discern who possessed magical aptitude and who did not. The purple-haired man continued, asserting that it was only fair for Nox to become his top student. Nox, however, remained resolute in his refusal, reiterating his unwillingness to accept the position. The purple-haired man approached Nox, urging him to reconsider his decision to forego the top student position, pointing out that Nox was rushing his judgment. And then, with a slight smirk, he subtly wiped his mouth, adding a curt remark about Nox's saliva. The purple-haired man continued, explaining that a more suitable candidate existed, and politely requested Nox to relinquish his claim to the top spot. The purple-haired man's expression shifted to one of surprise and concern as he called out Nox's name. Rainhafer, unnamed female student 1, and other students observed the unfolding scene. Meanwhile, Eleanor and Ras were not present in this scene. Two female students, one with pink hair and the other with blonde, discussed Nox von Rainhafer. The pink-haired student remarked that he seemed different from what she'd heard, offering a quick apology. The pink-haired student admitted her information gathering was lacking, while the blonde student, Echidna, stated that she was simply curious about him. Echidna's curiosity about Nox deepened, her expression thoughtful. The name Nox von Rainhafer appeared on screen, introducing the character. Echidna pondered Nox's potential future, wondering if he would become a light to the imperial family. Echidna's expression remained serious and contemplative as she clenched her fist. A thought bubble appeared, containing the words, "or a dark cloud that hovers over us." A young man with silver hair, dressed in a dark uniform, let out a sigh of relief in a grand hallway. He exclaimed, "Phew." The young man pondered, "Why is Ras suddenly acting like that? He was looking at me like I was some food covered in honey or something." He grimaced, a look of disgust on his face, muttering bleh. The young man exclaimed in frustration, "Why aren't there any normal characters in Inner Lunatic?" He continued, more calmly this time, "But I've managed to get him off me, so I should be able to live in peace for now." The young man looked apprehensive, his expression a mix of relief and unease. The final panel showed a dark, starlit sky filled with clouds. The camera pans across the exterior of a grand, imposing building at night. The architecture is reminiscent of a European-style academy, its many windows glowing warmly against the dark sky. Inside, a young man with silver hair sits pensively, a question forming in his mind: did something bad happen in the academy? He answers his own question with a grim confirmation: yeah, something horrifying. The narration continues, detailing the extent of the unsettling events: the corridor, the classroom, the canteen. A scene unfolds showing a group of students in a classroom. A teacher with a purple mustache whispers to a stern-looking student in a dark uniform, "Become my top student." The same scene continues in the canteen. The teacher repeats his proposition, "Become my top student." The silver-haired young man is shown alone in a restroom. A single word escapes his lips: Nox. The teacher, leaning from behind a door, presses his offer once more: "Will you become my top student?" Even in the restroom, the atmosphere was tense. Three men in uniform stood before sinks, their expressions serious. One of them, a blond man, turned to face another, his movements precise and deliberate.
Professor Rass approached Knox, a young man with silver hair, in the restroom, making a proposition. Knox, are you done considering?
Become my top student.
Knox reacted with anger, shouting, please stop it, you crazy bastard. Professor Rass, unfazed, chuckled, I like how you're rough with your words. I like it.
Later, Knox recounted the event to himself. That bastard Professor Rass kept asking me to become his top student. He continued his internal monologue, mentioning a term that shouldn't be associated with the professor's name.
A maid, observing Knox's distress, questioned him, but, by Professor Rass, are you referring to the person known to be the best in magic theory?
The maid nodded, her gaze fixed on a particular book within a collection on a low table. She pondered aloud, finding it odd that Professor Rass, whom others considered a good professor, would act as he had. Her internal monologue continued, acknowledging that he was generally a decent person, but still questioning his recent behavior. Meanwhile, the unnamed male student sat alone, deep in thought, his expression troubled. A dark, stylized text box appeared, listing negative personality traits: obsessive, paranoid, traumatized, weak-minded, and cold-hearted. These were attributed to him. The maid and the student were shown together again, the maid's expression suggesting she understood the source of the professor's unusual actions. The problem, she surmised, lay in his personality traits. Guards confronted a figure, shouting, "Stop him!
Don't let him get to the room!"
A bloody sword lay on the floor, evidence of a recent struggle.
As Master Garin, wounded but resolute, stood amidst a purple aura,
his sword dripping with blood. He advanced, seemingly unfazed by his injuries.
Another guard urged his comrades, "Everyone, stop him! Did you not hear what the patriarch said? He told us to not let Master Garin into the room." Master Garin, wounded but resolute, muttered, "That's so harsh."
His voice was low, but his eyes burned with defiance.
A dark, swirling energy emanating from him as he continued his advance.
The purple energy pulsed around him, a stark contrast to the opulent, yet decaying, room. Guards, their faces etched with worry, tried desperately to halt his progress. But Garin, seemingly oblivious to their pleas, pressed onward, his gaze fixed on his destination. A cruel smirk playing on his lips as he whispered, "That's not how a father should treat his son, is it?" The scene shifted to a grand study, where two older men, impeccably dressed, awaited Master Garin's arrival. One, with sharp features and a stern expression, stood, the other, seated behind a large desk, observed with a calculating gaze.
Master Garin, wounded but resolute, strode into the Rienhafer's mansion, ignoring the increasingly anxious guards who tried to stop him.
One of the guards, paralyzed by an unseen force, muttered in disbelief, "I can't even move."
Another guard, observing Garin's power, whispered to his colleague, "Master Garin has gotten even stronger in that short time." Garin reached the two older men, who had been awaiting his arrival.
One of them, addressing Garin, stated, "Garin, I never thought you'd come back to the Rienhafers again."
Garin responded simply, "What reasons do I need to come back to my own home, Father?" Garin's defiant expression, marred by wounds, conveyed his unwavering resolve. The older man, his eyes narrowed, questioned, "Is this place your home?" Garin's determined gaze remained fixed, leaving the question unanswered for now. Master Garin, wounded but defiant, stood before his father and two older men within the Rienhafer's mansion.
He stated, "I'm sure I told you already.
It's time to give up." His father retorted, "There's not much time left, is there?"
Garin, unfazed, simply replied that it was none of his father's business.
Garin's father then warned him that a lurking demon would rise when he became weak and devour everything in its sight.
The image showed Garin's father seated on a throne-like chair, surrounded by shadowy, demonic eyes, emphasizing the gravity of the threat. The demonic presence seemed to reach out, clawing at Garin's father's form.
Garin's father, seemingly unperturbed, stated that it sounded like Garin wanted that to happen.
Garin, with a confident smirk, declared his intentions, stating that his business there was simple.
Garin's father, his face etched with worry, demanded, "Where did you hide that sword?
Master Garen, wounded but defiant, stood before his father and the two older men, his expression grim. His father's eyes narrowed, his apprehension growing as he sensed the power emanating from his son.
The tension in the room thickened as Garen's father recognized the ominous aura surrounding his son.
He realized it was the first patriarch's sword, a weapon of immense power and potential danger. Garen's face, streaked with blood, held a resolute expression as his father's question hung heavy in the air. The question was repeated, this time more forcefully, "Where did you hide Stormbringer?" A swirling vortex of dark energy surrounded Master Garen as he stood, his back to the viewer. The words, "the first patriarch's sword," appeared in a speech bubble above him. A dramatic visual representation of the power emanating from him. Garen's father, cloaked in shadow, questioned him, demanding to know where he had hidden Stormbringer, the sword of Jean von Rainhafer. Stormbringer, a dark and imposing blade, materialized from the shadows, its ominous presence filling the panel.
The sword's ethereal glow intensified, highlighting its intricate details.
The scene emphasized the weapon's power and mystery. Garen's father, his face partially visible, reacted with a mixture of shock and anger. He rebuked Garen for even mentioning the name of the first patriarch, Jean von Rainhafer, deeming it an act of extreme disrespect.
Garen's father, seated at a grand table, expressed his disapproval.
His expression conveyed a sense of deep concern and apprehension.
Garen's father continued his reprimand, stating that such actions were unbecoming of a noble.
His words highlighted the societal expectations and pressures placed upon Garen.
Garen's father, a stern and imposing figure, declared, "I know what truly matters."
His words hung heavy in the opulent study, a stark contrast to the casual demeanor of his son.
Garen's father continued, "If you know what truly matters so well, then why did you leave that woman to die?"
The question was sharp, laced with both anger and a deep sense of betrayal.
Garen's father's face was contorted in fury. He exclaimed, "No! That woman mustn't be brought up in front of the patriarch." Two older men, witnesses to the escalating confrontation, exchanged worried glances. One of them asked, "Did you just say that woman?" Garen's father's voice was low and dangerous.
He stated, "You've truly disrespected your mother with that." Garen, defiant despite his father's anger, responded, "My mother is Priscilla von Orel.
She's my only mother."
The image shifted to show Priscilla, seemingly unaware of the conflict, sitting regally in a gilded chair.
A voice, presumably Garen's father's, stated, "That woman is your mistake."
The narrative continued with a statement emphasizing Priscilla von Orel's tenuous position within the Rainhafer family. She was merely a guest.
Garen's father turned away, his back to his son, his expression unreadable.
Garen addressed his father, his voice strained, calling out, "Father." Garen's father, his face grim, coldly commanded Garen to leave, saying, "I said, get out." Garen's father, despite his anger, revealed his reluctance to harm his own son, stating, "I do not wish to cut off my own son's head." The father's internal struggle was evident, his clenched fists and the dark, swirling energy around him betrayed his suppressed rage.
Garen, defiant, warned his father, "You'll regret this."
One of the older men, observing the scene, offered a prediction, "Soon enough, you'll understand."
Garen's father, the patriarch, sat at his large desk, his expression grim.
He reflected on the sacrifices made for his son. And the text above him read, "Is prepared for my sake." The weight of his decision pressed heavily upon him. Garen, his clothes stained with blood, stood in the hallway, his hand gripping his sword. He had just defied his father's order to leave. And the consequences of his actions were clear. His father's internal conflict was evident. One of the older men approached the patriarch, concerned. He asked, "Patriarch, are you all right?" The patriarch, visibly shaken, replied, "I slipped up. I showed you an unsightly side of me." Garen, despite his defiance, remained loyal. He pleaded, "Please don't say that. I'm someone who swore my eternal fealty to the Rainhafer family." The other older man spoke, his words laced with concern. He warned, "But, if the world knows that Master Garen is working with a demon, I'm worried that things will get dangerous."
Garen's father sat alone, lost in thought.
A single word escaped his lips, barely a whisper: a new successor. One of his advisors entered, a letter in hand. "Yes," he stated, "it so happens that we just received some good news through a letter."
The advisor continued, "Master Knox is the top student of this time's Eldian admission test." The father, intrigued, asked, "Is that true?" "From what I remember," the advisor replied, "the new dean of Eldian Academy is." The advisor revealed the name, Noah von Trinity. An image of Noah, radiant and powerful, appeared, surrounded by a mystical aura.
The advisor continued, "One of the four sages has acknowledged Master Knox's potential."
Another advisor presented a scroll, its contents unseen, adding to the air of mystery and anticipation.
The scroll remained unopened, leaving the full extent of its contents unknown. Garen's father, a man of discerning eyes and shrewd judgment, pondered the implications of the news. His gaze fell upon a document, the name Knox von Reinhafer clearly visible. A name that sparked a flicker of hope within him. He mused that while Knox's growth might still be insufficient, the potential was undeniable. He held a scroll, a symbol of authority and expectation. His thoughts turning to the future and the possibility of a worthy successor. If Knox truly possessed the talent they had witnessed, then he possessed immense potential.
The scene shifted to show a dynamic action sequence. Knox, agile and powerful, moved with practiced ease.
His movements a blur as he effortlessly navigated a challenging obstacle course.
The implication was clear: he was exceptionally gifted.
And his future seemed bright.
Garen's father, observing from afar, considered the long-term implications. Eventually,
he concluded that Master Knox might very well end up in a position of significant power. Garen's father, a man of considerable stature and bearing, extended an offer to Master Knox. "Become my apprentice," he stated, his tone suggesting a weight of expectation. Knox, however, remained unmoved.
"I don't want to."
His response was curt, reflecting his disinterest. Undeterred, Garen's father continued his pitch, outlining the considerable benefits. "I'll provide a lot of supporting funds. You could graduate from Eldian Academy without having to pay for anything," he emphasized, highlighting the financial advantages. Knox, however, countered with his own perspective.
"I have tons of money. Don't you know that I'm from the Reinhafer family?" Garen's father pressed on, mentioning the additional perks, along with immense fame. But Knox remained resolute in his rejection. "What use is fame for a good-for-nothing? That's just a luxury that I don't need." Master Knox sighed, his ears ringing from Garen's father's persistent attempts to recruit him as an apprentice. His expression remained unchanged, a mask of quiet contemplation. His maid, noticing his discomfort, spoke up, suggesting that he at least consider his father's offer given his sincerity. Master Knox, however, remained unconvinced. He had investigated Professor Rass, and this behavior was unusual for him. The maid continued, explaining that Professor Rass was known for helping weaker students. Master Knox finally conceded, acknowledging that while Professor Rass's behavior was unusual, he would eventually provide what Knox lacked. A small, almost imperceptible smile played on his lips as he chuckled softly to himself. "Yes, I did think he was a little strange. Although you did explain yesterday. Honestly, I still don't understand. Why would a professor as good as you want me to be your apprentice?" "Because you're outstanding." "Me and not the other outstanding students?" "Sometime?" "You must have heard a lot about what a good-for-nothing I am." Garen, still reeling from Master Knox's unexpected apprenticeship offer, could only utter, "What?" Master Knox, a calm smile playing on his lips, steepled his fingers and replied, "That means I have nothing but time." Master Knox chuckled, "You got me good." He continued, "In that case, will you please listen to a long story of mine? You'll enjoy the tea I've prepared. It's the best herbal tea that I bought from the rival merchantry." Garen, though still perplexed, agreed, "I'll listen." Master Knox poured tea,
explaining, "The reason why I need you, an outstanding apprentice, is so that I can complete my research."
Garen questioned, "Your research?" Master Nox confirmed, "Yes. In order to obtain someone weak who can't use mana."
Master Nox, his expression grave, explained to Garen, "That is why I need you." He continued, revealing a deeper sorrow, "Because I no longer wish to see anyone die while too powerless to even struggle." A poignant image flashed before his eyes, a reflection of his own past trauma. He added, with a heavy sigh, "Just like how my son died." Master Nox's gaze fell upon Garen, his words laced with a hint of desperation.
He confessed, "The behind stories each character that I didn't know while I played through Inner Lunatic."
He paused, lost in thought, before continuing, "In this world, there would always be an abrupt new situation that would appear." Master Nox's explanation continued, revealing a personal history. "I was born in the family of Viscount Celestia as the first son, and I had led the family." Master Nox, a man of distinguished appearance in a dark military-style uniform, stood before a grand building. He reflected on his past, stating that despite lacking practical skills, his theoretical prowess secured him a professorship at Eldian Academy. A position he achieved despite consistently poor practical results and the disdain of his peers. His academic success, however impressive, couldn't overcome the contempt they held for him. He channeled his insecurities into his research, a relentless pursuit that ultimately defined him. Through persistent hard work, Master Nox not only maintained his position as a professor, but also found happiness in marriage. Yet, even these achievements failed to earn him genuine recognition. His accomplishments remained unacknowledged, with his research and theses published under another's name, perpetuating the cycle of disrespect. Despite the hardships he faced, Master Nox found happiness in his family life. He and his wife had a son. Their son grew up and gained admission to the prestigious Eldian Academy, successfully overcoming all challenges and graduating. The son expressed his pride in his father, stating, "Father, I'll work hard so that people will be able to speak highly of you." Master Nox was overjoyed by this declaration. His son joined the Emperor's elite squad, bravely fighting at the forefront of the battlefield against a dragon attack. The scene depicts a fierce battle, with soldiers defending against a relentless dragon assault. Master Nox's ambition was clear: victory on the battlefield, to elevate his family's standing and his own reputation. But that ambition was cruelly shattered. His son, a valiant warrior, had perished early in the conflict. The young man fell victim to a single, magically imbued arrow. A swift, decisive end to a life full of promise. This devastating loss fueled Master Nox's obsessive research. Surrounded by the fallen soldiers, his son lay amongst the carnage, a stark reminder of war's brutal reality. The scene depicted the grim aftermath of battle, highlighting the devastating cost of war. A young man with silver hair sat alone, his expression conveying a profound sense of loss and the weight of unspoken grief. He deemed this story insignificant. The narrative opens with a statement: "In the merciless world of Inner Lunatic, there are hundreds more of such stories. But, I wonder why." A young man with silver hair and violet eyes is shown, his expression serious and contemplative. He reflects on the image of a professor he saw on a monitor, noting that the professor's appearance now seems different. The scene shifts to show a tea table set for two, suggesting a meeting or a moment of quiet reflection. The young man observes, "They seem different." The young man continues his internal monologue, stating, "I think I'm able to understand the depth of his loneliness just a little." The scene shows the back of a person, possibly the professor, standing by a window. The young man speaks to another individual, stating, "There's someone better suited for this than I am." Master Nox, his expression contemplative, offered a hand, palm open, as if presenting something unseen. A professor, his face etched with worry, observed Master Nox's gesture. He then stated that Master Nox was the person the professor truly needed at that moment. Master Nox departed, leaving the professor alone. He was expected back at the next lesson. The professor, his back to the viewer, stood before a framed portrait, gazing at the image of a younger man with similar features. A striking resemblance that caught his attention.
The professor, now alone in his study, pondered the uncanny resemblance between the man in the portrait and Master Knox. He noted the resemblance between them, a quiet observation that hinted at a deeper connection. The imposing Rainhafer family mansion stood against the twilight sky.
Inside, a maid relayed grim news to Master Garin. Upon his return, catastrophic events had unfolded. The maid, visibly distressed, explained that several bodyguard knights had already perished. The cause? The return of Master Garin von Rainhafer to the family. Garin, upon hearing this, showed a look of grave concern. The name Garin von Rainhafer hung heavy in the air.
The first Crown Prince, Louis, is introduced. He is described as the #1 bad ending maker and an inner lunatic. Prince Louis is shown. His expression is one of quiet confidence. A dark, ominous energy begins to stir. It is described as having finally started moving. The scene opens in a brightly lit room, sunlight streaming through large windows. A long bench sits beneath the windows. A thought bubble appears above the bench, reading, "The worst bad ending maker." A young woman in a maid's uniform, Jitri, stands before Prince Louis, who sits on the bench. She looks concerned. Jitri asks Louis, "Jitri, you've been to our family estate recently, right?" A close-up on Jitri's face shows her anxious expression. Louis responds, "Yes. Head butler Rodwell summoned us, so I went there with Rona." Louis's expression shifts to one of suspicion as he says, "What? That guy despises Theo's second wife, Knox's mother." Prince Louis reviewed the information Jitri had given him, his mind racing. The text read, "Whom Theo truly loves instead of his own mother." A wave of suspicion washed over him as he considered the implications. The dark purple flames behind him seemed to mirror the turmoil in his heart. He pondered the question, "I don't know if he hates Knox, but, if that's the case, then he might even harm Jitri." His concern for Jitri's safety deepened. The weight of the situation pressed down on him. Later, in a different room, Prince Louis questioned Jitri. "Why did Knox have to make so many enemies?" he asked. Jitri sighed, her expression troubled. She was clearly worried. "Did Garin do anything?" Louis pressed, his suspicion growing. Jitri's eyes widened. "That asshole, did he really make some trouble?" she exclaimed, revealing that Garin had indeed caused problems. Prince Louis, still reeling from Jitri's revelation about Garin's actions and Knox's enemies, stared blankly at the information in his hand. His expression shifting from confusion to a dawning realization. Prince Louis, accompanied by two maids, walked down a grand hallway. His gaze lingering on Jitri, who was among them. A thoughtful expression crossed his face as he considered the situation. Prince Louis's eyes fell upon Jitri, and he mused to himself, "What's with that maid? She looks extraordinary." Two maids, one with brown hair and the other with vibrant green hair, stood in a grand hall. Their attire was identical, black and white maid uniforms. Prince Louis, noticing the green-haired maid, addressed her directly, "Hey, you." The green-haired maid, startled, turned to face him. Prince Louis, still observing her, inquired, "Who are you? I've never seen you around before." The green-haired maid, identifying herself, replied, "Greetings, I'm Master Knox's exclusive maid. My name is Jitri." She curtsied slightly, adding, "Nice to meet you," but before she could finish, Prince Louis interrupted. Prince Louis, dismissing pleasantries, declared, "Enough with the formalities. I want you to become my maid." Prince Louis, in his commanding manner, stood before Jitri, who had just been appointed as his new maid. He held her hand, a subtle assertion of his authority, and stated that he knew she possessed the ambition to meet his expectations. His words were a veiled threat, a hint of the power he wielded. Jitri, however, was already in service to Master Knox, a fact she politely conveyed to the prince, expressing her regret at having to decline his offer. Prince Louis, surprised by her refusal, questioned her audacity, wondering why she would dare to reject his proposal. Jitri stood firm, her expression a mixture of apprehension and defiance, as she faced the prince's displeasure. A maid, her expression unreadable, is questioned. Did that Knox brat give you a lot of money? The maid remains silent, her gaze fixed on something unseen.
Then she speaks, her voice firm. It's because I want to serve him.
Prince Louis, witnessing this exchange, is taken aback. You wanted to do it?
He scoffs, his disapproval evident. That's not something a mere commoner gets to decide.
Another maid, seemingly amused, observes the unfolding scene.
The first maid, unfazed, continues, Master Knox respects me.
I'm sorry.
She adds, her resolve unwavering, I don't know what kind of person you are, but, above everything else, I wish to stay by Master Knox's side to see what he'll do. Jitri, a young woman with bright yellow hair styled in a maid's cap, smiled serenely.
Her expression held a quiet determination.
Prince Louis, observing her from a distance, inwardly scoffed. He thought, I can't believe she wants to serve that brat.
He's a strange one. His displeasure evident, he declared, I'll pay you 3 times whatever he's paying you.
But Jitri, unmoved by his offer, simply replied, I'm sorry.
She bowed deeply before him, her resolve unwavering as she chose to serve Knox despite the prince's considerable offer. Leaving Prince Louis seething with frustration. His face, now visible, showed a clear expression of anger.
Jitri's inner thoughts were revealed. He asked me to become his maid and even offered to raise my wages. Prince Louis, his expression a mixture of frustration and determination, approached Jitri.
He had a proposition.
A substantial increase in her wages. By how much? He inquired, his voice tight with unspoken urgency. 3 times my current wage, he stated, the offer a clear attempt to sway her loyalty.
Jitri listened intently, her gaze unwavering.
Although she acknowledged the considerable sum, she firmly rejected the offer. Although I do have money, the real story hasn't even begun yet, she declared, her resolve unshaken.
Prince Louis's face fell.
He had underestimated her commitment. Jitri's quiet dignity was a stark contrast to his own desperation. I can't use that much money, she explained, her voice soft but firm. Despite his disappointment, Louis's concern for Jitri remained.
But, I can't give up on Jitri,
he thought, his resolve wavering.
Prince Louis let out a heavy sigh, his shoulders slumping with a mixture of disappointment and concern. He approached Jitri, his expression softening slightly as he made an offer. If you want a wage raise, I'll match his offer and pay you 3 times more.
Jitri listened intently, her hands clasped before her. A slight smile playing on her lips as she considered his proposal. A barely audible chuckle escaped her lips. Pfft.
She gently declined the offer, her resolve unwavering.
Prince Louis's eyes widened slightly in surprise, a question mark forming above his head as he processed her unexpected refusal. Prince Louis, flustered and slightly embarrassed, apologized for his previous actions. His confusion deepening as he questioned Jitri's reaction. He couldn't believe she had just laughed at him. Jitri, maintaining her composure, calmly asked Prince Louis if he had already decided to work with Garin.
Prince Louis, still reeling from her laughter, firmly stated that whatever he might be thinking, that wasn't what was happening.
Jitri, with a serene smile, declared that she wouldn't be following Master Garin and that her current wages were sufficient. Her expression conveying a quiet confidence and contentment.
Prince Louis, still perplexed by her earlier laughter, inquired why she had laughed.
Jitri, turning away, simply replied that she couldn't tell him.
Prince Louis issued a curt command, this is an order.
Jitri, the maid, responded calmly, something funny just came to mind, so I laughed.
Louis's suspicion deepened as he called out, Jitri.
Louis's skepticism grew, a slight chuckle escaping his lips as he observed Jitri's demeanor.
He muttered, you've gotten worse at lying.
Jitri maintained a composed expression, a subtle smirk playing on her lips.
Louis's internal monologue revealed his priorities. Whatever the case, I'm good as long as I haven't lost her.
He sighed, his thoughts turning to another matter. He added, but, Garin, that asshole.
I won't let him off if I ever catch him. Jitri, in her maid's uniform, mused to herself, of course, that'd be after I become stronger. Prince Louis, his back to the viewer, stood silently, seemingly deep in thought. A subtle ahem could be heard. A wide shot depicted a group of servants diligently performing their duties in the palace gardens. They moved with practiced efficiency, their actions suggesting a well-oiled machine. Their movements were precise and synchronized, indicating rigorous training. A lone figure could be seen practicing on the parallel bars in the background. A voiceover explained that there are 5 mandatory classes at Eldian Academy for new students. The first class is shown to be History of the Archeim Empire, depicted by a majestic figure with large white wings, seemingly radiating light. The narration continues, explaining that this class covers the creator god, Arden, and the strongest unified kingdom, now largely forgotten. The image shifts to show a student seemingly receiving knowledge from the figure, symbolizing the transfer of historical information. The second class, Horsemanship, is then introduced, showing students engaged in an equestrian jumping competition. One student, a young woman with blonde hair and a braid, is prominently featured, showcasing her skill and determination. Finally, the third class, Knightly Code and Etiquette within the Academy, is revealed, suggesting a focus on proper conduct and social skills within the Academy setting. Prince Louis, Jitri, and an unseen individual stood together, their hands clasped. The scene radiated an air of formality and perhaps a subtle tension. The fourth subject of their instruction was announced, Basic Magic of the Empire. A scene unfolded showing an older, smiling mage demonstrating a spell to a young man in uniform, who attentively followed along. The final subject, however, was met with a grimace from Prince Louis. The text read, and lastly, the subject that Nox has the most difficult time in. A montage of Prince Louis undergoing grueling physical training flashed across the page. The words 1, 2 punctuated the images. The training continued, showing him visibly strained and exhausted. The final image showed Prince Louis's pained expression, the text above him reading, The Cursed Stamina Training. His hand, calloused and worn, was shown in close-up. Prince Louis, accompanied by 2 attendants, ran across a grassy field, his expression strained. He was clearly pushing himself to his limits. The caption above him read, Running, Chin-ups, indicating the nature of his grueling training regimen. Louis continued his intense workout, performing chin-ups on a bar, his face contorted in exertion. His attendants watched, one appearing concerned. The scene shifted to show Louis collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. A thought bubble above him stated, Nox's stamina has reached its limits, indicating the physical toll of his training. He reached for a flask, his breathing still ragged, exhaustion evident in his posture. One of his attendants observed, This is so strange. The scene showed a grand palace in the background, highlighting the contrast between Louis's current state and his regal surroundings. Louis drank from the flask, his expression still strained but slightly more relaxed. The attendant's comment, You're like a mayfly, implied a critical observation about Louis's current condition. Prince Louis, exhausted from his training, took a swig from his flask, a small sound escaping his lips as he did so. Prompting Jitri to question him, What do you mean by that? Louis coughed, struggling to catch his breath as Jitri continued, You're exceptional when it comes to short-term results, but... Jitri observed Louis thoughtfully, his expression one of concern as he pondered the prince's condition. He murmured, Jitri summarized his assessment, It feels like you have a lot of trouble when it comes to stamina. Louis sat on the ground, his exhaustion evident. Jitri elaborated, It's as if you're being blocked by a large wall that you can't overcome. Later, Louis, having processed Jitri's words, reflected on the instructor's assessment, It's as he said. The narration then shifts to explain Nox's condition, revealing that his stamina issues stem from a condition called the terminally ill trait. Prince Louis lay on the ground, bound by chains, his body marked with bloodstains. A caption below him read, His stamina is stuck at 15, which is half of the maximum possible stamina. Jitri, looking concerned, questioned the assessment, Aren't you an instructor? Why would you say such discouraging words? Nox, the assessor, apologized for his bluntness but insisted on the gravity of the situation. I apologize if that was rude. But, it'd be good if you take heed to what I said. Lewis, acknowledging the warning, replied, "Right. I'll keep that in mind."
Knox's expression turned serious as he revealed a shocking truth. "There's a countdown for my heart, how could I not take heed to what you said?" A caption box appeared, explaining the reason behind Knox's urgency. "Because of the trait, terminally ill, your lifespan is decreasing at a fast rate." Jittery, exasperated, muttered to himself, "This is so darn annoying."
The second panel is skipped due to being a solid color with no content. Jittery continued his internal monologue, struggling to understand Prince Lewis's behavior. He voiced his confusion, "I can't figure him out at all. He did all that stuff at the admission test to get first place, but he's hiding his stamina now?"
Jittery connected Lewis's actions to a pattern of behavior, concluding, "This is definitely related to him acting like a good-for-nothing." The sixth panel is skipped due to being predominantly a solid color with little narrative content. Prince Lewis, seemingly unconcerned, discreetly checked a small vial. A subtle smirk played on his lips as he murmured, "Good." A bustling marketplace filled the town square, vendors hawking their wares and townsfolk going about their daily routines. Among them, several figures stood out, including a young woman in a simple blue dress and a man carrying a wooden crate. Their paths crossed, but they did not interact. Elsewhere in the town, a blonde woman paused in front of a shop, seemingly waiting for someone. A cloaked figure approached, revealing himself to be a young man with silver hair, his face partially obscured by the shadows of his hood. The woman gasped slightly, her eyes widening in recognition. A nearby individual, observing the scene from a distance, whispered a question, "Rian Hafer's youngest son?" The silver-haired young man, seemingly agitated, turned away, his expression unreadable. His cloak concealed his movements. Prince Lewis, disguised as a commoner, strolled through a bustling marketplace. His anxiety was palpable, he was acutely aware of the risk he was taking by being in public. Meanwhile, Jittery, observing from a shadowed alleyway, watched Lewis's every move. A flicker of suspicion crossed his face as he recognized the prince's distinctive features. "This freaking game destroyer," he muttered to himself.
Jittery, observing from a distance, noted Prince Lewis's disguise with a raised eyebrow.
He mused to himself that he hadn't expected to encounter the prince in such an unremarkable setting. The prince, in his disguise, appeared somewhat anxious as he moved through the town square, seemingly unaware of the observant eyes upon him. Jittery approached, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he greeted Lewis with a casual, "Long time no see."
The recognition was immediate. Jittery's words hung in the air, confirming Lewis's identity as Rian Hafer's youngest son.
Lewis, his disguise compromised, felt a surge of apprehension. He remained silent, his gaze fixed on Jittery.
The tension escalated as Jittery addressed Lewis by his alias, Rick. The narrative focuses on Prince Lewis, whose true identity is revealed to be Hochschultz de Nefer, a demonic human with the ability to manipulate dark energy. His power is shown in a dramatic display,
as he unleashes a surge of dark energy, causing significant destruction. The text emphasizes the severity of his actions, comparing them to those of the first prince, Arkheim.
The panel shows Lewis's character sheet, revealing his stats and skills.
He possesses high charm and negotiation skills, but also negative traits such as cunning and being a con artist.
His passive skill is negotiation revision.
The image shows him in his hooded cloak, his expression serious and apprehensive.
A title card foreshadows future events. Prince Lewis will later attack rival merchants and betray Eleanor. Jittery, observing from behind, smiles knowingly as he looks at Lewis. Jittery examines a horseshoe-shaped emblem, realizing that Lewis is a dangerous person to be around. Jittery directly addresses Lewis, reminding him of a past encounter where Lewis gave him a gift.
Lewis, appearing calm, asks Jittery what business he has with him.
A title card declares that Lewis's composure is wavering.
Lewis downplays the significance of their interaction, claiming it's nothing serious. Lewis maintains a friendly demeanor, but his true nature as a powerful demon remains hidden beneath the surface. Jittery, ever observant, recounted his experience. "I saw a noble of the influential Rainhafer family walking around without a servant. I was just a little puzzled.
Prince Louis, his expression guarded, retorted curtly, "That's none of your business." Jitri, unfazed, responded with a knowing smile, "That's true." "Ha ha." He continued, "It's quite a peculiar fate that we met here." Offering assistance, Jitri stated, "Shall I help you as you purchase some items? I have a lot of free time right now." Louis's eyes narrowed.
Jitri's words clearly struck a nerve. "That's the only task that the head of the Reborn family assigned to you, I doubt." He added, "Since the past, great nobles have always closed their eyes to servants who deviate a little from their work."
Jitri's smirk deepened, his gaze unwavering as he sized up Louis.
Prince Louis, cloaked and wary, reflected on his encounter with Jitri. He mused that there must be a reason Jitri approached him, and resolved to uncover Jitri's scheme.
Louis's inner voice declared, "I must find out what he's scheming."
He continued his internal monologue, "There must be a reason why he approached me." Jitri, meanwhile, expressed his own thoughts, "I don't like people who talk a lot." The scene shifted to show Louis and Jitri meeting in a town square near a church. Jitri smiled warmly at Louis. And, as they spoke, Jitri's words were brief and to the point. Jitri concluded their conversation with a final, seemingly innocuous remark, "I'll make sure to remember that." A maid approached Jitri, delivering a package. "These are the documents you've requested," she stated. Jitri accepted the package with a gloved hand. And the maid departed. Jitri then carefully examined the contents of the package. A single sheet of paper lay on the table, bearing a portrait of Prince Louis. A quill pen and inkwell sat nearby. Documents lay scattered on a table, revealing a crest and the name Knox von Reinhafer. Jitri, seated at a table in an elegant room, reviewed the documents, her expression thoughtful. She murmured the name, Knox von Reinhafer. More documents detailing the Reinhafer family's history and connections were spread across the table. The scene emphasized the meticulous nature of her review. Jitri's brow furrowed slightly as she considered the information. "Save me," she questioned silently, her gaze fixed on a particular document. She continued to pore over the documents, her focus unwavering. The setting suggested a private study or office, emphasizing the seriousness of her task. Jitri's internal monologue revealed her skepticism, there was no reason for him to do that. Her expression hardened further as she considered the implications. She appeared increasingly troubled by the information she was uncovering.
Finally, she voiced her conclusion, "In the first place, the Reinhafer family has pretty much no interaction with the Ravelin family."
This statement highlighted a key discrepancy in the information she had gathered. An antique map, showing the crests of various noble families, was displayed. A compass with a horseshoe emblem was prominently featured at its center. Prince Louis, holding a small, dark object, listened intently as an older man spoke. The man's words implied that Louis had rejected a significant proposal from Professor Bernan. The older man continued, expressing his surprise at Louis's actions, noting that such behavior was uncharacteristic of the youngest son of the Reinhafer family. Jitri, reviewing documents, reflected on Louis's recent behavioral changes, noting that they began after the resolution of the missing child's forest incident. She sat amidst a pile of correspondence, her expression thoughtful and troubled. The sheer volume of documents suggested a significant investigation underway. Jitri admitted to herself that while she noticed the change in Louis's behavior, she remained uncertain about its underlying cause. Later, Jitri sat alone in a grand room, lost in thought, a sigh escaping her lips. Her pensive demeanor highlighted the weight of her unresolved inquiries. The scene ended with Jitri's quiet contemplation, leaving the reasons behind Louis's altered behavior and the significance of the map a mystery. Prince Louis, cloaked in shadow, revealed a subtle, knowing smile. A single word escaping his lips, "Rick." Jitri, observing from a distance, knitted her brows in thought. Her internal monologue noting, "His recent movements have been strange." Further fueling her suspicions as she added, "He's also gathering people within the merchantry." Jitri's expression softened slightly. A dismissive thought crossing her mind, "Well, he probably can't accomplish much anyway."
A gloved hand reached for a beige folder, its surface subtly gleaming under the soft light. The folder rested on a table in a grand room, its contents unseen but hinting at secrets within. Jitri, her fiery red hair a stark contrast to the dark elegance of her attire, observed the folder from a distance, her expression unreadable. A slight frown touched her lips as she contemplated the implications of the scene before her. Later, an intense confrontation unfolded. A man, his face partially obscured by shadow, berated Jitri, his voice sharp with anger. That was so foolish. Why on earth did you do that? He continued, his voice laced with frustration. If it was needed, you should have given everything you had. Jitri, head bowed, remained silent, tears welling in her eyes. The man's hands rested gently on her shoulders, a mixture of anger and concern evident in his posture. The imposing facade of a grand cathedral stood silhouetted against a vibrant sunset. Inside, the somber atmosphere of a funeral service filled the air. Mourners sat in the pews, their faces etched with grief. Among them, a young girl, Jitri, stood with a woman, her hand clasped tightly in the woman's. Jitri's eyes were downcast, reflecting her sorrow. The woman, her face partially obscured by a hat, wept silently, her shoulders shaking slightly. As they walked away from the service, Jitri's gaze remained fixed on the ground, her expression one of quiet despair. A single word escaped Jitri's lips, barely audible above the rustling of petals falling from the nearby floral arrangements. Mother? The funeral concluded, leaving Jitri and the unnamed woman standing amidst a sea of white chrysanthemums. A young woman with long, auburn hair lay peacefully in the center of the floral display, the petals falling like gentle snow around her. The scene was serene, yet heavy with unspoken grief. The unnamed woman, her face etched with sorrow, gently adjusted the young woman's hair. Tears welled in her eyes. Her silent grief was a stark contrast to Jitri's quiet contemplation. He remained lost in thought, his expression unreadable. Later, Jitri stood alone, gazing out a large window at the sunlit cityscape. His mind was far away, still grappling with the events of the day. A distant view of a quaint village, nestled amongst rolling hills, offered a momentary distraction from his troubled thoughts. Jitri, cloaked and enigmatic, stood silently before a bustling marketplace. A young shopkeeper, enthusiastic and eager to please, gestured towards his wares, while several townsfolk went about their daily business. The shopkeeper explained that upon becoming a second-year magic student, students would receive an even better orb for free. He further clarified that for alchemy, a special iron pot and ladle were required, necessitating a purchase of higher quality. A close-up of a sturdy, ornate iron cauldron. The shopkeeper continued, explaining that items created in the chemical room only required meeting minimum material standards. He added that the store had connections to the Eleanor Merchantry, allowing for affordable item acquisition. The shopkeeper proudly displayed a gleaming orb and a sharp sword, showcasing his diverse inventory. Jitri observed with a contemplative expression. Jitri, still contemplative, prompted the shopkeeper to show him other items. Despite his reservations, a man acknowledged Rick's undeniable talent. Noting Rick's con artist trait and passive negotiation skill, the scene shifted to a marketplace, where Rick, a young man with dark hair, interacted with a shopkeeper and another individual. The man mused that if Rick weren't a demonic human, he might have considered recruiting him. However, this thought was immediately dismissed. As the shopkeeper approached Rick, confirming that he had purchased everything he needed, Rick confirmed that he had acquired sufficient supplies. The scene ended with Rick walking away, his expression serious. Rick, having just finished his alchemy supply shopping, stood alone, a thoughtful expression on his face. A sudden surge of intense energy coursed through him, the force of it causing him to stumble and clutch at his chest, before he was violently thrown to the ground by an unseen assailant. The assailant, a cloaked figure, loomed over Rick, demanding, "Why did you approach me?" Rick, disoriented but defiant, retorted, "What do you mean?" An unidentified assailant grabs Rick by the collar, his grip tight. The assailant throws Rick against a wall, causing him to cough, and then states that wasting time is not in Rick's favor.
The assailant, cloaked in darkness, and Rick exchange a tense stare.
The assailant informs Rick that their conversation will be brief and intends to get straight to the point. A dark, swirling energy erupts around the two, obscuring them from view. The scene shifts to show the assailant holding Rick aloft, surrounded by a crimson aura.
A barrier blocked sound, as observed by the hooded figure and the man in the hat. Judging by its appearance, the barrier seemed to block sound. The man in the hat, his face contorted in a grimace, grabbed the hooded figure's arm, demanding that he betray the Rainhafer family and become a servant of the first prince. He tightened his grip, his expression turning sinister. The hooded figure's chest was marked with dark, vein-like patterns as the man in the hat revealed his true nature. The man in the hat's grip tightened further, his sinister smile widening. The hooded figure's eyes glowed with an intense purple light as he revealed a shocking truth: the one the man served wasn't the first prince, but a demon.
The final panel showed a dark, swirling crimson background, emphasizing the demonic presence.
The man in the hat, his face etched with apprehension, stared at the shadowy figure looming behind him.
A demonic mark pulsed beneath his shirt, a stark reminder of his allegiance.
He nervously adjusted his collar, the fabric straining against the unnatural growth beneath. His eyes darted around, a mixture of fear and defiance in their depths. The hooded figure, his true identity now revealed, watched the man in the hat with cold intensity. "You really do know a lot of information," the hooded figure stated, his voice laced with a chilling calm. A surge of dark energy erupted from the man in the hat, engulfing him in a swirling vortex of shadow and malice. He lunged at the hooded figure, his attack fueled by desperate rage and demonic power. The hooded figure met the attack with a grim determination, his own dark power crackling around him. The man in the hat, his face contorted in a sneer, revealed his true allegiance. "I don't think my master will like that," he hissed. The hooded figure, unfazed, prepared for the coming conflict. "Will like that," he responded, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips. A shadowy, demonic presence loomed over the man in hat, its fiery eyes burning with malevolent intent.
The darkness revealing a monstrous tattoo on the man's chest, a grim mark of his servitude to the demon.
The man in hat, his face obscured by shadow, voiced his doubt. "I don't think my master
will grant my wish."
A monstrous, demonic entity loomed behind him, its fiery red eyes burning with malevolent intent.
The man in hat's shirt was open, revealing a demonic tattoo on his chest, a clear mark of his allegiance. He stated, "Will like that."
The hooded figure, his face still hidden, uttered a single word: "Ball." A surge of dark energy emanated from the figure, a visible manifestation of their power.
The hooded figure questioned the man in hat's faith. "Do you really think your master will grant your wish?"
The man in hat, seemingly unfazed, smiled confidently, the demonic entity behind him growing larger and more menacing. A shadowy hand with long, sharp nails reached into the frame, suggesting a lurking presence.
As the man in hat, seemingly apprehensive, spoke to the hooded figure,
he expressed a hope that the hooded figure wouldn't regret his actions. The hooded figure remained impassive, his hands clasped together, revealing a hint of his dark attire. The man in hat, seemingly nervous, clasped his hands together, a gesture of anxious submission. He nervously reiterated his earlier statement, adding a "just in case" to his words, highlighting his apprehension. The man in hat, now visibly tense, warned the hooded figure against insulting him or his family again. The hooded figure, revealed to be Ball, stood silently, his expression unreadable, as the man in hat nervously shifted his weight. Bale's dark, powerful presence filled the panel, his hands subtly flexing, hinting at his immense power. Ball, his face partially obscured by shadows, glared with barely contained fury. The man in hat, meanwhile, wore a look of anxious apprehension.
Ball, still seething, began to walk away from the town.
His departure was observed by several townsfolk from a distance. A figure, presumably a teacher, addressed a group of students gathered in a clearing.
"All right, now that everyone's gathered, we'll start the class."
The students, clad in uniform, stood in formation, awaiting instruction.
Two students, noticing a familiar figure in the distance, whispered amongst themselves, "Isn't that the crazy instructor from back then? The bald head." A man in a hat and glasses, observing the scene, warned them, "Be careful." The man in the hat explained, "It's okay to call someone who's bald-headed a bald head, but if you call someone that's bald-headed a bald head, then that's very disrespectful." He continued his explanation to the group of students. As the students listened intently, a close-up on the instructor's face showed a stern expression. He muttered to himself, "Calm down. I can't crush these sprouts from our academy just because of my hair." The instructor, addressing his students, stated, "I'll tell you about the class location first." The scene opens with a text box revealing the location. This place is the Clariel Plains. A panoramic view of the Clariel Plains unfolds, showcasing a lush, green landscape with trees and sunlight filtering through the leaves. A picturesque setting within the Eldian Academy, known for its abundance of amazing trees and plants. An instructor, a bald man in a military-style uniform, addresses a group of students gathered with horses. He announces, "You'll be learning the basics of horse riding here." The instructor continues his instructions, "All right. Try riding your assigned horse or the horse that you brought here." The students, a mix of both male and female, prepare to mount their horses. The instructor observes them from atop his own steed. One student, a young man with brown hair, expresses his apprehension, thinking to himself, "I haven't had a chance to take a good look around this place yet." Another student, a young woman, voices her surprise, asking, "There are people who have their own horses?" One student groaned, "Geez." Another questioned, "Why must we come to Eldian Academy just to learn how to ride a horse?" A third student explained, "We don't have a choice, it's a mandatory subject. You know you'll be expelled if you get an F, right?" A student's smirk suggested a hidden amusement. A young man with silver hair approached a black horse, gently stroking its flank. The instructor, a stern-looking man, commanded, "All right, try to ride them." The instructor urged his students to maintain a firm grip, ensuring they wouldn't fall. As one student, already mounted, demonstrated surprisingly adept horsemanship. Another student, observing from the sidelines, commented on the rider's skill, noting his proficiency, and speculated that his extensive time in the East might explain his ease with both camels and horses. A different student, however, was stunned by the appearance of a magnificent black steed, an obsidian horse, and questioned how someone seemingly so unremarkable could possess such a noble animal. The narration then shifted to explain that, while the Rainhafer house is wealthy, they are not as affluent as the rival Revelin house. Finally, the observing student concluded that the horse, named Carl, was indeed a magnificent creature. A student, reflecting on his accomplishment, mused, "This is the benefit of being a veteran player." He sat confidently astride a black steed, his posture suggesting experience and skill. The gentle breeze carrying fallen leaves across the idyllic landscape. Another student, beaming with pride, exclaimed, I did it." The instructor, observing the student's success, offered encouragement, "Well done. Slowly communicate with your horse and ride it." The student, following instructions, mounted his brown horse with newfound confidence. The instructor, a stern but fair man, watched closely as the student settled into a comfortable riding position. The instructor, satisfied with the student's progress, declared, "Okay, it seems like all of you have gotten familiar with riding your horses." Two students, a young woman and a young man, sat confidently astride their horses. They appeared calm and ready for whatever came next. Meanwhile, the instructor, a stern-looking man, stood in the middle of a clearing, his arms crossed. A single thought echoed in his mind: a race? The students, however, were less than enthusiastic about the prospect. One voiced their concern, "But aren't there people who only started riding a horse today?" Another student, clearly agitated, added, "What? That doesn't make sense. This horse tried to kill me with its hind legs." A third student, observing the scene, simply stated, "This is madness," expressing the collective sentiment of the group. One student, attempting to understand the instructor's sudden decision, speculated, "Is he angry because you guys called him a bald head?" The instructor, seemingly unfazed by the student's apprehension, stood with a determined expression, a subtle aura of power emanating from him. and swiftly struck one of the protesting students, silencing their objections with a decisive blow.
The instructor, a stern-faced man with graying hair, declared, "The rules are simple." He continued, explaining that each student would ride their own horse around a corner located in a nameless forest at the forest's end,
and then return to their starting point. The first to return would receive extra points. The students, a mix of apprehension and concern etched on their faces, listened intently as the instructor asked, "Any questions?"
One student muttered, "The rules are as simple as his hair." Another student, a young man with silver hair, responded dismissively, "Well, that's not what's important now, though." As the silver-haired student spoke, a red-haired girl approached him, her expression curious.
She asked, What did you say?"
Two figures, a man and a woman, stood amidst tall grass near two saddled horses. The man, dressed in white, dismissed the woman with a dismissive, "Nothing, mind your own business." The scene shifted to a dramatic depiction of a horse race, emphasizing its importance as a significant event for all students. The narration clarified that this particular race held special significance,
as it marked the first appearance of a demonic human, Rudger.
This event was carefully orchestrated to ensure the protagonist's encounter with this new threat. The narrative further explained that Rudger's arrival would trap the students in the nameless forest, setting the stage for a challenging confrontation. A close-up showed the protagonist readying himself, his hands gripping a weapon, surrounded by intense red energy.
This visual emphasized his preparation for the impending battle.
The narration concluded by describing the protagonist's subsequent victory over Rudger, achieved with the assistance of fellow academy cadets. In the heart of the nameless forest, a fiery, demonic entity writhed, surrounded by swirling crimson energy.
Two figures, armed with swords, engaged the creature, their blades flashing against the inferno.
The scene was a chaotic ballet of steel and fire. Elsewhere, a group of students stood before a holographic display, their faces grim. "That's the basic sequence of this episode," one of them observed. "But there isn't a protagonist here," another student added, highlighting the unusual nature of the situation.
Rudger, the antagonist, approached a group of students, his question hanging heavy in the air, "Do you want to go?"
One of the students, a young woman with vibrant red hair, responded, "I'm not scared, it's just in case something happens." She stood beside her horse, a subtle tension in her posture betraying her words. As she added, "The forest is quite a dangerous place after all." Another student, observing the red-haired girl, remarked, "I guess you're confident enough to worry about others in a race, huh?"
The red-haired girl, clearly annoyed, retorted, "Can you not bother me and just go on your way?"
Her frustration was evident in her sharp gaze. As she prepared to depart with her fellow students for the upcoming race, each mounted on their horses, ready to face the challenges ahead. A horse stood quietly in a clearing, its presence a stark contrast to the tension building among the students. One student, a young woman with vibrant red hair, mused aloud, "Well,
I guess this is indeed a race."
A young man with silver hair, his expression serious, offered a counterpoint, "It'd best to come back as quickly as possible." The red-haired student, seemingly unconcerned, replied, "I head first.
I'm not that good at horse riding."
The silver-haired student, however, seemed to have a different perspective entirely. His inner thoughts revealed a deeper concern: the race isn't what's important. He and the red-haired student mounted their horses, their backs to the viewer, setting off towards the nameless forest. The tension was palpable. The red-haired student, still pondering the situation, voiced her confusion. "If the race isn't what's important, then what is?" The red-haired student adjusted her grip on the reins, her expression a mixture of apprehension and determination. The race began with the instructor's booming announcement, "The race has begun.
Get going now." The students, apprehensive yet determined, spurred their horses forward. A blur of motion as they charged into the nameless forest. The students' apprehension was palpable, the forest's reputation for danger weighed heavily on their minds. Each rider focused on maintaining their pace, navigating the treacherous terrain. The forest's dense foliage and uneven ground made for a challenging race. One student, slightly ahead of the pack, urged their horse onward,
their determination unwavering despite the looming dangers.
The race was proving to be more perilous than anticipated.
Another student, struggling to keep up, felt a surge of anxiety as they fell behind. The race was testing their limits, both physically and mentally. The students pushed themselves and their mounts to the limit, their determination fueled by a mix of ambition and fear. The race was a test of their courage and skill. A student, with a determined cry of "Hiya!" urged their horse to greater speed, gaining ground on the others. The race was a fierce competition. The instructor, observing from afar, shouted encouragement, "Go faster!" The students, spurred on by his words, pushed their horses even harder, the race reaching a fever pitch. A student, grinning mischievously, urged his horse onward in the midst of a chaotic race through the nameless forest. Another student, his face etched with worry, watched as a competitor sped past him on a powerful black steed. The black horse, its eyes glowing with an unnatural blue light, seemed to possess a power beyond the ordinary. The rider, a young man with silver hair, murmured, "I know," as a surge of energy enveloped his mount. The race continued, with a red-haired student also participating, the black horse's power clearly setting it apart. A magical circle, previously hidden, shimmered into existence, causing the red-haired student to exclaim, "What?" in surprise. A horse race was underway, the students riding at full speed. When suddenly, a magical circle materialized beneath them, glowing intensely. The intricate design of the circle pulsed with magical energy, causing a ripple of surprise among the participants. Two students, witnessing the sudden appearance of the circle, exclaimed in shock, "What is this?" A calm voice cut through the chaos, explaining, "It's teleportation magic. Everyone, just stay still." A student on a powerful black horse, seemingly unaffected by the magic, observed the scene. His expression hardening as he added, "Unless you all want to die here." Two students raced towards the finish line, a magical circle glowing intensely in the background. The energy within the circle intensified, radiating outward in powerful bursts. As the race concluded, the magical circle pulsed with an overwhelming magical energy, causing the students to pause in awe. A crimson energy pulsed from the ground, erupting in a wave that scorched the grass, leaving behind a trail of destruction as it spread outwards, the intense heat warping the air itself. From the heart of the explosion, a figure emerged, his form shrouded in dark, swirling energy, the red glow illuminating his demonic features. He stood, a malevolent grin spreading across his face as he declared, "Finally, my opportunity for revenge has come." The man's dark eyes gleamed with anticipation, his demonic horns sharp against the backdrop of the ravaged landscape. A powerful aura radiating from him, promising a bloody reckoning. As magical energy surged, the instructor shouted, "Everyone, just stay still." A student, mounted on a dark horse, urged the creature onward, a trail of crimson energy blazing in their wake. The student's warning echoing, "Unless you all want to die here." The student, his face grim, prepared for something. His expression reflected a determination born of desperation and a hint of grim resolve. He muttered to his horse, "Carl, I'm counting on you." The student urged his horse forward, a powerful surge of magic emanating from him, leaving a trail of intense magical energy in its wake. Other students watched in stunned silence, one of them whispering, What is happening?" Roger's magical surge manifested as a wave of intense crimson energy, engulfing the instructor and students on horseback. The swirling energy forming intricate, geometric patterns in the air. A mesmerizing display of power that left them awestruck. The energy coalescing into a vortex of raw magical force. The aftermath settled, leaving the students lying on the forest floor, exhausted but unharmed. The instructor stood over them, concerned but relieved. The aftermath of Roger's magical surge was chaotic. Students lay scattered on the forest floor, groaning in pain and confusion. One female student clutched her head, disoriented and muttering, "Ugh, my head hurts, where on earth are we?" A male student beside her, equally dazed, offered a tentative guess, "I think we're in a forest." The female student vehemently disagreed, "Lies. We were just on the plains."
Another student, observing the scene with growing alarm, questioned, "What exactly is going on?" A different student, noticing the lingering magical residue, wondered aloud, "Is this a kind of test?" Roger, the source of the magical disturbance, stood amidst the chaos, his expression unreadable, seemingly unaffected by the disorientation of his classmates. As lingering magical effects began to dissipate, revealing the true nature of the event, "This is definitely teleportation magic." Roger, his silver hair catching the sunlight filtering through the trees, stood in the midst of a forest, his back to the viewer. He appeared calm despite the unusual circumstances, muttering to himself that the teleportation formula he used differed from Dean Noah's and seemed unstable. One of his classmates, a blonde-haired girl, approached him, asking if he knew what was happening. Roger, still appearing composed, simply replied that he was trying to figure it out. The blonde girl and another classmate with pink hair joined him. Roger stated that one thing was certain: there were no outsiders present, only students from the academy, prompting the pink-haired girl to ask what he meant. The blonde and pink-haired girls demanded an explanation, urging him to provide details if he knew something. Roger, addressing the pink-haired girl directly, curtly told her to know her place, stating that she was not the princess. Roger, the silver-haired young man, remained silent, his expression unreadable. He internally declared, "I have no reason to say anything to you." His silence only fueled the pink-haired student's anger, her eyes narrowed, radiating frustration and defiance. The red-haired student, observing the scene, questioned Roger's reticence, her curiosity piqued. "Why do you think so?" she asked, her tone inquisitive. The other red-haired student, equally perplexed, echoed her sentiment, adding, "I'm also curious about why you think so." One of the red-haired students, after a moment of reflection, offered a possible explanation: this could be a test of sorts from other professors too. Roger sighed, his expression shifting slightly. He thought to himself, this is why people who live comfortably can't make it. They're way too complacent. Roger, internally frustrated by the student's complacency, remained silent, a slight frown etching itself onto his face. As a title card appeared, revealing the game's name, Inner Lunatic, the scene shifted to a bloody landscape, strewn with discarded swords, a stark reminder of the game's difficulty. And the students, observing the unstable magic power, voiced their concerns. The magic's instability was evident. A system message flashed across the screen: "Acting Genius has been activated." One student noted the disorganized formula of the magic, highlighting its unusual nature, while another pointed out the dangerous disregard for the target's safety, further emphasizing the formula's strangeness. And finally, two students discussed the unlikelihood of the professors intentionally endangering them. A group of students, clad in simple, dark attire, stood in a forest clearing. Their expressions were serious, their stances alert. The text above them read, "And there's no reason they'd do that to this many children from reputable families in Eldian." One student, with dark hair, spoke, his tone thoughtful, "I think Knox is correct. What do you guys think?" Another student, this one with gray hair, responded quietly, "I don't want to admit it, but he's right." The gray-haired student and a blonde-haired student stood together, the blonde's expression apprehensive. The blonde's gaze was fixed on something unseen beyond the panel's edge. The blonde-haired student observed a surge of unstable magic, commenting, "The formula is definitely unstable. It's right to think that an outside influence is at play." Alone, the blonde-haired student's thoughts turned darker, a worried expression on her face. Could this have been done by Brother? Her face was filled with a mix of fear and suspicion, her eyes wide with apprehension. Returning to the group, the blonde-haired student stated firmly, "In any case, we need to get out of here quickly." Another student agreed. A young man with dark hair stood amidst unstable mana, a dark stain spreading from his head. He muttered to himself, "I don't think it's a good idea to stay in this kind of mana for long." Meanwhile, Princess Penelope, her expression fierce, confronted him. "You dark families are trying to take things into your own hands, huh?" she accused. A pink-haired student intervened, shouting, "You need to prove what you're saying first. Stop it." The blonde-haired student, Echidna, stood beside Penelope,
her face a mask of concern. The tension between the students and the dark-haired young man was palpable.
Echidna confirmed Penelope's suspicions, whispering, "Echidna, everything they've said is correct. If we stay in this vortex of unstable mana for too long, we'll be as good as dead."
Penelope looked worried, her gaze fixed on the dark-haired young man.
The situation was rapidly deteriorating.
One of the red-haired students observed the scene, commenting, "Come to think of it, the way the magic circle is deployed is indeed strange."
Roger, observing the magic circle, muttered to himself, "Yeah. It's way too inefficient."
A blonde-haired student, analyzing the situation, remarked that Princess Penelope was remarkably sharp, having learned magic earlier than her peers. A group of students, including the blonde-haired student, stood in a forest, their expressions serious and watchful. The blonde-haired student, his gaze sharp, subtly signaled his companions to remain quiet. He then sheathed his sword, preparing for action.
The pink-haired student, noticing the unusual activity, questioned the group's actions, asking, "What are you doing?"
The blonde-haired student, responding to the pink-haired student's concern, pointed out the stench of blood, indicating a nearby monster. The blonde-haired student, explaining the situation, revealed that the monster was of intermediate rank or higher, and its location was. Roger, his expression a mixture of observation and criticism, scrutinized the magical deployment, his thoughts focused on its inefficiency. Meanwhile, the blonde-haired student, ever analytical and prepared, signaled his companions to silence, his eyes narrowed in focus as he revealed the presence of a high-ranking monster. A large, black bird-like creature descended from the sky, its powerful wings creating a gust of wind. The pink-haired student, her concern evident, questioned the group's hasty actions as the monster swooped down towards them.
The blonde-haired student reacted swiftly, drawing his sword and preparing to defend against the imminent attack. The monster's talons scraped the ground as it lunged forward.
With a blur of motion, the blonde-haired student met the creature's assault, his blade flashing in a defensive maneuver. The clash of steel against monstrous claws echoed through the forest as the battle commenced. Roger, his face streaked with grime, addressed his fellow students. "All of you, get ready," he commanded, his voice firm despite the perilous situation. A large, menacing black bird swooped down, its sharp talons extended. But Roger reacted swiftly, his movements precise and deadly.
He met the creature's attack head-on, forcing it to retreat.
Surrounded by his fellow students, Roger stood his ground, his sword drawn. "In this dangerous situation," he stated, his gaze unwavering. He declared, "I'll take command of the fight." Roger stood defiantly, a fiery aura emanating from him, a stark contrast to the darkening sky. One of the students questioned his sudden decision.
"What? Who's taking command?"
Roger, sword drawn, stood defiantly before a monstrous, fiery-eyed bird, its shadow cast over a group of apprehensive students. The pink-haired student voiced her disbelief, questioning Roger's sudden assumption of command. "Nox is taking command.
The good-for-nothing?"
Her sentiment was echoed by others, with one student simply stating, "That's crazy." Meanwhile, the blonde-haired student observed the scene with a concerned expression, her gaze fixed on the unfolding events. The blonde-haired student's internal monologue revealed her surprise at the sudden ambush, the ambush of a monster whose presence I didn't even detect. The pink-haired student's skepticism continued, questioning Roger's unexpected competence. He was the first to detect it?
The good-for-nothing of House Rainhafer?
The scene concluded with the pink-haired student, the blonde-haired student, and Roger, all observing the situation with varying degrees of apprehension and surprise. The pink-haired student voiced her skepticism, questioning Roger's sudden transformation and newfound authority.
How is he suddenly so different?
The blonde-haired student watched, apprehensive, as a surge of dark energy erupted from Roger, swirling around him like crimson wings. The energy intensified, forming a vortex of chaotic power.
The name Nox von Rainhafer
echoed in the air, a whispered recognition of the formidable force unleashed. Bernan, a stern-looking instructor, examined his pocket watch, a frown etching itself onto his face. He muttered to himself, questioning the complete lack of horsemanship talent amongst the current student body.
A single leaf twirled gently in the breeze, a stark contrast to the instructor's growing unease. The instructor's expression darkened further as he noted the abysmal time record for the current writing session, the worst in history, he declared. Suddenly, a student named Ras arrived on horseback, urgently calling out to Bernan, warning of trouble. Ras, dismounting, questioned Bernan's presence there, reminding him of his scheduled class with the second years. Bernan brushed off the scheduling conflict, his concern overriding all else. He demanded to know the students' whereabouts. Ras explained that the students were currently taking horse riding lessons on the plains. Bernan's face fell, his worry intensified. A man, seemingly a teacher, felt a sudden, unsettling sensation. Another man approached him, urgently inquiring, "What's wrong?" The first man was informed that a person wielding demonic magic had been spotted within the academy. A large magic circle had been activated 3 hours prior, and its source had been traced to the nearby plains. The urgency of the situation was heightened by the absence of Dean Noah. The man exclaimed, "Damn it! We need to get going now." They arrived at the location, discovering a group of students on horseback. One of the men recognized the black horse as belonging to a white-haired student, Obsidian. They found a note left behind. Demonic human appeared. Nameless. Need forest entrance. Need immediate assistance. A message appeared, a desperate plea for immediate assistance. Bernan, his face etched with concern, reviewed the urgent report alongside a colleague. The document detailed a demonic presence. Bernan reacted with alarm, exclaiming, "Of all places," as he looked at the location indicated on the report, near the nameless forest. Ras, ever vigilant, urged, "Let's move quickly." Bernan, assessing the distance, noted that reaching the nameless forest would take at least 2 days. The urgency of the situation made further use of teleportation magic impossible. Mounting their horses, Bernan and Ras spurred their steeds into a gallop across the open fields, leaving a trail of dust and grass in their wake. As Bernan silently hoped for the safety of those in peril. A sweeping vista of the nameless forest is shown, shrouded in mist. The dense canopy suggests a place of mystery and potential danger, in the heart of which, a fierce battle has just concluded. The remnants of a fiery struggle are visible, scorched earth and scattered debris marking the scene. A group of knights, their clothing stained with blood and grime, stand amidst the aftermath. They appear weary but victorious, their swords sheathed. A young woman with auburn hair confronts a young man with silver hair, her expression stern. She holds a sword, pointing it at him. The young man, his own sword bloodied, looks down, seemingly accepting her judgment. He wipes his blade with a cloth. The auburn-haired woman speaks, her words conveying a reluctant admission, "I don't want to admit it, but I will. Your judgment was the correct one, Rainhafer." The silver-haired young man, Rainhafer, responds curtly, rejecting any forced apology, "Forget it. I don't need forced apologies." A blonde princess approaches, her expression curious. She asks, "What is it?" A young man with silver hair, his expression serious, stated that the current incident was an extension of previous events. He requested the authority to take command of all the students, citing the law of the imperial family as his justification. The princess, a blonde woman, appeared concerned, noting that the situation could become dangerous. She then declared that she, the princess, would personally take charge of the students. The silver-haired young man, slightly surprised, muttered about how troublesome the situation was. Another young man, this one with brown hair, approached, appearing slightly flustered. The princess stood amidst a group of students, a knight among them, and a discussion ensued about the priority of protecting a member of the imperial family. And the authority to take command would be given to the most exceptional knight or mage. A young man addressed the princess, stating that she was the only member of the imperial family present and also one of the most powerful characters needed to defeat the future demon threat. Because the lightning mana and power of punishment she possessed were things only passed down within the imperial family. The princess, with a serious expression, listened intently.
The man continued, explaining that even if everyone else died, protecting the princess's life was paramount. As she channeled a surge of golden lightning energy, radiating power. The intense light momentarily blinding the viewer as a demon was struck by the energy. The golden energy engulfing the demon. The princess and another individual walked away, the princess's safety being the priority. Bernan, his white shirt stained with blood, addressed a group of soldiers. He declared, "That's the law of the empire." The princess, her blonde hair framing a worried expression, reacted with a single word, "That's." Rainhafer, her reddish-brown hair catching the light, spoke up, "The person who was able to make the fastest judgment during that ambush," was seen standing among her fellow soldiers, observing the scene. The group included Bernan, a man with gray hair, and others. Bernan continued, stating, "And quickly react to the situation was me." He stood before his troops, his bloodied shirt a stark contrast to the serene forest background. "Therefore," he requested, please give me the authority." The princess looked on, her expression unreadable as Bernan's request for authority over the life and death of everyone here, including you, hung in the air. Bernan, his white shirt stained with grime, stood before the princess, a smirk playing on his lips. He seemed pleased with himself, his demeanor suggesting a recent victory. The princess, her blonde hair a stark contrast to his silver locks, looked at him with a mixture of apprehension and uncertainty. Her expression was unreadable, her gaze fixed on the mud clinging to his clothes. The scene implied a recent, intense event. Bernan, self-assured after a recent victory, made a direct request to the princess, please give me the authority." The princess, her expression a mixture of apprehension and uncertainty, stared at Bernan. Bernan's request was clarified, he sought authority over the life and death of everyone here, including you. The princess's apprehension deepened as Bernan approached her, his demeanor suggesting absolute confidence in his claim. The scene shifted to Ras, who observed Bernan's actions from a distance. Her thoughts revealing her surprise and disbelief at Bernan's audacious demand, "He wants to become the leader with everyone's life on the line?" Ras's astonishment was echoed by another character, who simply uttered, "Incredible." Bernan, confident in his deduction, declared that Nox was the true model for a knight. Meanwhile, Ras observed a seemingly cheerful princess, questioning her unusual demeanor. Bernan, addressing a group of people, announced that he would take charge unless someone objected. He challenged anyone who disagreed to prove their worth. Bernan confidently stated that he would relinquish his leadership if someone could surpass him. The princess and her guards watched with apprehension as Bernan asserted his authority. Ras, with a smirk, observed the unfolding events. The princess, worried about the potential consequences of Bernan's actions, expressed her concern about the safety of the group. The princess, surrounded by guards, voiced her apprehension. The leader would definitely face severe punishments, she stated, her worry palpable. Ras, observing from a distance, smirked. He mused that even a successful start for Bernan would likely unravel. Even if he does well somehow at the start, something will definitely go wrong in the middle, he thought. His expression turned serious as a realization dawned on him. "That means Nox is drinking poison from a holy grail right now," he exclaimed internally. Meanwhile, Nox, seemingly oblivious, walked away from Ras, a sinister chuckle escaping his lips. "Cuckoo." He turned to face Ras, his demeanor shifting to one of arrogant dismissal. "Ha, mindless idiot, do what you want," he sneered, his words dripping with contempt. Later, alone, Nox clutched his chest, a look of pain and fear flickering across his face. His eyes, usually calm, now held a disturbing intensity. Ras, witnessing this from afar, felt a chill run down his spine. Fuck, his eyes looked scary. Nox, his expression stern, addressed his group. He declared that from that moment forward, they were to follow his instructions implicitly, warning that any disobedience would result in punishment according to the law. The princess and another woman watched him with apprehension. The princess, her brow furrowed, silently questioned the situation. Nox, leading the group, instructed everyone to follow him. The princess, however, voiced her concern, questioning why they weren't informed of their destination beforehand. They began their journey through the forest. The princess's apprehension grew as she walked beside Nox, her unease palpable. Nox, the leader, addressed the group, stating that he wasn't good at explaining things and instructed them to follow closely. He continued, mentioning that if they knew how many times he'd played this chapter, they would be horrified. The princess and Nox walked through a forest, leaves fell around them as Nox walked ahead. Nox, standing amidst a purple, digital-like landscape, declared himself a veteran of this game. Following Nox's lead, the princess and her companions navigated the dense forest. Until they arrived at a hidden cave entrance, partially obscured by overgrown vegetation and large tree roots. A short distance away, a group of adventurers was seen engaged in combat with a large boar. One of them muttered, "Ha!" In a dimly lit cavern, a powerful, horned figure sat upon a throne of rock, a glowing orb resting in his hand. He wore a self-satisfied expression. A dark, jagged shard of rock, seemingly imbued with dark energy, was shown with the word Rudger written above it. A dark, ominous energy pulsed from a fissure in the earth, radiating outward in a chaotic explosion, leaving behind a swirling vortex of shadows and a single, dark purple shard. A monstrous, shadowy maw opened, revealing rows of sharp, pointed teeth. The monstrous entity commanded, "Get rid of all the sprouts that do not grow." A figure, wounded and kneeling, observed the creature's power. As another figure with purple, clawed hands approached, extending a hand towards the wounded figure. The approaching figure stated, "If you do that, I'll share my power upon you, even though you don't deserve it." A monstrous entity, its form vaguely humanoid but undeniably demonic, writhed in agony. Its purple skin pulsed with an unnatural light, a guttural sound escaping its lips as it bowed its head in submission. "Yes, my lord," it rasped. A large, clawed hand reached down, its touch seeming to drain the life from the creature. As a dark-haired, horned figure, his eyes gleaming with malevolent intent, addressed the being. "I'll deal with this in a way that shall not disappoint you," he stated, a dark crystal forming in his hand. The crystal pulsed with dark energy, then fell to the ground with a soft thud. A young woman with dark hair and horns, her back to the viewer, stood amidst the ruins, seemingly observing the scene from a distance. The dark-haired figure, now holding a glowing orb, turned to face her. "Eldian, this is a perfect mission for me," he mused. His gaze hardened. "I'll punish you for the sin of abandoning me," he vowed, his voice laced with bitter resentment. A monstrous entity, its form vaguely humanoid but undeniably demonic, was subjugated. A being of immense power, with dark, glowing eyes and horns, stood triumphantly over the vanquished creature. A swirling orb of dark energy pulsed in its hand, a testament to its newly acquired power. Meanwhile, Eldian and another figure, mounted on horseback, sped through the forest, their urgency palpable, observing the aftermath of the power exchange from a distance. The second rider's expression was one of grave concern. The demonic being, its victory complete, let out a low chuckle, a sound that spoke of both triumph and something far more sinister. A group of young warriors stands amidst the aftermath of a battle, several slain monstrous boars lying lifeless around them. Their leader, a young man with silver hair, addresses them, announcing, "From here on, we'll need to assign roles." He points to two of his companions, instructing them, "You, and you, help me." One of the chosen individuals, a young man with dark hair, expresses his uncertainty, "I'm probably lacking in skills, but if I can be of help, I'll do my very best." The silver-haired leader, however, seems confident, offering a slight smirk and a dismissive humph. The leader's confidence is further bolstered as he reflects, "Good, with this, I've got the strongest new students on my side." A young man with blonde hair, his back to the viewer, stood before three figures in dark uniforms, their swords sheathed. The scene was set in a field of reddish-brown grass, the air thick with tension. His expression unreadable, he contemplated the situation. A thought bubble above his head read, "Next up would be." He turned to face a group of companions, explaining, "There are two ways to get out of this forest. One option," he continued, "was to break the magical barrier from the outside. The other, a more dangerous path, involved confronting the caster who created the barrier and eliminating them."
a powerful magical blast erupted, illuminating the forest. The blonde-haired man's eyes narrowed in determination. He lunged forward, his sword flashing, engaging in a fierce battle with a shadowy figure. The clash of steel echoed through the trees. The battle raged, a blur of motion and power, ending with the blonde-haired man standing victorious over his fallen opponent. The princess and Bernan conversed in a forest clearing, the setting sun casting long shadows. In the case of the latter, indeed, it could get dangerous, the princess stated, her expression a mixture of worry and apprehension. She continued, her worry deepening. The princess's concern was palpable. It would take Professor Bernan about 2 days to reach their location from the plains if he traveled in a straight line. A high-angle shot showed a path winding through a forest, numerous crows flying overhead, suggesting a sense of urgency and foreboding. Their best option was to survive and kill the caster. Bernan, however, revealed that he already knew this. He explained that this event could not be resolved by their initial plan. To escape, they must kill the caster. This was their only way out. A shattered mirror reflects a gruesome image, Rudger, the demonic human, his body ablaze with dark energy. The text confirms his identity as the caster behind the current crisis. Bernan leads a group, including the princess, towards the forest where Rudger resides. They are prepared for battle. Bernan, showing unexpected pragmatism, directs the group to gather food first. He estimates they have enough for 2 days. The group has hunted several wild boars, providing sustenance for their journey. A knight questions Bernan's decision to make them eat the hunted pigs, expressing surprise at this unusual request from a noble. Bernan calmly explains that this is standard hunting practice for nobles, implying a level of resourcefulness and practicality. One of Bernan's companions voiced their concern, "We can't eat demonic beasts like this. They're poisonous." Bernan, calmly standing over a slain demonic beast, replied, "I'm aware of that." He continued, explaining, "I also know that the plants in this vicinity can't be eaten recklessly." His companion, clearly perplexed, questioned, "Why are you asking us to eat it if you know all that?" Another companion, expressing their skepticism, stated, "How are we supposed to eat demonic beasts? No matter how starved I was in the East, I never went this far." Bernan, seemingly unfazed by their concerns, retorted, "Do you know how long your stomach would be in pain for?" His companion muttered, "This lunatic," while Bernan continued, "He only got stomach pain after eating demonic beasts?" Bernan, showing irritation, commanded, "Shut up and be quiet. I have my ways." Bernan held a bundle of dark, vine-like branches, their leaves withered and brown. A grim reminder of the demonic beast they had just slain. Leon, following Bernan's instructions, was tasked with summoning undead to protect the students. While the princess and the other 2 companions watched, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. The group stood amidst the remnants of the battle, the forest floor still littered with debris. Leon, despite his initial reluctance, agreed to protect the princess specifically. His loyalty to Bernan was evident, but a hint of resentment flickered in his eyes. Bernan, observing Leon, commented on his skills, acknowledging his competence despite his sometimes abrasive attitude. Leon, in response, muttered a threat, hinting at future conflict between them. The tension between the two remained palpable. As 3 companions then moved to their assigned positions, preparing for any potential threats, the forest remained eerily silent, the aftermath of the battle hanging heavy in the air. Leon, his expression a mixture of determination and apprehension, silently declared to himself, "It's time to get started." He reached out, his hand hovering over a dark, cracked stone. A surge of golden light erupted from the stone, accompanied by the soft rustling of leaves and the faint scent of mushrooms. The light coalesced into a glowing, ethereal blade, its form shifting and shimmering. The blade pulsed with energy, its golden aura spreading outwards. From the heart of the golden light, a dark, shadowy figure began to emerge, its form taking shape amidst the swirling energy. The shadowy figure solidified, revealing itself as a creature of immense power, born from the depths of darkness. The princess and her guards watched in stunned silence, their eyes wide with shock and fear as they witnessed the summoning of this powerful entity. What is that? One of the guards stammered. Bernan and several others looked at a pile of cooked meat with apprehension. The princess voiced her concern, stating, "Look at that color. I think we'll die if we eat that." A blurry, indistinct image showed a sunset. Bernan calmly took a crimson plant and sprinkled it over the meat. The color of the meat visibly changed. A close-up showed the plant's effect on the meat, with sparks and flames. The onlookers reacted with surprise, one of them exclaiming, "Huh? The color of the meat changed." Bernan explained, "I simply used this plant to neutralize the poison the meat had." He further elaborated, explaining that the crimson rake plant neutralizes poison from middle-rank monsters and below. Finally, he confirmed that the horn boar, the source of the meat, was indeed a middle-rank monster. The princess gazed at the cooked meat, a question mark forming on her face. Bernan, ever the observant one, commented that he had read about this in a book somewhere. The princess and Bernan pondered the unusual situation. The Rainhafer family, after all, had no reason to starve, so why would they possess such knowledge? Bernan, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, turned to the princess and asked if she preferred her meat rare or medium rare. He then proceeded to prepare the meat, skillfully handling the cooking process. After the meat was cooked, Bernan presented it to the princess, who looked on with anticipation. Someone in the background exclaimed, "Well done," as Bernan completed the task. Finally, another person mentioned a game where well-done meat is discarded. The aroma of roasting meat filled the air, a rich, savory scent that hinted at the skillful preparation underway. The glistening meat, browned to perfection, sat on a makeshift spit, its juices dripping onto the embers below. Princess, her eyes wide with curiosity, watched Bernan's every move, her anticipation palpable as she observed the final stages of the cooking process. A group of her guards stood watch in the background. A slight blush crept onto her cheeks as she imagined the taste, a mixture of hunger and excitement evident in her expression. A voice called out across the open field, "Dean Noah, can you hear me?" 3 figures on horseback rode swiftly through the landscape, responding to the urgent call. One of the riders, assessing the situation, declared, "Yes. This demonic human is at least intermediate rank or above." Another rider added, "The Academy has determined this to be a grave matter." The lead rider, focused on the mission, stated, "I'm on my way to rescue the children with Professor Rass." He continued, "The other elite professors are already out on other dispatch missions." Suddenly, a strange sound interrupted their urgent conversation. Nam, 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 nam. Professor Rass, his face etched with worry, stared at the electrical storm raging in the distance. Dean Noah, seemingly unconcerned, calmly munched on a snack while observing the scene. He remarked that while his student was reckless, there was no way she'd be casually snacking in a dangerous situation. Dean Noah, holding a small, metallic orb, chuckled, assuring everyone there was no need to worry. A young woman, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, continued to enjoy her sweets, confidently stating that the 3 elite riders would return without major issues. However, she then admitted that if they were second-year students, the situation wouldn't be as dire, revealing that they were actually first years with limited experience at the academy. Dean Noah and another man agreed, highlighting the inexperience of the first-year students. Dean Noah, holding a small, metallic orb, anxiously addressed Professor Rass. His expression reflected a mix of worry and concern. Professor Rass listened intently as Dean Noah revealed a critical detail about their students: they lacked proper training in basic defensive magic. The orb emitted a series of beeps, indicating a failed communication attempt. Meanwhile, the 3 elite riders, seemingly unaware of the communication failure, continued their journey. One of the riders, a woman, casually hung up a communication device. Professor Rass reacted with frustration to the failed communication, realizing the gravity of the situation. Undeterred, he resolved to do what he could to assist the students, urging his horse onward. He spurred his horse forward, determined to reach the students despite the challenges. Back at the communication hub, Dean Noah received alarming news. His top apprentice, Knox, was in danger. Dean Noah's resolve hardened. He vowed, "I will never let you die in a place like this."
A wide shot revealed a desolate landscape, the setting sun casting long shadows. A group of students huddled around a campfire in a clearing, their faces etched with worry.
Their backs were turned to the viewer, emphasizing their vulnerability.
A lone figure, presumably Knox, was seen struggling in the distance, his movements labored.
Another student, noticing Knox's plight, questioned, "Why are you spilling the hornboar's blood around?"
Dean Noah and Knox, amidst a group of students, discussed the use of stronger monster blood to deter weaker creatures. The blood, it was explained, would act as a powerful deterrent. A common practice even in the East, they noted, as travelers are most vulnerable when setting up camp at night.
Later, Knox approached Dean Noah, offering thanks.
Thanks to her actions, the other students were safe. Dean Noah acknowledged her gratitude, but cautioned that their journey was far from over, many monsters remained, and the mage was yet to be defeated.
And the night was long.
The scene shifted to show the remaining students huddled together, exhausted and weary from their ordeal. The long night continued, filled with the unspoken anxieties of those who had survived. Knox reflected on the casualties, stating that fewer students had died than expected, and attributed the lower number to Dean Noah's actions. She appeared thoughtful and somewhat concerned.
A caption appeared, requesting forgiveness for Echidna's behavior.
Dean Noah stood before Knox, his back to the viewer, as she stood before him. The scene was set in a forest clearing. Dean Noah explained that Echidna's prejudice stemmed from societal biases against dark families. Knox, however, expressed indifference to Echidna's opinion, questioning why she should care. Dean Noah advised Knox against expressing gratitude, warning that her own family would be shocked to learn of her actions. Knox and Dean Noah stood facing each other in the forest clearing. Knox seemed unconcerned, while Dean Noah seemed to be considering the situation. Knox's eyes reflected Dean Noah's image, a subtle shift in perspective was implied.
He thought differently, as he declared his willingness to cooperate with a demon if it meant saving more people.
Echidna, witnessing this, looked on with a mixture of surprise and concern. Echidna, unwavering in her resolve, stated she would act without hesitation. Her determined expression underscored her commitment. Knox, however, reacted to Echidna's declaration with a comment about the dangerous nature of her words, and then quickly added that he was only joking, though his internal monologue revealed a hint of unease. He wondered if his switch had been activated.
Knox stood with his arms crossed, a thoughtful expression on his face. A portrait of Penelope von Arkheim, a princess known for her kindness, is presented. The image is framed with ornate details and yellow roses. But a closer look reveals a hidden aspect of her personality, an extreme utilitarian perspective. She holds a golden orb, a symbol of her power, a stark contrast to her public image. The narration emphasizes that her greatest flaw is her unwavering commitment to utilitarianism. Penelope is shown addressing a large assembly, her back to the viewer. The scene suggests a moment of significant import.
A description reveals her as a dangerous character, willing to sacrifice her own life for her beliefs. Knox is seen beside her, observing. The text emphasizes the duality of her nature, highlighting how her nickname, Princess of Kindness, could easily become cold-blooded princess.
Penelope extends her hand, seemingly offering something. A large, ornate crown is partially visible in the foreground.
Penelope von Arkheim, her gloved hand clutching a dark, purplish sack, subtly revealed a hidden, utilitarian aspect of her personality. As she directed her team to set up camp, distributing spare clothes from her seemingly bottomless bag. "We'll now team up in fours to set up the tents. I have some decent cloths so each of you can come take one," she announced.
Knox, observing Penelope's actions, internally commented on the convenience of her dimensional pocket. Knox's curiosity was piqued, prompting him to question Penelope's methods.
"Why are you carrying around things like that?" he asked.
Penelope's response was cryptic, hinting at the dark history of the Rainhafer family. "What the hell?
That's for you. I heard that when you turn 5 in the family, they push you off a cliff," she revealed, a hint of grim amusement in her tone. Knox, taken aback by the revelation, expressed his disbelief. "Nah, no way," he muttered, clearly disturbed by the dark rumors surrounding the Rainhafer family. As the group began setting up tents under the night sky, a sense of unease settled over Knox. Penelope's casual warning to be careful only deepened Knox's apprehension. Be careful of what?" he questioned, his unease growing. Penelope, a hint of amusement in her eyes, stated simply to Knox, "Nothing." Knox, however, remained uneasy, his apprehension evident in his posture as he stood beside Penelope, arms crossed, his white shirt stained with what appeared to be dried blood. Penelope then addressed a group of soldiers, instructing them to take night shifts guarding the area. She then added, "It's time for me to get started too." Knox, observing the scene, voiced his concern, stating that there was a problem from the second episode of the Academy during this ambush. He explained that if they didn't kill the mage who set up the barrier quickly, it would become impossible to resolve the situation. As night fell, the soldiers settled into their positions, preparing for the night watch. Penelope yawned, her hand covering her mouth. Several of her soldiers lay exhausted around a small campfire. Their bodies slumped against the grass, clearly spent from their exertions. A soldier's dark, corrupted blade lay discarded nearby, the dark energy emanating from it was still faintly visible. A grim reminder of the battle's intensity. The text above the panel read, "And that means." The scene shifted to a distant forest. The text read, "If no one kills the mage." A stark warning of the impending danger. Another text box appeared, "We won't be able to complete this story." A young man with silver hair stood amidst a blizzard of dark particles, his expression grim and resolute. His dark, corrupted blade, still faintly glowing with dark energy, was sheathed at his side. A colossal orb of swirling, ethereal energy pulsed with an otherworldly light, its luminescence casting an eerie glow upon the dark forest below. Penelope von Arkheim lay unconscious on the forest floor, her dark hair fanned out around her head. Beside her, a young soldier also lay still, his eyes closed in exhaustion. The soldier stirred, his eyes snapping open as he looked around in confusion. What?" he stammered, his voice raspy from exertion. He then noticed Penelope and urgently tried to rouse her, shouting, "Get up!" He leaped to his feet, drawing his sword as he scanned the surroundings, his senses heightened by the strange energy emanating from the orb above. A sudden, sharp pain shot through his body as he collapsed again, his vision blurring. He had been struck by an unseen force. Another soldier rushed to his side, shouting, "Princess, we've got trouble." Penelope, now awake, looked up to see a blonde woman approaching, her face grim. "A huge number of creatures that possess mana are gathering near here." A wide shot reveals a chaotic scene. A group of soldiers, seemingly outnumbered, are engaged in a desperate struggle against a dark, ominous force emanating from the forest. The soldiers are surrounded, their defenses strained. As a soldier urges Penelope von Arkheim to take cover behind him, his words a testament to the immediate danger. Penelope, her expression grim, grips her weapon tightly. While another soldier, observing the approaching enemy, grimly notes their arrival. The enemy force is clearly visible, their numbers significant and their presence menacing. The soldier reflects on the futility of their current situation, acknowledging that even the potent Hornboar's blood, previously a powerful asset, is insufficient against this new, stronger threat. As the enemy closes in, their leader demanding to know Penelope's intentions. The soldiers stand ready, their expressions a mixture of fear and determination. A young woman with vibrant red hair expresses her concern and apprehension, her words unspoken but clearly visible in her anxious expression. A mystical book, glowing with an ethereal green light, appears, suggesting the arrival of a powerful mage. The book's presence hints at a potential shift in the balance of power. As a new character, a young man with dark hair explains that another mage has temporarily left the battlefield, leaving this situation to him. The scene ends with the new mage and his book, ready to face the approaching threat. Penelope von Arkheim, her face etched with worry, questioned the situation. What? He was so confident about protecting the princess, yet he went somewhere else? Another woman, her blonde hair contrasting with Penelope's pink, responded calmly. Yes,
But he didn't run away. Penelope, still apprehensive, countered, "How would you know that?" The blonde woman's concern deepened as she pointed out the overwhelming threat. "But, there's just way too many of them. This is too dangerous." A monstrous claw emerged from the undergrowth, revealing a large, dark creature with leathery wings, followed by a pack of monstrous wolves. The sheer number of creatures was alarming. The red-haired woman, Echidna, assessed the situation, stating, "Echidna is right. This is way too many monsters for us to deal with." A dark-haired mage calmly reassured her, "It's all right." A dark-haired mage, positioned before a swirling vortex of green energy, raised his hands, channeling an immense power. The sheer magnitude of the mana released caused the nearby blonde and red-haired women to gasp in astonishment. Such a ridiculous amount of mana. One of them whispered, expressing their disbelief. Their apprehension grew as they questioned the unfolding events. "What on earth is happening right now?" one of them exclaimed, voicing their shared concern. Meanwhile, a young man with dark hair, observing the scene from a distance, felt a surge of curiosity. He revealed himself, introducing himself as Knox von Rainhafer. Later, Knox is shown speaking with another young man, who appears to be injured, handing him a purple gem. He reflects on the nature of the person he is and the weight of the responsibility bestowed upon him. The conversation continues, focusing on the nature of the person he is and the reason for receiving this responsibility. A gloved hand presented a dark purple gem, its facets catching the light. Knox von Rainhafer, carrying a book, stood before a swirling vortex of green energy from which a monstrous, shadowy wolf emerged. The creature snarled, its eyes glowing menacingly. The text, "The result of this battle," appeared as Knox braced himself, a look of apprehension on his face. The wolf lunged, its claws extended. Knox, maintaining his composure, raised a hand towards the creature. A green energy beam erupted from his palm, striking the wolf with immense force, leaving a bloody trail across its body. Knox von Rainhafer, confident and capable, faced a shadowy wolf, its maw agape in a ferocious snarl. He met its attack with a burst of blinding green energy. The force of the impact sent the creature reeling. A powerful blow that sent the wolf crashing through the trees, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The impact of the battle left Knox momentarily stunned. But he quickly recovered, summoning more spectral creatures to aid him in battle. His sword, dripping with the creature's ichor, stood ready for the next encounter. A declaration, stark and absolute, echoed through the air, "Will solely be decided by me." Leon von Marvas. Leon von Marvas, a young man with dark hair and intense green eyes, stood amidst swirling green flames, his expression resolute.